Lightning, final score tonight in Florida, 6-3.
No Cater today. What's up, everybody? I'm Rod Trujillo filling in for your appetizer hour, and then I'll hang out with the fellas at 7 o'clock. And, you know, it seems like for some reason, I have no idea why this happens, but I am always here on momentous occasions. So we will get to the Avs. We will talk about that loss. It is, I mean, I got to go back and count. The Nuggets and Avs combined are like 1-7, 1-8 in their last 8 games.
It's been pretty lean here.
It's been a rough couple weeks. Like, we had to watch the Chiefs win the Super Bowl. Avs and Nuggets not winning. It's been tough. But there's something right off the top that we have to address today. Today, February 16th, 2024, is the last day that Marty O is Employee of the Year.
That's right. I have to give up my title today.
Today is the official day that he must hand over the crown.
It's like, where are you going with
Employee
this?
of the Year. Yeah, I did not warn him about this at all. I'm putting him on the spot. I did ask him for some speech music, and the reason that I asked him for some speech music was because I feel like on your way out here, Marty, if you have any words that you want to give. Now, by the way, I did check because they couldn't spell your name right on the award for a solid 3 months.
Yeah.
I mean, how long did it take for you to get the actual?
Couple of months. Yeah.
So, you know, I checked to see if there's any kind of technicality. Like, can you hold on to the title for longer, seeing as you didn't get the award? No is the answer to the question. So today, the last official day, and I just, you know, do you have anything you want to say to the
Here's
people?
what I can do. Since they gave me 3 awards, 2 of which my name is misspelled, I'm just going to scrape off the 2022 and just put in 2024, 2025. So I'm good for a couple of years
All
here,
right.
actually.
Okay. Well, what are you going to do when there's a conflict? Like 2 people present the paperwork that they live in this house, you know?
Oh, no. There's a clerical error. I don't know. I actually need another award, please. 2026.
No, you got nothing? You got no speech prepared?
I mean it was
come
a
on.
fun year to reign over everybody. It's going to be tough not looking down my nose at everybody as I walk down the halls anymore. I'll be a commoner.
You use that to command the show, too.
That's
I mean,
right.
I know that's how you got respect.
You know, you are up for
Brett
Employee of the
and-
Year. So
yeah,
it could
I mean,
be you.
Let's talk about how that's not going to happen. And I know that's how you use to command the show too. I mean, there's no way Vic and Moj, would listen to you
That's
if you
right.
didn't have that
I
trophy
wave the award
to
around and
throw in their face.
Eyes up here, boys.
So I'm worried about you, man. It's a tough day.
Thank you for thinking about me. I didn't even think about that.
I just don't know why. For some reason, every time I'm in here for these momentous occasions, and I just want to make sure I give it the proper runway.
I appreciate that.
Mostly
I like that.
because I don't want to talk about that Avs game
Yeah.
last night.
I don't blame you. Long road trip, man. You
It
know
was.
the last time they had a game at Ball Arena? Do you know the date of that game?
It wasn't like it was the Kings, wasn't it? It was the last one before the All-Star or before their long break.
Mm-hmm.
So the 26th.
January 26th.
Yeah.
Almost a full month since
Yeah.
they've had a game at home.
Yeah, and listen, it's a situation where you want to get this road trip out of the way, but God, I mean, what a disaster. 1 win, 3 points on that road trip. That is as bad as it could have gone. And let's start with this. Nate, I looked like he was all right. Took that one off the chops. Props to him for getting back out there. I mean, the video of it is violent. Takes a shot right to the face. I think it deflected off the defender's stick, right?
Yeah, so he was just like right in front of the goal.
Yeah.
Puck comes right on the ground, just pops right up, hits him in the
Right
face.
in the face, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't play hockey. Outside of that, I'd be fine. Don't touch my face.
Really? It's the face for you?
Well, plus the skating and the toughness
Yeah,
and the,
I was gonna say I don't know that
But that's the number one.
protecting those
That's number
chompers
one,
is number one on the list. I mean, you got a great set of teeth, a little big, but I'm not here to judge. So you got a great set of teeth, but I just don't think that's what stops you from playing in the NHL. If I'm being completely honest. Yeah, I mean, so there's lots of things to talk about with the Avs. Ryan Johansson is the ongoing forever topic that you can always bring up. Logan O'Connor not playing day to day. I'm not overly concerned about that, but you do worry about how that line will pick back up when the time comes. So that's tough. The Avs being driven by their top line. I mean, Lecky's been great, but it's McKinnon and Rantanen and Lecky here and there. They need to find something else. They need to find some depth there. Their goaltending has been okay, average. But I want to talk about that decision yesterday to play Justus Annunen on the last game of a road trip where I feel like, and I love Bednar, I really do. So I want to lean towards trusting him in this situation. But what are you doing? Confidence of this team is fragile. You know that they're a streaky team, just kind of the way that they've been all year long. You have one win on the road trip. You have one last game before you come back to Colorado. And I know that some people think Justus Annunen is going to be a starting goalie in the league. And the only reason, if you call him up, you do have to play him. I agree with that. What is the point of being in the NHL if you're just going to ride the bench the whole time? That's why they sent him down to the Eagles originally, to get games in. So, I mean, I understand. You want to play him. Why this game? It's a Tampa Bay team that's been good. They've got the leading scorer in the league on their team. Why would you put Justus in this game? Especially when you have a game on Sunday versus the Coyotes. And listen, and I said this yesterday. I was on Dempsey and Company yesterday. I said this yesterday. Scotty always says the hardest game of a road trip is the first game back. You get home, you got to worry about doing laundry and, what your wife needs. And you haven't seen your kids, so you want to hang out with them. And then all of a sudden you got to go to an arena and focus on playing a game. And so to me, I was watching the Tampa Bay broadcast last night, and the Tampa Bay guys said that he wanted to send a message to Georgie. The goaltending has been okay. I don't think it's been great. It was great at the beginning of the year.
Wait, Bednar was sending a message to
that's what
Georgie?
they said. That's what they said.
What's the message? Get almost a full week of rest? Because he's going to go from Tuesday to Sunday without playing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all it is. You just saw an extra couple of days. You've been playing decent on this road trip. Just take some time.
Yeah, but the team has one win on the road trip. I feel like the team was so fragile at that moment that if you can get a win there, then you're coming home. You got the Coyotes at home. Can you start to get on a little bit of a roll here? And I don't know. I don't think the loss was Justus's fault. I don't want to say that.
He played better than the first time he played against the Devils.
Right.
He was fine.
He was fine. I don't, but it's just the mindset going into that game when you've got your backup goaltender in, it changes a little bit. Maybe you think you need to score a couple more goals. You're pressing a little bit harder. I don't know. I found the decision really, really curious. How did it strike you? Do you think it would have been different if Georgie plays last night?
It would have been different, but I think Bednar just saw a chance to get his goaltender, who he's been riding pretty hard this season, almost a full week of rest, and just decided to take it. Regardless of the outcome of that game and what it would mean for the season. It's just one game, end of a road trip. That game could have been a get-home-itis game where it was 4-0 right away. Last game of a road trip can get out of hand pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it can, but I feel like going into it, you announce to everybody. It's like the Nuggets punted their game on Wednesday. And I'm totally fine with that. But the Nuggets punted their game on Wednesday. On Wednesday, they were like, hey, KCP, you're down. Hamstring. He didn't look right in the Milwaukee game anyway. Ends up getting pulled from that game. Totally fine. Jamal, you're not 100%. We're going to extend your All-Star break. I'm totally fine with them punting it. But you have to know when you start making those decisions, you're speaking to your team. Like, they're paying attention. So when you put in Eustace, even, subconsciously, are the guys just like, this game is different now, right? Or am I making too much of it?
Maybe you're making a little bit much of it, but say if they had no offense to Eustace, but like a veteran backup goaltender where it's not like, okay, he's in, chances are we're not going to win. So they had like Marc-Andre Fleury.
Right. Or Jake Allen.
And they played him. I don't know, like maybe it's a message to the front office like, hey, maybe let's go out and get a viable backup goaltender.
Because you do make
so we don't run into this situation.
You do make a good point. Everybody who I respect when they're talking about the Avs has said, like, you got to be careful with Georgia. You're running them into the ground a little bit here. So maybe you're right. You know what I mean? I do understand that thought process of, it's a Tuesday game versus the Capitals and then a Sunday game versus the Coyotes. I can give them almost a full week to get right here. But, and again, I'm not blaming Eustace for the game. I thought he played fine. Man, that game, you would have liked to get a point out of it. It felt like it should have gone to overtime. And you gave it away. So now you find yourself in a situation where you have an awful road trip. You're coming home and you're staring up at the stars. And for me, it's super important for them to get that one. Like getting winning the division is so huge for them. Make Winnipeg and Dallas play each other in the first round. And then there's I think it was an 11-point gap down to the wild card team. The Kings lost to the Sabres 7-2 or something like that. And the other night, and they're the first wild card team, I think. Might have changed overnight, but it's just a totally different ballgame. And I know we said that last year with the Kraken, but for me, I think that one seed for the Avs is just incredibly important. And I felt like yesterday was your opportunity to hey, put two together here and then go play the Coyotes on Sunday and see if you can get on a little streak. And I was disappointed. I was let down. All right. Broncos. I made the case yesterday and I'm going to make it again. Broncos can be good this year. And I think it was Dan Tanner who had an article who said that the teams that they expect to drop off most, and the Broncos were in the top 5 of teams they expect to drop off the most. I'm going to make an argument for why I think they could be good next year, and we'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
PhD.
The whole offseason is predicated about what the Bears are going to do, where Fields is going to go, and tagging alongside with that conversation is Russ.
Russell Wilson's going to be involved in the quarterback dominoes.
There ain't no chance that they want him back here, and there's no chance he wants to stay here.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAT. Today at noon. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Wipe away the winter blues at the Colorado Garden and Home Show February 24th through March 3rd at the Colorado Convention Center. Visit coloradogardenfoundation.org.
Save huge during our President's Day sale. I'm Brad Barnett, president of Mountain High Appliance. Get a Whirlpool front-load laundry set for only $14.58. Or how about a stainless French door refrigerator from Whirlpool for only $15.99? Take advantage of our special financing options and our price match guarantee. At Mountain High Appliance, you can try before you buy. When you think appliances this President's Day, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Men, this is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you've heard me talk a lot about how treating low testosterone can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels, and more. But today I want to talk to you about your sex drive, because low testosterone can have a significant impact on your desire for intimacy. It can even be a factor in erectile dysfunction, and if you're in a relationship or wanting to be in a relationship, a low sex drive could really be a problem. The good news is that if you're like most guys, treating your low testosterone could really change the way you feel about sex, giving you back the flame and desire that is so important when you love someone. So if you're feeling sluggish and tired, if you're not sleeping well, if your workouts aren't that great, and most of all, if your sex drive is more like a putt, make an appointment at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and have your testosterone levels checked. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
You're free now. Free to kick back, relax, and stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher comps, space operas, space westerns, cupcake bake-offs on Mars.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers who chonk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
And master devices that have no business being smart.
Smart forks, smart toothbrushes, smart tortilla makers.
Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Philong Ford in Denver is one of the fastest growing commercial vehicle centers in the nation. We've expanded and become one of the leading sources for commercial vans and trucks, both in sales and service. Coming this year are eco-friendly work trucks like the F-150 Lightning and the all-new electric Transit. Not only do we sell these vehicles, we service them as well with our state-of-the-art facility and great service staff. So whether you need Rangers, F-150s, cargo vans, or even F-750s, we are your one-stop shop for sales and service. Go online to phillongdenver.com and just click the link that says Fleet Customers, click here.
Andy Lindahl here with my friend Jerry Jones, owner of Colorado Off-Road. And Jerry, no matter what you're looking for a truck or 4x4, you have it here.
We can solve anybody's needs. We have mud flaps, running boards. Hey, if you need just a basic bed cover, stop in, see what we have and how we can upfit your vehicle today at Colorado Off-Road.
They are located 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Give them a call at
303-761-1264.
That's Colorado Off-Road at cooffroad.com.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% when you buy 68 or more select OSB sheathing. Plus, save 10% on bulk purchases of Hillman galvanized fasteners. Visit us in-store or online for the materials you need. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Sports talk for sports fans.
Move the needle right here.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-313-6688. That's 800-313-6688.
Well, we're starting to get a little heavier, eastbound 270 crossing Commerce City, but overall we're still looking at good speeds across that stretch. This report sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. Up and down the I-25 corridor, we're still wide open despite those wet roads, and I-76 in good shape. There is a crash near Watkins, westbound I-70 approaching in the right lane, just starting to back up. Why are people saying "Hugh yeah" to Jackson Hewitt? Find out before it's too late. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today. I'm Aaron O'Neill with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Brett Kane.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 6 in the morning with Brett Kane. Kaner with the day off. Little all-star break for Kaner. He deserves it too. Working with those two.
Well, he limped into the All-Star break himself.
Oh, did I miss something?
Just a couple of week shows, that's all.
Wow. Employee of the year and producer Marty coming down hard on...
Who are you most concerned about, Brett, the Avs, or the Nuggets? And I got to tell you, it's Brett.
Oh, shots fired. I don't think you were here. Was it Steve? No, you were here that day. Yeah, he forgot to tweet the Lions tweet that he tweets every day the last time I was on the show, too. So, I mean, I feel like it's been a couple of rough weeks for Cater here.
His football team got good, and he got real cocky.
Yeah, I think maybe that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, speaking of your football team getting good, I understand that this is crazy. Because when I went to break, even Marty was like, oh, I can't wait to hear this. I know. But I really do think there's a path to the Broncos being good next year.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Sorry, it slipped.
Little quick on the trigger there? So what's going on? That's not, come on. No, listen. I think there's a way to get there. Because I think if you look at the Broncos' schedule, I mean, not the actual schedule, but the opponents that they have, it's not overwhelming. Based on 2023 win percentage, they have the 13th easiest schedule in the league. You got home games against Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Carolina, Indy, and then your 3 AFC West teams. That's not a gauntlet. Who knows what the Browns are going to be? If Deshaun Watson is at quarterback, that might be a, who cares moment. The Colts with Anthony Richardson, who knows how he's going to turn out? The Panthers are the Panthers. What happens to the Falcons? Who knows? And who's playing quarterback for the Steelers? And then, can you finally beat the freaking Raiders? Would be great. But I think there's winnable home games there. Oh, Marty's already.
Question: you asked who the quarterback for the Steelers. Who's the quarterback for the Broncos?
I'll get there.
Okay.
I'll get there. One thing at a time. Your away games are, Bucks, Saints. You got Ravens and Bengals. Those are going to be tough, probably scheduled losses, right? Jets, Seahawks. We don't really know what the Seahawks are going to be, and is Aaron Rodgers alive when you end up playing the Jets, whenever that is? So their schedule to me is very easy. And to be honest, in the NFL, most teams, I used to say this when it was a 16-game schedule, most teams are 8-8 teams. The parity in the NFL is so immense that most teams are 8-8 teams. And then your coach is worth 1 to 3 wins either direction, and your quarterback is worth 1 to 3 wins either direction, and you go from there. Do you know when they take the field next year? I said this to Kim, and it's kind of a trap, but who has the highest base salary of anybody when they take the field next year for the Denver Broncos?
Was it Russ?
Sean Payton.
Oh.
Making $18 million a year. That is higher than even Russell Wilson's base salary if he happens to be on the team. Now, of course, there's bonuses and stuff like that, but $18 million a year is a lot of freaking money. And you're paying your coach to get you wins. So my idea, and I really don't think it's wild, is nuke the offense. Even if you cut Russell Wilson. Let's say you do that, you split it out over 2 years. Now you're talking about things like trading Garrett Bowles or cutting him, restructuring Mike McGlinchey, trading, cutting, or restructuring Tim Patrick. You got to fix that contract somehow. Cortland Sutton, can you restructure him and keep him, or are you looking at possibly cutting or trading him? Trading Jerry Jeudy. And then when you go into the draft with the extra 4th or 5th you get for Jerry Jeudy, with the extra 2nd or 3rd you get for Garrett Bowles, now can you rebuild that offense in 1 year? Sean Payton wants to be the alpha dog. He always has been. So we're paying you $18 million a year. We're going to keep spending money on the defensive side of the ball. Defense played better through the late part of the season. Marty, yes? Come on.
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
Defense
played
played
better through the late part.
Pretty easy to improve after giving up 70 points, but yes, they played better.
Wow. The negativity. Is it because it's early? Is that why you're...
No, I'm just...
So you go...
hearing your plan.
Every year, there's not actually 32 first-round picks, right? In terms of grade, there's normally like 15 or 20 guys who have a first-round grade. You're in a spot to grab somebody like that. And we even saw a mock yesterday from, I think it was Field Yates, maybe it was CBS, where the Broncos pick Brock Bowers at 12. And then they trade back into the first round, and for them, I think they picked Bo Nix. But you can take your pick. Bo Nix, Michael Penix. Can you get back into the second round and get Michael Penix Jr.? And yes, this is all a lot of hypotheticals. It takes a lot of moving. But it's a super deep wide receiver draft. So can you keep one or two guys that you trust to be the wise old ones on the offensive side of the ball? Say Cortland Sutton after a restructure, Mike McGlinchey after a restructure. Mike McGlinchey, very presidential, great. And then put just a ton of young guys around them. It's what the Rams did this year. Now the Rams have Matt Stafford, and the Rams have Sean McVay, and Cooper Kupp finally got healthy and played. I get it. Cortland Sutton isn't Cooper Kupp. But your highest paid employee is Sean Payton. So don't you look at him and say, give me an offense that scores 20 points with a rebuild on the fly. And we're going to bank on the fact that the defense at the back half of last year is the defense that we'll see for the majority of the season. And we still expect you to put out a competitive team.
With a lot of young players. He didn't even want to play the one young player last year.
I know.
Doesn't seem to be his style.
But if you tell him this is what we're doing, this is the plan. Because otherwise, and to be honest, I don't mind the Raj plan too. Cut Russell Wilson, nuke everything, stink for a year, and we'll see you in 2025, 6. You know what I mean?
In your plan, was Bo Nix the quarterback?
I mean,
or did I miss it?
But yeah, so getting a whatever quarterback dribbles into the second round. So a lot of people that I trust that do draft evaluations and talk to people in actual front offices are saying that guy's probably Michael Penix Jr. That the mock draft world and media are much higher on Michael Penix Jr. than everybody else is. I'm hearing that about Bo Nix too. I'm hearing that about Drake May, but that probably means that he falls to like 5, not like, second round. But so can you get one of those guys at 30 or 36 and work a trade for Garrett Bowles to a team that nets you a second round pick so you can get back into that area? Because I know the Broncos don't have a second round pick. I know. But they have assets that they need to get off their cap if they're going to cut Russell Wilson. And for those assets, you can try to get a draft pick in the second round. So let's look at the teams that do that, right? Do you know what the best path is to winning a Super Bowl right now? It's either having Patrick Mahomes or having a young, cheap offense, having a quarterback on a rookie deal. Look at what the Texans did. And that's not even, DeMeco Ryans is a defensive coordinator. Like, he's not even he's a good head coach too, but like, it's not even his side of the ball. And tell me who was talking about Nico Collins and Tank Dell last year? They found the right guy at quarterback, and they put a plan together and executed. I don't need 30 points a game from the Sean Payton offense. And hell, maybe this can get him to run the freaking ball a little bit more, right? Like, Maybe that's what that is. But he wants a guy who's going to do what Sean Payton tells him to do. And I think maybe the best way to build that offense for him is with a bunch of guys who are green. Like a bunch of guys coming into the league not knowing what they're doing, without expectations. Can you take these guys and it might not be the first game, it might not be the first month, but through training camp, through mini camps, through, the first part of the season, can you make a unit that coalesces and gives me 20 points a game? Because your schedule allows for the Broncos not to be terrible. And we got people on the Twitch chat saying, oh, hey, none of these guys would restructure, blah, blah, blah. You got to understand, when you ask guys to restructure, they don't lose any money. What you're doing is you're taking that money, converting it to bonus, and it spreads it out over the remaining years of the contract rather than one single year. That's all.
Do you even have to ask? Can't you just do that? Did
Some
two parties
teams
need to agree?
Some teams have it written in the language of the contract that they can restructure as long as they don't change money or years. I don't know if that's how the Broncos write their contracts. I imagine in a couple of years it'll be industry standard, but yeah, the guys actually get more money up front when you restructure them. That is why so many guys are willing to do it. So yes, they will agree to restructure. Most of the time, they understand that it's better for them and better for the team. It ends up being a win-win. Now, what you're doing is you're making their cap hit in later years higher. Some people
that
call
never
it
comes back to bite you, right?
Yes, some people
I
call
can't
it
think
credit
of one
card debt.
example.
Yeah. Some people call it credit card debt, which is true. But at the end of the day, you're going to have that rust cap hit that comes off your cap. It doesn't matter if in 4 years, Mike McGlinchey's numbers end up making more.
Your plan seems to have a high probability of backfiring. I mean, you're going to be playing, you got rid of a lot of dudes on offense.
But you got to do that anyway.
Right. So just make sure you don't give up your first round draft pick next year, because that could easily turn into a top 5, top 3 pick.
Yeah, don't do that. You're saying when you go back up for a quarterback, don't give up your next year's number one?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I get that.
Because, I mean, you're playing, 6 rookies unless you sign some dudes. That doesn't really work out too well often. So could be a double-digit loss season again.
In my mind, I don't think there's a lot of good chances for them to be good.
Yeah.
And I understand that this is a low probability chance. But I think it's the only one. And I think it's right, too. Because I want Sean Payton to put his money where his mouth is. The guy has an $18 million a year contract. So I kind of want them to sink or swim with their most expensive employee. And I don't know, part of that may be me wanting him to fail a little bit too. Because if he does that and can't get it right, and the quarterback was the guy that he picked, how many years does he get of grace until you expect him to put out a good offense? If he has Bo Nix come in next year, Bo Nix is probably the starter for next year. And unless he's a total dumpster fire the year after that, and then are we done with the Sean Payton experiment if all that doesn't work? That's a serious question, Marty. Are you done with the Sean Payton experience? If whatever rookie quarterback he drafts doesn't work?
Personally, yes, but I don't think the front office will get rid of him until his full contract is up. They've done that way too many times over the last decade.
Yeah, but this is different. This is a Walton Penners. Like, they $36 million to get rid of a 2-year contract. It's like,
just the optics don't look good. Like, no head coach ever gets to the end of their contract in Denver. Don't go there.
Yeah, that's true. But to that point, Houston was like that, and they got DeMeco Ryans, and they look great now. But they had a couple 1-year guys, right? JIB says, thanks for mansplaining to us like we all didn't know. Well, then don't say the comment, are these guys going to restructure? No. There you go. You figured
How
it
was
out
it
on your
like
own.
a couple of weeks ago? Penix Jr. was like the 4th QB taken. Was it the Senior Bowl that dropped him down? No, I'm seeing second rounder.
What I heard, and again, this is not from me. This is from people in front offices. Take it or leave it. You don't know me well enough to trust that I talk to these people, but here's what I know. That nobody was ever as high on Penix as the media was. There was a little bit of a fervor with the national championship game and all the things that he did through the playoff, and people had him as like a mid-first rounder, and he never was. So it wasn't that he fell necessarily. It was that he was never that high, is what I heard. So I could be wrong. Who knows?
But what about J.J. McCarthy now? I'm seeing him as the replacement.
And that was the other...
Because he's get the national championship bump. Is that it?
That was the other side of the coin, is that they liked him a lot more than the media did and liked Penix less than the media did.
They're just like, we have a slot right here. Whoever wins this game gets it.
We're going to throw in the quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think... Here's the thing. For those kind of guys, I think the system is really important that they go to. You know, if you put Penix in the same system as Bo Nix, you know, it's not going to work. If you put Penix in Oregon last year and he's got to play a pro-style offense like that, you know. So it's all about you heard did you guys play the sound from Shedeur at the Super Bowl? Shedeur said, you know, his offense last year had a lot of option routes, and he hated that because he can read the defense, and then the wide receiver has to read the defense, and he's got to know what they're going to do, and it just caused him to wait that extra second because he wasn't sure that they were seeing the same thing that he was seeing, and he hated it. That's what he said. It goes to show you how important scheme fit is. I mean, they changed their offensive coordinator in the middle of the season. And none of us like Pat Shurmur. So that's who they changed to. So I don't know. My plan, I understand. Low percentage chance of success. But you need to rebuild this offense anyway in the long term if you're going to do it. I'm just suggesting that you do it all at once and leave the defense intact. And hopefully the combination of those two things, your $18 million a year head coach can pull a rabbit out of his hat and get you 10 wins. 9 wins.
So far, every plan that has been presented has been pretty bad, but I just think that's just the situation that they're faced with. They just need to pick one, go with it, probably have a really bad year next year, and then kind of figure it out from there.
Probably. So, but then that begs the question, do you want them to definitely take a quarterback this year?
Yeah.
You do.
Let's start that process now.
No matter what.
Yes.
Because if they're going to be bad, you really want to ruin a guy like that? You really want to put him in there for that?
Maybe he can develop. I don't know. I think you should take a quarterback in the first round every year until you hit on one, honestly.
I think that's a great point. I think you should take multiple quarterbacks every year until you hit on one. I mean, Kirk Cousins and RG3, right? Who ended up being the better of the two there.
You're not winning without one of these stars, so you might as well just keep going until you find one.
Even if you might find Brock Purdy. Great. Whatever. Oof. What a time in Denver that we're begging for Brock Purdy.
Real quick, what do you think is going to happen at the top of the draft?
It's a super interesting conversation. I think what's going to happen is if Caleb Williams, Caleb Williams' dad had said that they might not go wherever they get drafted. But I've heard that Caleb didn't say that. His dad said that, and they wanted to make a point. So I think Chicago ends up doing it because I think there's too much pressure. They trade Justin Fields, they draft Caleb Williams. But I think the next likeliest scenario is that they only move back like a spot and trade with Washington or New England. And they only have to move back a couple spots. They can still get the best non-quarterback player in the draft, keep Justin Fields. I think that's the second most likely.
And then have the 9th pick as well.
Yeah, I think that's the second most likely scenario. I just think they've been so starved for quarterback star power in Chicago that – but, I mean, do you really trust Eberflus with another –
That I don't understand why that kept him. No.
I don't either. It doesn't make any sense.
He's a lame duck, essentially. Unless they win 12 games this year, he's, going to be gone.
And, there's plenty of talent on that team, though. I'll tell you that. That defense they put some pieces on it. It's good now. There's talent there. I did not understand keeping Eberflus, especially when a guy like Harbaugh's out there. It was just a very confusing.
They're the opposite of the Broncos right now. Every option they have is a great option. Every option the Broncos have right now for next year is terrible.
Why are you being so negative, Marty? It's a Friday.
Okay, fine.
We're supposed to. It's All-Star Weekend. Like this is great stuff. This is exciting. We're
like every team is losing around us. There's a black cloud over here, dude. That's why.
Yeah, we got to count up the number of losses between the Avs and the Nuggets over the past couple weeks has been tough. Throwing a Chiefs Super Bowl win, and it's been a rough week. But we'll talk a little bit more about that coming back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rob Trujillo filling in for Kaner in the morning and then hanging out with the fellas. Vic and Moj in from 7 to 10. Moj hasn't slept in his bed for like a month. Now, a week of that was vacation, but he hasn't slept in his bed for like a month, and he is going to get out of it for you at 7 o'clock this morning. So feel special.
Probably got in. Didn't sleep much in his bed last night. Probably got in at like 2 a.m. I'm sure we'll find out exactly what time he got in.
He will complain about it, no doubt. Marty, we got to talk about this. Well, you were telling me during the break, you don't have an ice scraper in your car?
I left
you
it
grew
in
up in Chicago.
I couldn't find it, and I thought it was going to be one of those ice, windshield situations where you just turn the sprayer on and it's gone. But it was some pretty thick ice, so I had to sit in my car with the defroster on. I used my ID card to scrape a little window.
Wait, your ID card for here?
Yeah. I just had it on me, so I was like, all right.
What if it broke?
It wouldn't, no.
You're like the first one in the building.
There's somebody else here that could let me in.
You're like the first one. You would have to sit in your car till I showed up 2 minutes before we started. I mean, I just expect better from you.
I should have done better.
You've been living here for how long?
What?
You've been living here for how long?
8 years.
And you're from Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like you should be better prepared.
I know. I got to be better.
But everybody, I feel like everybody has that like extra credit card that you carry around with you. That's like not really a credit card. It's like a top golf membership or something like that.
I got one of those. Yeah.
Right. And that's for emergency situation, or you need to jimmy a door or something. Like for emergency situations, just
I can
like
spare this one. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I don't care about this top golf card. Use it to scrape off my windshield this morning. All right. So I looked. The Nuggets' last win was February 9th. And since that time, it's ugly, man. It is ugly. There's a total of like 5 losses between the two teams over the last week. It's weird though, because I'm not worried about either team for the playoffs. Let's start there.
Who are you worried more? Well, not for the playoffs. Okay, fine.
Right. But in this regular season, like I have my doubts about I'm concerned about the Avalanche. That team has been driven by the top line all year long. And you're getting an MVP season from McKinnon, so it hasn't really mattered. And Mikko's doing Mikko things. And at different points in the year, you had Val playing great. You have Lecky playing great now. Like, there has been support. Logan O'Connor played great for a stretch. But they've got to find production throughout their lineup. And that Roaring 20 line was great. I worry about in the playoffs long term, do they have enough? And you have so much talent on that team with the top end. We talked about it in the offseason, and I don't want to be too negative, but Ryan Johansson was just not an inspiring pickup. And I got told to shove it when I asked the question. And here we are with him playing fourth line minutes. Like, I don't want to bang on it too much. But what I do want to say is it wasn't like it was an unknown spot that they needed to fill. And I don't think their solution was adequate. I really don't. And that's frustrating to me. Now, you could argue the Nuggets have the same thing going on with their bench, but I would say to you that I think that's at least more of an adequate response that they gave that bench than the Avs gave second line center. And I didn't the Drouin experiment has been fine. He's played well. I know they're up against it with the cap. So there's only so many options that they have. I'm seeing all this stuff float around about Sidney Crosby. That'd be fun. Don't get me wrong. I would love that. That would be a ton of fun. And if the Penguins will eat a whole bunch of his money, then great. That is a fantastic solution to try to lengthen out your scoring a little bit. But I don't know. To me, it was an uninspiring answer. And if you don't have your guys playing at a level that is insane, meaning McKinnon, Rantanen, Makar, like if you don't have them playing at an incredibly elite level, which they do and they can, but if you don't have them playing at that level, it doesn't feel like you have enough.
I just don't like that this whole cup run will be on a house of cards that is Georgiev. Like if he goes down, that's it. And goalies get hurt, pretty regularly. But if Annunen has to play a significant amount of time,
Frankie played a whole series for him in that cup run. You know what I mean? And so you can talk about
not
that
till the
too.
8th, 3 weeks till the deadline. Things can change.
That's true. And Joe and Chris, and maybe I shouldn't include Joe in that. Maybe I should just say Chris McFarland has shown the propensity to address needs. It's not always going to work out when you do. And so, again, I'm not banging on him too much because he did try to address second line center by going and getting Johansson. But to me, it was something that looked like it was going to fail before we did it. And so now you put yourself in a situation where you have to address it again. And less than a year later. I don't know. So if you could only have one, because that's part of the problem, right? Is if you want to go get Marc-Andre Fleury or you want to go get Jake Allen or whoever, like we do not have cap room to do 2 moves. So if you had to pick a backup goalie or let's call it a third line center, because there's not even really second line centers out there, which would you prefer?
I guess the center, just based on playing time alone,
right?
It's more of an insurance policy as the second goalie is. So, I'd rather have the guy that gets more ice time.
He's in there every game, yeah. But you can give Georgie more time off through the last, 25 games? I don't even know what the exact number is. You can give Georgie off more time over that run if you have a backup goalie, and then your house of cards is different than what you're talking about now. Because at this pace, you're going to have to ride him a little bit. You don't have to, because you'll make the playoffs no matter what. So I guess it's where you're comfortable with being seated. But for me, I think it's important that you get that 1 seed. So you're 4 points back from the Stars right now. God, you're 4 points back from the Stars. What a disaster of a road trip it was. Whew. Okay,
They just need some home cooking. They'll be fine.
Yeah, that is the
If they
hope.
start losing at home, then we got some real problems.
Right. If they and like I said, the first game after a road trip sometimes the hardest one, but they should go out and pounce on the Coyotes on Sunday night. So we'll see. The fellas hopping in. Moj getting out of his bed, we hope, for you here in minutes. And Vic will join us as well. We'll do Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, let me start this show. So, Powder's not here. 4-day weekend. We get it. He deserves it. Puts in a lot of work. Mosier just got in from a ridiculous road trip where he hasn't seen his bed for months.
And he was in Cancun before that, too.
That's what I'm saying. He hasn't slept for months. So I'm sure Mosier's just half dead. What time did you get in, Mosier?
About 9 p.m.
What? You didn't get in at 9 p.m. What time did you get in from Tampa?
Yeah, but I got a tremendous sleep. Felt like 9 p.m.
So Mosier gets in the wee hours of the morning, all right? And he's at home doing the show. Rob's filling in. And Mosier thinks, I'm going to drive the show. I'm going to be the traffic cop. And seconds before we lift off, I mean, just seconds, he tells Marty, nah, let Rob drive.
He had a couple other words in there as well.
I love you, Moj. I have your back. I got you.
What are you doing, man?
Well, if you hadn't come in and made such a ruckus about it, everything would be fine right now. But let's rock and roll. Let's
All right,
go.
you drive. No, you drive. Let's go. Drive. Drive it. Drive that truck.
A little peek behind the curtain. I've been told all week he was going to drive, so I didn't really prepare for it. But I'm happy to try to do it if you'd like me to, Moj. You want me to?
See, I
Please
came
do,
in.
Rob. Thanks. Yeah.
I came in today, Moj, because I thought you were going to be here.
Well, that's where your lack of communication cost you right in the ass, didn't it? It bit you hard like a dinosaur.
I thought for sure after a month on the road, you would show your face in here. So I showed my face.
Oh, you missed him, Vic?
Well, I was told by the boss, get an extra 20, 30 minutes of sleep, whatever it is you need to do. You're going to get home at 2:30 in the morning. You probably won't be able to sleep then. You'll be up at 6. Go ahead and just chill out from home. Bring Rick on the show if you need to.
Yeah.
Rick!
Well, you look like crap. You sound like crap.
Oh,
the Avs have been playing like crap. So
That's
let's just go ahead and have a crap 3-hour show.
That's true. So let's start with this.
We're off to a great start with that.
Yeah, I mean, we're killing it. McKinnon took one off the chops last night. Moj, did you get to talk to him on the plane or anything like that? How's he doing?
No, it was a fairly quiet plane, Rob. Nobody really talked about anything, as you can probably imagine. I mean,
Sure.
it's a difficult way right now for this Avalanche team. 1-4-1, you get 3 of a possible 12 points on the roadie. That nobody's going to be happy with that. And there are some fundamental things going on right now that Coach Bednar addressed in the postgame show, which I'm sure we'll talk about.
Oh, I want to hear this
today.
It's good too.
I don't know that Nate. I don't know that it's broken. It could just be some swelling and that sort of thing, but it did not look good. But all I could think about was this: the superstar, one of the best players on planet Earth, likely has a broken nose. Likely does. I mean, he's leaking all over the ice. It certainly doesn't look like it's straight anymore to me. That's my opinion on it from what I saw from the booth. Guy goes out for 6-7 minutes, comes back and finishes the rest of the game. I mean,
Hockey
can you
players,
imagine this in baseball or the NBA?
No.
A guy taking a broken nose.
No.
And the guy's out for weeks.
It's not going
Or
to happen in other sports.
At least quite a while. I mean, this guy comes back in 6-7 minutes, man. It's hey, stop the bleeding. Put a new visor on me and let's go. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, it's just hockey players are different in that regard. They want to get back out there, and it's just unfortunate the Avs came out on the wrong side of that game. I thought at times they played pretty well, but we'll listen to Coach Bednar and what he had to say. There are some fundamental things that are going wrong defensively that are costing this Avalanche squad right now.
Well, we'll get into that momentarily, but more on the nose because I saw it happen, and my wife actually walked into the room when it happened, and she saw it, and the first thing she said is, well, he's going straight to the hospital, right? He's going to the hospital. And I said, no. Hockey players go to the back room, they get stitched up, they get fixed up, whatever it takes, and they get right back in the game. So it was no surprise. But it never, ever ceases to amaze me how tough these dudes are. And I wonder, is that what is it? Why are hockey players predisposed to play through pain more so than any other player in sports?
I think
Why
it's
is
just
that?
I think it's a culture thing. I think it's It's not just they're different human beings and they're built different. I just think the expectation of the game and inside the room is that unless you're amputated or something is broken or ripped apart, if you can skate and your hands work, you get back on the ice and you go.
Why
right?
aren't you like that? You're around the sport. You see the sport. Why aren't you more like that?
I'd like to think that in many instances I am. I'm sitting here talking to your face this morning. There are a million things I could be doing besides this, but I wanted to be here. I wanted to see you in your hat.
Rob, did you see that puck come right at the face? And at that time, it was coming so fast, you couldn't tell if it got under the visor or not. Just imagine the days when they weren't wearing visors.
Right, and there is talk about that turning into a full cage at some point, grandfathering in.
Dude, I'd be wearing everything.
I mean,
yeah, I don't think they'll ever allow. I don't think players will ever go for full bubbles. I just don't think that's. I mean, I could be wrong about that. Maybe someday they will, but he put the bigger visor on. I mean, there's a certain amount of freedom that I think needs to come with the game, but you want to protect the players as much as possible. It happens not that often, but certainly it happens where pucks ramp up. They go off of sticks and then they go straight up in the air, and that one caught him in a big-time way. And not only that, when he came back to the ice, he was making a play at the blue line where the puck bounced up and caught him in the throat. He's like, geez, you got to be kidding me. That's injury to insult because the Avs dropped this one 6-3, which really is a 4-3 game, and it's just a bummer, man. It's just a bummer that you can't pull out another 2 points before you get home.
Can I ask your thoughts on the decision to start Eustace? Because just real quickly, I don't think Eustace played poorly. I think I've heard you say
was it a second goal, or which goal did he sort of misplay? There was one goal in there.
But I think I've heard you say, Moj, that you think he's going to be a starting goalie in the league, and I've heard a couple people say that.
Someday.
Yeah.
Someday.
I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm not saying he played poorly last night. I just felt like you got the win versus the Capitals. This, I felt like, was an important game. Like, can you salvage a couple more points on the road trip, get home with a 2-game streak going on, and play the Coyotes on Sunday and see if you can put something together here? And the minute that I heard Eustace was in net, it was like, what are you telling your guys?
One thing I'm not privy to, Rob, one thing that we're not privy to is the private conversations between coach and player.
Sure.
And so I don't know if Georgie, you've been on the road for 2 weeks, and Annunen hadn't seen the net since a week and a half ago, and that tough loss in game 2 of the trip to the New Jersey Devils. And so, Georgie's playing a lot. I know that Raptor on the Florida game, there's some days off, but, I don't know if you got a backup goalie on your roster. Let me put it this way. I know what you're saying. If you've got a guy who's on your roster and he's being paid to play hockey, you shouldn't be afraid to put him in. That's the way I look at it. Whether or not he's the number 2 or whatever you want to call it, which he clearly is. I mean, Alexander Georgiev is your number 1. I admit that I was a bit surprised when I saw Annunen come off the ice first in morning skate, but at the same time, I don't know what the private conversations are like inside that room. I don't know how much Georgie is being overworked. They look at all the data. The goalie coach talks to him and sees things in his game. And maybe it's just, hey, we want to get Annunen in. Maybe there's ulterior motives as well. I really have no clue, to be honest with you. And you know what? He's not the reason they lost last night. He isn't. The reason they lost is because you had a couple of defensive breakdowns that were glaring. And the best scorer, let's say it right now, the best scorer on planet Earth did his best scoring stuff on planet Earth stuff. I mean, that's Nikita Kucherov is a friggin' witch out there. And if you don't watch him in person very often, it can be startling to see how his game, just how he controls the game with his play. Yeah, he cherry picks. Yeah, he looks for all this stuff. But, I mean, he is so dynamic, not only shooting the puck, but passing the puck, and his vision is off the charts. His ability to make passes through traffic and skates and sticks. The guy is just an excellent, excellent, excellent offensive player, and last night he got you.
Yeah. Wanted to talk about one more thing too. You know, Connor posted a video yesterday of him and Maxey calling the final game, Game 6 of the Stanley Cup final run. You're, you know, back in that building where the Avs won a cup.
It gave me chills.
It really did, didn't it? And like it was such a Peter McNabb line when he's talking about that, complaining about the refs, and he goes,
"It's over,
it's
pal."
over, pal." Like it was just
It's over, pal.
I mean, that is like one of the best lines. So I just wanted to give you a little runway, Moj, if you wanted to say anything about the cup. Or,
well, yeah, you know,
or Maxey
we went
or-
back there. Yeah, I went back there last year, and I've got great memories of Peter. It's funny because every building we go into in the entire league, I have a memory of Peter McNabb, and there's probably, you know, 10 buildings where I've got multiple memories and that sort of thing. But that building is always going to be special because it was the cup clinching win in Game 6, and you know, I went down to the corner where Maxey emerged, and he's talking to Gabe, you know, about about everything, and it was incredibly special. Rob, Vic, it was, you know, you're back in there, and I'm looking around. I was in the room yesterday morning after morning skate, and talking to some of the guys and whatnot. And I'm just standing there, and I'm just looking around. I'm like, oh my God, I was being drenched with champagne, like standing right in this spot, you know, that kind of thing. It's going to be a special place, I think, for all those guys who won that cup. So, yeah, it was cool to be back in, and, you know, cool to try to relive all of that and where you were and where I was. And I was leaving the building last night, and I looked down this hallway, and there was this one exit that I would take all the time after each game in Tampa. And the exit that I took that night after they won in Game 6 to run back to the hotel and change, and
that's neat.
And just looking at it, and those memories trickle, Vic, inside your head. They come back and they flow inside. It's a pretty cool thing, man.
Please tell me more about like the exit.
He tweeted about the elevator yesterday too.
Yeah, give me more about it. Hey, tell us, really, spend the next 7 minutes talking about the route you took from hotel to arena.
I will. It was step by step. I'll take you the whole way. In Tampa, let me say this though, because this elevator in Tampa is notorious. They have one elevator.
Joking. Layout.
Well, don't joke. Listen, I'm dead serious. Listen to this. You'll love this. They have one elevator.
I'm not sure that we will.
Love it. I guarantee there is nothing about this story I'm going to love. But go ahead, say
you
it.
will.
Go ahead.
There's one elevator from the event level all the way to the press box. There's one elevator, and that's it. It's a freight elevator. And it breaks down and gets stuck a lot. And there are times when even those old guys have got to walk 7 stories upstairs just to get to the press box, and they're this kind of thing. And it broke down. Sure enough, it broke down twice yesterday.
No way! So good.
Yeah.
What happened
after that?
No way!
Oh man!
And they managed to get it going. It was really a special thing. Really
Incredible.
Wow!
Yeah.
Yeah!
Wow!
What a wow! That's great.
Thanks
You're
for
welcome.
that, man. That's
You
kind
are
of insight.
absolutely welcome.
We will not get that on any other sports program in town.
Rick, hey, did you like that boy? Monkeys.
Rick loved it. All right, I want to spend
Monkeys.
a little more time talking about the Avs and the Nuggets coming up. Wow, that sound is.
He's a good boy.
Now he's making out with this freaking dog. All right, why am I
he's a
here
good
this
boy.
morning?
Yeah.
I mean, I got a guy telling elevator stories, making out with his dog.
The
Yeah,
sound
good
for
boy.
people who are just listening on radio and not watching on altitude television was disturbing, to say the least. But coming back, I want to talk about maybe not a concern level with the Avs and the Nuggets, but expectations for the last part of the season.
This is why you drive, Rob.
Yeah,
This is why.
We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. MICKEYMOUSE. You're on TV right now. If you come over here. All right, here we go. Hold on. Let me 30-second commercial. 3, 2, 1. Spring will be here before you know it. Get a head start on. Let me take this out of my ear. Sorry. 3, 2, 1. Spring will be here before you know it. Get a head start on a beautiful. Silterhar, everything you want out of a dealership.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. I'm Rob Trujillo, filling in for Kaner as he takes his all-star break. And both teams limping a little bit right now.
Yeah, he's taking a 4-day weekend, right? Which is smart.
Yeah.
Because they don't come around too often. And if you have the opportunity to have Monday off because of President's Day, then a lot of people, I guarantee, are taking the Friday off.
And
That's
he's
fine.
our all-star.
I get it.
Like, of this
Exactly.
show, he is the all-star.
Well, let's take it easy. But I get it. I understand. Which brings up an idea I've had for years, Rob. And I don't understand why we in this country don't take this opportunity and run with it.
I have an answer for you. I know exactly what you're going to say.
The biggest holiday in our country is Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah.
That is the one day everybody gathers and does the same thing. That's the biggest holiday in our country.
Hold on a second. You're telling me Super Bowl Sunday is bigger than Christmas and Thanksgiving?
Non-religious, okay? Non-religious.
Okay.
There are
All
other
right. Well,
holidays that are non-religious. I'm talking about a non-religious, sports-related holiday. It doesn't get any bigger than Super Bowl Sunday. Why not hold the Super Bowl the day before President's Day? Because every time I see President's Day and we're taking these Mondays off, I'm like, what? Taking Monday off for what?
I've thought about this in the past, and I think that maybe their goal was to get to an 18-game schedule, add another bye week, and yes, have the Super Bowl on President's Day weekend. But then you know what I thought?
What?
They want you in here on Monday. They want you in here the day after the Super Bowl.
Well, they're not
to
scheduling
talk
the
about
Super Bowl to around
But
sports radio.
They don't want people having the day off Monday. They want them in their cars at work talking about it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. They don't want people relaxing. Okay, I could see that. I just struggle to understand why Monday I'm off.
Because presidents, Vic.
What about
Rob? Listen, Rob, you're more of a youngin' than anybody else.
What
here,
about the
all right?
presidents? Yeah, great. I like them.
Yeah, hold on a
I love
second.
presidents. Why am I off?
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Let me explain. Rob, you're a youngin'. You won't know this. Or maybe you will, but there used to be 2 holidays. You had Lincoln's birthday and Washington's birthday, and so there were 2 federal holidays, and the government's like, yo.
Let's chill.
Hey, man, too much time off for people. We need to get their butts back to work. And so they combined it into one day to call it President's Day. It used to be 2, man. It was 2 for 1. And now we got the Scroogey. Now we're down to 1. So listen, people who work at banks, very stressful job, counting money all day. Very stressful. They need their holiday.
Great.
Hey, people at the DMV, very, very stressful day.
Why are we off?
I think Julius Caesar had like 60 days of games when he started. So it's just presidents,
I
right?
have
Like they want to give us a day off.
Hey, if the rest of the free industry wants to take a holiday off for some random president, great. Why are we off?
Well, because if they're off, then they're not going to listen to you, Vic.
I've never understood it, but whatever.
I mean, are you really complaining about a day off right now?
I just don't understand that. I mean,
yeah, he kind of is. He kind of is.
No. We put our days off in the weirdest spots. Like, give it to me when I really need it.
All right, well, let's talk about some days off for the Denver Nuggets because, and I hope you forgive the term, but they kind of punted on Wednesday.
Well, you know what? The last week has sucked for both the Avs and Nuggets.
Yeah.
Outside of that one Avs win.
And a Chiefs Super Bowl to boot. Like, it's been a tough couple
The
weeks.
last 2 weeks have sucked.
Yeah.
There are only 2 things that have got me going through the last 2 weeks. That Lakers win and that Avs win. And that's it.
Yeah.
The Nuggets beating the Lakers and the Avs winning. Who'd they beat? I can't remember who they beat.
Capitals.
Washington.
There.
You know, but it's like, hey, man, it's like you're driving down the freeway and your tank is in the red, the needle's in the red, like, you know, and you stop and you put $2 of gas in just to kind of get you to the next exit or whatever it is. I mean, that's kind of how it is right now. You're putting a couple $5 of gas in the gas tank and trying to move on, and you're just not getting a whole lot of fill up on both these teams as of late. And you know what? Both of them are going through a scuffle right now, and the Avs a big-time scuffle. The Nuggets a big-time scuffle with the 2 blowouts in a row and then losing that game at home against Sacramento, even if they were shorthanded a little bit. But, you know, I guess it just goes to show you how good we've had it here for a couple, 3 years with these teams where you don't go through this that often, right? This is a rarity, especially for both teams at the same time. So,
and I don't think anybody's
it's
panicking.
something we have to deal with.
I don't think anybody's panicking, Moj. You know, like I don't think anybody's too worried, but I do want to ask you guys. So, and Vic, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but hasn't Malone sat Jokic the first game after All-Star break once or twice?
I don't recall, to be honest with you.
Okay.
It's something that doesn't come to mind because the All-Star break this year, they don't come back to play until, what, next
Thursday.
Wednesday or Thursday?
Thursday, but it's a back-to-back. So you're at home Thursday with Washington and then at Portland Friday.
Gotcha.
And I thought to myself, you know, does he maybe sit Jokic on that Thursday game? And then if you're sitting Jokic, are you also sitting KCP because you don't want him playing a back-to-back?
Sure.
Jamal because you don't want him playing are they going to punt this first game out of the break too?
I would hope they don't, but if they choose to do that for whatever reason, that's on them. I would hope that the Nuggets with 27 games to play to win. Well, now, you know what's weird, Rob? You know that they're favored to win the Western Conference, and most odds makers they're favored. They are favored to win the Western Conference, and yet they're third in the odds in the division.
Yeah, but what that tells you is that people believe this team is built, and they know once they get maybe kind of like we've been talking the past couple of weeks here. They just want it, like Vic, exactly what you say. They want to get to April. Get me to April, and let's friggin' go. And I think that people believe that when they get to April, that this team will be able to play their best basketball and survive because they've been there, done that. Now, not necessarily in the regular season. They may scuffle a little bit, finish in third, but once it comes down to real crunch time, winning on the road, winning wherever, people believe the Denver Nuggets are the team to beat.
So it leads me to this question, and I want to ask this question about the Avs too, but let's start with the Nuggets. I heard you say at the end of the broadcast on Wednesday, Vic, they don't get to play around anymore.
No.
There's no skating through the end of the season here. They're going to have to play hard through the end of the season. But in years past, the number 1 seed has been won with 53 wins last year, 52 wins 3 years ago. How many wins do you think they need to get to be a 1 seed? And do you even feel like it's that important that they end up as the 1 seed? Or are you comfortable with them sitting in a 4 spot going into the playoffs?
I think a 3 seed or better is necessary. I think a 3 seed or better, because I think you do need home court. You're going to get in the first round if you're a 4 seed or better. But I want home court in the second round, too, if it falls out.
Well, then it's got to be the 2 seed, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on how it works out. You're
yeah,
right.
it depends on how the first round goes.
But,
but Robbie, I'm with Vic. Vic, I think you're right on the money with this. I wouldn't personally feel comfortable with anything lower than a 3 seed. I would have a bit of trepidation going into the postseason. I mean, I really would. I think my honey hole right now is 3 or higher. I mean, obviously, I'd take a 4, but I think, even in the best of times, you need home court advantage. You want to be in front of people here at Ball Arena because the Nuggets play so damn well there.
So what is that, Vic? 20 games? They got to win 20?
Let's see. I'm looking at it right now. All right, the Nuggets are 36-19. Minnesota won again last night. Did you see what Minnesota did in the first quarter against Portland?
I mean, it was Portland.
I get it. But did you see what they did in the first quarter? I mean, there are a lot of teams that the Nuggets play that don't end the game in the first quarter.
Yeah.
The Minnesota Timberwolves last night, as I pulled this up against the Portland Trailblazers, scored 44 points in the first quarter and were up 44-16 right out of the chute. 44-16
And
in the first quarter.
I did the same thing as you. I then switched over to watch Utah and Golden State because that game was over.
That game was over. So right now, Minnesota has a 3-game advantage in the West. 3 games. Last year at this time, the Nuggets led the West going into the Western Conference. And it wasn't just leading the West. There was a 9-game split between the Nuggets and the rest of the West, the 4, 5, 6 seeds, after the All-Star break. It was a huge disparity.
Yeah.
They could literally roll down the hill into the playoffs and get a top 4 seed. There's no rolling this year, Rob. There's no rolling. They're 3 games out of first, and they're only 3 games out of 5th or 6th, and they're only 4 games out of 7th. So there's a fine line there. You can't mess around. So sitting players here and there, while it sounds great, you got to get home court if you want to defend your crown.
And I know,
Robbie, real quick. This is where Michael Malone's going to earn that bread. This is a very fine line between a veteran playoff team that is coming off a championship and ready to defend, and let's get to the postseason. And holy crap, we've got to be able to get there in some sort of decent shape so we don't blow it in round 1 or 2. We need to get there. And Michael Malone, Rob, said yesterday they're mentally and physically and emotionally exhausted at this point. And I think that has to do with the lack of depth. I think it has to do with the target on their back every single night. I think it has to do with the bench not pulling as much weight as you want it to, so the starters have to play more minutes. All of that is encompassing, and Vic's, I think, 100% correct. They may have the same uniforms on this year, but what they're going to do and the way it's going to look is going to be completely different.
Minnesota's for real.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody who do not sleep on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Remember last year in the playoffs when the Nuggets eliminated them in 5 games? It was great. They were missing 2 key players, Minnesota was. 2 key players. Their best bench player, the big fella, whose name escapes me, with the long hair, and he makes threes, and he's played at Kentucky.
I'm just going to let you struggle through it.
And then they're missing their best perimeter defender last year, and then they didn't have Monty Morris to come in and help.
Yeah.
They're missing some players, and that team is much better built this season.
And I think it was Bruce Brown who said that he felt like that was their toughest series of the playoffs.
He did.
Because the 2 7-footers make it so tough.
I want to stay away from playing Minnesota until the conference championship game is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so, and Moj, I'll start with you. How many games do you think they need to win to get to that 1 seed?
Naz Reid.
Naz Reid. That's a great question. Golly, Rob, I don't know. It's got to be somewhere in the early 50s.
What'd they win last year?
53.
They won 53
Yeah,
last year.
but the whole conference is better. Yeah. And so
And
I
that's
think
the
it's going to require more.
You're not climbing over just one team. Like, you're talking about having to climb over 3 teams. The thought that all 3 of them kind of slink back, I don't think you're going to get that to happen. I think you're going to have to go take it. And, if you go 20-7 and get to like 56 wins, I don't think that's enough for the 1 seed, Vic.
It may not be, but like I said, I think a top 3 seed is good enough for me. I don't think you necessarily need the 1 seed. I am committed, if the Nuggets are healthy and they have a Game 7 in Minneapolis, or Game 7 in OKC, or Game 7 in LA against the Clippers, I think the Nuggets win it. I like the Nuggets in that situation.
Well, that's why they're favored in the Western Conference.
I like the Nuggets. Now, to finish at that number, 53 wins, as you mentioned, they'll have to go 17 and, 17 and 10 down the stretch. That's
Hold on a second.
What's wrong with that?
Hold on a second. If you don't think 17 and 10 is doable, then you know what? That's on you, man.
Who said that?
Must be.
Nobody said it wasn't doable.
Okay, I'm just saying that's entirely doable.
No, but I'm thinking I want them more to go like 23-4 is what I want.
If you want them to win the conference, 23-4 is going to be necessary.
Yeah.
If you want them to win the conference. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Minnesota with a 3-game lead, their schedule down the stretch, OKC schedule down the stretch, not hard. Yeah. Not hard.
Okay, but there's going to come a time when the Nuggets put their seriousness together. There's going to come a time when all of the want and the grit and the let's go get it comes out. That time is going to happen. Now, I hope it's sort of sooner rather than later, but these are the dog butt days of the season. February is full of dog butts. Rick, come over here. Let me see your dog butt. I mean, dog butt days of the year, and I know there's going to be a push coming, Vic. I just don't know when that's going to be. And it's not going to be like it was last year for the Nuggets. It's going to be much, much more difficult. And we'll see. We'll see where the intestinal fortitude is.
Guys, as I think about this, embrace the adversity. Embrace it, because it's not supposed to be easy. You're not supposed to go 16-4 in a playoff run. That's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to have things fall your way to where you can go 16-4 and break the curse. That doesn't happen. That's why it's only happened once in the history of the Nuggets. It's supposed to be hard. You're supposed to have a very tense Game 7. It's supposed to be that way.
Well, real quick, I want to flip it and talk about the Avs too. So, Moj, I think it's very important that they win their division and avoid having to play Dallas or Winnipeg in the first round, make those teams play each other. Because then the drop-off from there to the wild card spot is like the Kings with, 58 points or something like that?
Right, yeah.
So I think that 1 seed is incredibly important for the Avs. And for lack of a better term, the disaster of a road trip they just went on. How many wins do you think they need? How many points do they need to get before the end of the season?
When you're talking about the points, You're not going to win the conference. Listen, right now you're sitting with 70 and Vancouver's got 80, although Vancouver will be in town. What is it, Tuesday night? I think it's Tuesday night Vancouver comes to town, so they'll be here before too long. But the idea is that if you want to win the division and worry about Vancouver at a different time, you're probably going to need north of 100 and probably somewhere 108, 110, probably, I'm thinking. Dallas right now is playing terrific hockey. They got a 4-point lead on the Avs with a game in hand. They're 8-1-1 in their last 10 games. Now, again, their schedule has not been like the Avs. Think about it. When you come out of the break and you've got New York and you've got Jersey and you've got Carolina, and you've got Florida, and then you got Washington there, you win that one. Then you got Tampa. Tampa's won 11 of the last 14 going into now they were 10 of 13 going into last night's game. It's kind of a murderer's row. You got to get home, collect your thoughts, and you've got to find yourself a little bit here. Jared Bednar, and we'll play some comments as the day goes on.
Have them.
Martin, if you have the comment about going back sort of to square one, it's a little bewildering. They've shown video. They've done all that stuff. Here's the coach explaining at least what the main issue is right now.
Yeah, it was an entertaining game. I just keep looking at the goals against that were given up for me, and it's got to mean more to us to wanting to win has got to mean more to us. I think like some of the defending details that we'll do it right for 15 minutes at a time. Whether it's mental, physical, our buy-in, whatever it is, like at times during the game, it's just like we make, we play soft and we come in our zone, more than one guy at a time, and, swinging off checks, and they execute and capitalize and score, and then we go do it right again for another 15 minutes.
He used the S word there. He used it. He used the
What's
S
that?
word. Soft. He used it. And he's not wrong.
Totally.
You got to clean it up in aisle 3. Clean it up.
There's no doubt.
Accept a check. Work through a check.
It's the beginning part of that. Martin, if we could play that just one more time, where he said, and I'll comment on it. Let's just play it one more time.
I mean,
so
it was an entertaining game. I just keep looking at the goals against that were given up for me, and it's got to mean more to us.
There you go. Stop right there. It's got to mean more to us. You've got to be committed to defend. Michael Malone said the same thing, Vic. Did he not?
Yeah.
Michael Malone said, I don't know what I'm getting out of my team defensively on any given night. I have no idea. He says, and we can't live like that. And Coach Bednar, listen, the way the National Hockey League works, you can defend really well for 56 minutes of a 60-minute game. And those 4 minutes, Nikita Kucherov and Steven Stamkos are going to stick it in your net. I mean, that's if you don't defend well, that's the God's honest truth.
Is
you
that
have
why
to be
he's
committed all the time, and you have to want it. And right now, these are dog days, and what it takes to defend for 60 minutes is a pain in the butt. It's hard. You have to want to do it.
Is that why he started Eustace? Because I was watching the Tampa Bay broadcast last night, and they said, they wanted to send a message. That Bednar wanted to send a message by sitting Georgiev. Not that Georgiev was playing bad, but that the defense needs to be better. Is that what it was, Moj?
And I thought the defense, Rob, I thought there were a lot of good things that were done last night. I thought Devon Taves, for the most part in that game, was great against Nikita Kucherov. In fact, he forced Kuch into an interference penalty because Kucherov just got so frustrated. But when you're talking about power plays and you're talking about losing defensive coverage when Taves is not on the ice and a guy loses his man, it's situational awareness. You look at the second Kucherov goal, and I'm not going to put it on any specific guys, but guys want to fly the zone a little bit. Guys want to, before you have possession of the puck, guys are starting to move north because they want to score. The intention is good, but the attention to detail. The intention is good. The attention to detail is not right.
And real quick, because we're up against it, but Vic, when your coach is using words like soft and you're having players-only meetings, should we be a little bit more alarmed than we are right now? Because that is, all said, that's a concerning confluence of events there.
Well, I don't know. My interpretation of Jared Bednar's comments is very frustration. He's tired of it. Tired of it. Like, come on. We talked about this, right? It's like we've gone through this. We've discussed this. When are you going to show me this? That's what I hear when he says it. I don't know what you hear.
Moj, what do you, is that worrying to you that you got your coach talking about soft and players-only meetings?
It's not. No, it's not. I don't think it's worrying, Rob. I think that every team will go through something like this. They're too good to not figure it out. They're too good not to have that pride and to have the want to. Right now, they are in a rut, R-U-T rut, and they've got to break out of it because if you get too far behind, you're going to be in serious trouble. But they're in a rut, and it all starts in their own end. I'm completely convinced of that.
All right.
And now the power play too. It's just that you're in a major rut overall. You are, and hopefully sometime.
Is it a groove or a rut?
Both. You call. Well, I'll put it this way: when you're in a groove, baby, you're in a groove.
Oh.
When you're in a rut, you're stuck in a rut. Vic knows about that. He's put his car into a rut, into a ditch on numerous occasions.
Hey, did your dog recognize you when you walked in at 2 a.m?
Actually, he ran into the garage to greet me, and he turned around and ran right back in the house. I'm
Whoa.
not sure that he did. And then when I got in the house, he started sniffing me, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, what's up?" My other
Did you
dog,
tell him about
my
that
girl
elevator
dog.
story?
Yeah, man, that probably got him in.
Oh my God.
That reeled him in.
Coming up next,
The second half of that elevator story.
I want to talk about the Orange Crush. Randy Gradishar finally getting in the Hall of Fame, and he announced who will present him. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I was waiting to see what he was going to say to us. You know what I mean? It's Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane. And I want to spend a little time talking about the Orange Crush because it is before my time.
I was going to say, you're not old enough. No, you cannot be old enough for the Orange Crush.
I'm not. But I did. So I worked for Broncos
You weren't
Radio.
even a thought. No, but hold on a second. Let's put things in perspective.
Were your parents even thinking about
no
producing you at that point?
Not even.
My parents,
not even.
I think my parents were in high school when that happened. Maybe.
Wait a minute.
But how old were you for the Orange Crush?
Let's see. I was 8 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
producing already.
Yeah, I was right there as well. Vic and I were the
I had
same
3
age. We were
kids.
just little tiny guys.
No, I was not even a thought of existing on this planet yet. But
Hey, Rob, you go to the village in Italy. This is my mom. How old's your mom?
Don't you guys have
She's
like music that you play when he starts talking
10
about
years?
Italy?
She's 10 years older than me. Okay.
Hey.
All right, we're in the same high school together.
My aunt Anna Maria is 3 months older than me.
That's great. Marty, what do I do here? How do I?
We go back to the Tampa Bay elevator.
Yeah.
Mosh?
He brought you
sounds
here.
good.
All right,
for
what
us.
about the Orange Crush? Obviously Randy Gradishar brings some memories back.
Yeah, and so I got to work with Randy Gradishar because we would do these traveling Broncos extravaganzas, right? And we'd bring the Super Bowl trophies out and we'd bring out old players, and Randy Gradishar was always one that was kind enough to come out. And he is one of the nicest human beings on the planet.
Great human.
I mean, it is incredible. I was a lowly, promotion assistant setting up tents and stuff like that. And the guy could not have been more nice or humble to a kid he didn't even know who's working for minimum wage.
You could tell a lot about a person.
Yeah, by how they treat people.
Yeah.
And so I want to say that about him, that he's a tremendous human being. But he is kind of representing this Orange Crush defense.
He isn't kind of. He is. He's the only Hall of
one.
Famer of that defense, and it's one of the greatest defenses in the history of football.
And he has now announced that Tom Jackson
Perfect.
is going to be the one to
Perfect.
present him into the Hall of Fame,
Yeah.
which kind of goes to that point. I think that's kind of a cool moment.
I
don't
think
you,
it's
Vic?
perfect. Tom Jackson, the longtime broadcaster who still has his fastball. He's no longer doing it with, Boomer, and that was a great team.
That is my child.
That was exactly most of us.
TJ
right?
and Boomer is my child.
The fact that he's bringing Tom Jackson to present him in Canton this summer is going to be something to watch, and I can't wait. It's going to be fun. I'm wondering if we're going to go. We go a lot to these Hall
we
of Fame
should.
deals. We do a lot of this.
We absolutely should, Vic. This is
Now,
this
tell
is
the
right.
boss.
This is Vic Lombardi territory right here. I mean,
Well-
this is Vic Lombardi. You're like a pig in slop in this kind of thing.
It's fun because we finally have a representative of what I believe to be the greatest defense in Broncos history. And I'm going to get some pushback here because there are a lot of those of you out there that call it the Super Bowl 50.
Super Bowl 50.
See,
that was a really,
one
really,
year.
really good.
That was 1 year. That was one remarkable year. The no-fly zone, 1 year of record-breaking, record-setting defense. The Orange Crush was a 3 to 4 year defense.
Now, hold on. Don't hold Trevor Siemian against the Broncos defense.
I'm just telling you
that
what
defense the next year could have done the exact same thing if you gave them 20 points a game.
the Orange Crush defense did things back then that had never been done before.
Yeah.
All right? It had never been done before. They led the league in defensive scoring. They didn't give up many points. When they used to play the Raiders before that year, the Raiders they'd drum them 30, 40. I mean, they'd drum them. They kept the Raiders in check. That defense was the reason they went to the Super Bowl. And to have finally a representative from that defense, can't wait. You remember, it was Tom Jackson. If you look back at the old Hall of Fame videos, it was Tom Jackson who ran by John Madden in the AFC Championship game and said, "It's over, fat boy." Was it Fat Man or Fat
Man?
They called him something like
yeah.
that.
Fat Man, yeah. It was such a good defense. And, of course, it was a 3-4. I mean, listen, John Ralston had quit. Red Miller came in from the Patriots. And
Joe Collier was the author of that defense.
Yeah, Joe Collier was the author of that defense, and it was a 3-4, Rob. And in those times, it was a very unique thing. And I think, in all honesty, I do think that defense and the way it operated hurt Randy Gradishar's ability to get into the Hall of Fame before he did. Because I don't think people, some of the youngins who started to come in and be voters in the National Football League Hall of Fame process, I don't think they could believe the numbers that Randy Gradishar put up in that defense. I don't think they understood what a unique concept it was and how Gradishar roamed and busted people up. And so I think that they thought that maybe they were inflated when they truly were not. I mean, I don't know who it was, whether it was Leggy or whether it was Woody went back and, I mean, just yet every damn tackle that Gradishar ever made in his life, and it's all legit, right? And you try to show people and you try to make them understand. But think about this, Vic, some of these names, Paul Smith, Barney Chavis, Lyle Alzado, of course, in the early days.
I'll stop you when I tell you the next person that should have been in already. Go ahead.
Reuben Carter, Bob Swenson, Joe Rizzo, Billy Thompson, great player, Louis Wright.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah,
Louis Wright is a Hall of
I think
Famer.
Louis Wright should be in there. Steve Foley was part of that. Bernard Jackson.
Louis Wright is Champ Bailey before Champ Bailey. Maybe not as athletic.
100%.
I feel like we should go straw poll here. Now, I know it's normally the pale doctor here that does it, but 2015 Broncos defense, the no-fly zone, or the orange crush?
Well, that's going to win because that's recency bias.
Recency
Yeah,
bias.
it's recency bias.
90% of the people listening to this radio show never saw the Orange Crush defense.
That's fair.
Let's start there.
That's fair.
And all they saw. Hell, there are people born that never saw Super Bowl 50 defense.
Are you being
let alone-
ageist right now?
No, I'm being ageist in a reverse way.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Only people above 60 can vote is what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Is that like only people my age and Moses' age can really relate to both defenses.
Yeah.
You can't. You never saw it.
Yeah, 100%.
And,
Well, but
and
here's
that's
the thing,
a fair
too.
That isn't being critical of you. I wish I was your age.
You've got kids, you've got 8-year-olds out there smoking who have never seen.
What?
They've never
Well,
seen a
whatever it is.
playoff.
They've never seen a playoff game and they never saw Super Bowl 50. No, there are a lot of people out there, though, who the interesting part about the back-to-back championships in the late 90s, Rob, and this is more in your wheelhouse. I mean, you were fogging a mirror. You were a little guy at the time. But what was unique about those, they had good defenses, but what was amazing about those teams is that the offense staked them to so many leads, 10, 14 points by the time you got to the second quarter, that the defense was allowed to absolutely go hog wild.
Blitz, rush, do whatever
Blitz,
they wanted.
yeah. I mean, and bizarre blitzes, all sorts of unique schemes and that sort of thing, and they were allowed to really pin their ears back and just go kick some major butt because the offense had already staked them to a lead. That was a very, very good defense, but it was a unique circumstance where they didn't have to hold the fort. The offense did its job and said, okay, now you guys go flatten these other guys, and that's exactly what they did.
Well, and real quick, wasn't the Orange Crush the first time the Broncos were, like, really good?
Yeah.
I mean, they kind of brought the franchise to prominence.
100%. It's what not only the franchise, it's what made our state
town.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to look at it and be very critical, have a critical sports eye, the Nuggets and the ABA were the first great team here. They had a great team, the David Thompson ABA team. They were great. Okay, great teams. But that Broncos team of '77 was a different story. At that point, the NFL was taken off, and it gave us life. It put us on the map. It really did. I do want to say this, though. The difference between the Orange Crush guys and Super Bowl 50 guys, you cannot come up with a bigger difference than this. Amato, who's a loyal listener, thanks for Amato for the text. He said, Louis Wright was my middle school math teacher. Those dudes, when they were done with their football careers, as great as they were, I mean, Randy Gradishar is a Hall of Famer. He had to get a job.
Yeah.
He worked for Phil Long for years. Louis Wright became a teacher. These guys all had to work. You think DeMarcus
like
wears
a Mammoth player now.
You think DeMarcus wears a math teacher somewhere?
Yeah.
You think Champ Bailey is out there working for a dealership? It's a different era. There's so much money in sports today. So much money.
Von Miller ain't going into the mortgage business.
No.
Okay.
No.
I mean,
Hey, wait, but
unless he
Marino?
buys a company. Yeah.
There's no Sean Marino in the mortgage business. Good point. So maybe it's not that different.
Jerry Judy sold me a car last week.
He's going to be doing that as a full-time job.
Could you imagine? Hell, I'm going to go right down Mosier's wheelhouse here. There was a time when these great athletes would put everything down, jump in an air fighter, and go to war. I mean, that you want to talk about a different era.
Yeah.
That's true. And Rob, last thing too, if you go, I mean, it wasn't, I mean, maybe it was like this a little bit. They had to get jobs. But if you go back, let's say the old Brooklyn Dodgers days, right? And obviously years and decades before my time, before I was born. But these guys like lived in the store in the house next door to you in a row house, right? The Brooklyn Dodgers, right? And in the offseason, they would go find job. They would have jobs waiting for them in the offseason.
And not mediocre players, great players.
Great players, but they live next door to Mr. and Mrs. Smith with 8 kids. I mean, they, in a row house in Brooklyn. I mean, it's the God's honest truth to think about where the hell things are right now. It's just, it's amazing.
All right, coming up next, an awful end to an awful road trip. Moj dragged himself out of bed to talk to us about it, and we'll do that on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Okay, here we go in 3, 2, 1. The Mosier special still going on right now at Silterhorn Motors in Broomfield. $1,000 in extra trade assist or free 3-year maintenance or $1,000 in free accessories. Take advantage right now. Go to Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield or sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com.
That's right. Grooving into a Friday. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. There you go. Moj feeling it, even though he had to crawl out of bed after only a couple hours of sleep.
Okay, you know what? I know
man.
Listen, Moj, let me first tell you, we poke fun at Moj a lot, but that was a ridiculous road trip, and he came in hot late last night, early this morning. So credit to you for getting up and sharing a few moments of your elevator stories. That to me is what made this morning.
Is that a Rancho Cucamonga?
Yeah, that's an offense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is easily, if you were here, that jar would be full right now. Avs lose, and Nathan McKinnon gets hit in the face with a puck. And when I saw that, Moj, you and Riker were really quick to comment, hoping that the visor caught it. When I saw that, I was worried, man. I was like, oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Vic, I didn't think the visor caught it. Riker was very, very sure that it did. I was not so sure. And if you look at it, it looks like it went off the under part of the visor and then caught him right in the side of the nose, like right there, like the side of the nose / cheekbone. I'm thinking to myself, God, broken cheekbone. You know, if it's one of those plays, if you come out with just a broken nose, right, then you're probably in really good shape. And obviously he returned to the game, but I don't know what
That's
you do
such
now.
a
Let's
hockey
say,
thing to say.
Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
In what other line of work? As you say that, folks, he came in 10 minutes, he went to the room, came back, and he was playing, and his nose was all jacked. You could see it's swollen. It's probably busted. They didn't report about it afterwards. But how many jobs besides hockey and possibly football, wrestling's another one. Kudos and shout out to all those wrestlers, those state wrestlers at Ball Arena this weekend. How many other jobs can you suffer an injury of that magnitude and just continue with your job? Because if that happened to Marty, he'd be so out of that freaking room right now.
Nah, Marty's a champ. Marty's a hockey guy.
Well, it's funny.
I'm done.
We just talked about that too because Vic, I don't know. I guess it's just the mentality. I'm going to have surgery on the morning of April 8th. Okay, there's a break in the schedule.
You are?
The game on the 9th. Yeah,
Just
it's a national TV
elective
game.
surgery. Nothing really you need to tend to.
No,
I'm just going to pick something.
I've got a little C factor on my face that they need to go. Dig out and get out.
Where's it at?
Yeah.
Let me see.
It's right here.
Is it a mole or is it?
No, it's basal. It's basal cell.
Yeah, I had one right here.
It's getting in there, and I've had it done. But anyway, so they got to go in, and they got to get it out. Anyway, it's a long-term
These
process.
are the old
but the
talking.
deal,
Wear
yeah,
sunscreen.
these are the old stock.
Just let him go.
Wear sunscreen, Rob.
I get
But
it.
I said to Martin, I said, well, if I was in another league, what would he's got? Are you going to do the show on the 9th too? I mean, are you going to take the 9th off to recover and all this? I'm like, I'll probably just do the show. What do I mean? Just because I have a thing on my face doesn't mean I can't talk.
Have you
right?
thought, as long as you're going in there and getting that done, getting that removed, about doing something about your chin and this?
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well just take it all out.
Yeah. The funny part is they do have, because it is my face, and this is pretty good.
Yeah.
We're getting into HIPAA stuff here, fellas.
Oh yeah.
You
Well,
must not have listened to this show before.
Yeah.
You must be new here.
I mean, I know
No, but-
it's your choice.
But because it is after the guy goes in or the gal or whoever's going to do it goes in and gets it all out and they're going to have to have a plastic surgeon come in and try to make it look as nice as possible because it's right there in the middle of my face. So anyway,
So do the chin too.
But I said I'll just do the show on the 9th. No big deal. What do I care? It's
sure, because how could you look
I mean,
those
look like a
hockey
chump.
players
I'll
in
probably
the
look like a
face?
chump. I'll look like an idiot. Yeah, exactly. So, but it's just one of those things where you just do it, man. And McKinnon comes out and his nose is. I don't think it was a perfect nose, but it's a pretty damn good nose.
Dude, but his nose right now looks swole.
Yeah.
swole.
So then, what do you do? So do you wait until the off season and have it readjusted, or do you wait until your career is over and have it done?
No, I mean they're probably doing that this morning, aren't they?
Are they?
I mean, wouldn't they?
Well, I mean,
I don't know. Set the nose.
Well, that's. I don't know if you're setting it. That's surgery, though, Jack. Isn't that surgery?
Well,
I don't know what it is.
It depends
You tell
how
me.
bad it is. You can just have it set.
I broke my nose. Didn't have surgery. Of course, I have now. What's that called?
Can you breathe through it?
Yeah. What's that called when they tell you got to go in there and get that surgery?
Crushed septum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a septum
Soft.
issue.
Yeah.
And
Dude,
I never
had
got
this.
it done.
I had the same. That is so weird. I had the same thing. I went in one time because my sinuses were all jacked.
Yeah.
I had to have sinus surgery, and the doc goes to me, "Hey, when did you break your nose?" I said, "Doc, hey, look here, man. Hey, I didn't break my nose." He goes, Yeah, you did. At some point, you broke your nose. You just didn't know that you broke your nose. You got bonked. You know, you got hit. You got whatever. Your nose broke, and that friggin' septum started to gradually rotate all the way over and clog
Must
everything
be when
up.
you fell out of bed that morning and did your
Yeah, it
Achilles.
must have been. Yeah. No, it must have been in the shower when I got hit myself with a shampoo bottle, Vic.
Let me see if I can drag us back on track here.
Yeah, drag us back on. Anyway, so to add injury to insult, the Avs lose at Tampa in the finale in a game where they had a 3-2 lead in the third. And Rob, this is what we get back to here, okay? And this is where maybe it's disappointing. You're down 1-0, you're down 2-1. You take a 3-2 lead on the Lehkonen goal.
I was confident.
Power
there.
play goal, and it felt really good. A great play by McKinnon and Lehkonen. And then Stamkos gets behind you on a breakaway. Now, was it an offside call? I think if you really got down, and we never saw the angle looking straight down the blue line. The NHL has access to that, but we don't. I think it might have been offside, but I think it's also one of those ones where it's too close to call. And if you're down, if you get called for a penalty there because you lose the challenge, then you're really up a creek. As it turns out, they were up a creek because Kucherov did Kucherov things on a breakdown play. But Stamkos is cherry picking in a great feed ahead, and he's in on a breakaway. And Steven Stamkos, what a sick move he made. Beautiful move, man. You got to give him credit.
And the NHL doesn't want to overturn that goal. They want that goal in the
It's a highlight
NHL.
goal.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So, but here's my question, right? It felt like for the majority of the season that you have been way too dependent on your top line. Now you can be because they're incredibly talented. But with the Ryan Johansson thing going the way the Ryan Johansson thing went.
Yeah, but what helps, Robbie, I'm not gonna mitigate the Johansson thing. I hate to jump in, but consider this too as you go on. The defensive core is the number one scoring blue line in the entire National Hockey League. You get more production out of your defensemen than every other team in the league. So that helps mitigate things in terms of overall forward depth. Now, please continue.
Well, I was just going to say, so you had what was your third line really turn into your second line. And don't get me wrong, they were playing great. But the level that they were playing at is average for a second line. And then all of a sudden LOC goes out, and it just feels like, Mo and Vic, you can jump in here too, it just feels like they're missing just a little bit of punch. Like they are leaning too much on their superstars, and they can because McKinnon is that good and Rantanen is that good and Makar is that good. But it just feels like they're missing something.
I thought Mark Rycroft made a great salient point last night. As soon as Nate had to leave the ice with the nose problem, he said, okay, this is an opportunity for the rest of this team, minus their best player. Let's go. We need to pick it up. We can't rely on him. We need to pick it up. And to be honest, in those 10 minutes he was gone, they didn't. Now, did they compete? Yes. But they didn't pick it up.
And that was kind of my point. So he goes out with the injury, and are you too dependent on 29, Moj?
Well, yeah, but I mean, are the Lightning too dependent on Kucherov? Are the Oilers too dependent on Connor McDavid? Yeah, probably. I mean, you are dependent on every team's dependent on their best players, but at what percentage? And that's the difference, I think, between, if you're talking about the postseason, that line, Rob, is going to be absolutely smothered. Mm-hmm. I mean, whomever they play in the first round is going to focus so tremendously on the top line, which is why, again, if you want to get Ryan Johansson going, that's a Jared Bednar thing. And I don't know what you do. I don't know how you do it. I don't know if you change the game plan. If you have his two ideal wingers with him, in a Val Nichushkin and an Arturi Lehkonen, I mean, he can just give the puck to those guys and go to the front of the net, and he's probably going to eat like a horse, So I'm trying to be optimistic here and think down the road when things are constructed the way that we envision them to be. And then, by the way, let's say you drop a Gabe Landeskog into the mix. Oh, my God! Now
By
you're
the way,
really cooking with grease.
I'm glad
So
you
I mean,
brought
listen,
that up.
and I'm being entirely optimistic here. I'm
I mean,
going
do you
for,
know
I'm
something we
swinging
don't?
for the. No,
I don't
I'm
know.
swinging for the fences, but what I'm saying is then a lot of your problems they start to dissipate in a hurry.
Sure.
I don't know anything for sure. All I can tell you is that I feel that a Gabe return would not be surprising to a lot of players. A Gabe return for the postseason. Now, will it happen? No certainty, but it wouldn't surprise people.
Because there's been
And Gabe was there last night. Gabe was he flew home with the team last night. He was doing some rehab stuff on the East Coast, and he decided to join the team in Tampa. And Coach Bednar talked about it, Rob. Just having him around. We talk about it's good for the guys. It's probably good for Gabe as well to get back with the boys, even if it's for 24 hours, but get back with the guys. And
No, but that's good to hear. If you're having players-only meetings and stuff like that, to have the captain on the plane with you, that's not nothing.
We have to keep reminding ourselves something, okay? The majority of the remaining games are at home for the Avalanche. The trade deadline still is approaching.
They've played more road games than anybody else in the league.
Exactly. That and Val, you hope, is going to return. All right. And that's a big piece of this puzzle.
Sure. He was playing great.
Gabe, you hope, can return. So it's not like you're looking out into the horizon saying, oh, crap, man, they got nothing left. There's a lot left, and there's a lot to lean on. That's what makes the Avs landscape a little different than the Nuggets landscape. All the Nuggets can lean on is history, that they've been there and done that. They don't have that waiting for them. There's not that great player or two waiting for them. That person doesn't exist.
Not walking through that door?
Listen, the Avs have 26 games, the Nuggets have 27. They're both in the same spot right now. They're both sort of swimming right now. Right now they are. The difference is the Avs have people coming back that are going to make them better. The Nuggets don't have that. All they have is, well, we've been there, we've done it, and we know we could play better. You tell me what the better I don't know. You guys tell me. Who's in the better chair right now?
I guess I'd rather be in an Avs chair right now, to be honest with you, Vic. I'd rather be in the Avs chair where if and when guys come back, you know you're a more complete team. But it's a very fine line in the salary cap era for a team that has an open window like the Avalanche do. And I'll pose this question to you. Do you give up future assets right now? And this is where teams get in trouble, Rob. This is where the three-time Cup champion Chicago Blackhawks go right into the tank because they've paid all this money and guys got old and they've given away picks and so on to try and continue to win. But you know what? You do win. You win. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Blackhawks won 3 Stanley Cup championships.
Right, and we're a dynasty, right?
Yeah, correct. Do you start to give away future assets and maybe sacrifice 5 years down the road, 8 years down the road to try and get it done now and make the bold but proper moves or bold but solidifying moves right this second?
8 years is a long time, though. To look 8 years down the line is hard.
Right, nobody's guaranteed. That's Kyle Shanahan. Yeah. I mean, hey, I might even be around on Sunday. Yeah.
I think most sports fans and people listening, I mean, I'm not saying that the future isn't important. I'm saying that the future is now. You are in. This is the golden era. I mean, we have never seen an era where both teams that share the same building are this good at the same time.
It's a great time to be a Denver sports.
At the same time. So when you are in that golden era, your wheelhouse, give me fastballs, baby. I ain't got time to deal with I don't have time for 8 years. I don't care about what happens 8 years from now. And on a personal level, I'll probably be dead. Let's go.
It sounds like on the other side, we're going to talk about Sidney Crosby and if the Avs should talk about it. We going to trade for him? We're going to do that next? We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. And we'll just spend 2 seconds on it because I've got a lot of angry text messages about the Sidney Crosby to the Avs comment.
Angry?
Yeah, because people think it's stupid, and it is. It's not likely to.
Well, let's do this. Let's have our all-time wish list about things.
Okay.
All right. I wish I had a boat with its own boat. When you go to Tampa, Florida, and you go to Fort Lauderdale, oh my God, do you know how many boats are out there? And they've got the boat has its own boat.
Okay, that's your wish.
And
the yacht
and the boat's boat is bigger than any boat that I could ever have, kind of boat.
Yeah.
Okay,
so that's a wish of mine.
The
Now,
yacht with the wave runner in there.
Yours is Crosby, so that's very nice, Rob. Great.
Vic, what's your
wish?
I have 2 wishes. I wish I had my own golf course.
Okay, that's great.
Even a 3-hole course. My own golf course. That's number 1. Number 2, wish I were 6'5", because if I were 6'5", I'd be an NBA player. I wouldn't be on
I've
the
heard
show.
about your shot, Vic. I don't know.
I'd be an NBA player. I wouldn't even be here.
I don't know.
No, he's got buckets, but you would
No.
be because your career would be over by now because you couldn't keep up.
I heard Katie Wingy was the only one that had buckets last time you went out and played a game there, Vic.
What are you talking about?
I heard that you were.
Where are you hearing these things?
Your show.
You're hearing the wrong things.
That you couldn't make
I
a
don't
bucket to
understand
save your
anything that
life.
you said.
There have been days
Okay,
when you don't
well,
make buckets.
so I don't know if an NBA player.
All right, is that the wish
So-
list then? So you're saying this is a far-fetched wish that Sidney Crosby, no chance,
Yeah, I
right,
mean-
Moj? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's not a chance in hell. Number 1, number 2. I mean, this is one of those guys who he's got to end as a Penguin no matter what. I think that's the case, but it's really weird because it feels like the Penguins should be better than they are.
55
look,
points right now.
Yeah, here's the story, guys. If Wayne Gretzky can get traded, then anybody can get traded. But it feels like one of these generational guys. I mean, beyond generational, one of the best players to ever play the game has to stay.
Well,
I mean,
let's talk about the concept altogether.
By the way, you could never afford it. It wouldn't work. So on and so forth.
The rumor was that they were keeping money and you send them Bowen Byram and picks, and I know it's not likely. But let's talk about the concept, right? Because you really only probably have cap space to either add a backup goalie or some kind of third line center. You're probably not getting like a second line center.
What's
but
smarter?
Right. Well, I mean, what would you guys rather do?
I think with Val returning and the possibility of Gabe returning, those 2 items, I'd go backup goalie. That's what I would do.
Moj?
I wouldn't mind seeing that either, but you're still going to have to rectify up the middle and how you want to solidify things when the postseason rolls around, and that's a Jared Bednar thing. And I know we're not going to talk this entire segment on the Avs, but let me reiterate one more thing. The window that is open for the Avalanche and the opportunity afforded this team and the need to make hay while you can, believe me when I tell you, it is not lost. That concept is not lost on Chris McFarland and or Joe Sakic. They know exactly where they are. They know exactly what the situation is. They know exactly what they can and cannot do. They know exactly how bold they need to be. And sometimes the opportunities present themselves and you can jump at them. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes there just ain't jack squat out there that's going to help your club. So keep that in mind as we get closer to March 8th, which is the trade deadline, and what could or could not be happening in the future. And sometimes you got to dance with the girls that brung you because that's all that is available to you. So keep that in mind. But if you add a Val Nichushkin sometime, let's say in the next 3 weeks, a month, you add him back into the lineup when he was playing so great.
He was.
And somehow Gabe Landeskog is able to ramp things up and start skating harder and harder and really testing that leg because he's not done that yet. Then it's like you traded for 2 studs. You know what I mean? And Gabe hasn't played a game in almost 2 years. In fact, the last game he played was Game 6 on that ice in Tampa that we were at last night. But, I mean, it's such a jolt. It's such a boost. It's such an everything. It makes everybody believe. And by the way, I don't want to get into this road trip where you're 1-4-1 and go, oh, my God, the sky is falling. It ain't good. Believe me when I tell you it ain't good. It ain't fun. They're in a rut. There are breakdowns every game, and guys just the hearts are in the right place, but the brains are not functioning always in the right place. they're going to get out of it. They are going to get out of it, and hopefully it starts coming up Sunday afternoon against the Arizona Coyotes, but they will get out of it. And when they do, they're going to be incredibly formidable.
Okay. So I want to transition, talk a little bit about the Broncos here. There was a mock draft that came out yesterday that had the Broncos selecting at their pick at 12, Brock Bowers out of the University of Georgia, a tight end.
I would love that. I mean, I was clamoring for that for weeks. Once this draft order was put in place, give me Brock Bowers.
And I think this was CBS Sports, if I have it right. And then the Broncos trade back into the first round with next year's first round pick. And they give it to the 49ers so they can select Bo Nix at quarterback at number 30 overall.
Yeah. Whatever. I don't
Okay.
see it.
Well,
Moj, what do you think?
Well, Bo Nix has been around now forever. I mean, how old is he's got to be 24, doesn't he? Help me out, Rob. Let me look
I'll
it
look
up.
it up.
Here.
I'll
Hang
look
on
it
a
up. Go
second.
ahead. Say what you're going to say. I'll look it up.
But Bo Nix is I talked to Coach Sanford about this.
He's 23.
Talked to Mike Sanford about this. Bo Nix is my least favorite of the top 5 quarterbacks for this reason. He is very much a short passing game specialist. If you watched Oregon football, he'll throw it down the field on occasion. Most of his yards as a quarterback came from what? He'd run 3 or 4 yards and then throw that little quick option pass, and then his receiver would run for 50. That was his. I mean, that's what he plays. Are you ready to install that kind of system? Is Sean Payton going to run that system? He's that system quarterback. I'm not sure he's a Sean Payton quarterback.
What did Sean Payton just say about if there's a guy we like? I heard it last night. If there's a guy that we really, really like in the draft.
He says he hasn't even looked. He says he doesn't even know their numbers yet. I'm telling you, Sean Payton is not a rookie quarterback guy. Sean Payton is let's go get a veteran who's been there, who's at least tasted the NFL, and let's see if we can rehab that veteran. That's the kind of coach he is, and that's what I expect him to do.
Yeah, and I would too. I mean, Rob, I don't think he's got – this gets back to the patience game. How much patience do you have? And if you realize that guy in Kansas City, those people ain't going anywhere. And now in L.A., you got those people, and they ain't going anywhere.
Hey.
I mean, Justin Herbert's still a young man. Jim Harbaugh's rejuvenated. I mean, do you want to try to get fixed real quick if you're Sean Payton?
Did you hear what Dan Graziani said on ESPN this morning? You know Dan Graziani?
No, what'd he say?
Is it Graziano or Graziani? I don't know.
You're
Graziano. Dan Graziano.
Somebody asked him.
You should know you're Italian. I mean, come on, man.
In the little dinghy.
Little dinghy?
Somebody asked him, Dan, where do you see your boy Russell Wilson ending up next year? A lot of people projecting where he goes. You know what he said? Right across from me, right here at ESPN. That's what he said.
Oof.
Really?
Yeah.
Oof.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I
So
think
he's done. You're telling me he's done.
That's what he said.
Wow. So hold on a second. You're telling me that he believes that Russ is going to take that bread right off into the sunset and his career is going to be over. That's what he believes.
In fact, don't let me say it. Marty, let Dan, whatever his last name, say it.
Quarterback. Hey, Brian, if Russell Wilson was sitting right here, and this is why I disagree with Graz and Tim Hasselbeck, and we said, Russell, what do you want to be known for? Like, you want to be a Hall of Famer? Like, to Bart's point, he does not want to go out the way he did last year, and money shouldn't matter because he's getting $39 million. And that's why if I'm him, I'm going to the Combine, I'm going to sit down with Mike Tomlin, I'm getting the deal done, and let's go. And then go draft my replacement. But that's the play he needs to run if he wants his legacy to be different than what it is right now.
And I still think there's a possibility that come September, he is in fact sitting right there.
Don't get him. I mean,
wow.
That's I think that would take a lot of introspection that I don't know that Russell Wilson is going to do, because he would have to admit that he was washed at that point to do that. And I don't think there's any way that he does that. Not with his mindset, not with his positive, whatever affirmation.
Zero chance he does.
Yeah, like he never.
Zero.
There's no way he admits that to himself.
Zero.
Because I do think he ends up on some TV show somewhere when he's done. But I find that hard to believe for next year.
How would you view Russell Wilson, the sports or the football analyst? What do you think he brings to the table there?
I don't know, man. Is he really a super engaging personality?
I mean,
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, what do you think he's going to say? Do you think is he going to be critical of opposing players? Is he going to be critical of guys? You know, there's a big reason why Peyton Manning didn't go into that game. He didn't want to criticize players.
Yeah.
He started his own media company, so he does it his way. Hell, think about what Peyton Manning did. Peyton Manning had any job he wanted upon retirement. He could have been the lead guy on any network if he wanted. He could have replaced Tony Romo if he wanted. He didn't want to do that. He didn't want to be critical of other players after leaving the game. So you know what he did? He redefined the game. He started his own broadcast team, and he did it his own way. It's amazing when you think about it.
But my question
it really is
like, what do you think Phil Simms or Boomer Esiason offer on those shows?
Well, they're more critical.
They're
more critical. What do you mean? Boomer,
they are. They are.
They jump on.
Yeah.
There was a time here, Rob, where the city of Denver and Broncos country could not stand Phil Simms because they believed he was anti-Bronco, and they hated him. Trust me, I worked for Channel 4 at the time.
I get it.
And I talked to him all the time about it.
I get it.
And he was critical to a fault at times.
I just feel like Russell Wilson is very milk toasty.
But that's what I'm saying. He will never be critical. And if you're not critical, you can't do the job.
I feel like those guys don't offer much, to be honest with you.
Did you guys
I really do.
Did you guys hear Charlie Weiss
Yeah.
go off on Tony Romo? Because I went off on Tony Romo after the Super Bowl. I don't know if you heard it on this show. I said the biggest problem
I did
with the
not
Super
hear
Bowl-
that. What did he say?
So he said what I said, but he was more fierce about it. After the Super Bowl, anybody who remembers how it ended, a touchdown in overtime. How dramatic is that? Jim Nantz calls it, and then Tony Romo just blathers on for about 20 seconds about how the score. It's like, shut up. And that's exactly what Charlie Weiss said on his Sirius show. He said he ruined the Super Bowl for anybody watching that moment. He said he wouldn't shut up. He ruined it. And I agree.
I don't know that he ruined. I don't think he ruined.
I think he ruined.
I mean, come on, man.
I think he ruined the broadcast of the Super Bowl.
I mean, I have come to expect Tony Romo to do exactly what he did in that situation, but I agree with you.
I thought it was
is
awful.
annoying.
Not only annoying, you didn't even know if the game was over, because a lot of times people take their tone. You take the tone of the game from the announcer, right? Gus Johnson, Kevin Harlan, anybody that announces a game, a big moment. Oh, you couldn't even feel the moment because he was droning on about the play.
Mo, should it bother you that much?
I don't think it was great. I really don't think it was.
It was
great.
terrible. Moj, if you're calling a Stanley Cup final and Riker steps all over you in the moment like that, you will be ticked. And you know
Well, yeah, I probably would be. I don't think he'll ever do it again. If he ever gets the opportunity to ever do it again, he will never do it again. I think he's probably learned his lesson by now. He's a very excitable type of dude. He's never been in that situation like a Super Bowl like that on a game-winning touchdown. So I think it probably was very hyperventilating for him. To see it ruin the game, I think, is a bit much, but it wasn't his greatest moment. I would agree with that.
And there's talk that over the past couple of years that they've been really unhappy with him, particularly Nantz, but also the CBS crew in general, and that they've done interventions.
Jim
Nantz was 55 going on 90. Tony Romo helped revitalize him. He may be tired of him now or whatever, and Jim Nantz is an ultimate professional, but I don't think you should be hating the guy or not wanting the guy.
I would rather have Jesse Trujillo call that final touchdown, because when you think about the legacy of Super Bowl,
look at that,
and you go back and the old Hall of Fame films, the way the NFL does it, the NFL
films, yeah.
If you go back, they'll never play that because he stepped all over the championship win. They'll never play his version of it. It's going to be the radio call from somebody.
They might play just Nantz's call. Touchdown, jackpot.
Could be.
Yeah, and then cut it off there. But I agree with you. I mean, so have you heard, you had a kind of look on your face, Vic, when I said about the rumors from CBS. Have you not heard that?
About them being upset with him?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
Because I think that's why they were so lovey-dovey during the broadcast. Tony Romo went out of his way to say, "Oh, I love you, Jim. Thanks so much, blah, blah, blah." And Moj, I felt like part of that was because we might be seeing a breakup there.
Well, I don't know what his contract is, but it wouldn't be any time soon.
I
I mean,
have a
Jim Nantz, though,
prediction.
he does run the show. He does run the show.
Don't you do that as a play-by-play guy, though, Moj? Like, aren't you sitting there telling Riker, like, one more second, I'm going to say one more thing, one more second, and then go?
Well, it's sort of. I mean, there's an. How can I put
There's
it?
a rhythm. It's a dance. You get used
That
to
is
dancing
correct.
with
There's a
your
rhythm.
partner.
That is correct. There's a rhythm. There's a dance. The best play-by-play guys can work, I think, with a number of different analysts and make it work. But there are unspoken cues, Rob. There are things that you come together and it works naturally. It flows. Nobody knew how the transition would be from the late great Peter McNabb to Riker. Obviously, Riker is completely different, but it works very, very well. And I just think that there are. It's just like Vic said. It's a dance. There are unwritten cues, unspoken cues, and it just happens. You don't have to physically come on out and say. And by the way, it's also not my job. Let's say whoever it is as a color analyst, hey, you need to back off and da-da-da-da-da, unless they ask you, hey, what do you want me to do? How do you want me to say? Well, in this situation, you could lay out a little bit more, or you could jump in quicker, or whatever. But pretty much that's the producer's job. The producer is the one who's in charge of the entire broadcast. They're the ones in charge of getting everybody up to snuff. So it really isn't my job anyway.
I think Tom Brady is going to be great.
I think he is, too. A lot of people have said he's going to be bad. I think
he's going to be great. You know why?
Who are they putting him with, Vic? Who is he going to be with?
With Kevin Burkhardt.
He's going to replace Olsen on that number one team, and some people have been upset about that too.
I think
I think Greg Olson's pretty good, but I think Kevin Burkhardt is very underrated. I think he's a very good broadcaster.
I agree. He used to be a car salesman.
You're kidding.
Kevin Burkhardt, look him up. I think 10 years ago.
I could see you selling cars. Vic.
He was a car salesman, and he always wanted to be a broadcaster. And kids, never let your dreams die. He said, you know what? I can do that. And he put it all aside and said, I'm going to climb and work the minor leagues, did all that stuff, and now he's lead guy for the Fox broadcast. It's an amazing story, really. I want to say, though, Tom Brady's going to be really good because Tom Brady doesn't care what you think about him. And that really is, that's a gift. You think Tom Brady cares what we on this radio show think about him as a broadcaster? You think he cares? He's going to say whatever the hell he wants to say about anybody, and I can't wait.
Hey, that Dung Kings TV commercial, of all the commercials during the Super Bowl, the Affleck with Damon and Brady and J-Lo, that one is still getting a tremendous amount of play. Now they have all the 5-minute version of it, if you've seen that, the 450 or whatever it is. And Affleck, honestly, when I think back on that, everybody in that commercial is so good. And Brady there with the red glasses on, running the keys, and he's like, yeah, I got you, dog. I mean, he was pretty good, man. That was. Have you seen the outtakes where Affleck's like, throw it in here. Come on, not like you did to Matt Damon. Come on, not like you throw it to me hard. You like I'm your. Come on, give it to me.
So
Super good stuff,
Let's
man.
talk about that elevator in Tampa.
Hey, which of the people here do you think you'd buy a car from?
What do you mean?
Kevin Burkhardt was a car salesman.
Yeah.
Which of the altitude guys you think would be the best car salesman?
I'll get you to know.
That's what I think you might be the guy, Vic.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
No.
I'll get you in a
Moj,
nice
who do you think the best altitude sports radio car salesman is?
Well, I think that Vic would definitely put me in a car because he just badgered me to death. The one I would feel most comfortable buying a car from, the one I feel like, you know what, this guy put me in the right car and it's an honest deal and I got a good price and he cares about me by a million miles is Chris Dempsey. By a million miles. Demps is the guy. If I walk on the lot, I'm going to feel like he has my best interest at heart. Vic doesn't. Not a chance in hell.
Of course
Not
I
at
have your
all.
best interest at heart. I want you riding a car that you like.
No, you don't. You just want to get that money.
That too, but I can tell you this. The worst car salesman would be Brett Kane. He wouldn't even know if insurance is required.
I feel like Scotty's got to run for his money.
Kane would be awful.
But D-Mac, I feel like, is in the running for best car salesman too, because I feel like he kind of fits the bill.
Now, he just wouldn't stop talking.
That's right. And you'd be like, I'm going to buy the car to get out of here. You know what I mean? All right, coming up next, I want to talk about expectations over All-Star Weekend. I don't think Jokic is going to be too involved, but we'll see how involved he is in All-Star Weekend. We'll talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Can we remove this from the rotator, Marty? Isn't this the Chiefs song? Gotta fight for your right to party.
It's a great start to a song. That's all you need for a bump music.
My first concert.
Is this
Beastie
the Kansas
Boys
City?
was your first
Why is
concert?
this a Kansas City song?
Beastie Boys opened up for Run DMC.
Oh, look at you.
Red Rocks, back in the day.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Beastie Boys. Yeah, I mean, listen, I love Beastie Boys, and yes, it's a great song, but like Travis Kelce literally yelled it on the dais after they won the Super Bowl.
He yelled a lot of things.
He did. It was so annoying. Oh my God. Yeah, I just, it feels like the Chiefs song to me, but
Hey,
okay.
Rob said something during the break that I want you to hear, Moj, and I found it very curious because I told Rob, who is a passionate Buffalo Bills fan, right? I said, Rob, your Bills teams were great teams. What a run. I mean, to do what they did, to win 4 straight AFC titles, 4 straight Super Bowls, that doesn't happen. And people view those teams and the head coach, Marv Levy, oh, those guys are losers. They're not losers. Those are winners. They couldn't win the big one, but those are winners. Those are great teams that just couldn't get past that last hump. And I said, you know what? The Niners and Kyle Shanahan are the modern-day Buffalo Bills. And you said something about Kyle, and he gets a bad rap for this.
Yeah, I feel like he gets Kyle can't win the big one, all this kind of stuff. When has he had the better quarterback in the Super Bowl?
Never.
It was Matt Ryan versus Tom Brady. It was Jimmy Garoppolo versus Patrick Mahomes, and then Brock Purdy. And don't get me wrong, like, they're good players.
But it matters.
Matt Ryan was an MVP that
It matters.
year. But it matters if you have that guy.
You know why it matters? I'll tell you why it matters. The few times the inferior quarterback wins a Super Bowl, those are very memorable Super Bowls. Like Nick Foles won a Super Bowl.
Right.
He was the inferior Super Bowl. That's oh my God, Nick Foles won the Super Bowl? Can you believe that just happened?
And to your Bills point, Hostetler.
Most of the time, the better quarterback wins the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Most of the time. I just go back. Let's look at some
Let me
of the
go
Super
back
Bowls.
to. Hold on a second. Let me go back to those Bills teams. You had Jim Kelly the entire time. Did you have Troy Aikman in 3 of those? Did they get 2 of those? So then they lost to Hostetler and the Giants, and who was the 4th one?
And Washington. They lost to Washington
So
with
was it Jay Schrader?
No. Doug Williams.
Okay, yeah, Doug. Okay, so that had to have been like 91 or so.
90 through 93, yeah.
Yeah, okay, 1990. So 2 Cowboys, a Giants, and a Washington team. Wow.
You know, I was sitting in the Rose Bowl in that corner.
I could argue to you, by the way, that Jim Kelly was the better quarterback in all of those, although Troy Aikman was awesome.
Well, Troy Aikman was younger at the time, but I was sitting in the Rose Bowl when the Cowboys and Bills were playing in that Super Bowl, and I thought the Bills were the better team. I really did. And Leon Lett takes that ball, and he's about to cross that line, and I'm sitting right there. And I'm like, oh, my God, did he just – oh, my God. And that was before replay and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And
Was that Don Beebe? Was that the Don Beebe situation?
I couldn't believe my eyes in that Super Bowl. And I felt so bad for Buffalo. Felt terrible for them.
But let's put it in, like, even the Broncos. It's kind of weird to say this, but they had the better quarterback in the 2 most recent Super Bowls they've been in.
Yeah.
They had the better quarterback in the game they lost, and arguably the worst quarterback in the one that they won.
Yeah, you know, the one they won, Cam Newton at the time, wasn't he the league MVP?
Yeah.
He was the
Yeah,
league
he was a
MVP
total
that year.
stud. Total stud.
And
they
Manning,
also-
was a shell of himself.
But they won that because they had one of those, again, legendary defenses that
Yeah.
come around only so often.
Yeah,
Those are
but then when they had the better quarterback, Manning that year versus Russell Wilson was
Well, what did Seattle have?
insane.
What did I just say? Seattle had that legendary defense.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens. See, Philly won. They didn't have a legendary defense when Nick Foles won for Philly. Nick Foles played well. And that doesn't happen. The better quarterback usually wins.
It's crazy. But I do think it's a reason why you got to give Kyle Shanahan a little bit of grace. Now, we can argue about some of his decision making. Did you see they fired Wilkes, by the way?
Yeah, it was weird.
Their DC.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day. Yeah,
I don't think it's weird. If you guys noticed, when Mahomes is driving down the field at the end of the game, remember Kyle Shanahan took that time out?
Yeah.
They were playing like a soft zone coverage.
I wasn't happy with that.
Yeah, and he was fired up, man. He took that time out, and I think maybe there was just a little bit of discontent.
I think there's exactly disconnect. I think they thought about that. They said, okay, if we're gonna settle for the 3 as they did, we got to do something. We got to be a little more risky when it comes to defense. Got to do some things here to end this game. Otherwise, he's going to beat us. And they did. They beat him. They didn't go after him. They didn't go after him at all. You're right. It was just poop, poop, poop.
And I mean,
they let him dink and dunk his way down the field. I mean, in regulation, very good. Only gave up 1 touchdown late in the game, and then in overtime, carved up like a Thanksgiving turkey. But you know, and again, Wilks, I think, is a very good coach. That offense should have put up more. It just should have.
Hey,
the Niners offense should have put up more.
It does suck not to have NFL football this weekend, and now you got to wait. When does that league start? That new one, that joint venture?
I don't know. Now,
Soon,
I
don't watch that stuff. I don't know about you. You probably do.
I do like it.
I don't watch it. I think it's trash. Now tell me why you watch it.
It's like going to a minor league baseball game, Vic. I mean,
I can't get into it. I just can't.
I'm not like setting my Sundays aside to watch it, but
if it's on, you'll watch it.
Yeah, I'll put it on.
Just, I can't get myself to get into it. I can't invest enough time to get into it.
Can we talk about this, though? Because it's kind of amazing to me, and you're closer to the NBA than me, so maybe you can answer this question. They want to make a big deal out of their All-Star game. I teased it, talking about Jokic and the fact that he's probably not going to do much. So Denver fans probably don't have a lot to look forward to this weekend in terms of basketball. And therefore, for sports, you've got the Avs-Coyotes game on Sunday, but I mean, that's really it for Colorado.
Yeah.
And I just feel like what is the NBA doing?
I'm going to tell you the biggest thing going on.
Why are they putting their All-Star game the first weekend that we don't have football? Why wouldn't you put a Boston Celtics Denver Nuggets game there?
Because I think the NBA, and when they determine their All-Star game, it's a corporate event. It's a corporate event. It's not necessarily let's get the ratings event. It's a corporate event for the corporate partners. That's what it is. I've been to the last 8 All-Star games. Everything revolves around, all right, this is sponsored by this company. This is sponsored by that company. Everybody at the game is a corporate partner. That's all it's for. That's what it is. A lot of these leagues do exactly that. I'm sure the NHL does the same with their All-Star game. It's a corporate-run event. But let me tell you something this weekend. The game, everybody knows about the game. It's boring. It gets a little peppy at the end. You are going to see something different this year. The floor that they're going to play on is one of these new dynamic floors that's made of glass that you can see stats. You can see where the players run. It's going to be something. Wait till you see it. Wait till you see it.
Well, can the players see that too?
Yes. You're going to see something.
Isn't that a bit distracting?
Well, you're going to have the lines. Everything's distracting. Did you see the in-season tournament floors? Were those distracting? I mean, yeah.
But if it's going to be a clear floor where you can see stats and all that
it's an LED floor. They use these in Europe for some games. But I think you're going to see every NBA team within the next 2 seasons. Every team's going to have an LED floor. And you're going to get your first glimpse of this at the All-Star game Sunday. Take a long look, because if you don't like it, be prepared. You're going to see it.
I'll be the old man in the room.
Be prepared. You're going to see it, and you're going to see some of the things it can do, and it's going to change the way you watch an NBA game.
Moj, we let Vic put an Apple Vision Pro on for 5 minutes, and all of a sudden he's telling us about the future of glass floors.
I'm techie.
All of a sudden he's living in friggin' Tronville. I mean, come on, man.
The other thing you have to look forward to this weekend, Moj, let me give you one other item. It's not the dunk contest. It's not that. It's not the 3-point contest. It's the 3-point shootout between Steph Curry and Sabrina Ionescu. I am watching that. That is must-see for me.
Moj, you tuning in?
I want to see that.
So the game is Sunday. Let me take a look here. The game is Sunday. It's at 6 p.m. our time. So that's why our game is at 4 o'clock for the Avs and Coyotes. We're going to bleed over into the start of the NBA's All-Star game. Interesting.
But
that's why we're early.
But, what are we doing? It's the first week without football. Why don't we have Avs Golden Knights and Celtics Nuggets?
I don't think leagues look at it the way we do.
But they should.
All right. Well,
right? Isn't that? Or am I just going crazy?
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Moj?
I don't disagree with you. I mean,
well, I think there's a relationship between the NBA and the NHL. They're not going to hold their all-star games in the same weekend. You know, you want to grant that league an opportunity to showcase its stuff and the other league an opportunity as well. I don't know, man. I think that the NBA looks at it, okay, finally a hole in the schedule with no damn football. And by the way, I want to get to the ratings. Vic, you told me to get bent about ratings and about women. I'm gonna throw something your way before too long.
Rephrase that. Please rephrase that. I told you to get bent about what?
About ratings and the Taylor Swift effect. Television ratings. When we were talking about 123 million people watching the Super Bowl.
The line you used, quote, you told me to get bent about ratings and women. Something that never came out of my mouth.
You said, shut up, it's not that big of a factor. So to me, you're telling me to get bent. I mean, you can categorize it any way you want to, but that's the way I interpreted it.
All right, well,
perception. My perception is my reality, Jack.
We got to hit a break. We'll get bent next on Altitude Sports Radio. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Mojo Lombardi and Kane, and I am Rob Trujillo filling in. Kaner taking the All-Star, taking his All-Star weekend.
Hey, man, I have a question for you. You've got a G in your name, right?
Yes.
There's a G in there, and you actually pronounce it's not a hard G, it's a soft G. But let's say it was Trujillo, right? And there's no G sound at all. What do you call that? A no G? Because you're a G, and then there's a G, which is a
soft G, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a sound.
Trujillo. Trujillo is it's a soft G. If it was Trujillo, that's a hard G. But if it's Trujillo, like an Italian name, and there's no G at all, then how do you do that? What's that called?
It's Trujillo.
Trujillo.
There's a sound that is in Italian that's not in
there's
our
no
English
language.
Right.
They don't roll their G's or their R's.
So we
here.
just say Trujillo to make it easier for people
if you want
to
a
say.
hard G, I got a hard G for you.
Oh, give it to me. Give me the hard G.
What was your topic you wanted to get into?
Women in sports.
Yeah.
Hey, did you guys see
Caitlin
Clark
hitting a logo 3 for the all-time?
That was pretty crazy. That was pretty crazy.
Now they're going to have that Ionescu Steph Curry 3-point contest. They should have invited Caitlin Clark as well.
I mean, next year, right?
Hell.
When she gets into the WNBA
next year she'll
part
be
of it.
raining trays all over everybody's head. I had mentioned earlier this week, Rob, about the Taylor Swift effect. 123 plus million people watching the Super Bowl this year, and I was told by both Brett, more specifically Vic, it's just minimal, if anything. Dig this. From Front Office Sports, women proved to be a dominant part of Super Bowl's record ratings, fueled heavily by the Taylor Swift effect. Females ages 18 to 24 were up 24%, almost 25. Females ages 12 to 17 were up 11%. Overall female viewership up 9%. Women comprised 47.5% of the game's total audience, the most ever. Now, is that a coincidence, or do you think that's a legit effect of Taylor Swift on the Super Bowl 58?
So, hold on a second. Your argument is, and I think you're doing, in this case, women a disservice, that the only reason they're watching the game is to get a glimpse of Taylor Swift, who is featured for 1 minute total. That's the reason they watch the game?
No. I'm telling you, Vic, that there's probably been an interest in football and merchandise sales and everything else because of Taylor Swift. I'm telling you, she has a direct impact. In fact, let me tell you this. Before the Super Bowl, Roger Goodell, quick to credit Swift for her presence within the NFL orbit, calling her presence, quote, nothing but a blessing. Quote, she loves great entertainment, and I think that's why she loves NFL football. Ha ha.
So then why is there such a backlash? If all she does is good for the game, for the sport, and I agree.
Yeah,
I like
I
the
have no
lady.
idea.
Did you see she donated $100,000 to the fund to support the family of that young lady who was gunned down in that tragic shooting after
I
the
didn't
parade?
see that.
She came out. They were hoping for $80,000. She said, "Let me cut a check. Here's $100 right here."
That's awesome.
That is tremendous. So if all she does is good, why is there so much backlash?
I don't know, Vic. Jealousy, I mean, I don't know, overexposure, who knows?
I can tell you what it is.
I know. I have a theory. We in this country, we eat our own. When you get too big, you get eaten.
That's part of it. The other part of it is the political part of it.
I don't get that part.
Kelsey-
Everybody keeps bringing that up, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Maybe I don't watch and follow. I don't care about
Travis Kelsey did a Pfizer commercial. And
So
everybody, all the one side hated him for that, and Taylor Swift has been very public against Donald Trump. And if you would have told me that in the woke wars,
I had no idea
the liberal side would have football, I would have told you that was kind of crazy.
Well, wasn't that the opposite during the Kaepernick thing?
Yes, exactly. Well,
no, you're right. It's so funny. Even during the Kaepernick episodes, right? The kneeling. Do you know how many people I heard from that said, I'm never watching the NFL again? Do you know how many people, I go play golf. Yeah, the NFL's dead to me. And you know what I would say to them? No, it's not. No, it's not.
I know.
And I'd say, just shut up. People are so thin-skinned about. That's why I don't pay attention to that crap. And I mean that with all honesty. I didn't know Taylor Swift was whatever you said. Pro what? I didn't know. I don't know her that
She
well.
just came out against Donald Trump. And
I don't know what she is. I don't care. What she likes or dislikes doesn't influence how I vote.
And it shouldn't influence your football game.
It doesn't influence me at all.
I mean, right, Mose?
You think I'm going to go to Taylor Swift to tell me what to do politically?
Right.
You think
exactly.
she's going to lay it out for me? She's going to influence what I do? Get the hell out of here.
Is that the point you were trying to make, Mose?
Well, I'm saying that she's got a lot of pull amongst her female fan base. And it's no coincidence in my eyes that these certain young and demographic female groups came to the Super Bowl this year in record numbers. I don't think it's all because they all wanted to see, what Brock Purdy was all about, and and whether or not Christian McCaffrey's 30 touches in the game was going to be enough to defeat the mighty Kansas City Chiefs. I think it's about the Taylor Swift effect, and the fact that she's taken a liking to the NFL. It means they at least give it a peek, at least for some time. Anyway, Vic, I wanted to pass that along because I think the effect is real. I don't give a crap about the politics and all that kind of stuff on either side, but it's called a Swift surge, and that much of it is real. So there you go.
I'm reading our Twitch feed, and I love the Twitchers. You guys bring a lot of value to the show. And I love debating with all of you because I think sometimes it could lead to some topical stuff. And somebody on Twitch says, when I announced that Taylor Swift is giving that young lady's family $100,000, somebody said, well, that's like giving me $1. Do you know how much I hate when people do that? Do you know how much I hate when those of you out there belittle a wealthy person because they didn't do enough or give enough or wow, relatively speaking, that wasn't enough? Who are you? What if they gave nothing? What about all the other multimillionaires who gave nothing? She gave something. And you're going to say, well, it's not enough. That's like $1 to me. Am I the only one that gets triggered by that? Why am I triggered by that? What do you mean it's not enough?
Moj?
Well, I mean, I just think that nobody is under any obligation, whether they are wealthy, whether they're middle class, or whether they're poor, to give to anybody
What
about
have you
anything.
done?
I mean, I think, yeah. I mean, so what if it's a fraction of her overall tremendous wealth? $100,000 is really going to help that family cover all the expenses that they need to cover to bury their daughter and their sister and their friend and so on and so forth. I mean, it's a gracious maneuver. She didn't have to do anything. And what does it matter about the damn amount? It's people taking care of people. I don't get that either.
I think
I just don't get it.
We have a problem in this country, the relative enmity and envy for wealthy people that work their butts off to get there, and then they don't do enough. What is enough?
Well, and
give up your life's worth? What is that enough?
To your point, Vic, did that person who said that give $1? They probably didn't, right? Like they probably didn't take the time to even donate the $1.
I don't want to decry what the Twitcher said. It's more topical because I hear this all the time. If somebody is very charitable, and I hear people say, "Well, big deal, they can afford to be." It is a big deal because they chose to be.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
It was a choice. They don't have to give you anything.
Make the effort.
They don't have to give you squat.
Yeah, 100%.
Some of the most charitable people I know are wealthy people who don't publicize it, who don't say a
That is
damn thing about it. Wealthy
100%
people
of the
who
fact.
don't say a word and they catch heat all the time. And for those people, I'm like, give me a break. If you only knew. Whatever.
I think you make a good point, Vic. I really do. It's just when it comes to Taylor Swift, people are going to hate her for reasons that have nothing to do with her. And it was even on the text line.
Nonetheless, hey, man, let me tell you something. You can't tell me if Taylor Swift ended up dating a National Hockey League player. Oh, my. Hey, you don't think that Carrie Underwood dating and then marrying Mike Fisher of the then Ottawa Senators and then the Nashville Predators, you don't think it gave that franchise and that league a bump? If Taylor Swift was dating, I don't know, Connor McDavid now, you don't think that Gary Bettman and everybody inside that front office wouldn't be high-fiving and I mean, come on, man. Anytime you have an outside source that is that popular and that influential,
You know
that
what
has
you
never
need to
been a
do?
part of your game before, and it's now suddenly a part of your game, and it draws all these new eyeballs and different. I mean, how could the NFL ever before get into the 12 to 17-year-old girl market?
Moj.
Ever.
You know,
Ever.
those sports
Come
who
on,
might be
man.
struggling, those sports who may be needing a little more marketing hype.
We got to do some matchmaking. Let's do some matchmaking.
Trot out some of your studs and start finding these.
I'm sorry, did you just call them studs?
Well,
Yeah,
trot
yeah,
out. I didn't mean in that. Trot out some of your poster boys, okay? Trot them out there. Who's left? All right, Taylor's taken. Who's left? Who's like world renowned? Who's left?
Ariana Grande?
Well, lady Ariana Grande, yeah.
Wait, isn't she dating that weird comic, the skinny guy?
Okay, but let's no, she's done with that guy.
That was
But let's
so
say this.
1 month ago.
Yeah, let's say she's just she's a free agent, and she goes, you know what, that guy in the bowling league, that PBA guy, that guy is smoking.
Hold on,
man.
back
I
to
wanna
the
meet
Twitch feed.
that
Someone
guy.
just-
Man, he can bowl that ball better than any bowler I've ever seen bowl.
Hold on, I don't
There's
like
just,
this.
but there's nobody on Taylor Swift's level.
No.
Like she is.
So back to my argument about people who complain about wealthy folks who give. Somebody just said, Mr. Wick, how much did you give, Vic? I didn't give Jack. I didn't give $1. But I'm not out here complaining that Taylor Swift only gave $100,000. I'm not that damn hypocritical complaining that a great lady, a young lady, saw a need there, gave $100,000, and it's not enough. I didn't give squat. Wick, what'd you give? Besides a complaint.
Thanks, Vic.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I
very
Now
much.
we're
don't
gonna have an
understand
elevator.
people.
Now we're gonna have an elevator story from
Well, now
Moj, and
what I'm trying to think of is the sport like even The Rock
Well,
owning and running this sub football league, man. I mean, he bought what was it called, the XFL, and it went into bankruptcy. They had to merge with the USFL, and I'm like, okay, man, like bass fishing, like the best bass fisher dude. Like if he's dating like Katy Perry, does that boost bass fishing? I mean, what are we doing?
Give me that jar.
Kim Rancho Cucamonga Sports Fund.
I am no longer a Taylor Swift fan. She has not given enough to the Rancho Cucamonga Youth Sports Fund.
All right, well, we'll see if we can get her to donate during the break. When we come back, we will get back to Denver sports, talk a little bit about the end of a terrible road trip for the Colorado Avalanche with Moj when we get back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. There was a rumor on the Twitch chat that Olivia Rodrigo is dating Mitch Marner, but I don't think that's true. So there's your star, Moj.
I'm just talking about if Taylor Swift was dating anybody else from any league. Hey man, Pro Bull Riders Association, that guy. I like his chaps. I mean, that would be a pretty big deal for all bull riders.
His chaps.
Rob, if you were dating,
and I cannot lie.
If you were dating Taylor Swift, Rob, because you're available, you're on the market, would you still work here?
Yes.
You would still maintain your day job?
Yeah, because then you get too clingy, right? Like if you just follow her around and you turn her off, you get too. So no, I got to go to work.
You become a personal assistant.
Yeah,
that ain't cool.
I got stuff to do. 8 hours a day. You know what I mean? So all right.
I got a question here, Rob, real quick. Martin is involved in this. What's today?
Friday,
the 16th.
Yeah. Do we have drunk takes this week?
Oh.
I mean, that's a Marty
because
question.
I can't remember hardly anything this week, if anything at all.
Marty
that
is
would qualify.
In pain behind the glass right now.
Don't wipe your eyes and massage your forehead. Answer the question, please, in a very nice and respectful manner. Do we have any this week?
Yes, Jack-o'-lantern, we do.
Yes, Mark.
I wasn't asking you. I was asking Mark.
Attention, Mark. I have the answer. It's yes.
Okay. And
you're heavily featured as usual.
Well, I don't want to be heavily featured as usual. Not this week. Hey, man, when you're on the road for that long, certain smells start to happen. I had to. I couldn't live with myself.
Whoa!
I had to unpack and repack my suitcase yesterday morning to come home because it was an absolute disaster.
All right, stop it. Stop with the suitcase. I'm not doing this again with you today.
All right, so you were on the road for a while and unfortunately saw a lot of losses while you were on the road, Moj. And I just kind of, I mean, I don't think anybody that is an Avalanche fan is panicking right now, right? I think everybody knows that when it gets down to it, time, playoff time, that kind of thing, that we're not overly concerned.
No, I don't think you should be. I don't think you should be panicking, but I think that inside that room themselves, Rob, they're going to be off today. I mean, you get home from a 13-day roadie, you need some time to recuperate. And the cool part is they're off tomorrow as well. I mean, they're not going to. I mean, they don't have a game. They're going to practice tomorrow, but they don't have a game tomorrow.
But Moj, what I want to ask you is when the coach is talking about them being soft, and you're having players-only meetings, like I feel like our antenna needs to go up a little bit here about how concerned we should be about this team.
Well, I think absolutely your antenna should go up. In fact, I think that Jared Bednar's antenna is up. I think that the players in the room, their antenna is up. It's about finding that want to. It's about finding that commitment. I want to go back to that one Jared Bednar comment from last night, which I think is so poignant, Martin, if you could find that, the one we played earlier. And I think that he laid it all out here for you in a way that everybody can understand.
Yeah, I mean, it was an entertaining game. I just keep looking at the goals against that were given up for me, and it's got to mean more to us. To
All right, stop right there real quick. It's got to mean more to us.
That's a scary thing to have your coach say, man.
Well, I mean, Michael Malone, listen, you're talking about the defending NBA champions. Michael Malone came out after the game the other night against Sacramento.
It all the time.
Michael Malone came out, Robbie, and he goes, I don't know. I have no idea if we're going to defend or not to defend. He goes, defending is our number one priority. He goes, I don't even see us do it on a nightly basis. He says, I don't know what I'm paraphrasing here, but Vic, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that not what he said? I don't know what I'm going to get from that side of the floor.
Yeah, even after the last loss, he said people were making things up defensively down the stretch.
Yeah.
They were just making things up. So, I don't think we hear it as often from Jared, but when he says it hits home, they're both in that place, both coaches right now, especially after this last week or two, where there's some inconsistent play, and they want to shore that up. And they're sending those messages now. Send them now. Because if you send them in March and April, it's probably too late. You got to do it now. Snuff it out.
Yeah, there are certain times during the season for every team where something, it has to click, but the coach, you can only go to that well so often, every so often. And for the Vancouver Canucks, Rick Tocchet went to that well early in the season. They were bouncing around a crap road trip back east. And he goes, you know what, man, this team is soft. This team is lazy. This team is blah. You know, he went full on rip job on his team. And you know what? It worked. And they pulled out of it. And right now Vancouver is leading the Western Conference by 6 points, and they're playing really good hockey. They'll be in town coming up on Tuesday night. But, you know, everybody's gone through it at one point or another, and every coach has to have that discussion with his team and say, guys, what are we doing here? Guys, what's going on with us right now? You know, I mean, or lay it out there for everybody to see. Jerry Bednar can't sit in front of that camera last night in the postgame and go, you know what? We're okay. Yeah, everything's going to be fine. And I mean, he may believe that down deep inside because he knows what he's got inside that room and he trusts those players. But right now, the commitment on a nightly basis to defend and to want to defend, it's not easy to defend in the National Hockey League, especially some of the other best players. And it's not like their hearts aren't in the right place because I think they are. But I think guys just they lose focus, and when you lose focus, you lose the task at hand, and then you lose that one man that's your guy, and then that puck is in the back of the net, and it gets frustrating.
Do you think that Bednar sat down Georgie to send a message to the defense? Because
I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea what his motivations are. I don't think Onanen was the problem last night, though.
I don't think he was the problem last night either. But I mean, you get a win versus Washington. You're hoping to get momentum going in the right direction. You're hoping to start feeling a little bit of confidence. It's been a streaky team for the most part this year. And you put your backup goalie in when you got a game Sunday versus the Coyotes at home.
But Rob, but think about this, Rob. You had a 3-2 lead in the third period.
I know. I don't think Annunen played bad, and I don't think he's part of the problem. But I mean, isn't that a curious decision? Or is that just me?
Well, yeah, but I'm not going to overthink it. I mean, he's played one game on the road trip, and that was almost 2 weeks ago, for crying out loud. Game 2 of that trip in the back-to-back between the Rangers and the New Jersey Devils. He played the Devil game. And in that game, could the Avs have gotten a point or two out of that game? Yeah. They had it's a running theme. They had a major breakdown with just over 2 minutes to go in that game in the slot, and it resulted in a loss. They had a major breakdown. The Ranger game was their best game, to be honest with you. That could have gone either way, and the Rangers played well, I thought. Last night, you have a 3-2 lead, and then you have a breakdown as Stamkos cheats, and he starts to cherry pick. And the Lightning threaded the needle to him on a breakaway that, was it offside? I think it was too close to challenge. That's from everything that I saw. I mean, maybe you could have made a case if you get forensic science involved, but I thought it was too close to call. I thought you were probably going to lose that. That was a major breakdown, and then immediately after, another major breakdown as Kucherov somehow got lost. He's just dangling at the point, and the Avs' eyes are going this way because when you have that many good players on the opposition, Braden Point and Steven Stamkos, and you have these studs out there, it's hard not to want to watch them, and you get caught watching backdoor play. Kucherov is not going to miss from that far in. I mean, it's those two major breakdowns, Rob, that cost you. That's it.
And Vic, you kind of talked about this earlier. You know, if the team relies too much on that top line and then McKinnon goes out and they struggle for that little bit. But we've seen these like 2-goal spurts that other teams have. Like how does that lack of focus happen where you have 2 goals, and I mean, it happened in the Capitals game in the first period. Yeah. Happened last night after Stamkos scores that runaway. You know,
can't do it. You just can't let it happen. And it is focused stuff. And somebody on the text line mentioned, do they miss EJ more than we think? Do they miss his stability back there? I know he wasn't the player he was when he first got there, but do they miss his presence?
Well, they didn't when they were kicking butt. They didn't when they won. 12 of 15 leading up to the bye week and the All-Star break. I mean, the guys in the room are the guys that are going to fix it. The guys in the room are the guys that can fix it. I think missing Val is a factor. I do, but the Avs, again, still won without him. They sucked it up before the break and the All-Star break. I just think that right now you're in a rut. And you have an opportunity to come home in front of a very friendly crowd on Sunday and try to stick it to Arizona the best you possibly can. Arizona's second to last right now, sitting at 50 points inside the Central Division. You're at 70. You're a full 20 points ahead of them. They got you in their building, and that wasn't fun, not once but twice. Time to repay the favor and put it all together coming up on Sunday.
Moj, do you know what the gritty is?
That stupid dance?
Yeah, well, see, I'm glad you said stupid dance because that comes from a hockey guy. The NHL is warning players from the Detroit Red Wings and Vancouver Canucks they're going to play against soon. Last week they played, and Red Wings' Jake Wallman hit a penalty shot and celebrated by doing the gritty.
Yeah, saw that.
And everybody's all fired up about it. And
why?
And so the NHL decides it needs to send a memo, no more gritty. And I look at stuff like that and what the hockey culture is, as much as I admire it, McKinnon playing with a freaking nose job last night, it's amazing. That is so weak that you have to send a memo for a man that cannot dance, do a little dance after a goal because it's going to constitute over celebration or whatnot. That is so weak of the NHL to do that.
Let
I
me
don't know
look
what
at
else
it,
to
Vic.
say.
Hang on a sec.
It's
Hang on a sec.
weak. If a dude wants to do the hokey pokey, let him shake around.
So, but wait, are the unwritten rules becoming written all of a sudden? Because the what's his name puts a clapper in the open net, everybody freaks out. Guy cross checks him in the face.
You know what this is?
Are we writing unwritten rules?
You know
now?
what this is? This is Kevin Bacon in Footloose. You're not gonna let me dance in my town? You're not gonna let me dance. I have to go to another town to dance.
Did you just reference Footloose?
You damn right I did.
So-
do you
so
understand
here's
that
what
movie's the
happened.
basis for a lot of things that go on today? You let me dance.
I'm trying to see. I think it was it back last week on the 10th? Was it Wallman who did the gritty? Well, they're not going to play each other anymore this year. So he did the gritty, and I believe in the shootout win. Let me take a look at it. I think it was back on the 10th, a week ago Saturday. Yeah, Wallman won. I guess he won in overtime. Okay, does the gritty.
Having fun, 2 minutes.
Yeah, like.
Well, the NFL does the same damn thing. The NFL is.
Hold on a second. They played
Although the
again
NFL's
last night.
allowed guys to like jump to the end zone after interceptions and do like rehearsed demographic
They have
scheduled
a
events.
turnover cam. Everybody runs over to that camera now.
Dork, I'm not making excuses, but they played again last night. So they had 2 games in the span of 6 days against each other. And Vancouver won last night 4-1, and former Colorado Avalanche Nikita Zadorov now plays for Vancouver. And he does his old little gritty toward Wallman, as the Canucks are winning 4-1. And then the Red Wings get all pissed, and then there's pushing and shoving, and there's this and that, and blah, 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 blah. And so I think the league is just trying to
The league's being dumb
tamp
here.
down
The-
stuff.
the
Yeah,
league's
it
being
probably
dumb.
is.
Luke the Duke writes in and says, Vic is getting off my lawn guy all week. How am I off my lawn guy? I want more gritty. That is not off my lawn, Luke. Do you understand the terminology here? I want more gritty in hockey. Gritty the hell out of me.
Well, and it feels like they want to avoid having another situation like Morgan Riley cross-checking the dude in the face. So they're saying, "Hey, don't do the gritty because we don't want another PR hit like we had with." But like, they're unwritten rules for a reason, right? It's stupid for you to say.
If you have to tell your players that they're not allowed to do a little dance after a goal, that sounds like a player problem.
I mean, I agree. What do you think, Moj? I mean, you're closer to it than any of us.
I mean, if you watch Steph Curry after every 3 he makes,
right?
He goes into full blown. I mean, he's doing flash dance. He's waiting to pull the plunger of water down, for crying out loud.
If you're asking me, I couldn't give a rat's rip. I really couldn't. I could.
Do the players though? Do the
hold
players?
on, the clapper into the net is interesting because you had Henrik Lundqvist come out on TNT and say, it wouldn't bother me. If I'm on the bench and he skates down to an empty net and he bombs it, that wouldn't bother me. And then you have other people who say, well, and maybe it's the older school guys like Torts and Bedsy and whatnot, and certainly Morgan Riley, who's not an old school guy. They took exception to it, say, yeah, I'd do exactly what Morgan Riley did. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, whatever.
Well, I don't mind that. Let them police themselves.
But that's what I was going to say. The thing about the game is that it was always self-regulating.
Yeah. What's the problem?
Now, I would have preferred him not to check the guy in the face, right? Like, don't cross-check him in the face.
He's going to get it next time himself.
But if you go over and give him a little business for putting a clapper in the net, then fine. You know what I mean? Like,
Could you imagine
a couple
if
things, though.
our boss just walked by? Could you imagine if he sent a memo saying, Rob, you've been doing too many gritties between commercials. No more gritties. could you imagine?
No, because you wouldn't let it happen, Vic. You would be in here making sure that you
I'd be supporting
regulated.
Marty, can you do just for those of you watching on Twitch and Altitude TV, Marty, can you quickly show us what
No,
the gritty
I'm not
is?
the volunteer for this.
Hit a gritty
I can't
for us.
I can't even do
dab.
it.
I
The
can do
Jackson
the dab.
Mahomes thing.
I'm the
You're
dab
the
guy.
dancer.
No, I'm the dab guy.
Moj, what did you want to say?
Wait, what is it again?
Moj, what did you want to say?
There is a self-policing deterrent out there that becomes effective. I don't think Ridley Gregg is going to throw a clapper into an empty net against the Toronto Maple Leafs ever again, probably against nobody ever again. That's a fact. I don't believe that anybody in the National Basketball Association will ever body check Nikola Jokic at half court ever again.
No.
Ever, Rob. So what you send out, what you did do when you got busted for it, did Joker. And Morris missed, I think, 2.5 years with a strained neck. Was it 2.5, 3 years, something like that?
Years?
Or
Him
hurt
and
feelings.
Campaign are both on the same track.
Yeah, Rob, I'm being facetious here, Rob, but he was out like 6 months, for God's sake. I mean, listen, nobody will ever body check the big fella at center court ever again.
That's
because the
100%
wrath,
right.
no human wants the wrath of Joker. It sent a nuclear deterrent message all around the NBA. And maybe for Morgan Riley in the frustrating moment when they're trying to get even, they can't, they're going to lose the game, a hard clapper into your empty net from the top of the crease, and a punctuation mark, and then he goes over and does what he does, sending a message that, hey, man, you ain't going to do that to us.
Well,
and by the way, to the rest of the guys on that bench, boys, we ain't going to take that kind of crap. We need to put it together here. None of this.
I thought this dude from the Red Wings put together a nice little gritty. I thought it was superb. To do it on skates, too. To do it on skates is something else. He should be celebrated. That shouldn't be annoying. That's celebrated
That's what
stuff.
I think about them fighting on skates all the time. Like, think about that.
They're doing
It's
all
crazy.
this on you're right. They're on razor blades, right?
Yeah. But I have always been fine with the self-regulation that happens amongst players. And
Me too.
To your point, Moj, you only got to do it once. Jokic only has to do it once where he stands up for himself and please stop.
What is the
It's not.
What is it again?
You're not even making
What
it
is
look
it
right.
again? What is the dab
Vic
again?
is trying to dab in the studio, and it's
What? I always forget
at
what
best
it is.
unsettling.
I swear to God, I forgot what it was already. Is it this?
No, it's not. It's not what it is. And we're not going to talk about it. We've got Drunk Takes coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio.
What is?
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Drunk takes in minutes, which I'm sure Mosier will not be featured on at all. Because, we don't do that.
That's what I've got here.
But
I've got dude. Dude, here's the dude. People haven't seen dude in a long time. What's up, dude?
Rick's hanging.
Yeah, Rick's just chilling out here.
Before we get to drunk takes, I want to take a minute. It seems like I'm always here for these momentous days. And we did talk about this in the appetizer hour, but I just want to take a moment here for you both to acknowledge the end of an era. I don't know if you fellas know, but in about 30 minutes here, Marty has to hand over his title as Employee of the Year.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Marty O, his run
Who
as
won?
Employee
Who
of
won?
we will find out in about 30 minutes.
Well, why can't he win back-to-back? Why can't he be Nikola Jokic, go back-to-back MVP? What's
Are
the
you
problem
even
with
up?
that?
Odds-on
Are you-
favorite to win.
Are
so-
you even in the running this year? Are you
No.
one of
Rob,
the nominated?
Rob, are you a nominee?
I believe I am.
Can I ask you something personal?
Sure. This is supposed to be about Marty.
Yeah, screw Marty. How come Mosier and I are never nominated for any of these honors, nor do we ever get anything from the company for being here 3 years, 5 years? Nothing. It's like we don't exist.
I'm going to make an observation here.
Yeah. Mosier, do you agree with me? Are
And
you
I
with me on
don't-
this? We get nothing.
I don't want you guys to take it personally.
I don't need
Rob, doesn't
anything.
this
I don't
generation
want
just need
anything. It
handouts
just
all the
doesn't
time?
matter.
Where's
Right.
my free stuff?
Right.
Come
yeah,
on.
Right. So I don't want you guys to take it personally. Yeah. But I just want you to tell me which job you think you care about more and work harder at.
For me, it's radio.
Your radio job or your television job? Vic?
Well,
Mo,
Rob.
I mean, come on.
Well, Rob, I got home to my house after 13 days on the road at 2:30 in the morning. Couldn't fall asleep till about 3:30 in the morning. Was up at 6 a.m.
I'm not
to come out of these early.
understand.
The commitment. Listen, and I enjoy it. I enjoy seeing your
And we
smiling
love you.
face.
We love you.
I enjoy
Rob, I have an
Vic's bad attitude. Martin, love you too.
Let me
I mean,
answer
it's
the
just,
question, Moshe.
There's a commitment to both. Yes.
Here's an
please.
easy answer, and I know you share this sentiment. You asked me and Moshe, which job do we work harder in? I've got the easy answer. Which job pays more?
That's fine. I'm not asking why
You want me to
work
work
harder
harder?
at the
Pay
other
me
job.
more.
I'm not asking why you work harder at the.
Is
other
that
job.
why we're never employee of the week or the
Well,
month or
yeah,
the year?
I mean,
is that
you
why?
normally employees of the month is somebody who worked really hard over that month, and then they get recognition for that hard work that they put in. So
That's why I'm abstaining from voting from now on.
you also,
It's
I
like the
think, make
MVP.
a significantly more than both Marty and I. So
How do you know this?
I'm pretty sure. I'm willing to bet what I make that you make significantly more than what I make.
Bet. Watch out now. I'm not kidding.
But I just wanted to offer you both an opportunity here.
Good job, Marty.
To talk about the Employee of the Year, Martin Oleskowitz.
You know what?
And
If you were to win it this year, it would be hilarious because if you don't know this, they butchered the spelling of his name twice before they got it right.
I do know that.
All right.
I actually checked to see if he could keep the title for longer because he didn't get the trophy spelled properly
Well,
for
improper spelling
over a
so
month.
if you and your butchered last name were to win, it would be hilarious for them to do the same thing.
I would love it.
That would be awesome.
I mean, there's definitely a U, a J, and two L's.
Do we have any
clue
how to spell your last name?
Do we have any Smiths in the company
I don't
that are
think so.
nominated?
We have Cole Smith.
Yeah,
That's it.
Cole Smith might be nominated. Who knows?
That's right.
He does great work.
SMEETH Smith. That'd be awesome, man. Let's just blow it up.
I just love that you guys are doing anything you can to avoid saying something nice about Marty.
No,
Well, we're
he's
allowing
been
him
a
to-
tremendous
It's the proper
employee
way.
of the year.
The fact we've allowed him to work with us this long is as nice as it gets.
And it's that attitude, Vic, that is the reason that you haven't gotten any recognition.
Well, here's what I don't understand. Hold on a second. Here's what I don't understand, Martin. You're the reigning employee of the year for at least another what? Rob, when does this get handed?
And he
out?
has
In
no
an
pool
hour or so.
whatsoever.
Yeah, about an hour.
You have
Martin,
no pool.
Have you done anything different, or have you done anything less than you did last year to not get nominated this year for back-to-back MVP?
I just come in here every day, just
I
work
think
as hard as I can, and
Well, I was
put
going
my
to say, I
best
think
foot
if
forward.
If anything, you've added more responsibility to your plate in the last year, and you can't even get a sniff. This smells like a big-time Embiid thing, man. That's what it smells like to me, Vic. I don't know about that.
All the haters
it
out
smells
there don't
like,
want it.
You know
all
what
those haters out there.
It does. You know, we're producing championships. You and I are producing championships, but they're giving the Embiid awards to Marty.
Somebody came out, I'm sure, at one of these employee meetings that I always miss, one of these company meetings because I'm on the road or whatever, and pulled a full-on Kendrick Perkins. You know, I'm just, hey, listen, Trujillo, I don't understand, man. Trujillo should be in the mix here, and Marty gets snubbed because of it.
I gave you guys just like a little runway to say
that tells
one
you how
nice
sensitive
thing
we are
about
to this.
Marty and
Yeah, we're supporting our boy. I think you should go back to back, Martin. In fact, if it's up to me,
okay,
you're the batting champion like 5 years in a row.
Okay,
I want to see something.
Thank you,
real
Martin.
quick. Without looking, I want you to try to spell Marty's name.
Oh, no
last name.
chance. No
okay,
chance.
Marty, without looking, try to spell Rob's last name. Don't cheat. Try.
OLES.
That's what I thought.
Right? Yeah, yeah. It won't work.
KIEWICZ. I know his name.
Yeah, I'm not even getting close to that. I also
Robbie
wanted
is
to.
that's a toughie.
I also wanted to touch on. So they announced yesterday officially that and I know that your favorite thing to talk about is video games. The NCAA EA Sports football game is coming back this year.
What does that mean? When I saw that, I saw a tweet on that. I was like, what does that mean?
So since
it went away because you couldn't pay players back in the day. Right? It went away because players were being featured in the video game, but they were getting nothing out of it. Now, I bet EA Sports is going to be throwing cash at everybody who's in that video game.
I think it was like each of them get $1,000 or $500 or something like that. Every player in Division I.
Every single player
Every player.
Because you've got to field every team.
Because you put their name on it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So coming back for the first time in over a decade, and the Twitter handle for the game only follows 7 people. And it's a bunch of like ex-college greats. Like I think Charles Woodson is on there. And the only active person that has anything to do with college football right now that the handle followed, Deion Sanders.
What do you mean by that? Like he gets money too?
Well, so the Twitter handle is following him, which is leading people to say,
gotcha.
is the cover going to be Deion?
Wow.
Is Prime Time going to be on the cover
Well, he is
of the new
face of
video
this
game?
movement, right? I mean, he's the perfect face for it.
Because we talked about Shador a little bit,
Yeah.
and if he might be on it, or Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
But Moj, I mean,
Is that a big deal to be on the cover of these things? I thought that was always a curse. I thought that was like you don't want to be on the cover.
there was
That was Madden. That
there's
was
talk of a
Madden.
Madden curse, yeah.
Yeah, but a couple of guys have put that to rest. I mean, a couple of guys have had MVP seasons and been totally awesome. If you're the best Formula One racer in the world and you're on the cover of the F1 game, is there an F1 game, Rob? You tell me.
I'm sure there is.
Okay, then you're probably fine.
I mean, Allen led the NFL in touchdowns this year, and he was on the cover. So
yeah, this
he-
is a big deal.
He
I mean,
avoided
honestly,
injury.
Wasn't Peyton Hillis on the
having
cover
the-
once?
Yes, he was.
How the
Yeah, he
hell
was.
is Peyton Hillis on the cover of Madden?
It was one of the more.
Well, he
seriously,
was a
when you
Madden
think
guy.
back-
He was a John Madden type of player, Vic.
I mean, the
He was a
history
John
of
Madden
the
guy.
NFL, and 1 year Peyton Hillis is on the cover.
He was a strange pick. He was a really weird pick. But all right, time for drunk takes. Marty, we ready? Let's do it.
Consider me a tuna in the wide open sea, and here's Vic's hook. And when he's got a piece of meat on that hook, and he's like, "This is your mellow hook. Why don't you come and give it a little lick?" This mellow hook is good. This hook wants to make amends. I talked to the hook. So, well, last time you caught me, I had to wiggle my way off that hook. No, not this time, dude. And then, Charlie Mother Truck and Tuna.
What was that about?
Come on, man. It was about you reeling me in with Mello over the months and months and breaking me down and breaking me down and breaking me down, and I bit.
By the way, the
and now
reason
I
Mello
won't
won't
bite
come on the
anymore.
show
Won't bite anymore.
is because of Mosier.
Did he tell you that when you guys were fighting on
He
Instagram?
intimated that.
Oh, not because he's fighting with you on Instagram.
Yeah, it was
Listen,
an
I'd be
insinuation.
happy if he will come on. I'd be happy to sit out. He'll never do it, though. He won't do it. He's not ready to make amends, and he's not ready to listen to the other side of the story.
I believe the text back was, "Who's that whack job that's completely off the chain?"
Uh-huh.
What Marty was waiting for before he played the first clip was for me to say, clips from the week, slow down to make it sound like we're drunk. Sorry, I forgot that, Marty, but go ahead, play the next one.
But I remember bathing you, bringing you food, coming
Changing
to
my
your
diapers.
home and changing your diapers, taking care of you, petting your
did do
head. I remember all of that stuff. And when I had a body part blow up, not as serious as yours, but it was a body part that blew up. And I
It's
still
true,
got
Vic.
it.
You're ungrateful. He did help me with convalescence. There's no doubt about it.
That's true. I did. I helped him out a little bit. He was in tremendous pain.
You pet his head? That
I
actually
would be
happened?
happy to. Yeah, if you're in a situation like that, Marty, I'll pet you too. No problem.
All right. I think I can get HR's number for you, Marty, if you want. What's next?
Hell yeah. I can't. I'd be lying if I didn't have fantasies of lying in a cot in prison, just reminiscing with my prison mate, just talking about good old days and what we're going to do when we get out of here.
See, Vic, you're
You guys
having.
never have those? I just think it'd be cool, man. Go through the whole strip down, all of it.
No.
I'll tell you.
Okay, that was a little
Oh my
much.
God. Oh my God.
Can you hear yourself now, Vic?
That was a little.
Yeah.
That was a little much. But I do yearn for those buddy days. You're in that cold, hard cell, laying down, strip down, and you're just
Oh,
talking
my
about the
God.
good old days.
Yeah, having men come in, yell at you,
No.
tell you to get naked. There's nothing like that. Strip down. That was it. That's your only defense of that. Yeah, I miss being naked with dudes too. Vic.
Yeah, I miss it too. Yep, miss it.
What's next?
Does anybody want to get on a boat tomorrow? You get on a boat? Yeah, I'm looking out here. There's a little, you know the little boats that we go on, Vic. The little boat
Yeah, we
here. in
remember the
Tampa.
last time you got on a boat.
And
in
right,
Tampa.
okay. Well, maybe if I get on another boat, maybe I'll want another one. Can I get on my story, please? No boat.
No more boat stories from you, bro.
I mean, that felt like
on,
the
man.
elevator story this morning. to be
Rob,
honest.
Rob, would you ever like to go on a boat ride with me?
Sure.
Okay. Martin, would you go on a boat ride with me?
No boat.
Marty, would you go on a boat with me?
No boat.
Yeah, you would go on a boat. Vic, you're not invited.
What I mean, what was the genesis of this?
Well, I was looking out the window in Tampa at the boats, and I'd gone on one of those boats before. I was reminiscing about boats.
Okay.
It's another one of those stories, Rob. That's what it was.
Like the elevator story.
It's my favorite thing when I come here. The stories that we get into. Last one, Marty.
Upon losing my prostate, I've learned. In fact, I guarantee I am the best at something in this group. I am so good at holding my pee. I've become so good. I'm like a freaking magician. I am world renowned.
World renowned.
How long you been holding it right now, Vic?
Absolutely.
I can go an entire day. I can go an entire day if you want me to.
That is not a. There's not a chance.
Okay,
No
test me.
way.
Test me.
No way.
Let's have a contest.
So your fantasies are being in prison, holding your
No,
pee.
it's not
Is
a
that
fantasy.
what?
It's just- that's a
is that
skill.
what-
That's
is
a
that
skill
what-
set.
Oh,
It's on my
skill set.
resume.
Okay. So
Strip down, all of it.
I'll tell you.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
our all stars today: Vic at holding his urine, Brett taking the 4-day weekend.
Robbie, I hope you win Employee of the Year.
Well, thanks, but I probably won't.
Why are you so negative?
Because they
He's
built.
right. He's right. It's going to be some salesperson. There's no doubt about it.
I mean, they did build a
Fixed.
whole new station. Like they built a brand new radio station. So I have a feeling somebody that had something to do with that's going to win.
I should. You're right, but I'm not even nominated. So,
Yeah,
but I hope you do.
You helped build.
The house that Lombardi built.
I think you guys are incredible broadcasters and have done great work here.
Thanks for filling in, Robbie.
I just, I'm not entirely sure that you work harder at this job than you do.
Thanks for filling in, Robbie. Strip down.
Bye, Robbie.
I'll tell you.
Hey, I appreciate you both. Thanks for letting me sit in. We've got Dempsey and Company coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Have you pulled up the Dempsey and Company Hockey's page? I'm stuck on PhD Daily Sound.
5 seconds to go. Parise scraping at it. Tampa with it. And Tampa with the win. The Avalanche go 1-4-1 on a 6-game road trip. And they will be happy to be home as they take on the Arizona Coyotes on Sunday. But they lose this one and split the season series with the Tampa Bay Lightning. Final score tonight in Florida, 6-3.
Let's begin now.
Hey, it's Dempsey and Company on a Friday. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. No Dempsey, though. All company today. Not your usual company in the form of myself. I am Mark Springer. I am the producer of Kreckman and Lindahl, co-host of Between the Pipes after every Avs game. Co-host of The Blitz with Mark Bertinoli, most weeknights. Not tonight. Berto's getting the weekend off for the Nuggets and the NBA All-Star break. We're going to give Berto the weekend off here. And I'm with Mike Sanford, who you're in Mondays and Fridays on this show.
Yeah, if they let me. I always check my texts to make sure that I haven't gotten kicked off the air. But what a day, man! Company and Company.
Yeah,
I've always wanted to be a part of a Company and Company. I think I have
Co
once
and Co.
with Raj. I think Raj and I technically might be considered Company and Company.
Sure,
but this is like real company. We get spring. I mean,
it's good.
What a treat, man.
And we just heard the final call of the Avs game last night. They lost 6-3 in Tampa. Really, it was a 4-3 loss. Okay, it sounds worse than it is. 2 empty net goals is what it is. Avs lose 6-3. They led 1-0 in this game. They led 3-2 in the third period in this game. Mike, this was the goaltending matchup last night. Okay, I'm going to say this out loud, and I hope that this sets in. And let's also keep in mind this was the 6th game of a 6-game road trip. You get a little tired at that point. Okay, the goaltending matchup was Andrei Vasilevskiy versus Justus Annunen. If I told you that a hockey game is going to be Vasilevskiy versus Annunen, what would your expectations be going into that game?
It was going to be a high-scoring affair,
which certainly for Tampa.
Yeah, which it was. I'll say this. I mean, Justus Annunen maybe hasn't won over the Avalanche fan base, as the surefire number 2 goalie. I think he was good between the pipes last night.
I agree.
He made some fantastic saves. His positioning, in some really compromised positions was really good. You see the 6 goals and you're like, oh yeah, it's probably because Annunen was in there. But in reality, like just purely performance and passing the eyeball test, like Justus Annunen actually did some positive stuff for himself. I think with regards to how he performed.
23-year-old kid. Got to start earlier on this road trip in New Jersey, and I saw improvement from the New Jersey start to the Tampa start, and it's also an increase in opponent. That was the Devils team without Jack Hughes. You faced all the horses last night. Nikita Kucherov, who's going head-to-head with McKinnon for the Hart and the Art Ross trophies. Steven Stamkos put an all-star move on Annunen on a breakaway, on a breakout. And that's just going to happen when it's Steven Stamkos one-on-one with Justus Annunen. But like you said, I thought his positioning was good. He looked, I use the phrase goaltender-ish. In baseball, in the batter's box, sometimes you just look hitter-ish. He looked more goaltender-ish last night. His movement, he looked bigger. He was coming out of the crease more aggressively. He looked smoother and softer when he needed to retreat in the crease. I saw an improvement from a 23-year-old kid who is still developing, who's probably still not quite ready to be the backup. And yesterday there were rumors that the Avs maybe are in on Jake Allen with the Montreal Canadiens. They could still be in the market for a backup goaltender. All in all, though, man, was the road trip good? Of course it wasn't. They finished it 1-4-1. Of course it was not a good road trip, but it was a very difficult road trip right out of the All-Star break. You go from chilling on the beach to going to Madison Square Garden and finishing in Amalie Arena against one of the better teams in the league in Tampa. Like this was a tough trip. It was the toughest part of their schedule. It's now over. The schedule is going to ease up so much going forward. Are you sky is falling guy, Mike?
I am a little bit just because of the way it looked. I think just heavy-legged. I think that really in just about every game, it appeared that the Avs were getting outskated. Like, it just looked like the speed, the puck handling, it wasn't what you want coming out of a break per se. So is the sky falling? No, because it's February, and you want to play your best hockey in April. February to make it a complete diatribe about what the Avs season's going to be going forward is that's irresponsible for me to do. But you can't ignore signs. And I do think that if this is February hockey and we look leg heavy on the ice, then there's some concerns. There's a lot of, I know this was a daunting road trip, a long road trip, and you went and you played on the road against some of the recently hot teams that have been in and involved in the chase for Lord Stanley over the last 5 years. Carolina and
Florida,
and Tampa and Florida.
Florida just took the lead over mighty Boston, the mighty regular season Boston Bruins in that Atlantic Division. Florida has officially today taken that top spot. Florida was in the Cup Finals last year. They're a very good team. The Avs got blanked 4-0 in Florida. Is that good? No. But you're like these are games 3, 4, and 6. If you're the home team in the series, these are road games. Okay, and the Avs have not been a great road team this season. They fall back to 500. They're 13-13 and 4, 13-13 and 4 on the road this season. They're 20-5 at home. So I'd like to see them start to play a little better on the road. There's no doubt about it. But I'm not going to ignore that 20-5 at home either. And that's where they are next. So finally, for the first time since we're out of the All-Star break, feels like it's been 2 months, they're finally going to get back home.
Yeah, that's good news. And I think that, your expertise, in covering this team and being on the Avs show post-game, pre-game. I think you get both, if I'm not mistaken. You do some stuff with...
post-game. Depends on pre-game. Depends on where they are. Like last night, they're in Tampa. It was a 4:30 puck drop. I had no pre-game thoughts.
Spring, I'm going to need you to kind of talk...
Or 4:30 pre-game.
I'm going to need you to talk me off the ledge. and not just that we're home. Talk me off the ledge that there's going to be some positive signs coming even from the performance in Tampa. Like, what were there positive signs? Because prior to the game in Tampa, there were a lot of, I'm talking not good performances where almost like the intent of how the Avs took the ice, it was questionable. Give me some good news, man. Give me some vibes.
There is so much good news here. It's actually insane how much good news there is. And I do find it interesting how, people, they love to focus on the negative, right? Well, let's look at this 6-game road trip as individually each game. There was really only 2 games on this road trip that they looked very bad in. That was in Carolina and in Florida in the middle of this road trip, losing 5-2 in Carolina, losing 4-0 in Florida. The opening game against the Rangers, they led 1-0 in the third period, lost in overtime, picked up a point. They lost in New Jersey their next game with Onanen in goal, but they tied that game at 3 in the third period. They outshot New Jersey 16-2 at one point in that third period. I think ultimately it was 17-4. They dominated that third period in New Jersey. Unfortunately, they messed around a little too much early. Fluky late goal sunk them. But okay, fine, that's a loss. But they looked great in the third period. Then 2 stinkers. Then you had to have the bounce back in Washington. You had to have it because you had 2 days off, and the Capitals were playing 3 games in 4 nights, and they did it. They won 6-3. The Caps tied it at 2 in the first period. It was a little here we go again. But no, the Avs did what they were supposed to do and won the one game on the road trip that they were absolutely supposed to win. And then last night, again, you're tied at 2. You're up 3-2 in Tampa against a very good Lightning team still. I still think that the cream of this league is the past 3 Cup champions, Tampa, Vegas, and Colorado. I'm going to need to see it from somebody else before I can put anybody above those 3 teams. And look, just in general with this team, man, like if you want the actual truth of the situation, there is just no perfect team in the NHL. There's no perfect team in the NHL. There's no perfect team in the NBA. There's no perfect team in the NFL. It's why we just saw the Kansas City Chiefs win a Super Bowl with no wide receivers. So do the Avs have holes? Yes. Every team has holes, though. You said before the show, though, that you were concerned. And one of the reasons I am not concerned is they have the best defenseman on earth, and that's Cale Makar. But you're right, Mike. He has no points in his last 4 games, does Cale Makar. I could come on here and say, oh, this is a problem, but it's Cale Makar. He will be okay.
Do you think he's? I mean, is he leg heavy? Is it the All-Star game appearance? Is it not having that natural break that if you're not an All-Star that you do have? Like, what do you think it is coming off the All-Star break where we haven't seen that production from Cale Makar, and I'd say we've seen production and some absolute brilliant play from Nathan McKinnon in fits and starts post All-Star break, but not necessarily that consistent, like the guy that's carrying this team on the ice from those two particular players since the break. What say you, Spring?
It's tough. It's like you're trying to find an excuse or reason for something that probably isn't there. Was it the break? Maybe it was. Maybe it was the bright lights. I mean, Cale and Nate, Nate is so focused. People are, joke that he hates his job right now because you watch him on the ice. Took a puck to the face last night, by the way.
That was nasty.
That's going to ugly up his...
You know what I loved is that, did you see he came back out with a bigger visor after that?
Dude, if it was me, I'd wear the full cage.
I thought that by the end of that game, it seemed like there was a puck just whacking him upside the head multiple times. I thought he was going to come out with an Iron Man helmet by the end of the game because it was bad, man. Like those shots he took were nasty.
What's the worst contact in sports? Is it puck? Is it rubber vulcanized disc to the that thing is frozen. That thing is hard as hell. Going right to the face. Is it a 100-mile-an-hour fastball right to the face in baseball?
I'll tell you one that I know firsthand that's not awesome is when you're playing in an incredibly cold game in football.
Sure.
And like particularly playing quarterback, you're in the pocket. When you get those blindside shots, especially if you're not wearing any sleeves, which I personally never wanted to wear sleeves in those environments but early in the game, you're not warmed up, you're still cold, and just the helmet right on the elbow, like the actual bone of the elbow, blindside, it is brutal. And then it immediately just massive, like you have a huge hematoma for the remainder of the game and it's stiff and that's not fun.
Man,
but I don't know if it's as bad as a puck to the nose.
No, probably not because, I'm playing in the cold in football. I am catching that ball in the cold, like catching a Josh Allen fastball. You know that extremely deep ball that Allen threw Stephon Diggs' way late in that fourth quarter, and it was like kind of right there for Diggs, and it went right through his hand. It was cold that day, and that thing's coming in at like how many miles per hour? That thing was whipped. Like when in baseball, when you get jammed on a cold day,
knuckler.
It's brutal.
The knucklers,
right
off the second part of your digit.
Like I'd catch a Josh Allen fastball over the middle, and after I caught it, I would just be like, ow!
Josh Allen?
Ow!
And of course, Laramie, Wyoming is a famously warm climate to play in. I bet a few of Josh Allen's receivers stretching back to college had to deal with that. I mean, he went from the harsh plains of Wyoming to the 10-foot snowdrifts of Buffalo. His receivers have never had the chance to catch warm passes from him.
And the crazy thing about Josh Allen is, I mean, he's inherited by choice in college, but not by choice in being drafted by the Bills, two horrible weather climate places. But he's from California.
Yeah, how about
Josh
that?
Allen grew up in Northern California. I mean, we're talking.
That gets a little nippy up there, doesn't it?
I mean, where
but
he's
not
from,
Wyoming and Buffalo.
Where he's from is more hoodie and shorts weather.
Sure,
which is the optimal climate, really. Which I actually put the Denver metro area as a pretty much year round. We're talking hoodies and shorts. I mean, you're not talking negatives too often here. Now, Minnesota, I lived in Minneapolis. If you wear hoodies and shorts for 4 months of the year, you got frostbite on your walk from car to office on a daily basis. But you get sun here,
It's snowing today, but it's a light drizzle or whatever you want to call it.
I mean, there's days where you gotta throw pants on, maybe some footwear, even though. Of course, Nelly, no matter what, wears the Vans, the slip-ons, no matter what the weather is outside.
Punk rock.
He stays punk rock, which I
That's true. I'm actually wearing Vans right now, literally.
the slides too. I mean, I look at him like, Nelly, man, you're gonna have water. You're gonna have waterlogged socks for the remainder of the day, trudging through this snow.
Well, the trick is, I only have to walk like 10, 15 feet from the parking lot to the front door. So I just have to find enough of a clean path from my car to the building, then I'm safe. I mean, you make it sound like I'm trucking across the Sierra Nevadas to get to work. I just got to walk through the parking lot next to the Home Depot.
Accurate.
So next up for the Avs, they're back at home Sunday against the Arizona Coyotes. Arizona's lost 7 in a row. They play tonight. It's the only NHL game. They host the Hurricanes. So we certainly hope, and they should look better at home Sunday against Arizona. And then Tuesday, they're hosting Vancouver. And I talk about, Vegas, Colorado, and the Lightning. I still think those are still the 3 standard bearers of this league until I see otherwise. Florida is interesting to me in the East, but Vancouver right now is that interesting team in the Western Conference. They're the darling. If the season ended today, I think they win the President's Trophy. That's how they would win the President's Trophy if the season ended today. These Vancouver Canucks out of nowhere. So I think that game on Tuesday night is when we will get the truest sense, when the Avs are back at home against a very upstart Canucks team. If they look poor in that game, I will start to join the train of, we got a little bit of panic going on. But if they look solid against Vancouver on Tuesday, I'm just going to be reaffirmed that no, this team is fine. We just got to get to the playoffs, and these regular season games, as the Kansas City Chiefs just proved, are what they are.
Yeah, that's a really good parallel to draw. The Chiefs, I was on the bandwagon saying that the Chiefs are broken, especially after they lost the Broncos.
For me, it was the Christmas loss to the Raiders.
Yeah, that was the exclamation point.
I wrote the Chiefs off on these airwaves. I said, there is no way they win the Super Bowl. And then my tune changed as I saw their road wins stack up in the playoffs.
Patrick Mahomes. I mean, enough said. But what I do think that this...
Cale Makar, enough said, right?
Yeah, that's right. Well, and
Nathan McKinnon.
I'd say the difference between Patrick Mahomes, and Cale Makar / Nathan McKinnon is a two-headed monster equaling one Patrick Mahomes. Is Patrick Mahomes has done it for the last 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he's done it in, 6 AFC championships, and he's done it now in 3 out of 4 Super Bowls.
And what can Mahomes lean on? What could he have leaned on this season? He's already won 2 Super Bowls.
His experience.
What can Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar lean on? They've won a Stanley Cup.
They've won 1.
Yes.
And why I think it's more important for the Avs to start playing really more inspired hockey, more connected hockey, is because they don't have that long game, established championship winners. I mean, they've won 1.
Mm-hmm.
1's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody around here wants 2, and it's still the near the top of the Vegas odds to win this cup are these Avs. But I do think that what this Avs team needs, and needs badly, to beat the Canucks on Tuesday, they need a good showing on Sunday.
Sure.
Against the Yotes, man. They got to get after the Yotes. Have to. And you know how they're going to do that? They're going to do it with a juiced up Ball Arena.
Absolutely.
Because they look a little road weary. It's not been pretty. That arena needs to be on fire. And that will wake up this team. And trust me, as a former player, as a coach, that matters.
He's Mike Sanford. I am Mark Springer. We are your company today on Dempsey and Company. Steve Nelson, as always, producing the product. It is Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. It's Dempsey and Company on Altitude Sports Radio. Mark Springer and Mike Sanford are with you today. Steve Nelson producing the show as always.
It's Mike and Mark in the morning on Altitude Sports Radio. It's going to be a cold one out there, Denver.
Mike and Mike.
Stay careful on those roads today, Denver.
Mike and Mark has very shock jock morning show energy. I like it.
It does. It really does.
We got a lot of Marks at this station. There's a Mike here now.
But there's only one Nelly.
There's only one.
And there only will ever be one Steve Nelson. And I will say, I dropped the ball. Spring, I don't know if you knew, but Fridays, Chris Dempsey, he dropped some freestyle rap on the intro. So we missed an opportunity to hear one Mark Springer get his freestyle on for probably the first time since he was a SoundCloud artist, in the mid-2010s.
Okay, here's a bar for you. You want me to drop a bar?
I like bars.
All right. The Avs and Nugs are going to be okay. If you don't see that, go away.
That was spoken word. You went way more coffee shop.
Huge, yeah.
You went more coffee shop vibes than you did, Dempsey with a little bit of. Okay, there it goes. There's the club remix of it.
Except no, it's slam poetry what Springer just did, so we can only snaps for Springer. Snaps for Springer.
Bongos. Thank you.
I feel you on that though, Spring.
I get so frustrated when these teams lose a game or they go on a bad stretch, and the sky starts to fall. Why do we focus so much on why the Nuggets and Avalanche can't win a championship instead of asking why they can win a championship? Why are we focusing on the negative instead of the positive when, as I said in the first segment, every single team in the NHL and the NBA has a flaw? There is no perfect team.
Well, I think it's a new TikTok trend or a new Instagram Reels trend, if you will, when people say stuff along these lines. We're sports fans. Of course we dwell on the negative. We're sports fans. Of course the sky is falling. Because frankly, that's true. Right? Sports fans, and this is the first year I've been a real sports fan in my life. I've always been a coach where I'm not allowed to dwell on the negative. I have to move on to the next game. I have to move on the preparation that goes in for next said game. So I don't have the chance to be like, oh man, look at this. We're not going to win it this year. No, it's like, I got to come up with the solutions. But this year, it's been so fun for me to lean into all the negativity that I've been eluding so hard for the last 18 years of my life. And honestly, I think
it's fun. It's a good release, right? To tweet, fire Bednar, all caps. Oh, that feels good, doesn't it, huh?
I'll tell you what, I've seen fire Sanford a whole hell of a lot, so it does feel good. Little revenge for me. I get to wake up and choose violence instead of fending off all this violent attack that's directed at me.
Uh-huh.
But
aggression will not stand, man.
But I will say, though, as a fan, I think that we all choose to fall in love with these teams, fully knowing that there is going to be the drama of a season unfolding. And, of course, we'll call them in the down parts of the season, in the slumps. I mean, we just need something to be mad at. We need to choose to wake up with all kinds of cloudy, thundery, stormy skies and just be like, you know what? The world is coming to an end for my Colorado Avalanche.
Is it like a setting an expectations low type thing? Like if I keep my expectations low and I remain pessimistic, I will be less disappointed if they lose, because there is no guarantee any year that any team is going to win a championship. It's why they play the games. Injuries can happen, bad bounces, fluky things can happen. So is it that, man, if I say, oh, I don't think they can do it, that if they don't do it, which it is your team against a field of 30 to 32 teams. So in theory, the 30 to 32 have a better chance than your one team. So if you kind of prepare yourself and brace yourself for what will always be the more likely outcome, that the field beats your team, that it will hurt less, that you will say, see, I was right. They weren't going to get it done.
I think that you just defined the very life of Brett Kane as a Lions fan. Because even I was on multiple times in the morning. I'd pop on, if I got to the studio early with Kaner and Vic and and Moj, and I would come in and be like, "Quit doing this, Brett. Like, you guys look really good." And of course, every single playoff game, of course, we're going to lose. And that was Brett Kane's take. I mean, we're the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there are fan bases that have lived that miserable existence for so long that their only built-in defense mechanism is to choose the negativity and then be surprised when something goes opposite of what they...
But they act like they called it. They're like, I knew it.
I don't think that's the case necessarily with Colorado sports fans.
Well, Mike, I was actually going to say, I'm really happy for you, and I'm going to let you finish, but you guys are describing one fan base here in town for about 46 years. We had a term for it, #NugLife. Until last summer, the entire Nuggets fan base was so beaten down by having the highest expectations and then losing in fluky ways. The Anthony Carter weird inbound pass in 2009 against the Lakers. Alex English breaking his hand, was it, in the playoffs in the 80s, also against the Lakers? I mean, we embodied assuming the worst for 46, 47 years as Nuggets fans, but now that curse has been lifted. I haven't seen #NugLife anywhere since the championship came here.
And I'd say the only fan base right now in the state of Colorado, across the landscape of professional sports, that has reason to have that unbelievable pessimism to justify the surprise of anything good happening are these Colorado Rockies, which just reported for duty, pitchers and catchers, to begin their illustrious 2024 campaign.
What do you think of the new Fanatic /Nike jerseys? We're seeing the spring training edition of them. The letters on the back of the jersey. And I'm not usually a jersey guy. I usually don't care, but these things do look like a kid made them. Like, that's what they look like.
They're not great, but they are spring training. Spring training jerseys are meant to be played in Tampa and Arizona. They're lighter weight jerseys. They're more practice jerseys. So I wouldn't hit the panic button quite yet. They looked, from a distance, they looked sharp. When you see them up close, they look like they're cheaply made. But I wouldn't hit the panic button. In spring, I am a jersey guy. In fact,
you're wearing one right now.
I'm sporting.
No, I don't mean I'm not jersey guy. I mean, I don't. Like, people criticize and are like, ooh, I like this jersey. Ooh, I don't like that jersey. I'm mostly fine with all jerseys.
Right.
Is what I mean.
And I love talking about jerseys. I like talking about all the new jerseys. In fact, the jersey that I'm wearing is I think it was the Bright Day or something like that kit from the Colorado Rapids, which I've been advised by Nelly not to talk Rapids. It's okay. I'll get there eventually when the season starts.
Sure. They're going to prove the haters wrong.
I'm a huge fan of the beautiful game. And so, believe it or not, the Rapids actually they revealed their new kit today, which will be exciting. And I'll probably be
to be revealed later today.
I believe so. I saw it. I saw it on the socials yesterday.
All right.
New kit coming out.
That's good company stuff too, right there. Promoting the reveal later today.
Actually, it looks like I'm looking on their socials now. I think they just dropped it about 15 minutes ago. They got a fancy video and a picture too. It's a checker pattern. It kind of looks like an old school flag.
Okay. All right. I'm here. Shake it up, baby. Shake it up. Give me different. Give me new. As long as it doesn't look like it's made by a kid, like these new Major League Baseball jerseys. Whatever you want to do, spice it up. Checker. Mike Sanford's rocking, like, what is this? Like a blue. Like,
it's like the
different shades
it's supposed
of blue.
it's supposed to represent the skies of Colorado.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah,
fun.
This is kind of a bit of a deep reach, but that Rapids kit kind of reminds me of. Do you remember the music video for Somebody That I Used to Know by Gautier, where their faces are all painted in that weird pattern and they like blend in with the wall behind them? That's what that iteration of Rapids jerseys looks like to me.
Yeah, I like it.
I
just pulled it up. It looks good.
That reference would have killed in 2012. I guess I missed the boat.
I remember the song. I don't remember the music video. All right, hey, let's talk about something else that is super fun here. Okay, Caitlin Clark. Mike, I learned last night you're a huge Caitlin Clark fan. I mean, I'm assuming you were loving some Caitlin last night. She set the all-time scoring record with a 3. She dropped 49 points last night. She has 3,569 career points. She is incredible. Here's my take. If Denver is going to get a WNBA team, and there's rumors that they might, they need to file the paperwork today. They need to get that thing done today so they can get the number 1 pick in the WNBA draft as the expansion team and get Caitlin Clark. She is incredible.
Are we ready for that many Iowans to flood the city of Denver on a weekly basis? That's a lot. I mean, there's a cap on how many Iowans can be allowed into the state of Colorado. I mean, that would be, could you imagine if Caitlin Clark played for the expansion Denver, whatever the team name would be. But it would be an awesome, awesome enterprise to have WNBA team here in Denver, with all the things that have happened. Man, you think it like the U.S. women's national team, you look at all the Coloradans that are represented that play for club and country for the U.S. I mean, women's sports in Colorado is phenomenal. What's happened at the high school level, the college level, it's a great state for it. I do think that the WNBA does need to be here. And if Caitlin Clark ended up here in Colorado, I mean, that's drivable for all our peeps. I mean, all our peeps could end up just making the road trip on whatever. What is that? Would it be 70? I-76?
I've never been to Iowa via drive. I have no idea.
I know this. There's a lot of Iowans that do come to Rockies games. You'll see them. They come in to watch watch the old round ball. And I think it would be awesome. And Caitlin Clark, major kudos to her. Not only the all-time scoring record, did it in basically a half season less work than who she broke the record. I don't have the name in front of me.
Nelly, Kelsey Plum, I think it was Kelsey Plum
from the Washington Huskies. Yeah.
Yep. Kelsey Plum, I think, did it in 16 more games or 14 more games than Caitlin Clark did it. But she did it in dramatic fashion with almost like the shot that she made to break the record was like Steph Curry-esque.
And she knew what she was doing. She knew I'm pulling up from deep to get. I think if she missed that deep three, she just simply would have taken another deep three. It was only going to be a deep three.
And it was awesome. And to see that building explode. And then not only that, but then go win a massive conference game against one of the big names in all of college sports, the University of Michigan, and score 49. So she didn't just break the record. She shattered the record. And that will be her record for a long time.
I have always enjoyed watching women's basketball, but I will be honest, while I would watch it from time to time, I never really got into it. Caitlin Clark gets me into it. She's that fun to watch. CU women's basketball is being pretty damn good right now has helped a lot too. But watching Caitlin Clark last year down the stretch and in the women's NCAA tournament, and then this season on Fox, on Big Fox, Channel 31, they're putting these Iowa games in prime time on Saturday night or Sunday morning. Peacock is featuring these Iowa basketball games because she draws an audience, because she is Steph Curry. That's what she is. I love watching Steph Curry play. Steph at his peak, I couldn't get enough. This dude is hitting shots from everywhere, from a variety of angles. That is Caitlin Clark. She is an absolute joy and a treat to watch.
She is. And, the 3-point contest that allegedly, I think, has been confirmed between Sabrina
Ionescu.
I was going to struggle with that last name. Thanks for the tip there, Spring. I watched that shot to break the record last night by Caitlin Clark. And even in our text thread last night between you, me, and Nelly, I was already putting the cart before the horse, and I'm like, she needs to be added to that 3-point contest. I want to see her and Steph. I think that
would be great.
I mean, her pure shot, strength, and the way she carries herself, awesome for the game of women's basketball. And even just the scenes of fans, not just Iowa fans, but fans of Caitlin Clark that are just lined up to get into the arena. The amount that how much ticket prices are going for Iowa basketball games, both home and away. So good for the sport. Caitlin Clark, you are the woman. You are her.
She is her. She's absolutely her. And yeah, tomorrow night NBA All-Star Weekend starts tonight with the Rising Stars Challenge and the Celebrity All-Star Game. I need to look and see who's in the Celebrity All-Star Game. Maybe we could have some fun with that because there's always some unique names in there. But tomorrow night, you got the dunk contest, you got the skills challenge, you got the 3-point contest, and then you have its own little one-on-one 3-point contest between Steph Curry and Sabrina Ionescu of the New York Liberty. That will take place tomorrow night. Sabrina went to the University of Oregon. Very good shooter. She's not Caitlin Clark, though. Nobody is.
She is absolutely lights
She's
out.
great.
She's lights out in the 3-point contest, though. Like the stuff that she's done at the WNBA game. Are they shooting from the same line?
No, I think it's Sabrina will go from WNBA 3-point line with the WNBA ball, and Steph will go NBA 3-point line with an NBA ball. Steph is minus 220 to beat Sabrina Ionescu. She is plus 160.
Who you got?
I got Steph.
I got Sabrina.
There's value in Sabrina. She could win this thing.
I think it's a good bet. I mean, I called the dang Super Bowl final score. I was off by 1 on each side, but I called 24-21 Chiefs.
Great
Ended
prediction.
up being 25-22.
That's a great prediction.
And then I'm going to call Sabrina winning, and it's going to be all the dramatics, and she's going to come from behind. It's going to look like she's out of it, and all of a sudden she's going to rip off like 11 straight to win it.
I think there's value. I think there's value. The playing field should be even between Sabrina and Steph, and then tonight the Rising Stars game. You have Team Pau Gasol versus Team, I believe, Tamika Catchings, Team Jalen. I think this is Team Jalen Rose, and Team Detlef. Team Detlef Schrempf. That's interesting because we have more audio from Carmelo Anthony. And he revealed that George Karl once compared him, Carmelo Anthony, to Detlef Schrempf. We'll tell you what that's all about next. Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Springer and Mike Sanford here with you on a Friday morning. Have I said afternoon today? Because I usually do afternoons. Now that I say morning, I'm like, did I say afternoon earlier?
I wouldn't have any clue because I haven't listened to a word you've said this entire broadcast. I'm just playing Spring. I don't think you have. Has he, Nelly?
I don't think I have.
I was listening to Andy, but I sort of wasn't.
That's just something I could see myself doing. It's a Friday afternoon. Wait, it's the morning. I'm here in the morning. That's right.
And by the way, anytime we have an afternoon, like a matinee Avalanche or Nuggets game, Berto always struggles with that. And Kaz, too. Just out of habit, he'll go, tonight. Oops. I mean,
it's like, wait, it's 11 a.m.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I said, speaking of tonight, teasing in the last segment what we're going to talk about here, Rising Stars game, which will feature 4 teams. One of them is Team Detlef Schrempf. A guy I never really watched play because his heyday was the mid-'80s to 2001. 85 to 2001, he was in the league. But, I mean, dude, 3-time NBA All-Star, 2-time Sixth Man of the Year. Had a solid little career there. Played 6 years for the Seattle Supersonics, 93 to 99. George Karl coached him. Now, George Karl also coached Carmelo Anthony, obviously. So Carmelo Anthony is doing more media, more podcasts nowadays. He was on Dwayne Wade's podcast. He tried to rewrite history that he didn't want out from Denver near as much as, you know, the truth of the matter actually was. Like, he did want out of Denver. He's claiming, no, it wasn't so much like that. Now he's on. This is a Deuces or Miro, one of those two dudes. They're broken up now, but he's on one of those two dudes' podcasts, and he's talking about when George Karl took over as head coach of the Denver Nuggets. Let's hear a little from Carmelo Anthony.
He got the job a couple days before we played Milwaukee Bucks. So the whole thing was, I'm not coaching no game. My first game, I wanted to be against Milwaukee Bucks. Cool, go back home. They you over there. I know the business. I know the game at the, and I really don't know the game when he came to the team. I'm 21 now. All I know, I got a big name coach coming. George Karl, coach Milwaukee, coach Seattle, Gary Payton. You know what I mean? All of that. We get to Milwaukee after shoot around, call me to his room and tell me, hey man, like I think you overrated. Like you have a lot of work.
Yo, that's crazy. First sentence?
So there you go. There's part one of the clip. We'll play part two in a second. George Karl taking over for Jeff Bzdelik, who Jeff was probably never going to be the long-term guy under Carmelo Anthony. They bring in George Karl, established coach, and George comes in, and the first thing he tells Carmelo Anthony is, you're overrated. And Carmelo's 21 years old. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, George Karl, old school, right? I actually went to college at Boise State with his son, Kobe Karl.
That's right.
We used to actually work out together all the time. He wanted to be with the football guys, and they're an old school group, the Karl family, and so there's an old school methodology of coaching where you immediately take over and you target the guy that has the ego that's bigger than the city of Denver. And you immediately put him in his place to do everything in your power to establish a relationship where he tries to work towards your approval. Whether it worked or not can be debated.
All right, let's continue. Here's part two. Carmelo Anthony on George Karl.
The first shoot around, he come to me and say, like, look, man, I think you overrated. We have a lot of work to do. I know I ain't. You know what I mean? I know I got a lot of work. I got a long way to go in this league. But
you just got here.
You just got here. Like you ain't asking no questions of like who's who, what's what, what's going on, what's the vibe. Individual meetings with every player to introduce yourself. You ain't do none of that yet. You called me, told me I was overrated. Looked at him. All right. So yeah, you remind me of I see your role on this team. You're more like Detlef Schrempf.
Nah, get the.
This is where it's born. This is a fact.
Okay. Like, I actually kind of get where Melo's coming from a little bit here. And, keep in mind, this is a mid-2000s. Like, things have changed nowadays. Coaches are almost forced to be more player-friendly nowadays. But it sounds like George came in with preconceived notions about Carmelo Anthony, that he is a diva, that, being the 3rd overall pick, winning a national championship out of Syracuse from the Northeast, perhaps the way Melo just dressed and looked and just the way he carried himself, I think that already gave George preconceived notions. And George's experience in the league, he coached Gary Payton. He's been around these superstars. He knows that they can
Sean Kemp, I think, right?
Yes, Sean Kemp. They can have a big ego. They can really love themselves, and that could maybe hinder the development that George Karl wants out of a player like that to be more team-centric. So I think George comes in day one and tries to put Carmelo down to establish, no, I'm the coach. You listen to me. You're just Detlef Schrempf, baby. You're not going to be Michael Jordan. I think it was a power play by George Karl, but I can understand why Carmelo didn't respond well to it.
Yeah, I mean, Detlef Schrempf, I'm going to age myself here. I'm now well into my 40s,
Mm-hmm.
right? So Detlef Schrempf is of my vintage as an NBA fan, a young NBA fan that Detlef Schrempf was the guy when you went out and bought a pack of NBA cards, Fleer, Topps, you get a Detlef Schrempf card, you're like, gosh, man, I got a Detlef card? But he was a good basketball player. The Bayer Leverkusen German native. He played for Bayer Leverkusen in the FIBA in Europe.
Sure, okay.
He was a. So I think if you were from Germany, yeah, Detlef Schrempf was your Michael Jordan. But if you were, trying to get a Michael Jordan card and you got the Detlef Schrempf card, and Carmelo's in a similar age bracket to me, that's like the worst thing that could happen. So that was a shot from George Karl right in the direction of Carmelo Anthony. And I would
out the gate.
I would follow up with this though. Are we all kind of sick of this thing? It just seems like Carmelo does something about every 3 to 5 weeks to just get right back on the Denver Sports Talk Radio airwaves. And here we are yet again.
Well, he's doing these podcasts, he's doing media, and I haven't noticed him do a lot of this. He's relatively recently retired. He's telling his story through his lens, whether you like it or not. He is allowed to tell his side of things. So George Karl tweeted out with this video embedded in his tweet of the clip we just played. George tweeted, "Hey, at Carmelo Anthony, let's not do this. You're telling stories that are 20 years old. Let's move forward. Flex emoji. And you, the letter U, were overrated, and you, the letter U, wish your game was as efficient as Detlef's." Laughing emoji. So he throws a little shot in there at the end. But George Karl did write a book about his time with the Nuggets, where he was critical of Kenyon Martin and Carmelo Anthony. So George can do it, but Carmelo can't? Is that what we're saying here?
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just, I hope that when my run of whatever it is, right, run of coaching, comes to an end, or my run in the world of radio, the world of media comes to an end, man, I just hope that I'm just enjoying my kids and grandkids and not just having to reemerge back into popular culture by virtue of clout chasing these hot topics 20 years after they happened. And
you don't want to trash Chris Dempsey 20 years from now?
I mean,
Steve Nelson.
But why would I? They're the best, man. I mean, Steve Nelson, there's nobody like
you
him.
guys get along. I mean, George and Carmelo did not get along. And there's a clash from the start, right?
Let it go. Let it go, George. Let it go, Melo. Let it go. But guess what? We're still here, and we're doing exactly what they want us to do. We're talking about it.
So when I see his ass in that land, I'm going to beat his ass.
Look, I hope everyone, we should be able to move on here. Nothing that happened with Melo, George Karl, and the Nuggets ultimately amounted to anything that was a detriment to the franchise. In fact, it was all massive positives when we look at it in retrospect. When we look how the cards actually fell and how it all played out, it was actually the best thing that ever happened to the Denver Nuggets because it led to Jamal Murray and in a way also led to the drafting of Nikola Jokic just because it put this franchise in the spot that it was in where they spent a second-round pick on Nikola Jokic. And obviously the Murray draft pick was a direct result of the Carmelo Anthony trade. Everyone is so mad at Melo saying that if Melo came to Ball Arena, if he returned and they honored him during a game, I had a lot of texters yesterday saying that they would boo Carmelo Anthony. I just don't get that.
I don't think that would happen.
I don't either.
Because Carmelo Anthony was the first real star for this franchise. I'm talking real star.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not throwing any. I'm not. This is not Scott Hastings catching a stray right now from Mike Sanford. That's not what's happening. But Carmelo Anthony was the first player in the franchise's history that caught popular culture across the nation and made this franchise relevant.
Yep.
Call it what it is. Did he ever make it to a finals? No. So he had his place in the history of this franchise to get this franchise to a place of relevance on a national scale. But I say this. We have Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon jumping through the gym and throwing insane dunks down. Let's celebrate those guys and just realize that Carmelo is a part of the history of this franchise.
That's just it right there. You cannot tell the story of the Denver Nuggets without mentioning Carmelo Anthony. And Carmelo Anthony is a crucial part to the story of the Denver Nuggets. Like, if you omitted Carmelo from Nuggets history, like think like 50 years from now, 30, 40 years, however old you are, you're talking to your grandkids, you're looking at in the encyclopedia of Denver Nuggets, and we have erased Carmelo Anthony from history. You'd be like, Dad, where are all these blank pages at? Oh, don't worry about that. That guy, he wasn't any good. Well, what did he do? Did he murder somebody? No, he demanded a trade. He wanted out of town. Oh, so we're just going to omit him from history because of that? No. Time passes. People grow. I absolutely see a universe, and I think that the way it should be is Melo comes back to Denver, and we all have a cheer. That's what needs to happen. All right, he's Mike Sanford. I'm Mark Springer. When we come back, the Broncos need a quarterback. There are not a lot of appealing free agent options, but maybe there is one name that could have his career resurrected in Denver. We'll talk about that next. The company today is myself, Mark Springer, and Mike Sanford, who is with you every Monday and Friday. I think this is my second time on Dempsey and Company. I did one with Demps a few months ago. Mike, you've been great as we enter hour number 2. Let's talk some NFL. Let's talk some quarterbacks here. Before we get to the guy we want to talk about, and maybe this little piece of news that came down in the last hour can become part of the conversation as well. Raiders quarterback Jimmy Garoppolo is being suspended 2 games for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing substances policy. So whatever team Jimmy G is on this upcoming season, whether it's the Raiders or another team, he will not be able to play in those first 2 games.
Jimmy G, juicing, man. The juice and Jimmy G. Didn't have that on my morning bingo card. I mean, there's nothing about his performance in the 2023 season that seemed to be enhanced, if you will.
That's fair. Yeah. Is this one of those like mix-up things where he was taking like is it Botox? Because he's got a great face.
He does. I mean, he's got a face for TV, unlike you and I, who have amazing faces for radio.
Yes, we do. We're built for radio. Jimmy G, though, like, I don't know, was it some sort of a male enhancement thing? That,
Ooh, now we're getting weird.
You didn't read the label, and it had one of those, bands, because that's what a lot of players claim. Like, oh, I didn't know it was in here. They always know, right?
Spring, I love that we're at 11:08 in the morning, but you took it to 11:08 p.m.
Oh yeah,
male enhancing, some type of male enhancement for young Jimmy G.
Look, he's in Las Vegas. He's been invited to like free brothels down there in Las Vegas. They said, hey, come on over for free.
That man's got a good-looking moneymaker. He's got a good-looking face on him. He's a good-looking man, but I don't know, man. Jimmy G just hasn't been performing like somebody who's had performance enhancement.
Will Jimmy Garoppolo become available here in free agency or via trade? I was looking at his contract recently, and if I remember correctly, I'm going to pull it up here. I thought that he had maybe another. Yeah, he's under contract for this season. Manageable salary, but he is technically under contract for the Raiders this season. I don't know if he'll hit the market, but one guy who will hit the market, and this is funny. We got this text on the text line. EJ Peterson says, please don't say Darnold. I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you. That's exactly who we're going to talk about here. Sam Darnold, Mike, you. And I get it, though. I get it, but you like yourself some Sam Darnold.
I don't.
You don't?
I do not.
Okay, never mind.
But it's worth talking about because it is a hot topic right now.
Uh-huh.
It is a hot rumor in these Denver media spaces, if you will, because frankly, the fact that we're talking about Sam Darnold, it shows how weak the free agent pool of quarterbacks are in this 2024 free agency market that hasn't really cleared itself up yet. And here's what I'd say about Sam Darnold. Very talented, has athleticism, arm talent. He's always had the talent. That's why he was, even I evaluated him as a high school player. He barely started at San Clemente High School until his final year playing, and he went to USC. And I was like, what? Then he, doesn't really have that big of a career in college. It wasn't, he wasn't in the Heisman discussion. And now here he is as a national name being drafted and talking about being like the top pick in the draft. He has talent, and he always wins the quarterback gym short competition known as the Combine or Pro Day. But in my time at the Senior Bowl, when I made the trip to Mobile, had the opportunity to talk with multiple people in NFL franchises, some that may or may not have crossed paths at different times with Sam Darnold in his very questionable NFL career thus far. And they said, it all looks good. He's got the ability to make every throw, but he is a slow blinker. And that is the worst thing that you could ever talk about with regards to a quarterback. His processor is not quick enough to play at this level. So if Sam Darnold ends up being the option for the Denver Broncos and Russell Wilson's gone, we're not looking at much improvement here in Denver.
Now, the reason that Sam came into our pre-show discussions was that Brian Griese, the 49ers quarterbacks coach, had some glowing comments about Sam Darnold when he was asked about Sam at the Super Bowl in Media Week. And Brian essentially said that Sam's done a great job as the backup to Brock, and if he goes elsewhere, if he goes and competes for a starting job elsewhere, he's ready. He's ready for that, is essentially what Brian Griese said. Now, look, the way I thought that it was interesting going into this Niners season, I was never ruling out from the start of the season that Sam would take over for Brock Purdy. Just because Sam's former 3rd overall pick, Brock was Mr. Irrelevant. It was one season of Brock. Could he really keep it up? It's a Kyle Shanahan offense. If you put Sam Darnold around Debo and Ayuk and Kittle and McCaffrey, maybe that would be the key for Sam Darnold to unlock the natural talent he has, the reason that he was a 3rd overall pick. Now, he never really got the chance to play because Brock played well, but that also tells me that Sam wasn't lighting it up in practice, or else they would have made the switch. If 3rd overall pick Sam Darnold was looking better in practices than Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy, they would have made the switch. So I am starting to think that while Sam might have tools, it's just not going to work out for him in the NFL.
Well, I think that the thing that I brought up, the characteristic that I brought up about Sam Darnold that's a major question mark in NFL circles is his ability to process information. Because you got to remember, these quarterbacks, it's not just throwing the football. It's not just athleticism. They've got to make incredibly quick decisions, and they got to do it over and over and over and over and over in football games at the national level and at the NFL level. And the fact that he has that that's part of who he's been identified as. It shows that Brock Purdy, while he does have those obvious physical limitations, he isn't lacking whatsoever as a decision maker.
Sure.
And that's why it worked out for Brock Purdy. And that's why I don't think that this would work out in any universe here in Denver, because Sean Payton didn't like Russell Wilson. At least we can assume, because he wasn't always making the right decision on the quote unquote designed first play.
Sure.
A lot of his production was coming on the second play. It was coming when he breaks contain and gets outside of the rush, and Cortland Sutton, is able to get, some extra separation on the second play. That's his game. Well, if he's not looking for a guy that can't process, if he's looking for a guy that can process the information and hit the open guy initially on time, in rhythm, and do it over and over and over, the information that I got at the Senior Bowl, that sure as heck better not be Sam Darnold. Because if that's the case, then these Broncos get hoodwinked by the 49ers franchise.
There are only 2 good free agent options, and both are going to be too expensive for the Broncos: Kirk Cousins and Baker Mayfield. After that, Ryan Tannehill, maybe. What do you think about Ryan Tannehill? And there's rumors that he could go to Pittsburgh because Arthur Smith is their new OC. Arthur Smith was the offensive coordinator with Tannehill and the Titans before taking the Falcons head coaching job, so there's a natural fit there. But let's say, what about Ryan Tannehill with the Broncos? Is that process? Has he got the processor you're looking for?
He does. I mean, he's a proven playoff quarterback. He's clearly not a proven Super Bowl quarterback, but he's a proven playoff quarterback and maybe a good bridge option. He does provide athleticism. I don't know where he's at in his health, his overall health, to be able to allow that athleticism to shine. I've heard he's incredibly bright. Is a great processor of information. They would be able to do worse than Ryan Tannehill as a bridge option.
And then let's go back to Jimmy Garoppolo for a second. And I appreciate this text, Travis. Travis says, as a Raiders fan, I can tell you the Raiders are cutting him to avoid the bonus. Yeah, I mean, it does feel like Jimmy is not part of what Antonio Pierce and the Raiders want to do. That was a Josh McDaniels move to bring in Jimmy, who he once coached with the Patriots. And then when Antonio took over, they just entered the Aiden O'Connell era. And yeah, I'd say if they can get out of that, the year remaining on Jimmy's deal, they will. And so, Travis, I'm going to assume you're probably right that Jimmy will be available here. So I find that interesting because Sean Payton on Friday did an interview with someone from USA Today. This time, I don't think he had a lot of lattes in his system. But either way, she asked him, who are some quarterbacks in the NFL that you think get unfair hate, that are criticized more than they should be criticized? And he named 4 quarterbacks in order. And I thought this was interesting because at least a couple of these guys are
before spring, before you reveal that. Were you going to play the clip or just
no? I'll just tell you.
Okay, before you do that, who should he have said as number 1? Who should he have said? And I'll give you a hint. It's pretty stinking obvious.
There's
they get more hatred than they should.
There are so many. I think every quarterback to a degree gets more hate than Lamar Jackson.
How about the guy that threw for 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions?
Russell Wilson?
Yes. That's who he should have said.
Well, it's
but did he? And go ahead. We'll find out. Did he say Russell Wilson?
No, that is funny. That is funny. The first quarterback out of his mouth was Zach Wilson. The second quarterback was Jimmy Garoppolo. The third quarterback was Derek Carr. And the fourth quarterback was Baker Mayfield. And he was like, Baker's free agent. Now all of a sudden I want Baker. Even though, Sean, I hate to break it to you, your team can't afford Baker Mayfield. And Derek Carr, is he going anywhere from the Saints? I don't think so. Maybe.
He might be available the way famous Jameis Winston right now is running for mayor of New Orleans down there at Mardi Gras festivities.
That's right. I've seen that. And it didn't feel like the Carr Saints thing really clicked. So maybe Derek Carr could be back out there. But the first 2 names he mentioned were Zach Wilson and Jimmy Garoppolo. And when I heard that, it did kind of feel like a soft indication of guys that he is looking at. Look, I know people just hate on Zach Wilson left and freaking right. And I know you're low on Sam Darnold as well. But when the Broncos are in the situation they're in with not a lot of money and not a lot of draft capital, I mean, it's finally starting to build back up, but now they actually need to make the picks. Maybe they need to swing at a guy who has tools, but they're just going to rebuild him like a Zach Wilson or a Sam Darnold.
Can I give you my power rankings? Money is not an option.
Sure.
Of who could be available at the quarterback position and also to their fit for Sean Payton, because I think that's incredibly important.
Sure.
Number 1 would be Kirk Cousins. Obviously, the affordability, Number 2 would be Derek Carr.
Okay.
Why Derek Carr? When were his best years in the National Football League? Who was his head coach and play caller?
John Gruden.
Mm-hmm. John Gruden is a decisive play caller, wants the ball to go to the places that he prescribes the ball to go. And did Derek Carr do a good job for John Gruden? Pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, the numbers were good.
Mm-hmm.
3 would be Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
4 would be probably Zach Wilson, because even though he's been drugged through the mud, he's not completely ruined and he has a ton of talent. After Zach Wilson, Jimmy G, and then last in my list would be Sam Darnold.
I hate to say it, but Zach Wilson does make sense for the Broncos. And I know he catches a ton of hate. I know he does. It's just the situation that the Broncos are in. Unless they're drafting that quarterback in the first round, then Zach wouldn't make any sense. But if they're not drafting a quarterback, then somebody like Zach could make some sense, just because he's super affordable and has tools. Future's weird, Mike. It's really weird. This was a good text from the 725-780. If Russell Wilson becomes available, the Broncos should look at him. Well, they get that? Where would you rank Russ? All those quarterbacks you just mentioned, starting from Kirk Cousins, you went Carr, you went Baker, you went Zach. Where is Russell Wilson in that?
Well, I mean, the hardest part about Russ is that if you look at active quarterbacks and their career QB ratings, he's a top 4 quarterback in the current National Football League.
If you take the entire sample size.
Which
but
is
right now,
that
today.
is there's a major caveat because when you watch early Russ in Seattle, like a lot of those times where you see him spin out of would-be sacks and creates a play, like he had the juice in his legs to go make that second play happen. He's not that same Russ of vintage 2014, 15, 16.
But this is where some of that talk comes from of their best option for this upcoming season is Russell Wilson, because at worst, he's 4th on that list. And those are still some solid quarterbacks. Even if you want to put him 4th behind Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, Baker Mayfield, and then you want to go Russ, that's fine. There's a massive drop-off after Russ then.
Massive.
So
none of them are proven.
And like you said, you're ranking those for the Broncos without money being a factor, but in reality it is. You can't get Kirk Cousins. You can't get Baker Mayfield. I don't even know if you can get Derek Carr, but you could get Russell Wilson, who is somewhat akin to those quarterbacks. Why can you get him? Because he's literally on your roster right now. It's very, very odd times. All right, hey, when we come back, I am told we have something called Nelly's NFL Notes. We're going to keep talking NFL. We're going around the league next. It's Altitude Sports Radio. All right, it's time for Nelly's NFL Notes, as you just heard there in the intro. Mark Springer, Mike Sanford, and Steve Nelson with you. Let's go, Steve.
It's an all-company edition of Nelly's NFL Notes. First story here, I wanted to mention one bright spot that has actually come out of the tragic shooting that occurred at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl victory parade. Whether you love her or you hate her or you're just sick of seeing her, Taylor Swift did something very admirable. She donated $100,000 to the family of Lisa Lopez Galvan. She was a local DJ in town in Kansas City, and unfortunately, she lost her life from the shooting at the parade, and her son ended up in the hospital. So her family put out a GoFundMe and asked for some money to help cover funeral costs and obviously some money to help keep the family rolling. Well, Taylor Swift gave $100,000, and now they have raised a total of $200,000 according to Rolling Stone magazine.
Awesome. Good on Taylor. What a tragedy. Just to show up to an event and have it marred by such an atrocious act. And here we are again, another instance here that hit close to home. Our thoughts and prayers are for people down in Colorado Springs. Another shooting today at UCCS.
Oh my God, really?
2 people have died. So
Today
at
the University of Colorado Springs
this morning.
Unbelievable. Yeah, now awesome of Taylor to do that. Unfortunately, my brain just goes to I'd rather have my mom/friend than $200,000.
No question.
But good on Taylor. Good on for those in the community helping out. That shooting happened over an argument, and guns got pulled out.
And nine children left a celebration. It was probably their first opportunity to maybe even see some of their heroes in person, and they leave with gunshot wounds.
Absolutely terrible. All right, to better and brighter days, Steve Nelson.
I keep saying that I'm done talking about the Kelce brothers, and then I keep proving myself to be a liar. But you guys already knew that. Mike, on Monday, we were chatting about the shove heard around the world. Travis Kelce shoving Andy Reid during the Super Bowl out of frustration and getting all up in his face. And you had a great zinger. You said, we're talking about football. It's not accounting, or it's not doing people's taxes. It's a passionate game. Things like this happen in the heat of the moment. Well, the Kelce brothers got a chance to address it themselves on the New Heights podcast.
People are all over this. I mean, I get it.
You cross the line. I think we can both agree on that.
I can't get that fired up to the point where I'm bumping coach and it's getting him off balance and stuff.
I mean, let's be honest. The yelling in his face, too, is over the top. I think there's better ways to handle this.
I love Coach Reid. Coach Reid knows how much I'd love to play for him. I'm not playing for anybody else but Big Red. If he calls it quits this year, I'm out there with him, man.
He ain't calling it quits. Come on now.
He's not. I immediately wish I would have took it back. Coach Reid actually came right up to me after that, and he just let him know, hey, man, I love your passion. I got cameras on me all over the place, man.
He's letting you know not to be like that.
Just fired me up even more to go out there and get a victory for him, man. Big Red, sorry if I caught you with that cheap shot, baby. But damn, I love winning with you.
So Travis was mad that they took him off the field for the goal-to-go play, or it was around the 10-yard line, and they handed off to Pacheco. He fumbles. They had Noah Gray in at tight end on the right side who lost his block, and that kind of directly led to the Pacheco fumble. And Kelce was going over to Andy Reid and saying, I can block. I'm a blocking tight end as well. You need to have me in that you should not have taken me out. That's why Pacheco fumbled right there.
Yeah, tempers flare in the game of football. I think the optics of the situation they were horrific. Like, it looked awful for Travis Kelce to catch his head football coach off guard. But I've been in those situations, man, and tempers fly, and it's what you sign up for when you coach and you play. And I mean, this game there's nothing on earth like the game of football, period. Because in college football, you only have 12 guaranteed opportunities for a year's worth of work. And so tempers are going to flare, and it's a violent game. Was it right for what Travis did? Heck no. Did he apologize? Yes. Was there even some clips of Andy Reid later in the game trying to catch Kelce off guard and bumping him? There were.
Oh, I didn't even see those.
There were. So this is part of their relationship. His brother called him out for it. Andy Reid, a former offensive line coach, you knew that Jason Kelce was going to have Big Red's back, and I'm glad that they addressed this and Travis Kelce took accountability.
There's probably only a handful of players in the league who could get away with this, though. Like if anybody on the Broncos did that to Sean Payton, I'm trying to think of who would even have the standing to do that. And it's all for, Travis Kelce's not getting mad at Andy Reid for no reason. He wants to win. He's frustrated that he thinks his coach made a poor decision. So it's coming from a good place. But still, you're in a way putting your hands on him. That's kind of where the line crossing happens. Like if Justin Simmons did that, it'd be okay.
Well, let's be honest. We all wish that Russ would have done the exact same thing at some point this past season, and he did, and he should have.
It wasn't our hump.
Russ, it was your hump,
dude. If Russ
and it should have been your bump.
If Russ stood up to Sean on the sidelines this season, like I would have gotten out of my couch and been like, "Oh, yes."
We got something. We've got something here.
Go get him, Russ.
Hey, I believe in you, Russ.
Stand up for yourself. All right, next up.
Reminder, this segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Offering every major appliance line and brand, MountainHighAppliance.com. Well, maybe Mountain High Appliance can send a new coffee maker or, I don't know, an air fryer to Foxborough, Massachusetts or something, because we're getting reports that the Patriots quarterback room over the past few years has been toxic, downright toxic. And it started with Mac Jones declining after a good rookie season. And then over the next few seasons, he wasn't as good, to the point where last season, you may remember, Bill Belichick refused to name a starter for the last, 5 or 7 weeks. Obviously, that takes a toll on the quarterback room. But even before that, evidently, in 2022, when Bailey Zappi was a rookie, sometimes he would leave the quarterback room and go study tape with the wide receiver room because it was just too toxic and he needed a change of pace. So the Patriots head coach, who's not Belichick, I'm totally blanking on his name.
Gerard Mayo.
Thank you, Gerard Mayo. His first task is absolutely going to be to change the vibes.
The Patriots got mad at Mac Jones for using his private quarterback coach in the offseason.
Sounds familiar.
To what?
To what? Russell and the situation with Sean Payton.
Sure. I find it fascinating what's going to happen with the Patriots here. The Belichick era is over. The curmudgeon era is over. I mean, Tom Brady said the other day that, look, I couldn't do it anymore. He is a good coach. He does know how to win, but damn, I couldn't do it anymore. I could not be around that human being anymore. Now we have like an actual someone with an actual personality that people might actually gravitate towards in a positive way in Gerard Mayo taking over that team. I am fascinated by the culture shift that is about to happen with that team.
Well, think about the culture shift that existed in New England and from Tom Brady, who wasn't allowing, no matter what was around him, he wouldn't have allowed that to happen in his quarterback room because it has to be an optimal place for him to prepare for football games at a high level that Tom Brady's going to play, inevitably. Who was the quarterback after Tom Brady? 2020.
They had the Jimmy G. And
was it Cam Newton?
You betcha.
That's right.
And has it not played out in real time with all of the hot takes from Cam Newton's podcast?
Look,
that there is toxicity that entered that building, and then it just continued to get worse as he left.
You're telling me that Josh McDaniels didn't foster a quarterback room and a work environment that got people jazzed to go to work? You're telling me that wasn't that Josh McDaniels? That this goes back to Eric Mangini and I mean, gosh,
Charlie Weiss,
Matt Patricia seemed like a real bundle of joy. I mean,
did you see that Tony Romo got absolutely obliterated by Charlie Weiss for his Super Bowl call?
For the final call, or just his call in general?
In general, he basically said, "Will you just not shut up?" He said it like 11 times on a podcast. He's like, "I'm trying to enjoy the actual moment of the defining play of the Super Bowl."
It was a little weird how, usually the commentators let it breathe on the final game-winning play. You hear the crowd noise. You kind of let it all soak in. And Tony went right into analyst mode.
Tony doesn't
breaking that play down.
Tony steals so much oxygen. There's none remaining at the end of those calls. It's so apparent. Anyway, back to the quarterback room. This just shows all of us that Tom Brady ran not only that quarterback room, but that offense. And the vibes were set by and managed by Tom Brady. And left to their own devices, the Patriots staffers allowed toxicity to creep in.
Like, and even going back to, Travis Kelce bumping Andy Reid, like even when that happened, one thing that's going through my mind is, look, Mahomes and Kelce run that team. They're the heart of that team. Andy Reid is a very good coach, don't get me wrong, but it's similar to how, like you said, with Brady and the Patriots, like Brady ran that show. Mahomes and Kelce run that show. I don't have a problem with when you've gotten to that level that Kelce and Mahomes have gotten to, that Tom Brady got to. If you need to go outside the box of what standard protocol is to get your message across so that you think it gives your team a better chance to win, I don't really have a problem with it.
Spring, you just named two franchises that had two incredibly strong player presence that ran those teams.
Mm-hmm.
What do those two teams have in common over the last 15 years in the National Football League?
75% of the Super Bowls?
Amen. Is there anybody in the Broncos organization, player-wise, that has even a semblance of being able to do that and run this team right now?
That is a great question. We will address it and answer it on the other side. Final segment of Dempsey and Company coming your way next. Mark Springer, Mike Sanford, Steve Nelson. It's Altitude Sports Radio. All right, we're wrapping it up here on Dempsey Company. We'll hand it off to PhD, top of the hour. Mark Springer, Mike Sanford here with you on a Friday late morning. Steve Nelson here as well. Mike, you asked a very interesting question to me before we hit our commercial break, because in the last segment we were talking about Travis Kelce letting his feelings being known to Andy Reid on the sideline in an aggressive way, in a no-nonsense way, in a very real way, not a very professional way. And that led to a conversation in which we also brought up Tom Brady, because we talked about the Patriots next and how, Brady ran that Patriots team. I think Mahomes and Kelce run the Chiefs. And you asked what players on the Broncos have taken, are taking, or will take ownership in that way for the Broncos.
Clearly, it's not Russell Wilson, because that ship sailed. And you get benched, and you've won a Super Bowl and been to another, and you get benched making the money that he makes, that ship has sailed. The only other player that I saw this past year that showed those types of on-the-field moments and leadership moments, and you felt his absence when he wasn't on the field, was Justin Simmons.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. Now, is he on that level of championship caliber player to demand that type of respect, not just on the roster, but in the building? I don't think so.
Because you got to have that level of cachet, right? Where, I am allowed to speak up in a way that other teammates can't, because I've proven that I am so good in this league that you need to listen to me and you can't play without me. So you're not going to bench me or anything, and my voice and my opinion matters. And you're saying Justin Simmons, while he's a good player, has he won over Sean Payton to a level where Justin can be in Sean's ear?
No, and I think Justin Simmons might end up being part of, some offseason acquisitions here. I mean, that's a reality. I mean, because he played himself into a place of value for the Broncos to be able to potentially bulk up some of the other major needs on this roster.
Should Russell Wilson have stood up for himself more, and maybe I'm talking mostly in the media, and I praised Russ for this. Russ never said a negative word about anybody in any of his media availabilities this year, despite all of the noise, all of everyone else saying this and that, his own head coach included sometimes, maybe not so much with Sean's words, but certainly with his actions sometimes. Russ never did anything, never said anything. Should Russ have shown Sean more pushback? Would Sean have respected that?
He should have. It was so clear and apparent, especially in that middle portion of the year where the playoffs were still potentially, at your fingertips with 5 games remaining. And he didn't show it. And so, unfortunately, the lasting, indelible, burnt image in all of our minds in the Denver metro area and in the state of Colorado of Russ's tenure are going to be of people screaming at Russ. And unfortunately, that's hard to overcome. And I think that not only did we talk about the leadership that was exhibited by Tom Brady in New England, that was his team. And then the leadership of Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce in Kansas City, that accounts for, like you said, nearly 75% of the Super Bowl victories over the last 15 years. That doesn't exist anywhere in Broncos country right now. And that's why I believe that a bridge quarterback is not the answer. They have to get this draft right. And it's got to be a strong personality. It's got to be a proven winner, proven leader, and somebody that has the ability athletically as a passer to earn that on-field credibility immediately.
I thought this was a funny text because we asked in the last segment who on the Broncos could yell at Sean Payton the way that Travis Kelce did with Andy Reid, and the 303-250 said Will Lutz could do it. That's a funny text because, look, if you were a former Saint, If you played for Sean on the Saints,
or coached for him.
Yes, then you're like half his staff now is former Saints guys. Then Sean loves you. You're his boy. And along those lines, though, and what you just said, the Broncos probably the best thing to do is to draft that quarterback and get it right. And I agree with you. But that also lends itself to, at the very least, a soft rebuild era. Sean's got to develop this quarterback this year. Because of their cap restrictions as well, like Garrett Bowles might not be back. You even Justin Simmons, as you mentioned, there could be some tenured Broncos who might not be back. Is Sean going to rebuild this thing in his image and bring in guys he likes? And does he have the patience for that?
I think he has to. And I think that the investment that the franchise made in Sean Payton isn't a short-term investment. So I think it's got to happen. And namely, it has to start at the quarterback position. And you think about the personality of Drew Brees. Drew Brees wasn't screaming at Sean Payton, but Drew Brees was strong enough in his convictions after he earned that right with Sean Payton to be coworkers, as opposed to a subservient.
Yeah.
And I think that we, as all of us that are trying to hold the crystal ball into who the Broncos are going to either draft or sign in free agency at the quarterback position, we all have to look back at the personality traits of Drew Brees, because that is what Sean Payton is going to have to replicate, because that is all of the success that he's had as a head coach in the NFL was with Drew Brees as his quarterback. And that's why I do think there is a world that exists where Michael Penix, I misspoke, where Bo Nix is that guy.
You're a Bo Nix guy.
I'm not.
You think he's moldable?
I think he's moldable. I think he's programmable. I think he's talented, and I think he has incredible leadership traits. And he's known around league circles already from his performance at the Senior Bowl, from not just on the field at practice, but also the week that existed. He's known as a very intelligent. He is a football guy, and I think that's exactly who Drew Brees was, and I think that's exactly what Sean Payton's gonna try to replicate.
All right, he is Mike Sanford. I'm Mark Springer. Thanks for hanging out with us today on Dempsey and Company. Thanks, of course, to my man, Steve Nelson on the other side of the glass. Dad, where are all these blank pages at? Oh, don't worry about that. That guy, he wasn't any good. Well, what did he do? Did he murder somebody? No, he demanded a trade.
Creepy spring voice.
Carmelo Anthony's a terrible person. He demanded a trade once in his life. Unthinkable. All the crimes that have been committed in the world, and this man demanded a trade. I'll never forgive him for it. Mike Sanford, thank you so much today.
I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me be company with your company.
Absolutely. Just a couple of company guys being the company today. All right.
It's the company line, man.
PhD coming up next.
All right, let's build it up on a Funky Friday where we got to address what the hell's going on with the Avalanche. My Lord. Bednar, I think he called him soft. We'll get to that on the way.
Oh, he did. He did.
All right, I know. I get it. Meanwhile, Jimmy G. Get the music here, Dan, because I like that Funky Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy G, is he on good-looking steroids, or what's
listen.
Jimmy G on?
He was offered a lifetime membership at a few local establishments out there in Las Vegas when he signed.
Hey,
And let's just say, you can't go all night, all natural.
We'll get into what going on with him. I love the conversation I heard with Mike and Spring coming in here today. Like, who could yell at Sean Payton on the staff? That's a fun one. I mean, what employee could just yell at their boss, period? You know, that's give that a
Players or
shot.
staff? Players or staff? Because that's two different things, right?
I guess anybody.
Yeah, I don't think the Broncos have a dude that can do that. I don't think they do. I mean, Travis Kelce gets away with it, right? It's like dudes with off the field problems, right?
Yeah.
As long as your talent outweighs your off the field problems, you can get away with it. If your talent is that good that you can bump a coach, nobody can say a word, you can get away with it.
Hey,
as long as they got that.
Who do you think here could get away with it?
All
right, let's go through it. Grizz, could Grizz yell at Kevin? Grizz yell at Kevin? No.
No.
We're getting to know there.
No.
Dan, what do you think? No.
No way.
No way.
Could Grizz yell at Dan?
Could Grizz yell at Dan?
He has.
I mean, there's a hierarchy, right? Now, Dan couldn't walk over to Mix and yell at Grizz in the morning show, but here.
Oh, is Grizz on a higher plane when he's over with?
Oh yeah, Grizz is
the
Dan
fellas?
over at Mix.
Yeah, but Dan can't fire Grizz. I mean, so is But I see what you're saying. Can Dan yell at Kevin?
Heck no.
No?
Hell no.
Can you yell at Kevin?
I wouldn't do that.
I didn't say if
It's
you
not the
would.
question, bro.
That's right. That ain't the question.
I would not do that. I just wouldn't put myself in that situation.
All right, let me.
I could not.
And I could not either. There's zero chance I could.
Scotty.
Yeah, Scott could.
Probably has.
Scott probably has. Moj, yes. Vic, yes. Kaner?
No.
Dempsey? Probably. He wouldn't, but probably.
Maybe a little bit. Yeah.
Sanford? No.
I don't know. I think Mike could.
You think he could?
I mean, I know that he's the rotational guy, but he's got a lot of value around here now. I mean, he brings something to the table that is different than everybody else at this station.
Nate and Andy?
Yeah,
they could.
They're well, I don't know if you ever heard. They're actually Denver's longest running afternoon show.
Oh wow!
I mean, that was a shot at myself as well.
Yeah, no kidding. A shot at everything. Yeah. No, they're well deserved. They could probably get away. Berto?
Stupid Nate and Andy.
Stupid
Nate.
Nate
Denver's
and
longest
Andy.
afternoon show.
Dumb Nate and Andy.
Berto.
Berto probably could.
No. Man behind the closet.
Yeah, but he's been here forever.
Berto's just happy to be here.
Kaz,
yeah. I mean, anybody like that's the ultimate power seed, right?
Connor McGahee.
Yeah.
Really?
Connor never would, but are you kidding me? Could he?
He could get away with it?
I don't think Connor's ever raised his. Connor's married, right? Yeah. He's never raised his voice at his wife. I guarantee it.
If he raised it a voice, it would be in a very announcer.
Imagine Connor
official.
giving a play-by-play at night.
I'm officially angry at you, wife. This is not satisfactory to Connor McGahee.
Oh,
are they back?
The Mac Attack is back, baby.
I will not clean up my underwear or pick up my dirty. I don't know. I don't know what Connor would be yelling at his wife about. My suit is not pressed appropriately. Who knows? I don't know.
Oh, man. Could Kevin yell at Dave Fleck?
No.
Hell no. Hell no.
No.
Just like the rest of us, when it comes to Kevin and Dave Fleck, happy to be here.
Well, who exactly could yell at Dave?
Well, it's not a smart move if anybody does it.
Tick.
You know what? Actually, that's a good point. And I guarantee you Tick has not yelled at him, but I'm sure she's put him in his place a few times.
Oh my God! If Tick ever yelled at me, I would feel so bad.
Oh my gosh!
I would. I know. Oh my God!
Nicest human being on planet
The
Earth.
nicest person next to Steve Atwater you'd ever meet in your life. How's everybody dealing with not winning Employee of the Year, Dan? Behind the scenes, everybody okay? Except for Jason. Congratulations. Of course.
Jason won.
That's what I was told. Dan, you didn't win, right?
I haven't been told I won. So.
I voted for myself.
Were you nominated ahead of time?
Well, I voted for myself.
The ability to go yell at your boss. I know in the past, there's been coaches who could yell at Mike Shanahan. Yelling at somebody. What I think it's
coaches are different. Coaches can yell at one another.
Yeah.
There are very few coaches that cannot have a FU fest right back and forth and then they get right back at it. Man, I'm telling you, man, I don't think I've ever been on a team that I did not have an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator screaming at each other's faces, an offensive coordinator screaming at the head coach. That's just that you call that a Tuesday.
In about at 12:25, bookmark this. Vic Lombardi will join us. He was yelling back and forth at Carmelo Anthony.
No, he wasn't. Vic wasn't yelling at Carmelo. Vic was.
I think he
was. Was he?
I think so. Yeah.
Really? You
Kind
sure?
of. Well, that's how Mel.
I think Vic gave the softball. Gave the softball. Hey, Carmelo, I would love to talk with you.
I don't think that's how Carmelo saw it.
All right.
Well, I don't know. They were having Twitter beefs. What can I tell you? Like Nate and Andy do the Twitter beef thing. This would be perfect
you're wrong.
for this.
You're doing your thing. They weren't having beef.
They weren't?
No, Carmelo and Vic.
You should know better, Vic. This, that, and other. Are you kidding me?
That's how you talk to those that you love the most.
Well, then I guess he loves Carmelo a lot. Listen, we'll bring him on. Vic was very complimentary of us yesterday.
I saw that.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the Twitter compliments, Vic.
Yeah, so we'll get Vic on to talk about that. But, at the end of the day, when I'm listening to Spring and Mike, who are doing a great job today, it was like I'm getting closer. I think Good Raj even, I got to give him credit where credit's due. Draft the QB and burn the rest of the ground is, Tyler, I'm getting there.
Yeah.
I'm kind of getting there.
Oh, I've been there. I've already said I think it's the best approach. I don't think, sometimes when you're outside the building, it really is easier to see the right things to do. When you're inside the building, you feel so much pressure to win right now, and it really is hard, and I understand it because job security is so hard to come by. But I don't know what the point of trying to compete next year is. I really don't.
I'm getting there. And I think if you listen to Leggy, who's been honest about things over the past few months, he's basically said, well,
Just
listen, if you do X, Y, and Z, then it's going to be A, B, and C. And what he's more or less said is if you're going to do all this stuff, expect to burn it to the ground. Like you're not going to have much of a choice. And I think that's and so instead of just hanging in there and hanging on and dripping and drabbing, maybe it just all goes. Then you just rip the Band-Aid off, but you still draft a quarterback, and likely you wouldn't be moving up, so you'd sit there at 12. And you know what? If you really have a 3-win season and that guy you get at 12 ain't the guy, well, all right. That ain't happening. Just do it again. You're going to be right there. You're going to be in Shadur Sanders land.
Here's the problem. If you are going to rip the Band-Aid off, I can actually make the argument that drafting a quarterback could be the worst thing you could possibly do. And there's a very realistic world in which that makes no sense. Because if you got to rip the Band-Aid off, what does that mean? That means you're getting rid of Garrett Bowles. That means you're getting rid of Justin Simmons. That means you might be getting rid of Cortland Sutton.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting rid of all the big price contracts on your team so that you can reset your books, right? And everything can balance out again. Well, if you do that and you draft a quarterback this year and you move up, you might not ever recover, because how the heck are you going to find yourself a starting left tackle? How are you going to find yourself a Justin Simmons? How are you going to find yourself another wide receiver? If you do go the rip the Band-Aid approach, there's a good argument to be made that the best thing you should do is just start drafting fundamental players right now and then find the quarterback down the road.
Yeah, well, I fundamentally, with all due respect, completely disagree with that. I think you just get the guy and you go from there. Listen, the Bears had, at the end of the day, the right idea, but they really they surrounded Justin Fields over the years, in my opinion, with just poor everything. but the concept was solid. They just couldn't get there. And now they're going to have a shot at Caleb Williams. Well, it's only been a few years since you drafted Justin Fields, and you've been building up around him. My point is, you can do both at the same time. You can draft that guy and start building up around him. Hopefully he is that guy, but if he ain't that guy, you're going to be in the position to draft the next guy anyway.
But the problem is, if you do the rip the Band-Aid approach off and you give up multiple first-rounders to go trade up this year to go get a quarterback,
okay,
you cannot rebuild it in time.
Well,
because by the time, hold on,
mine comes with the caveat that you don't move up though. I'm saying I'm agreeing with you. So,
okay,
so we're on pretty much the same page.
Yeah,
because moving up is a much more aggressive way to like win right away. I'm talking about you're just chilling at 12 basically, and it's Nix McCarthy or Penix.
Well, that's probably the only option you have. If you want to draft a quarterback this year, it's the only logical way to go about it, because if you do the aggressive route and you move up, man, by the time, why couldn't Fields work? Because he didn't have the talent around him. By the time you've gotten enough talent around your young quarterback, he's going to be hitting his contract year, and you're probably going to be busted out with him no matter what.
Well, I'm feeling it more and more and more. I like listening to the guys. I think they're on the I don't think there's a lot of other choices. I've just always thought Sean Payton wouldn't have the patience for it, Tyler. I just don't think that's why you got Sean Payton. But then, when I was driving in today, I'm thinking, well, the dude's 60. Like, what else is he doing? He's got a 5-year deal. In my head, it's always just been like, I don't think he's going to be here longer than 3. But I'm starting to sort of revisit that in my mind, like just thinking about life. Like, why wouldn't he stay the coach? You're making a ton of money.
Oh, well, let's keep it real. Sean Payton is he's not a Sean McVay. I know that Sean has struggled with burnout over the years. And even when he was in New Orleans, there was always rumors that he was going to step away before he finally did. That dude does not know how to live life. He doesn't. And he needs football in his life. He's not looking to get out of football.
Sean Payton?
Yeah.
Okay. How long do you think he's going to be here for?
His entire contract.
Okay. For at least 5 years.
And
4 more years.
And I hope it's more than that. I really do.
Well, listen, if he's going, yeah, I do too, actually. That's the best way to go. It's the best for stability. It's the best to, so if that's the case, see, I just got to, in my mind, I've only thought he was going to be here for 3 years, but I'm adjusting that. What I'm realizing is, as tense and as crazy as the football season is, Tyler, you forget how, mellow things are once the season ends. I mean, sure, there's pressure in terms of contracts and planning things and all that, but I mean, it's nothing like the season. And it's very, very intense. Training camp through the end of the season, very intense. But you also have these kind of huge chunks where it's a day like today. I mean, is it tense today? Is it stressful today? It's just kind of a great job. You're still getting paid, right?
It's pretty stressful, but I hear you.
I don't think it's stressful for Sean Payton. He knows that he's wanted here. He's got all the money in the world he can imagine. He's already got a Super Bowl ring. You know what I'm saying? Why wouldn't he stick around for a longer period of time?
I never thought he was going anywhere, so we're on the same page.
Then if that's the case, he's not going anywhere. Inevitably, you have to rebuild. Okay. And if that means, a 3-win season while you do so, then so be it. We'll take our medicine. We'll get some draft picks back. And then hopefully you can bounce from 3 to 10 to, in 3 years, you could be sitting there again. Frankly, what's your choice?
Well, your choice is you don't admit reality and you feel like every year I got to make the playoffs. And so you put yourself in bad situations. I think that's probably the most realistic outcome. I don't see them burning the entire team to the ground, even though that might be the best approach to take. I really think they're going to try to find a way to make the playoffs next year, because that's what coaches do. They just feel like no matter what I got, I can figure this out, man. Just give me this one piece and I can figure this out. So I don't think, although it feels like the most logical approach, I don't think that's the approach the team will take.
All right, let me I'll put a question to you and we can answer it on the other side. But the question is, what would be the number one sign that they're taking another desperate approach instead of doing the smart thing for next year? Plus Vic Lombardi and Carmelo Anthony. Wow. Here we go, fellas. Let's see if we can get to the bottom of that with Vic coming up next.
All right, guys, if your workouts are not taking you as far as they once did and you're just a little bit frustrated, why can't I get the gains in the weight room like I used to get? Maybe you're just feeling tired, you're feeling run down. Well, do what I did. Pick up the phone, call Revitalize Health today. This is Tyler here, and I've been working with Revitalize for a very long time. Matter of fact, for 7 years, because they made a huge difference in my life. So they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
oh, we was going to have issues. The first day he got the job. He got the job a couple days before we played Milwaukee Bucks. So the whole thing was, I'm not coaching no game. My first game, I wanted to be against Milwaukee Bucks. Cool, go back home. I know the business. I know the game at the, I really don't know the game when he came to the team. I'm 21 now. All I know, I got a big name coach coming. George Karl, Coach Milwaukee, Coach Seattle, Gary Payton. You know what I mean? All of that. We get to Milwaukee after shoot-around, call me to his room and tell me, hey, man, I think you overrated. You have a lot of work.
Yo, that's crazy.
George Karl responds, hey, Carmelo Anthony, let's not do this. You're telling stories that are 20 years old. Let's move forward. And you were overrated. And you wish your game was as efficient as Detlef. Peace, George Karl.
Nothing but love. Nothing but love for you, though, Bella.
Nothing but love.
You know what I thought of there? So apparently George Karl, very first time he meets Carmelo Anthony, says you're overrated. I think you can play better. Well, it's that. Do you remember the last time that happened to the Denver Broncos? Because I do. Do you remember the specific, almost exact same story that happened to Superstar with the Denver Broncos?
I guess I do not. He was called overrated by his coach.
Vic Fangio's opening presser.
Oh, with Vaughn.
Calls out Von Miller, says,
With
I think he
Vaughn.
can be even better than he is. Now, I don't remember the exact verbiage that he used with Von Miller, but more or less said, yeah, I don't think that Vaughn is playing up to his potential. Barely even shook his hand. Barely even knows the guy. And in today's day and game, that feels outrageous. I don't know though, man. I mean, to me, it's a bit of a coaching philosophy. I'm trying to get the best out of my guys. I don't ever want them to feel comfortable. But I got to say, George Karl's been pretty hypocritical in this whole thing, if I'm being totally honest with you. George did write a tell-all book about Carmelo Anthony and Kenyon Martin. He did. He put it all out there in print, telling these stories. And now George doesn't like that Carmelo's giving his version of it. I'm not telling you got to love Carmelo. I'm not telling you got to believe either side of it. But both of these sides have come out and told their story. It's just that Carmelo's finally doing it now.
All right, so there's that. And then there's Carmelo with Vic Lombardi, who joins us right now. Hey, Vic, how are you?
Hey, guys. This gets thicker by the day, doesn't it?
Well, I guess. So, I see Carmelo's response, but I'm not exactly sure what you did to get it. I can read Carmelo's response to you. Listen, let's cut the BS. Radio. You know what I'm saying, though. It got to a point where it wasn't working out. There was no plan. Nuggets wanted to rebuild, and myself and other guys on the team didn't, especially after coming on Western Conference Finals. I'm just reading it. It's cool. It was two different directions that we were going in. It was apparent was going on, and that's that. And just exactly that, Vic, in capital letters from Carmelo. So addressing you very personally, he goes on to write, Vic, no shade. You know better, Vic. Again, in all capitals, like he's yelling at you. I'm not trying to rewrite anything. I'm telling my truth about something 12 plus years ago. The issue for the longest, you were speaking on me. The issue for the longest, you were speaking on me. You'll have to help me with that one. I've never spoke badly about anyone. Now it's my turn to engage in the storytelling. And then you write back, hey, I want you and the Nuggets to make amends. Well, all right. Where are we at here with you and Carmelo, Vic?
I don't know, because I've invited him to join us on the show, and he hasn't responded. I've texted him, I've DM'd him, I've done a little bit of everything, and I haven't heard back, because I'm genuinely – there's a reason we didn't mention this on our show this morning. We didn't go through this because I'm sort of tired of it, and I'm not sure what else I can add to the equation. Now, I had not heard the remarks from Coach Karl about Melo until you guys brought it up on the show.
Yeah.
I actually exchanged some texts with Coach Karl on this situation a day ago, and I said, man, I'm not sure if you know that what Carmelo is insinuating, that you were trying to trade him straight up for Derek Favors and this and that. And, he alluded, Coach Karl, that, listen, Carmelo is just trying to get back at somebody, and I wish this would end. And then I read his tweet about what he said about you were overrated and this and that. And
yeah.
I think what's happening, guys, I think and this is me speculating, I think Carmelo Anthony is conflating the feud with George Karl as a feud with the Nuggets. I think he's putting both parties in the same area, and they're completely different. They're completely different. And I don't know if he understands that whatever turmoil he faced with George Karl has nothing to do with the Denver Nuggets as an organization. Now, I can't speak as a fact that the Nuggets would welcome him back, especially after all this crap he's gone through. But that was my effort, my goal, as well as George Karl. My goal was these guys were such a critical component in the revival of Nuggets basketball, both of them. They should be celebrated. They should, both of them. Hell, George is a Hall of Fame coach, for crying out loud.
Right.
Carmelo is one of the greatest players to wear a Nuggets uniform, for crying out loud. They should be celebrated by fans who were raised to watch them. And that's all going down the toilet, and it's sad. So my goal has always been, let's make this work. Let's get them together. And in an effort to do so with Carmelo, you know, I interviewed him at the NBA Summer League this year, and I said, hey, would you like to see that happen? He says, of course. I go back to Denver often. But then
Well, why is he yelling at you then, Vic? Like, what spurred him on to yell at you?
Because on a radio show Monday or Tuesday morning, I went off saying, I'm tired. I'm not going to believe this from Carmelo anymore. His goal is to make amends with the Nuggets. Stop talking to your buddies on these podcasts ripping the Nuggets. First you rip the Nuggets about the jersey, the 15, and then you start alleging that you didn't demand a trade when we know full well you wanted it out. So it doesn't help the cause. If your goal, D-Mac and Tyler, is to make peace with this organization, by God, make peace. Don't just start throwing these ridiculous notions out on a podcast.
Yeah, you know, he doesn't want to make peace. He just wants his story to be told, and he wants people to understand it. And you know what? Honestly, I think he does have there's some truth in there that I think is understanding. Like, hey, George Karl's being a hypocrite in this thing, if you're asking me. And I like George Karl. But George has told this story multiple times, and now he's trying to tell Carmelo to shut his mouth now that Carmelo's actually speaking his truth on it. I mean, both sides are sitting here. They're stuck in their graves. And the sad part is, for me, for you, hey, man, Carmelo Anthony, in my opinion, was the best Denver Nugget of all time until Nikola Jokic came around. And I know that's controversial. Not everybody's going to agree with it. My favorite player. I couldn't want anything more than for them to make peace with him, come back, just like Mike Shanahan with the Denver Broncos years and years later. And that took time. But I think it's pretty clear Carmelo doesn't actually care about any reunion. I mean, would you not agree with that?
No, not at this point, because, I mean, he doesn't care about Denver. And to his credit, George Karl does care about Denver. He still lives in Denver. He returned to Denver. Even after his career, he roots for Denver. He's a Nuggets fan. I can't say the same for Carmelo Anthony. He doesn't give one care about Denver. In fact, I would contend he probably roots against the Nuggets, given all the pain that he's enduring. So I don't have a dog in the hunt, but I do talk to George Karl a lot more than I talk to Carmelo. And if you want your story told, I'll say this, Tyler, and D-Mac, I may have had this conversation with you before. This new media that is caught on now, that is players interviewing players, it's fun, it's entertaining, it's informing, but it's not journalism. It's not Q&A. It's a bunch of buddies having a glass of wine, exchanging stories. There are no hard questions asked. When Dwayne Wade asked Carmelo, oh, man, they wanted to trade you, where's the follow-up? Where's the follow-up? So what role did you play? So have you talked to them since? There's no follow-up. It's just two dudes having a conversation. That's not media. That's not journalism. I don't know what the hell that is. So let's not get those confused. I would love for Carmelo and even George Karl, I tell you what, let's get you both together.
Yeah, that'd be
and
cool.
have a nice conversation. Let's get you both together. You know, D-Mac, I don't know if you remember this years ago. I got, and it is my favorite interview I've ever done in this business ever. I got Mike Shanahan and Jake Plummer after years of hating
That's
each
awesome.
other. I got them together
That's
at
great.
Shanahan's restaurant
That's great.
for a 45-minute television interview where they just laid it all out. And I actually worked on that for a year. I got both of them to agree to it, and it was the best thing I've ever done in this business, to be honest with you, and most proud of. I would love to do that with George Karl and Carmelo Anthony in the Nuggets.
You know what's interesting to me is the way he was talking to you, because to me it feels the way he was addressing you is that, hey, I thought we were friends. You and Carmelo. And
yeah, well,
that,
I knew him personally when he was here, and we had some conversations. I know a little more about the situation than I can really say, okay? I know a little more about it. But the point is, I held his feet to the fire on denying that he ever wanted to be traded when he knows he did. He knows he did. And, I could catch him in a couple lies, but at the same time, he's not the only one at fault. You're right, Tyler. It's not just Carmelo Anthony here. It's never just one person. For all the people that hate Carmelo, and there are a lot of people in this town that do, I can give you reasons why he should be upset. All right? They're not the same reasons he thinks. Like when he says, they had no choice. I had no choice but to ask for a trade. Well, sure you did. You didn't have to ask for a trade. Well, I had to ask for a trade because they traded away Dante Jones. So what? Teams trade away players all the time. It doesn't give you the right to walk in and say, well, now you got to trade me. That's not the way this works. And so I think both parties are at fault in certain situations here.
I'm going to give you a compliment here in that I don't think he's beefing with you. I really don't. I think he trusts you. And I think he sees you as a vehicle that he can actually communicate this through, because he's only talking to his buddies. He's not. And he's looking at you like it's somebody that, hey, maybe we can actually find the truth in the middle ground here. I'd keep harping it though, man, because I honestly feel like he does want to do this. I don't know if George Karl would want to do it. Problem is right now, he's getting everything he wants, and he wants to be hated by Denver, and that's the sad part of it. Is that at this point,
upside, right? What's the upside for him here? Why is he taking his shot? Why do you think Ben that he's dredged this up? What's the motivation for Carmelo Anthony to dredge this stuff up years later?
To be an interesting guest on these shows.
I think
relevance, trying to be relevant.
Yeah, well, these shows, Tyler, you're a former player, and you don't have your own podcast. You have your own radio show. But the danger in interviewing your friends, like if I interviewed D-Mac, he's not my friend, do you think I'm going to hold D-Mac's feet to the fire on anything relevant? Do you think I'm really going to go after? Do you think, and not to say it's got to be contentious, right? But who do you think is going to do a better interview with Carmelo Anthony on this subject? Dwayne Wade or anybody outside that sphere? Who's going to do it?
Yeah.
And
but that's not what he was looking for. He was looking just to, chop it up with his buddy, which is, very common, and that's that.
That's what's happened, though, D-Mac. Does that concern you, D-Mac? Our business that was once a revealing business. Here's what's at stake. It's become just a tell-all, story time. Let's have a glass of wine and tell our side without even revealing anything about the other side. The other side doesn't exist anymore. That applies to sports, politics, everything. It's like the other side, they're a bunch of BSers. My side's the truth. Well, you need somebody neutral to get both sides. That doesn't exist anymore.
When Moshe says he just wants to pretend Carmelo didn't exist, what's your response to that?
I think that's immature and foolish. And I think that, and I've told him, we argue about this all the time. He has that same take about a lot of players. I think you've got to celebrate those who he helped revive a woe-begone franchise.
Yeah.
It was a decade of crap. He came in along with George Karl, and the two of them together gave that place life, man. Life. And you don't throw that away because you're upset. And we all get upset. He left. He didn't want – and I told Carmelo this too, and I told him to his face in Vegas. I told him to his face off camera. I said, Melo, if you had just exited by saying, I wanted to go back home to the East Coast.
Yeah.
My dream.
People would get it.
Exactly. Like when I left Phoenix, man, why are you leaving? I wanted to go to Denver. I'm from Denver. Tyler, when you came back to Denver, I want to go home. Everybody gets it. Nobody would hold you, or nobody would hate you for that. They would get it. But it was all this BS about, they were rebuilding or they traded Dante Jones and they weren't. Come on, man. You wanted to go play there. It's cool. No problem.
The one side of the story that we'll never hear, because Stan and Josh Kroenke aren't going to speak on this, but I really am curious where Carmelo lands in their hearts. Are they mad at him? I'm sure they are to some degree. Do they want him to be back in the organization to be celebrated? That's the one piece that I just don't know that we'll ever get to, because I got to think in their heart of hearts, they had a lot of fun when he was here,
Yeah. Well, they when they arrived, I was at the draft with Stan Kroenke. I was standing there with Stan Kroenke the night of the lottery. I will never forget it. And when Carmelo Anthony fell to the Nuggets, the look in his eyes, that they couldn't believe it because everybody assumed the Pistons were going to take. If the Nuggets had the second pick in the draft,
right,
they would have taken Darko Milicic. Just so you know, they would have taken Darko.
Wow.
Yeah, they would have taken Darko. Kiki would have taken Darko. So the fact that this reunion or this union between these two entities happened is fate, and I'm sure that there is a soft spot in Stan's heart. There is. There's got to be. But at the same time, man, you can't just be. If you want to mend the fences, mend them. Quit playing these games.
All right, two really quick ones for you. How much would you pay to watch every single Rock? Would you pay 61 cents a game to watch 162 Rocky games?
Yes, I would pay. I would pay whatever freight. Like I told you guys when you were working at the other station. I think I yelled at both of you guys when you were talking about altitude. And you know that conversation because you guys both got texts from me about this. You guys are paid professionals in the sports radio business. If you don't go out of your way
to refer to us as you guys one more time,
if you don't go out of your way, if anybody in the media doesn't go out of their way to watch the games, then you don't deserve to be in the media.
Okay.
Sorry, it costs money. So yes, I'm going to pay for it. Damn right I am. Now, do I like paying for it? No. Does it cost money? Does it hurt? Yes. But this is what we do.
And when you were in Phoenix and you had to explain why you were going to Denver, how did that go over at the Sons of Italy dinner?
I wasn't in the Sons of Italy in Phoenix, bro.
Oh, you weren't? Oh, you weren't?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, this is all just
because you said you had to explain, like Carmelo. You said
you had to tell the family.
You had to tell somebody. You had to be honest about why you were going back to Denver.
No. I'm talking about just people at work. Like, why would you go to Denver?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, no, because Phoenix is actually a bigger market than Denver.
You don't leave the Sons of Italy.
Tyler has tried multiple times to watch The Godfather and Godfather 2 and has not gotten through it. Do you have any advice for him?
Well, I won't give him advice. I'll give him a threat. If by the next time I see
I'm not going on the boat. I'm not going on the boat.
No, go ahead. What's your threat?
I'm going to tell you right now. If you have not watched Godfather 1, at least one, if you haven't, by the next time I see you, if that hasn't been checked off your list, you're going to be sleeping with the fishes, and you're going to figure that out.
Don't worry. I've watched Mob Wives.
I'm done with this interview. Give me off.
All right, thank you, Vic. Love you, buddy. All right, there's our guy. Okay. Yeah, Mo's like he doesn't exist. Of course he exists. You can't ignore him.
Do fish sleep?
No, I don't think so. Their eyes. Have you ever seen a fish's eyelids?
Yeah, I know.
No. Good stuff from Vic. I think Kim and Mello, that's an interesting one.
I don't think that Vic, or I don't think that Carmelo Anthony dislikes Vic Lombardi. I really don't. And I'm not just saying that to compliment him. Carmelo would not engage with Vic Lombardi unless he viewed him as some sort of a trusted source to communicate a message.
Well, I agree with you, and I think he was, I think he was upset that Vic, it was like he was yelling at a friend or something. Like, it's not like they dislike each other, but it's like, that's a weird fence to men, man. And for me, it's such a different perspective.
It seems so simple on the surface. It's just hard to even understand. You got an all-time great. Why wouldn't all parties just want to come together?
All right, there's something out there that may seem crazy on the surface, but makes so much sense. Details about that next. Hey, listen, if you're smart this weekend, you're planning to get to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Oh, man, Old Chicago is so good. They have legendary pizzas, and they're always coming up with new delicious features. And this chicken bacon ranch pizza, are you kidding me? Wow. Outrageous. Every bite, a flavor explosion. Ranch is the sauce. Hey, And if you're not feeling the pizza, all right, salads, calzones, burgers, fish and chips. Welcome to Friday. They got it all at Old Chicago, and you pair that up with one of their 100 local and legendary beers. Are you kidding me? Listen, hey, I've been going to Old Chicago in my neighborhood for close to 20 years at Parker and Arapahoe. There's an Old Chicago near you. And this weekend, they got you covered. Visit oldchicago.com for the nearest location and order takeout or delivery, or better yet, download the Old Chicago app and get $5 off your first order of $25, and you'd be a fool not to at least try the chicken bacon ranch pizza. Ranch is the sauce. Check it out online at oldchicago.com. All right, so we're gonna have a fun Dana White, Howie Mandel confrontation.
Beef.
God, I love it.
Beef podcasts.
I think the Vic Mello beef is minor in terms of beef. I think it's just more compelling that Vic is sort of a go-between. I think the beef with George Karl and Mello is just, he more or less said Detlef was better.
I don't know who has more lethal Twitter fingers, Donald Trump or George Karl.
George Karl, you were overrated.
I mean, gosh.
George,
hey, let's put this to bed. But you are overrated.
You know what's great about George and why I love George is in the I don't give an F stage of life. And listen, the guy's a survivor of cancer a couple times around, and I don't blame him at all. He probably has plenty of money. And all George has is an open mind.
How old is George Karl? You know what I respect about George Karl?
Mid-60s, or is he 70?
I would
George?
think he's in his 70s, personally. I would guess. I don't know. What I respect about George Karl is he's a member of the Flat Bill Hat Club. He wears flat bills.
He does. It doesn't
only 70-year-old I know that wears flat bills.
Yeah, it doesn't look great on him, but whatever.
I got a new one on, by the way. You like it?
You look fine in it. Fishbone.
Yeah.
Ska
like
Friday.
Yeah.
Little Ska Friday.
No, this actually has nothing to do with ska. This is actually for fishing.
Oh, really?
This is actual fishing brand. Bass Dash. Bass Dash.
It looks like George is 72. That almost looks identical to the band Fishbone.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe they're fishermen.
Ska Friday. Ska Friday. Where's our theme song?
We had one, and then you came on.
Yeah, we did have
we
one.
We literally had
actually.
a song from the band 303 that was
why
awesome.
Why don't you just throw in D-Mac there?
Yeah, well, we thought about bleeping him out.
Yeah.
Just bleep out, take the money and run.
Yeah.
Just bleep him out and keep it going.
Yeah, just do that.
You know what? We should play.
There is stuff
Hey,
specific to him,
Yeah,
though.
but
No. We should play that today, though, for D-Mac.
But
We should figure out if we can make it work.
Okay.
No, but what you do,
still got it in the system,
what
don't
you do, if there's anything where take the money and run, you just insert your voice and just say, well, the D-Mac short, I don't know, whatever it is. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
bad
sure.
quarterback takes.
Yeah.
What else? What else could we do
Yeah,
for
just
D-Mac?
put your voice without any music whatsoever.
Like somehow we conned the band 303, like a very legitimate big band, famous right here in Denver because they're 303, to make us a theme song, and we used it for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, I know it was bad when the band 719 wanted to do a song about me. I was like, oh, God, I am in trouble.
987, right?
All right. What's that?
987. Is that Boston?
Nah, you're close.
978.
There you go.
978.
There you go. There you go, big guy. You can forget all about it, though. Don't worry about it. Okay, real quick here. There's a story out there that the Lakers are considering drafting Bronny James to appease LeBron.
Okay.
This is the smartest thing the Lakers could ever do. Now, doesn't say they're thinking about drafting him in the first round. But I dare you all, aside from Nikola Jokic, give me the Nuggets in the past 3 years. They're second-round picks. Off the top of your head, don't look them up.
Colin Gillespie.
How many years did you say?
Past 3 years.
What was Gillespie?
I don't
Well,
even
how did
know.
we get
I think he was undrafted.
I thought Colin was
Undrafted?
undrafted, yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm talking drafted.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, why does the NBA even have a second round? Just do the first round and then just sign people.
Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, we already said that, Dan Tanner.
Well, you said why do they have a second round?
I get it. Besides,
my
the
gosh.
legitimizes it.
Yeah, because Tom Brady legitimizes seventh rounders also.
All right. Our plan is to draft Brock Purdy with the last pick of the
Manu
draft.
was a second round pick.
I get it. There's exceptions to every rule. Last 3 years, who are the Nuggets' second-round picks? Anybody? Are we hearing crickets here? Are you about to show off a little bit, Dan?
Well, I mean, I know like Hunter Tyson and Jalen Pickett last year.
Okay, that's good. You know better than most. How they doing, by the way?
I couldn't tell you because they haven't played.
Yeah, I think they're getting discounts at like Grand Rapids diners right now. Okay, all right. I think you get my point. Meaning, the Lakers have nothing to lose.
I'm looking at the Nuggets selections over the last few years. I don't think they had a second round selection for like 3 years before that.
Well, maybe not. I'm asking a question that I have no answers for because I don't know. I mean, I knew Pickett and Tyson. But aside from that, I don't know. Didn't they just trade Ishmael Kamagate or whatever his name was? My point is,
Lewis Maxwell.
there you go. Fine. You draft Bronny. You make him a one and done. You draft him. You keep Carmelo. You keep LeBron happy for another year to get the best out of LeBron. You allow him to have his dream come true. Maybe you do owe it to him. And what do you lose anyway?
Well, I think you and I are mostly on the same page. When you got dudes that are inning into their golden years, but they've always been there, don't let him go. Just don't. It's always a mistake for a number of reasons. Number one, probably because they still got some ball left in them. Number two, like just strictly financially, why the hell would the Lakers ever want LeBron James to play somewhere else? Why would they want him to play anywhere else?
They wouldn't.
Even if he's at his heyday or not. Shoot, the dude's still having a good year. What's he averaging? Like 27 points per game right now? He's still playing good basketball, so clearly he could help you win ball games. But if you ever think LeBron James ever needed an extra layer of motivation to try to go win another championship, you think he's not going to try to get Bronny one of them things? Of course he's going to try to get Bronny.
Here's a crazy question. Let me just throw this out there, see what you think. It's an if question. It's a what if question. What if a team with their first round pick took a shot at Bronny because they really wanted his dad?
Well, there's been conversations of that for years, and yes, I think it's a reasonable gamble to take.
Really?
Hell yeah, I do. I mean, if you think that LeBron James is that motivated to play with his son, and I would argue he is. I mean, he could have walked away. I get it, and he's still got a lot of basketball left in him. Maybe not a lot. He's got some basketball left in him. I would think he would do absolutely everything in his power in a league in which you absolutely can't control your destiny. You can hand select a team that you want to go play for. I don't care if I'm under contract or not. LeBron James can hand select a team that he wants to go play for. I do think it's a reasonable gamble to take.
Weren't the Warriors sort of, the rumor was...
Okay. They tried to trade for him.
All right. Should the Warriors, I'm being a little bit more specific, draft Bronny to entice LeBron? That would actually make more sense than a team like the Pistons or the Spurs or one of these down-and-out teams. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. But a team that still has some championship guys to entice LeBron to come join them, should they spend a first-round pick as bait?
Probably not a first-rounder. I guess if you feel like, and that is a very unique situation where you got some dudes that are aging. Clay's aging. He just got benched. All of a sudden, he's playing decent basketball off the bench.
He had 35 last night.
I know. You've got dudes that are aging, and you do feel like, hey, we're probably just one puzzle piece away. I do find it interesting, actually, that LeBron James nixed. Well, I don't know if he nixed the deal. I'm assuming he nixed the deal because. Do you think that was a reputation deal for him? Like he just didn't want to be that dude that bounced again. He didn't want to be the guy that is bouncing again for another championship.
I don't think he's bothered by that. I'm not sure what it is. And it does make me wonder, is it everything motivated by his son? And let's be clear. It's got to be a one and done for this thing to actually work. It's got to be one and done for Bronny. And I'm not going to write that off either. I mean,
is Bronny like a legitimate draft pick?
I think he's, all right. But, I mean, like, who is Peyton Watson? Peyton Watson was averaging 3 points a game for UCLA, and the Nuggets just saw something special in him. And they were right. So you can't define yourself necessarily.
Also, different Nuggets select Bronny.
I don't know about that. I don't know if teams that are in championship windows need to even care about something like that. We got the best player in the world.
It would be the total anti-Denver Nuggets approach of everything they've ever done.
But if you're Golden State and you're just hanging on by a thread here and you want to get the last out of Thompson and Curry and, these guys, I think that's just a different story right there. Because hey, listen, who knows when Jokic is at the end of his days with the Nuggets, what the Nuggets would be willing to do to sort of, hey, let's give this one more shot.
What would be a more compelling old man team? Bronny with the Warriors or the Clippers? I mean, that's two fascinating rosters. Holy cow.
I just don't think the Clippers would need to do it either, frankly.
No. I'm not saying LeBron go to the Clippers, but they've assembled the old man team. They've assembled all the Hall of Famers.
It's that's a good question. There's something else going on in basketball that I never thought I'd see, and it's happened, and it's pretty cool. Details on that, Plus, there's a story out of Seattle that might be the blueprint for the Broncos. Details next.
Recovered by Gabby Marshall. Here comes Clark. How will she go for history? There it is! in women's college basketball.
And then after the game, she goes, "You know I was going to go for a logo 3, right?"
Boom, drilled.
Caitlin Clark is awesome. You know, all right. Do you know, or what's more interesting right now, personality-wise and just competition-wise to watch? Women's college basketball or men's college basketball?
I mean, I'll tell you this. In March Madness last year, I watched every single Iowa game, every single women's basketball game from Iowa. I also happened to watch a ton of the Colorado Buffaloes women's team because they were on fire, and they're still on fire.
Mm-hmm.
I understand your point. Like, how many college basketball stars could you even name right now? Like,
on the men's side, if you just take away a couple of the dudes from Colorado, okay, just take them out of it.
Yep.
Let's just talk about it in general. The answer would be 0.
Yeah, but I'm not a huge college basketball guy anyways. I'm not watching it just any random women's basketball game, though. If that's what you're asking me, I'm not watching it just
Tyler,
women.
my Orange beat North Carolina. I knew it was on. I didn't care. Because the best players in college basketball are one and done. You don't build up any relationships with these guys. You don't know who's on the teams. And you just try to catch up desperately. And this mascot could beat that mascot at March Madness. What's great about the women's game right now is you have time to actually learn who the stars are. We all know who Caitlin Clark is because she's been at Iowa there for 4 years, or well, I don't even know, 3 years, 4 years, whatever it's been. But she's been there multiple years, so you build a relationship with who she is.
That being said, outside of the Colorado Buffaloes, which I can name a handful of girls on that team, Angel Reese, I mean, how many you got from the women's game?
That's 2 more than I could name in the men's game right now.
I mean, but what's more, Caitlin Clark is the most compelling story in college basketball. So just plain and simple, the Iowa Hawkeyes watching Caitlin Clark play basketball is fascinating.
And
I got to tell you, man, I don't know how she drains those shots from so far down because
awesome.
she does it so effortlessly.
Yeah.
I mean, she didn't just make a logo 3; she netted that logo 3. Like it was as crisp of a net as you could possibly hear. And I mean, she pops down there and she takes shots that, oh my gosh, you don't want anybody. You don't want Steph Curry taking them. You know, they've got in the NBA All-Star game. I'm trying to blank on the girl that is competing against Steph Curry right now. What's her name?
Sabrina Lanosco?
Oh, she's
something
really
like
good too.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Caitlin Clark needs to be in that thing. They need to pull her out of college basketball right now. Go head to head with Steph Curry in a 3-point competition.
It would be great to watch. She'll have her time because she'll inevitably go to the WNBA and be a superstar there as well. But sure, I mean, she's as big as it gets. I think it's awesome, man. I think it's great. And I love her swagger.
Do you remember the numbers last year during March Madness? The women's basketball games were actually outdrawing the men's basketball games.
Because it's more interesting right now. It is more interesting watching high-level competitive women's basketball than men's basketball.
You blanket state that. I don't know that I would agree with the blanket statement of it. I mean, if you're telling me there's a Iowa women's basketball game on, yes, it is more compelling.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about watching Middle Tennessee play, Virginia Tech. I'm talking about the
you
stars.
You are kind of making a generalized statement, but that's all right. I mean, to each their own.
I'll tell you this, man. It was Indiana State. I dare you to name me the nickname for Indiana State.
Larry Bird.
Right. Sycamores. Against Michigan State. It was 2 guys, 2 teams, and that gave a rebirth to basketball in general because the NBA was a crap show in the 70s, and then along came Bird and Magic. So you don't need a million guys. Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, it will be interesting to see what it does for the NBA, the WNBA, girls basketball in general, and I just think it's awesome. I don't know if your daughters are into it at all, but it's good to have some heroes out there, and Caitlin Clark's a hero of mine. I think she's awesome. So I just wanted to give some props to Caitlin Clark. And, dude, I thought the same thing.
She's badass, man. She
how
really
does
is.
she drain those shots from so far away?
I don't know.
Like, it's nothing.
I'm sure the normal American has never actually shot an NBA three-pointer because you've never been on an NBA court. I happen to have been on an NBA court and shot NBA three-pointers, and I feel like it's seriously like you making a half quarter. That's the way it feels like for me.
I don't care what size the ball is, where the rim is. You do anything. Try to hit. Where is she hitting these shots from? 35 feet?
Like she'll take 3 steps past the half-court line, and she'll launch that thing.
It's incredible.
Crisp.
Anyways, good for her. I thought that's absolutely awesome. We'll have no dumb questions
As long
coming
as
up.
she doesn't fake any more injuries from fans running on the court.
Oh, wow. Well, I'll tell you what, with your comment and joke there, she is such a celebrity. She gets the same sort of scrutiny as other, big-time athletes.
Yeah, good for her. She's earned that.
It's a mark of success, people trying to rip on you. The Seahawks are going to let Geno Smith collect $12.7 million. They're keeping him on the team. Today was the day for that.
Yeah, they don't have a choice. I mean, what choice do they have?
Well,
they can't go into the draft. They can't go into the offseason without a starting quarterback on the roster.
Okay.
And especially when it's a very manageable number. Like you look at Geno Smith's number and you think, okay, do you want Geno Smith as your starting quarterback? Well, I promise you they're trying to find a better starting quarterback, but that number is so manageable that they could easily justify that as a backup quarterback.
Okay. They're 16th in the draft right now. What I think they're going to try to do, because they did not take a shot at a quarterback, even though they had draft picks, Tyler, over the past couple of years. Could have easily. But with the picks they got from the Broncos, they did not use them on a quarterback. Do you think you can win a championship with a mid-level, 8 to 12.7, 8 to $13 million quarterback? Not a low-level guy, but a mid-level guy. Because the step from $12 million is kind of crazy. It goes from like $12 million to $35 million. There doesn't seem to be a reasonable in between. Or a guy who's a rookie who will anticipate being a $35, $40 million guy. Can you win with a pure mid-level paid quarterback?
It's tough, man. It's really, really tough. I think you can be a respectful franchise, and you could probably make the playoffs. You could probably be what the Seattle Seahawks have been over the last couple of years. That's a dang good football team that nobody wants to play. And if they make it into the playoffs, you're hoping you don't play them in the first round because they're liable to upset somebody. But no, that doesn't feel like a championship team. It's pretty simple, dude. You go down the list of starting quarterbacks that won the Super Bowl over the last 20 years, and you're going to see the same 5 names over and over and over. Can you build a competitive franchise? I think you can, and maybe that's the route that the Broncos should take right now. And I can make the argument that would be the best thing the Broncos should do. You're going to have to get rid of guys. You're going to have to cut the cord on Garrett Bowles, on Justin Simmons. On some of these guys, at some point in time, you're going to have to make a decision because financially you can no longer afford them because of Russell Wilson. So what the best thing for the team to do, go get players that you draft, truly just best players available, and you build up this team. Find yourself another starting left tackle. Find yourself another safety in the draft. And then when you can get that quarterback, because you can get to the playoffs. Yes, you can. You can get to the playoffs with a Baker Mayfield. You can with a Geno Smith.
Is that what the Broncos are going to try to do?
I think right now it might be a very logical approach for the Broncos. Baby steps, man. You're not going from this to Super Bowl. Now, in all the leagues that you can flip it overnight, basketball is the easiest to flip it overnight. But NFL's got such incredible parity that the ups and downs, what the Kansas City Chiefs are able to do when they weather the storm of letting go their superstars and somehow they were still able to stay on top of the world, that's very, very unusual. You do get these unicorns like the Tom Brady's, the Patrick Mahomes. But for the most part, man, it's ups and downs. It's roller coaster. Very few teams stay on top very, very long. So I think the Broncos might want to think about just taking a baby step and just getting the best players you can and try to make the playoffs. And if you make the playoffs, call that a victory.
I don't want to buy into the hype like this is the most important draft in Broncos history. I mean, I've heard that a million times. I think every draft is important in a team's history. But I will say the crazy direction that the Broncos could go this year, Tyler, is wild. I mean, you could go giving up the farm to move up. You could stick there at 12 and take one. You could not take one and go for a mid-level quarterback. Draft a guy in the later rounds or, tragically in the second or third round. You could go in so many different directions here. I don't think anybody knows exactly what the Broncos are going to do. However, I do think this. To think that they're just coming up with a plan now, I think is just naive. I think it's silly. I'm just fascinated to see what it's going to be.
I'll tell you the spot that everybody needs to really keep their eyes on, because we can talk about moving up to number 2 with the Commanders. That's not happening. Why would they move out? The Bears, I don't know why they wouldn't select Caleb Williams right now. You're about to have to pay Justin Fields. Why wouldn't you start over the young guy? All those top spots are nearly impossible. Number 9 to me that's the spot, because you're going to get through the first wave of teams that are going to need quarterbacks. Chicago's going to need one. Washington's going to need one. New England's going to need one.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all the first 3 teams in the NFL. And then you get to number 9, and Chicago's on the board again. And maybe they want to hold on to that. Maybe they want to select more picks. I would guess they're probably going to be in the business of selecting more first-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got that second wave of teams that are not within firing range of moving up to number 2, not in firing range of moving up to number 3. You've got the Broncos, you've got Vegas, you've got Seattle, all sitting there within the same realm. So Denver's at 12, Vegas is at 13, Seattle's at 15.
Maybe Pittsburgh.
Maybe Pittsburgh. Where is Pittsburgh?
20.
Pittsburgh's at 20.
Yeah.
Yes. So you've got 3, maybe 4 teams that are all within the same realm here, all going to need that last quarterback that's available. And to me, 9's the spot. That's the spot that makes the most sense, that teams are going to get competitive and try to trade up to get that last quarterback off the board.
That's a great observation, and that's exactly where the Broncos were when they took Surtain, not Fields. That at number 9, that's exactly where they were.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, remember it like yesterday. I love it, man. I think it's incredibly compelling, and we'll talk to a dude in Chicago just to what's his name, Dan? Who
Hub Arkush.
I'm sorry, what?
Hub Arkush.
His parents named him Hub?
Hub.
Okay. Hub Arkush. It's a heat check on Chicago.
Are you going to ask him why his parents named him that?
No, that'd be insulting. I'll just ask Dan, why did his parents name him that? Is Hub short for Hubbard? I mean, that's not, I mean, it's like.
He's the hub of the world, man. Everybody thinks their kid's the hub of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it's a great name. What am I saying?
Your parents named you D-Mac.
I gotcha. I mean, what were they thinking? Lee. Should hear my middle name. Hub. Okay, we're going to talk to him in Chicago at the top of the hour after 2 o'clock. No dumb questions. Some good ones coming in already. I love it. That's awesome. I see one on the line here. And a good mock draft. A good mock draft to get into. Ruins a draft. Whatever. I was just trying to fill a void. It's PhD on 92.5. You got to draft a quarterback. Star Wars, baby. Hello, nerds! Welcome to Star Wars music. This is awesome. And another mock draft. When's the next mock draft? It's going to be later today. I'm just filling in, you know. Tyler, this is CBS Sports, nerds.
Yes.
It's happening with CBS Sports.
Do we have an author?
Yeah, we do. We have two dudes here, actually.
Oh, two-dude draft.
Yeah, two nerds.
Dazio's proud.
Draft insider Ryan Wilson.
Guys being dudes.
And Chris Trapasso.
Yeah, that dude knows his stuff.
Let's nerd it up with this mock draft.
I got Chris on speed dial.
Well, you got to keep the music going, Dan. I mean, what are the nerds going to do?
Talk about a buzzkill. We just got to the draft.
I mean, keep it going. We're about to get our Imperial Electronic Galactic Battleship.
You ever been in a lightsaber war?
I sure have. It's been awesome. I was at a local park, and I went down there with my lightsaber.
You ever been LARPing?
I've LARPed many times. I LARPed for a half hour by myself before the show.
I've LARPed. Another time, another day.
Are you kidding me?
I've LARPed.
Have you seriously done that?
I have a story. Washington Redskins. There was a LARP festival going on at the Team Hotel. LARP festival going on at Team Hotel. I had to check it out.
You dropped in?
I dropped in.
Did you participate?
I participated.
Oh my god, dude!
What did you do?
Oh my
I got killed.
All right, LARP is live action
Role play.
Role play. When you dress, that's like a
Role
wizard.
models. If you've seen the movie Role Models, that's what LARP is.
Role models took LARPing to this whole they did a whole movie about
It was a
really,
freaking great movie, man. Hilarious.
It's an okay movie.
Oh no, are you kidding me? That movie is hilarious.
Excellent
drop
movie.
dead funny.
When they're in the 20 minutes of LARPing near the end, I'm just like, all right, I get it.
It's the best part.
Hey.
It goes. You know what? You're right. It is the best part. That movie was awesome.
Yeah, I'm telling you what. You've never been stabbed in the back until you've been the personal escort of the enemy side's king. And they tell you that they want you, the professional athlete, to take over as king of the kingdom. Because it will be a cool thing for you as a professional athlete to be anointed the king of the kingdom.
And what happens to you?
You get stabbed in the back.
That's right. It's like a.
They don't like outsiders.
You don't. It's like styrofoam that stabs you in the back. Did you do all that? What a dirk. All right. Anyways, Caleb Williams 1 to the Bears. Jaden Daniels 2 to the Commanders. Drake May to the Pats at 3, and then it kind of goes down the line, and it leaves the Broncos in familiar territory once again with all the
got
quarterbacks.
Bo Nix, we got Michael Penix. We got J.J. McCarthy.
We select the LARPing nerds, Rome Oduzne.
Yeah, go Huskies.
Oduzne?
Odunze.
You finally got his name right. You always say Romeo. You add an O onto it. It just says Rome, R-O-M-E.
And
where
then,
they also had a lot of LARP going on.
And then it goes to J.J. McCarthy afterwards to the Raiders. If this happens, I'm going to go to a LARP festival with a real sword and ask somebody to behead me. I'm going to go get a big turkey leg, go have my mom drop me off at the park, and take my invisibility cloak and say, please slay me. Because I can't stand the thought of taking a wide receiver instead of a quarterback.
I don't know, man. You ever seen Rome play? You ever seen Rome?
I get it. He's good.
Hell of a football player.
I'm sure he's. Guess what? Every person ever picked at 12 is going to be a hell of a football player in college. I don't know if they're going to work out in the pros.
Except Jerry Jeudy at 15.
Oh, Jerry Jeudy wasn't a hell of a player in college?
It turns out, no.
Oh, he wasn't.
He was LARPing.
When he was winning
that was all live action role play. He fooled all of us. He's a hell of an actor.
Jerry Jeudy was a straight up baller, national champion in college.
Dude, I don't know who he took his acting classes from, but he belongs in Hollywood.
Listen, there was no getting over how good he was in college.
You think that there's a script in the NFL, but there's not a script for Nick Saban in college football?
Here's what I know in college, because you can watch every highlight. Every dude who catches the ball is open by 10 feet. The funniest highlights to watch were Zach Wilson's highlights at BYU.
Dealing.
Flat
out dealing.
Every guy was wide open. You want to see some other funny highlights? Go back and watch Albert O's Missouri highlights. Yeah, he was great. Nobody was covering him.
So was Drew Lock.
Drew Lock, his junior year, not his senior year after Albert O left. But yes. I think we're done with the music, because this really would. Maybe Scott
if you're sitting there at number 12 and you've got the ability to select between J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix, and Bo Nix, and you pass on a quarterback, that would probably feel pretty gross.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that'd probably feel pretty gross.
I can't even imagine.
If you sit there and you stay lucky, although I say that, and I do recall I was being live on air with you as the Broncos are sitting there at what spot was
who
Fields? It was
9.
As the Broncos are on the board and you had the ability to select Justin Fields, and I don't know if you remember what I said, but I said I don't want him. I don't like him. I don't think his game's going to translate at the next level. I did like Mac Jones at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out I was wrong about that, so I'm not just sitting here bragging that I got it right about Justin Fields. I like Mac Jones. I got that one wrong. I did want the Broncos to select Mac Jones. But if you're sitting there, dude, and you don't like these guys, we know how this goes. When half the organization is committed and half the organization is not, it's the biggest mistake you could possibly make. But that's the benefit of where you're at right now at the Broncos. I don't think you have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about that storyline, though.
Not now.
Because if you select a quarterback, it doesn't matter. Sean Payton is judge, jury, and executioner. So you no longer have to worry about the building being on the same page. It's as simple as if Sean Payton wants to do it or not.
I agree. And everybody's going to get on board with it. And you're right. That draft, you can never forget it because the Broncos filmed it, which good for the Broncos. I appreciate the behind-the-scenes stuff. And it's George Payton, who may have been the most weak-handed general manager of all time. He's hired by John Elway, and John's still there. It was ridiculous. And there's old man Vic Fangio, like he knows anything about quarterbacks. And he's been looking at defenses for 30 straight years. He doesn't know nothing about quarterbacks. And there's poor George Payton. I'm actually feeling a little sympathy for the dude because you want to be mitigated or, trapped into doing somebody else's business. Sit there with the guy who hired you, who used to be doing the job, and a grumpy old coach. And, of course, he looked around the room. Do you remember? He goes, safest pick, right? Safe. And you could tell there were scouts in there that did not agree with him. But what are you going to say?
Yeah, but what you could also see is that the building was not unified on Justin Fields. So I'm not going to tell you that he made a bad decision. I won't. I think they made the correct decision.
All right. I don't want to get in a big fight because at the end of the day,
I dare you. Step to me, pal. Step up. Let's go.
You know what the truth is? The truth in that situation,
don't tell me the truth. I'll tell you the truth.
They couldn't make the right decision there because they were too divided. Because Fangio did not know. He didn't care. He's never been through this process as the head guy before. And Elway was out the door. George Payton was guessing. The Broncos were really in a bad situation. So I will inherently agree with you. Of course they were divided because there was nobody leading them at the time. And there was no ownership either. The Broncos had not sold the team yet. And Joe Ellis knew he was soon to be out the door. So Ellis is out the door soon. Elway kind of out the door already. And Fangio doesn't even know where the door is, nor does he have pants. So George Payton was actually, when you really think about it, Tyler, in a position where he really was just taking the BPA. And clearly at that time, without any debate, what was safe wasn't the actual player or the position. What was safe is the selection of Pat Surtain, because who could really argue with that at the time?
It was safe, and it's a logical decision. Now, I will reemphasize what I just said about 30 seconds ago. I do think that was the right decision at the time because the building was not on the same page. The worst thing you could do is select a quarterback that everybody's not on the same page. This year, though, I feel like you don't have to worry about that. So if you're sitting there at 12 and you've got 2 or 3 quarterbacks that are on the board, I would guess, my personal opinion, Sean Payton will find a guy of those 3 guys that he feels like he can mold and he can work with.
Tyler,
who was even the offensive coordinator at the time? I can't even remember.
With Vic?
Yes.
Scangarello.
Oh, Skangs.
Right, who also
a guy the first time doing the job.
Right, because they couldn't get Kubiak on board because Kubiak wanted to bring his boys back, and Elway didn't want those guys
Skangs
back in the building.
got railroaded, by the way.
Totally railroaded. 100% he got railroaded. And this is why I say an organization, it's 4 legs of a table, right? Ownership, GM, coach, and quarterback. And the Broncos had nothing. They had weak ownership. They had a newbie GM with a replaced GM. They had a terrible head coach. And then they had no quarterback. I mean, and no wonder it's the pit of misery. So there really was no way for George Payton actually to win that one because you're right. Fangio had no clue what he would do one way or the other. But that's John's fault. Because Vic gave him some sort of weird little cliche, and Vic Fangio was a hamburger guy in a steakhouse. The end. All right. No dumb questions.
What are your dumbest things of all time?
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC
you ever had a Kobe
present
Not when you're at a steakhouse.
Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's no dumb questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
I'll tell you something. This is not a no dumb question. This is a factual statement. If you go get taken out by a boss or you're in a job interview and they take you to a freaking steakhouse, order a damn steak. I get it. We like hamburgers too.
Hey, but sir, if you hire me, I know how to manage the books. I like to budget. I like to keep things on a budget around here. I'm not going to waste your money.
Dude, it is an insult to the people who take you out. I had this coach. I'll give you this real quick. So we had to deal with our little baseball organization, how to raise money for kids, okay? And part of it is we would go to the restaurants who would sponsor us. And this jackhole would order water when we would go out. He wouldn't, because he was against the way we were doing things. So we would go out and was like, hey man, spend a couple bucks. You're going to eat dinner anyway. And this dude would order water at the restaurant. And it's just like, hey, you're not on board. And he wasn't. And he was a big pain in my rear endola. And Fangio, all right, see, you're getting me.
I've ordered the Kobe burger at Shanahan.
I get it, but
the Kobe burger at Del
not when you
Frisco's.
were about to be hired by the bosses for like a big deal.
I like the Kobe burger. It's
I
a good
get
burger.
it. You like it. Go there tomorrow.
It's a great burger.
Go there tomorrow.
Yeah.
Order the friggin' porterhouse or a filet or whatever. Tomahawk, sirloin. I don't care. Just get with the damn program and go to Men's Warehouse and get a suit and don't return it, Dan Tanner. You might need it again.
Did you return that thing, by the way?
He did. Can you believe he returned the suit?
Well, it did look like a Men's Warehouse.
So what's wrong with that? I get it. You're making $6 million a year.
It looks like a prom suit, you know?
I thought you looked great, Dan.
Yeah.
I appreciate that,
Dan's-
D-Mac.
yeah.
You're my
Dan's-
best friend on this show.
Dan's stating to the world, I will never have to get dressed up ever again in my life.
Yeah. No dumb questions from Will. Will's an idiot, by the way.
Thank you.
Will Nelson, a complete idiot. Speaking of role models, is there a less funny comedic actor than Ken Jeong? Are you kidding me? Is there somebody in this world that doesn't think that dude's funny?
He has a very small...
He's a real-life doctor that swears.
He has a very small penis.
It's a very small penis, but small penises are funny. Are you kidding me? Why are small penises funny?
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
No dumb question. Stealing this from the morning show today. Which altitude employee could you see selling cars? And who would be the most trustworthy? Let's say his name on 3. Ready, Dan? Participate with this. On 3, say the on-air person that you think would be the best
Hold
selling
on. I
cars.
think we got to do 2 different versions. We got to do one of the guy that we would trust selling the car and one of the guy that we would not trust
The
selling
sleazy
the car.
one.
Let's go sleazy. But most car selling sort of guy.
Okay.
In a sleazy way, not a good way. That's
All
right. I don't want to
sleazy
denigrate.
car salesman guy.
Yeah, sleazy.
Off our staff.
Not.
All right,
you know.
all right. Give me the 1, 2, 3.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Mosier.
Wait, what? Let's do that again. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Mosier.
All right, so Dan and I agree with
Are you
Moj.
kidding me? Raj looks the part. He acts the part. He dresses it up. He could sell anything. Like he's going to, oh my gosh, that dude, he knows everything about everything. He's going to know all the little intricacies about the engine, the oil. He's going to know how many miles the car engine's got on it.
I'm glad you separated. You're right. Good Raj would be an amazing
sleazy car salesman.
Oh, see, I think he would be the good.
No, I wouldn't trust that dude with 10-foot pole.
You would trust Raj more than Mosier?
Yeah, because Mosier, I'd be able to see through the BS, but Raj would actually convince me.
Dan, why are you and I...
nobody's going to believe Mosier on anything.
Yeah, but that's... I think that's the essence, Dan.
But that's what makes Raj dangerous. He could make you believe it.
Oh, Moj would sell you that car like you couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? Moj would have you in the... He'd have you in his hands, Dan. Moj could basically sell me anything.
Chris Dempsey lives by a high moral standard. So
he'd be terrible.
Yeah.
He'd be terrible. Vic would just be trying to sell you a scooter. He wouldn't even care.
Mm-hmm.
I would suck at it. You would suck at it too. You're way too honest. Scotty literally wouldn't care. I don't know if he'd even be on the lot.
What job could Scott do? What job in life can you not care about and you can get paid a lot of money?
I don't know. Kreckman would literally be so cynical about the car buying process itself. He would depress you about where the auto industry has gone over the past 30 years.
Right. He would definitely know all the background.
And he would just say, I don't know. Why don't you just take my car?
I don't know, man. You know what? If I'm being honest, all these cars suck.
Yeah.
You don't want to buy this car.
Yeah,
Trust
man.
me.
Don't buy it from here.
Have you ever realized
I was across the street the other day. I brought my oil in. You should go across the street.
Have you ever realized that every conversation with Andy is it sort of kind of falls into why just everything is terrible?
Yeah, that's why I like him. He's got an offensive lineman's heart.
Somebody said Scotty is the wacky inflatable arm blow-up guy.
You know what? That makes a whole lot of sense. Are you kidding me? I think that makes a lot of sense for Scott.
Dude, Moj, though, would get into it. He'd be dressed to the nines. He would just be, he'd be fantastic. He would just say whatever he wanted about the car. He'd make you feel good about being in it.
But you can see through it, man. You can see through Moj's lies.
And he'd be driving up in the incredible car with the top down with the beautiful wife, and he'd be selling you Chevy from 1977.
He will see no flaws in that car vehicle because he has never seen a flaw with the Colorado Avalanche. So he will sell the hell out of that car.
Oh my God, Bedsy was getting on him. All right, I'd say it's you think it's Good Raj, I think it's Moj. Dan thinks it's Moj. We could throw that up there, I suppose. I don't know if you want to. I mean, what did the morning show come to?
I'm just telling you, Raj is the dangerous one.
Yeah.
Because unlike Demps, who I think actually abides by a high moral living, I think Raj would just sell you to you.
All right, we have an edition of Big Deal or No Big Deal. This is going to be a good one because it comes with a little Bednar sound. So is it a big deal? Is it not a big deal? We'll get to that coming up next. Hey, it's Z-Mac from Mike Maroney Automotive. There's never been a better time to buy a car, truck, or SUV. It is here at Mike Maroney. These guys are great. I'm a customer there. I can vouch for it myself. Mike Maroney Ford, Longmont, but there's all sorts of great places for you to go. How about Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont, my pals at Mike Maroney Ford, Longmont. Proud partner of CU Athletics. What a deal they have going on for you right now. So it depends on the model, but you could choose the right vehicle, get a discount up to $10,000, 1.9% long-term financing or payments as low as $299. That's incredible. 10 grand off, 1.9% long-term financing, $299 a month. This is it, man. This is it. And when you buy any vehicle from Mike Maroney, you get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee. You can go to MikeMaroneyColorado.com for all of the details. There's never been a better time. This weekend, celebrate your favorite president. I don't know, John Adams. Who knows? MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Tell him D-Mac sent you. Let's go. It is a funky Friday. Congratulations to our partner, Scott Hastings, who's off today as he's being inducted into his high school's Hall of Fame. First inaugural class, so they got together, and that's a cool deal. And he's visiting some friends out there, and they're in their all-star break, so he's spending the time to see family and helping out the community. Mark Mosier was just getting
plowed by Mai Tais.
Plowed by Mai Tais on a beach.
Yeah.
By the way, this is what it would sound like if Mark Mosier was a used car salesman.
Hey, before I let you go, stay with me. Are you still driving that Honda?
There you go. Just go.
Okay.
Just go with that.
Are you still driving that Honda?
You still driving that Honda?
I tell you what, these Hondas these days, they got it easy 250, 300,000 miles in this thing.
And you got to get the True Coat.
Yeah.
You got to get the True Coat.
I talked to that Honda rep this morning.
Oh, my God.
Hyundais, careful on those.
Here is Jared Bednar. Big deal or no big deal here? Ready? Big deal or no big deal? Jared Bednar kind of calling the team soft after last night's loss.
I don't know. Like, we should have enough experience in our room to say there's only one way out of it. It's hard work, right? And so the first thing you got to look at is, like, if you're really, truly being honest and you're breaking down the games, like, are we outworking our opponent? Are we matching their work ethic at times, But there's a lot of these, D-zone coverage clips, defending clips, reloads, tracking clips that are just keep showing up too often, Like, we were playing games for a long time that I was just cutting foundational clips on how you want to do it, and we were getting results. And now it seems like I'm finding more, lack of effort plays at times, soft plays at times than I am foundational clips. It's not a good sign.
He's not calling team completely soft, but he's saying I'm seeing soft plays.
Yeah.
Big deal or not a big deal?
Well, I'll tell you this. Twice last night, the Avs score a goal. Twice last night, Tampa comes back, scores a goal within a minute after that, right? I think it was a minute 07 on the first one, and it was less than a minute when they took the lead in the third there. And it was just so defeating. I keep hearing this argument being made that it doesn't matter who's in front of the goaltender. If you don't get better defensively, I don't care who you trade for at goalie. It's not going to get any better. And I think it is a big deal that Jared Bednar implied that his team is playing soft. And yes, I do think that means that he is calling his guys soft. I think that he's directly doing that. But I'll ask you a different big deal or no big deal question.
Okay.
Big deal or no big deal that after a night of rest, Georgie wasn't on ice?
Not a big deal. Not a big deal.
It felt a little bit weird to me. It felt a little bit weird. Like, why last night?
You got to play your backup goalie for some point of the season. Georgie cannot play, 75 games or something. So you have to mix it in at some point. You need an entire team, and it goes to show you that, you may have to replace this backup goalie. Here is Bednar about Eustace.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty good. Yeah, I thought he was pretty good tonight. One of his better games that he's played for us, I thought. Saw a bunch of different...
Kind of goes like that. He's defending him. But to think that you're settled in that situation is, ridiculous. I think it's no big deal.
Maybe. It felt a little bit unusual to me, the timing of it. I get it. Backup goaltenders play all the time in hockey. It's just part of the rotation. I don't know. After a night off, that seems like a pretty big game.
The whole road trip was a disaster. They went 1-4-1. They got 3 out of a possible 12 points. They were on fire before the All-Star break, and then that just seemed to muck everything up with this big roadie afterwards.
Why wouldn't you give them rest against the Caps?
They've had days off, so it's not like they've had back-to-backs on this road trip. That's why it's been so long. You haven't had 3 games in 4 nights.
Oh, just ask Mo. She'll tell you he hasn't taken a shower in a month. That's all he can talk about. I smell bad.
I get it.
Hey, Coach, how you smelling?
You realize they're staying in 5-star hotels.
I'm smelling soft. That's how I'm smelling.
By the way, I do not think it's a big deal that Bednar actually said what he said there. I think it is a big deal that it has to be said, and we're doing these player-only meetings. I actually do think that's a big deal. I think player-only meetings, Jumbotron proposals, and playing Don't Stop Believing are all signs of decay. Big deal or no big deal? Dana White on the Howie Mandel podcast. This is a fun one, Dan.
Not only an amazing businessman, you are an inspiration.
Hey, hold
you
on,
are a
pause.
philosopher.
Hold on, just to set the scene here a little bit. This is the very beginning. Like, these are the first words being spoken on the podcast. Howie Mandel invites Dana White on, and this is the introduction before Dana White has said a single word in the podcast.
Okay.
Not only an amazing businessman, you are an inspiration. You are a philosopher. The way you do business, the way you conduct your business and your friendships and media is, I'm jealous. But Dana, I can't thank you enough for being here.
Thank you for all the kind words. I appreciate it. I am so tired of doing podcasts. I'm literally done with them. I'm not doing any more podcasts.
Boom, gone. Gets up, walks away. Gets up, walks away. Door closes. Thank you for that great introduction. I am so blanking sick of doing podcasts. Matter of fact, I'm not. I'm just going to go away.
I think that's fair. First of all, I don't think it's a big deal because it's a podcast for Howie Mandel, who gives a crap who knew it even existed. So in the world of big deal or no big deal, that's definitely not a big deal. But
I just want to know, what did Dana White think he was signing up for? Did he think he was sitting down for a Fox News interview with Howie? What did he think he was sitting down for?
I have no idea, but that is awesome. I mean, you get there, you sit down, you get mic'd up, here we go, and just like, forget it.
How long did it take Dana White to realize he was on another podcast?
I really don't like doing these podcasts.
Man, is that not that we all want to be like that? I'm not insinuating that you want to be like that, treat people like that, but is that not the ultimate goal in life? That you could just be like, nah, I don't want to do this right now. I'm not going to do it.
I love it. Mosher would be the Bill Paxton car salesman from True Lies. You guys just said Mosher is getting plowed by a drink.
Well,
Too funny. All right, there you go. Couple quick ones. Big deal, no big deal. McCarr hasn't scored a goal in 4 straight games.
No big deal.
No big deal.
He's on fire still. I mean, he had one breakaway last night that he put one right on net. I was a little bit shocked it didn't go in. No big deal.
Big deal or no big deal? We don't know yet about Val returning or Gabe returning.
Well, the Gabe to me is no big deal because I counted this as a lost season from Jump Street.
Mm-hmm.
Val's a big deal. That's a huge deal.
Yeah.
You were not counting on an extended absence from Val Nichushkin, easy for me to say. You were not counting on a long absence from Val this year, and I think they're kind of stuck in limbo right now. They don't know how to respond to it.
You know what's crazy about the Avs? Because it felt like that road trip sucked. But then you look at the standings, and they're only a couple points behind Dallas in the Central. Not bad. And then if you just dig a little deeper into the Avs, they're 20-5. There's only 4 teams in the entire NHL who have 20 or more wins at home. And the Avs are 20-5 at home, which is funny because I think the Nuggets are like 21-5. So both teams are ridiculously successful at home overall. That's why that loss against Sacramento kind of stings. So I don't want to over-exaggerate, like be in total panic mode. But it is curious, Tyler, that you just have this issue with the Avs that they just are so much different on the road that they are at home.
Yeah. One more big deal or no big deal for you. One more. Jared Bednar does not have a hairstylist. He does not have anyone that can cut his hair.
To my wife, it's a big deal. But she's just hoping for the best.
I mean, she wouldn't settle for that version of him?
Oh, she's clearly she would. No, she'd be fine.
That version would be okay?
Oh, yeah.
She wouldn't say no? She wouldn't turn down the hall pass on that one?
I'd have to give it to her. She's such a good wife. She's. I mean, I just have to. I'd have to.
You've been a great wife for how many years? You guys been married?
We'll be 30 years in
30
September.
years.
Yeah.
You have put up with me. You've been
Yeah.
a great wife.
Oh, yeah.
Just have a night with Jared. Just have one.
Listen, there's no way I could deny it. Now, I wouldn't want to know any details, but I mean, it's ridiculous. But haircut's coming though. Watch on my haircut.
I bet it comes like right now. As soon as he gets home, he gets a break, gets to go back, get his haircut, and boom, it's done. It's over.
It's been a mess.
But then logically, it's not a big deal that he cut his hair, and you can't make it a big deal that he cut his hair because logically, he just got back from a long trip on the road, and he just needed time. He's only got one barber that he trusts, and he had to wait to see his own barber.
Dude, if you were gonna get your haircut just because of that reason, you would have got it done on the All-Star break when you had all sorts of time. Please, no. This is an attitude adjustment. Dude, can you imagine if he shows up Sunday afternoon and it's just high and tight, and Bedsy's all, that would prove my theory like 1,000%.
He needs to just let the beard go now. That's the next step. I mean, if you're gonna let your hair go like that, you got to let the beard go also.
All right, big deal or no big deal? Bednar shows up Sunday with a haircut. Big deal.
No big deal. He just got home. He finally got an appointment with his barber.
Big deal or no big deal?
I think it's a big deal. I think he needs a change. The team needs a change.
Right. Correct. It is a big deal.
Is that the solution?
He's
to the
not
Avs
wasting
problems?
his money on some barber he doesn't trust. He doesn't have that kind of money. He can't just get a haircut on the road. What kind of money do you think this dude's making?
We will go to Chicago. What are the Bears thinking? Everything with the draft begins and ends with the Bears. So we go to Hub Arkush in Chicago to find out what that their Bears are thinking next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
So, you saw a winner. You saw someone with a live arm, really good skill set to run. The reason he was taken as high as he was not only just the arm talent, but, here was a guy that led his team to a lot of wins, and that's part of the job description. And right now, as a young quarterback, and he's not the only one, it's that transition into this league sometimes can take time, but I remember him well.
Who's that about?
That is Sean Payton about Justin Fields.
Oh.
Hub Arkush just does everything when it comes to the Bears in Chicago. I understand, Hub, they call you Mr. Chicago. Is that right?
No, not really.
They don't call you Mr. Chicago.
Thanks for thinking it's a possibility.
Hey, we can make you larger than life out here in Denver, though, Hub.
I don't know, man. But the Bears and Hub, thank you for joining us. And what the Bears are thinking, that's the domino, isn't it, Hub, about everything else. So, and that does impact the Broncos. And boy, you wouldn't believe the amount of conversations we've had about Justin Fields and decisions made and regrets and this, that, the other thing. And some not regrets. But where do things stand right now, as of today? A heat check on the Bears and Justin Fields.
Guys, I have to tell you, first of all, I've covered 43 Super Bowls now, and I've never seen anything like last week, where all week long there was more talk about the Chicago Bears than there was about the 49ers or the Chiefs, just because of, what they did last year with the number one overall pick and where they're at now. And they really kind of control the draft. And other than, Chiefs and 49ers fans, everybody has been more focused on the draft. So I can tell you one thing for absolute certainty. There have been just multiple reports ever since the Senior Bowl that, the Bears have made a decision. They're going to take Caleb Williams. I can absolutely guarantee you the Bears have made no decision yet, number one, on what they're going to do with that number one pick, whether they're going to keep it or trade it. And number two, if they do keep it or trade it, whether they're going to take Caleb Williams. They can't yet. They haven't been to the combine yet, and I understand those of us in our business all want to be the one who gets it right first. But from talking to the key people at Hallis Hall, it's going to be weeks, at least until after the combine, before they decide whether they're keeping that pick or trading it, and then what they do with, either that pick or whatever they get for it.
Well, obviously we got to circle back on the rumors out there that Caleb Williams does not want to play for the Bears, because that factors into it. But pretend that's not an issue right now. I guess from the outside looking in, I don't understand what the conversation is. You could get Caleb Williams on a cost-controlled contract, or you could be prepared to pay Justin Fields a big contract in a year's time. That seems pretty dang simple to me. Like, I don't even understand the logic of keeping Justin Fields.
Well, I think the logic of keeping him, what I would do, and this is just after years of covering this and after what happened last year, is number one, I am not at all convinced, nor are any of the people making these decisions, that Caleb Williams is the best quarterback in this draft.
Oh, there you go.
He is great.
There you go.
He's great. There's no question about that.
Mm-hmm.
Probably will be the number one pick. But there's a very real chance that May could go or Daniels. I mean, as they work through this, and they're going to start working through it in about 10 days when they get to the combine, and then with the private workouts and meeting him, they have done away with the idea that Williams doesn't want to play for the Bears. He has gone out of his way with his agent to make it clear that he'd be happy to be a Chicago Bear if that's the way it works out.
Okay.
So, I think that's over. But there are questions as people evaluate Caleb Williams about him off the field as well as on the field. There's no suggestions that I've heard of him being wrong with him off the field, but just about, the most important thing about a franchise quarterback, guys, is the mental aspect of his game. It's not the physical, because every one of these guys that gets drafted in the first round or even the first 2 or 3 rounds has the physical ability to be a good quarterback in the NFL. It's their understanding of the game, it's their ability to read the field, and it's their mental approach. And they just don't know enough yet. I will tell you, because the Pro Football Weekly, we actually invented independent draft analysis 50 years ago. I've been covering this all year long, and particularly the last few weeks. Williams is not my number one quarterback in this draft. Wow. I do think, however, that he has a chance to be a great quarterback. But the point is that with various options here, the Bears have to evaluate everything and break it down. The problem with the guy who I think is the number one prospect in this draft is that he went to the same school I did. So everybody assumes I'm biased.
Well, where's that? What school is that?
I went to Michigan, and
You
I
think
can tell you
J.J.
that-
McCarthy's the number? You and Jim Harbaugh think J.J. McCarthy's the number one guy?
Well, let's be clear on this. He isn't going to be the first-round pick. He probably isn't going to go in the top 10. I think he is going to be the best NFL quarterback from what I've seen so far.
Wow.
I'm still doing my own evaluation of Williams in May.
How's that analysis going over, Hub? How's that resonating with folks when you say that out loud?
Well, when I talk to other people, Jim, because I went to Michigan, obviously before Jim did, but we've been friends for a long time. I haven't talked to him about this in the last couple of days, and that's just Harbaugh being Harbaugh. I can tell you, though, that I've talked to a number of GMs and coaches who do agree with me that there is a very good chance that not only is Williams not the best prospect, but that it could be McCarthy. And the reason is, again, guys, 29-1. He is every bit the athlete and the running quarterback that Williams is. He does not have quite as good an arm as Williams does, but he does appear to make better decisions. But the most important thing, and the most important thing about any quarterback, 29-1. You know, and I know that's playing at Michigan and playing some bad Big Ten teams, but still, if you study J.J. McCarthy, the guy you will see is the guy who has been working with him for 2 years now, and that's Tom Brady. And that's why I think there's a very good chance. I think there's a very good chance. I'm not guaranteeing anything that he will turn out to be the best franchise quarterback from this group. And I think there's going to be three of them. I think it's him. I think it's Williams and May, and I think all of them have a chance to be great NFL quarterbacks. But then you got to add the most important part. Look at what the Bears can get from trading that number one pick after what they did last year, and still take, if they agree, and I don't know that they do. I know they don't at this point, but they could still get McCarthy, not McCarthy, but get the Michigan kid, at 10 or at 15 or at 20.
Hey, Hub. If we're doing some deals here, I got the 12th pick for the Broncos. I'll give you the number one right now. We can switch 12 and I'll give you 2025 first rounder to go to one right now. You want to take me up on that?
Well, that's exactly my point. There's a lot of folks who would make that deal. And guys, the other thing you got to look at here, just look back at your history, covering the NFL. Mm-hmm. Of these number one overall picks or of these first round quarterbacks, I've done the math on this, and it depends on what you consider succeeding. But as far as the guys who become franchise quarterbacks, 83% have failed. That's first round quarterbacks to become franchise quarterbacks. It's just not an exact science. And so you have to take that chance if you're desperate for a quarterback. But if you're in the middle of your rebuild and you have other things that you need to fix, all the assets you can get by trading that pick, that's why I just personally think the Bears would be crazy not to trade that pick. But that's also why I'm not the GM of the Bears. So.
Well, to me, first off, number one obviously makes sense that the Bears want to accumulate more draft picks. But to me, number 9 is going to be one of the most competed for positions in the draft because you're going to have quarterbacks go in the top 5, whether that goes to you guys or somebody else. The Commanders need a quarterback. Patriots need a quarterback. And then there's going to be that second wave of teams that need a quarterback, like the Broncos, like the Seahawks, like the Raiders. They're all going to be competing there. And number 9, to me, feels like a very logical spot for the Bears to trade out of. But you personally would rather see him move out of number 1 than number 9.
Well, because you get so much more for number 1. And if you trade the number 1 pick, you're going to get at least 2, maybe 3 first-round picks, and you're going to get a second and maybe a player, just like they did last year. And, you look at where this team that we're talking about, if you look at where the Bears are at, they went from 3-14 to 7-10. They did it all in the second half of the season. Last year, 22 was a year to be bad for the Bears. And then this year was the year to start the rebuild. And they did add a lot of really impressive talent. A lot of those kids started playing well in the second half of the season. But they are still at least 2 or 3 more, Pro Bowl type talents and another, 3 or 4 starters from being a contender. And that's where they're trying to get. And that's why I think to get the most value out of that number 1 pick, even if you're right about Williams, I'm still not sure it's the best value.
Great stuff. Dropping hot take. Congratulations on your national
We're over here in Denver debating whether we'd want Knicks or J.J. McCarthy at number 12.
Well, I mean, what you're saying, Hub, is if the Broncos stood pat at 12 and picked up J.J. McCarthy, it'd be the steal of the draft. That's essentially what you're saying. That is what you're saying.
Well, except for one thing, there are a lot of people as smart or smarter than me who still think McCarthy doesn't go until the second round or later in the first round. And the draft is all about getting value with every pick. So that's where you have to be careful. And I will tell you that there's no doubt in my mind that Williams and May are going ahead of McCarthy. The boards have started to move now, and they're going to start a lot more after the combine.
Yeah.
Whether McCarthy is the third quarterback or the fourth or the fifth, that I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just talking about studying the tape of all these guys and what I've seen and which one I think, is going to be better in the NFL 2 years from now. But I feel pretty confident that at number 12, you don't have to move. I think that it's likely McCarthy would be there at 12, and I think it would be a great pick at 12 because, again, as I say, I've watched all 29 of the games probably 3 or 4 times, and this guy athletically and decision making and smarts and reading the field is better than any of them. Now, he is not as good a passer. He's not a bad passer. He's just, Williams is an exceptional passer. There's no question about that. And that's what separates him from the other 4.
Where do you, Schefter, and Harbaugh just go to talk about Michigan stuff? What bar near the stadium that the 3 of you get together at? I mean, it must be awesome, right?
Well, we're kind of spread out, so it's mostly just picking up the phones.
Okay. Hey, man, great to talk to you. Hub Arkush, executive editor, Pro Football Weekly, sideline reporter for Westwood One. Say hi to my guy, Howard Deneroff. NFL insider for 670 The Score, Mr. Chicago. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, guys. Take care.
Right. Wow, there you go.
Dan Budtender Dan keeps telling me about how amazing the Colorado weed is around here. Hub said, hold my beer. Come out to Chicago. What was that? What was that?
Hey, man, you know what that was? That was a awesome interview right there.
What the heck was that? I mean, goodness gracious.
Woo! Wow.
Forget Caleb Williams. Give me JJ number 1.
Hey, I should have just asked him how the Bob Marley movie was and just cut to the quick.
Right?
Let's Football Go is next. All right, C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Oh, you've heard a lot about how low T can improve your sleep, your workouts, your energy levels. All true. All very true. But what about your sex drive? Well, how's the weekend going to be for you this weekend? Well, it's not what you wanted it to be, or it's just not what it used to be, and you got to do right by your relationship. And this just could be because of low T, seriously. You may think it's about other stuff, but at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can give you back love. That's right. Make an appointment today and understand that guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production, every year. It happens slowly, so it might sneak up on you. But go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com website, take the low T quiz. Then you're going to meet with the medical provider. It's $99 for the consult, the appointment, and they get you on the right path, and they work the deal out with that $99. Listen, it's worth a phone call to 720-440-7900 online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Oh my God. Yeah, Moshe would be the. Boy, they'd be good, both of them. Good Raj and Moshe right on the lot. I mean,
different styles.
Good
Just
luck.
different styles.
Good luck walking away without a new ride on that one. All right, we want to thank our great friends at Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs. Are you kidding? Offering every major appliance line and brand. Dan, Bud Tanner, first up. What do you got?
All right, fellas, let's just reset what we just heard from Chicago and Hub Arkush.
Yeah.
He's not very high on Caleb Williams. In fact, he thinks another quarterback that has been mocked to the Broncos quite a bit is going to end up being the best quarterback in this draft class.
Williams is not my number one quarterback in this draft.
Wow.
I do think, however, that he has a chance to be a great quarterback. But the point is that with various options here, the Bears have to evaluate everything and break it down. The problem with the guy who I think is the number one prospect in this draft is that he went to the same school I did. So everybody assumes I'm biased.
Well, where's that? What school is that?
I went to Michigan, and
you
I
think
can tell you
J.J.
that-
McCarthy's the number? You and Jim Harbaugh think J.J. McCarthy's the number one guy?
Well, let's be clear on this. He isn't going to be the first-round pick. He probably isn't going to go in the top 10. I think he is going to be the best NFL quarterback from what I've seen so far.
All right, fellas. So does this make you feel better about the Broncos potentially drafting J.J. McCarthy?
Yeah, it does actually. It does. I'm fine with it. If that's but I'm fine with it because of what
a lunatic thinks that J.J. McCarthy is the best quarterback in the draft and it makes you feel better.
It does actually. Yeah, because listen,
I love lunatics also.
Okay, but you're talking about getting the fourth quarterback, and what you're really doing is making a choice between Penix, Nix, and J.J. McCarthy. That's what you're really talking about. So if there are some people that are experienced and got a good point of view on something, if the Broncos brass, which is led by Sean Payton, and George goes along with it, as does Penner, if that's their decision, Tyler, and we hear some nice voices about it too, I am feeling good about it.
Well, here it's nearly unanimous. If you look at the mock drafts, you talk to scouts, I talked to a couple coaches around the league. It's nearly unanimous. Once you get past the first three, J.J. McCarthy is far ahead of the other two in terms of Bo Nix and Michael Penix. He's far ahead of them. Like there's a clear separation between those three guys and the opinion of people that matter the most in the NFL. Now, the current trend of what's going on, Caleb Williams has been a little bit on the down for the entire season, right? I still think he's going to go number one. Jaden Daniels is the one that is skyrocketing, and May is the one that is kind of falling a little bit. So if you wanted to try to push your luck, I think Drake May is the one that, in theory, might be the third quarterback off the board that you might be able to go gamble on. It probably doesn't feel like a great gamble when you're gambling on a dude that is falling rather than rising right now. J.J. McCarthy is, for sure, the most popular name. If you were going to say at number 12, who should the Broncos take? I still stand by it, though. Michael Penix feels like the most fun of them all. I'm not telling you he's going to be the best, but he feels like he would be the most fun.
Well, he is dropping like a stone, though.
I know, but you don't need to draft him at number 12 by any means.
That's for sure. You could. I mean, right now he is looking like a third, fourth round dude. It's
I just laughed at hearing somebody say that J.J. McCarthy's best quarterback in the draft makes you feel better about it. I don't know. I get it, and he's not alone. By the way, he's not alone in people valuing J.J. McCarthy.
No, man, you want to know that the girl you're dating is looked at fondly by other people, don't you?
Is it about what's on the inside?
Look at J.J. McCarthy. You kidding? I would give my wife a hall pass on him. That's a young buck, though. Okay, Dan Bud Tanner, what's next?
All right, fellas. With EA Sports releasing a teaser for College Football 25.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier today in the studio. Who could be the first cover athlete on the game in more than a decade? Obviously, every cover athlete previously was one of the best departing players from college football from the prior season. But now EA has the option of going with current players as well. They could literally go anywhere.
They'd have to pay them,
on the
right?
first cover.
Yes. They are paying them.
They're paying them.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're paying all the athletes that are in the game.
Can I ask a question, too? Does EA do sometimes? Sports Illustrated used to do this regional, meaning they could have more than one, or are they committed just to like?
Well, Madden does that. Madden does multiple cover athletes.
Okay, so does EA for college do that too, or not?
They are not committed to one cover athlete. They could do a
Multiple?
duo or trio.
Oh,
In
okay.
fact, somebody suggested Travis Hunter, Shador, and Dion.
Yeah.
Well, no. Hold on. I mean, I'm not saying just one person on the cover. I mean multiple different covers.
Yeah.
Meaning, so can they
It's
do
regional.
They can do regional.
Gotcha. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Well, this is. I mean, give me a break. This is a no-brainer, then, right?
Look, we know what this is. It's about making money.
Right.
It's as simple as that. Is Shador Sanders the best player in football from last year? Hell no. Is he going to be the best player in football this year? He's got a ways to go, but he might be. In terms of making money, marketing, there's no more marketable name in America in college football than Deion Sanders. And you know what? I would say forget Shador, forget Travis Hunter. Make it Deion Sanders. That would be the most marketable thing that you could possibly do.
So even in like SEC territory?
Yeah.
Just period.
Yeah. They'll probably do the regional thing. They'll probably do the regional thing because that's the current trend.
Well, let me check you on this. Just quick, just ask the question. Do you think they would sell more units in the South with Deion Sanders or the quarterback from Alabama?
I think Deion Sanders is incredibly popular with people from the South. Yes.
Okay, just checking. So more popular than an active player from an SEC powerhouse school is Deion. That's how much power Deion Sanders has. Okay, then it should be a slam dunk then, right?
We know how this goes. Why was Deion Sanders on the cover of Time magazine?
I don't know.
Because he's marketable. Because his name it clicks. It clicks whether you buy everything he's selling or not. People click on the link.
I thought Time Magazine had a deal. If you got 4 wins, including one over ASU, you automatically got on Time
Well, you're
Magazine.
Coach of the Year. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Next up, Dan.
All right, guys, let's hear from the Kelsey bros. Here is Travis clearing up his interaction with Coach Andy Reid on the sideline at the Super Bowl.
The broadcast showed you having a heated exchange with Coach Reid.
So heated. People are all over this. I mean, I get it.
You crossed the line. I think we can both agree on that.
I can't get that fired up to the point where I'm bumping Coach and it's getting him off balance and stuff.
I mean, let's be honest. The yelling in his face, too, is over the top. I think there's better ways to handle this.
I love Coach Reid. Coach Reid knows how much I love to play for him. I'm not playing for anybody else but Big Red. If he calls it quits this year, I'm out there with him, man.
He ain't calling it quits. Come on now.
He's not. I immediately wish I would have took it back. Coach Reid actually came right up to me after that, and he just let him know, hey, man, I love your passion. I got cameras on me all over the place, man.
He's letting you know not to be like that.
Just fired me up even more to go out there and get a victory for him, man. Big Red, sorry if I caught you with that cheap shot, baby. But damn, I love winning with you.
How do you not? I mean, I get it's the Chiefs. How do you not love that, though, in general? Like, you got the fire. We've got a good relationship. They hashed it out, Tyler, immediately on the sideline after. Wow. I mean, I feel like that scene in Jerry Maguire where, why don't we have that relationship? Like, seriously. And by the way, that is why Russ should have went back at Sean Payton. He should have, Sean attacks him. He goes back at him. And you know what? Hopefully, we settle things out on the sideline. But if it's just Sean Payton yelling at you, remember Sean Payton said, no, I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to do anything. They didn't hash it out later.
If somebody isn't willing to clap back, more times than not, it means there's not respect between the two.
Well, that's right.
It really does. Now, I'm not saying it makes you respectful by clapping back at somebody. No, that's not what it means. But more times than not, it means that you just don't have the type of relationship that you can speak your mind back and forth. So, first off, credit to Jason Kelsey, good big brother, just being like, yeah, not only can you not hit him, you just can't get like that.
Called him out.
You can't get that loud. You can't. There's better ways to go about this. So being a good big brother about the situation. I will say though, man, I mean, I'm envious of the relationship. I'm envious of the trust. Andy Reid in the middle of the game comes up to him and says, dude, there's cameras, right? Like, I ain't mad at you, but there's cameras watching.
The fact that they resolved that so quickly on the sideline during the Super Bowl, and look at what Sean and Russ went through. There was no resolution. Sean didn't go. You didn't hear about Sean going up to Russ and saying, I I got in your face. I shouldn't have done that. I was just getting worked up. Sean didn't do that. He doesn't regret it at all. And Russ didn't feel like he could go back at him. Boy, what a night and day relationship, bro. And like, if you want to look at a reason why Russ really cannot be with Sean Payton, just look at that moment and look what happened. I get it that guys get heated, but what about when things calm down a little bit and you can't still be on the same page? Nah, that's a problem. That's a damn depressing story to hear right there, Dan.
Yeah, and a lot of it is, this is not taking a shot at Russ, actually, because although I would have loved to seen Russ clap back.
No, it's on Sean.
The main reason why Russ couldn't clap back is because he knew he didn't have that type of trust from his quarterback, from his coach that he could.
That's right. That's on Sean Payton. Next story, Dan.
And lastly, fellas, we all know about the messy situation here in Denver between George Paton, Sean Payton, and Russell Wilson's camp, talking about the contract, all that stuff.
Yep.
Well, the quarterback situation for the Patriots might have been even worse than the Broncos was because Mac Jones struggled in his third season, and towards the end of the year, Bill Belichick wouldn't even name starters ahead of games. According to a Mass Live report, communication between Jones and Belichick was non-existent. Obviously, Belichick is gone, and Jones is on the roster for now. But according to Sports Illustrated, Jones was well-liked when he first arrived, but lost support of the building when his promising rookie season didn't carry over. The report described the situation as toxic, saying there were times when, as a rookie in 2022, Bailey Zappi would watch tape in the receiver room because the quarterback room was such a mess.
Wow. Well, good. Forget the Patriots. That's what I'd say. The more bad things that happen to the Patriots, and I don't want anybody injured or anything, but more dysfunction, the better, as far as I'm concerned with the Patriots.
Why the hell did they hire Mayo as the head coach? Why did they do that? Why would they want to maintain what the status quo? Because that's what you're doing by hiring Mayo. You're trying to maintain the status quo. And I get it. You're hiring a younger dude that isn't Bill Belichick, but how does that guy know how to coach? He knows how to coach like Bill Belichick. They should have done anything and everything to get all of that negative energy out of that building. I don't know about the situation. It sounds like the problem was more with Mac Jones than it was with the coaches themselves. But good, have it. I hope it never changes.
Maybe Robert Kraft can go to a strip mall to straighten his thoughts out.
Did you see Bill O'Brien? He said that he was offered a role to stay with Mayo on the staff with the Patriots, but he chose to left because he thought it was important that Mayo hires his own staff. Well, you know what? That's what Robert Kraft should have done, but also that means O'Brien he doesn't like Mayo. He doesn't trust him.
Is it dawning on anybody it was all about Tom Brady at any point? Is anybody understanding what the truth is there with the Patriots?
You know, a total squirrel moment here, but as I'm thinking about O'Brien going to Ohio State, what we have not talked about, what Chip Kelly did, that's one of the dirtiest things I've seen done in college football in a long, long time.
O'Brien's going, I thought he was going to Boston College.
Okay. I thought he went to, I'd take you at your word if that's.
I got to look it up. Only because I think he went as the head coach.
Did he?
Look that up, Dan. Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
So
all right.
wait, I'm sorry. Say that again.
Well, what Chip Kelly did, he was the head coach of UCLA.
Yeah.
Head coach.
Yeah.
And he'd been trying to get out of UCLA. There were reports that he was trying to go to the NFL. There were reports that he was trying to get other head coaching jobs in college football.
Yeah.
Gets through all the recruiting classes, gets the early signing day done, gets their Jordan Seatons to come out there to UCLA.
Yeah.
And then he bounces to become does not get fired. He bounces to become the offensive coordinator at Ohio State.
He's at Ohio State. Yeah, Chip Kelly. Right. O'Brien is the head coach of Boston College. Why is that doing somebody dirty?
Are you kidding me? You left everybody high and dry on your own. Not to go get a better job, but simply because you want to get the heck out of Dodge. You're bringing kids here, selling them the dream. Come to California, come to Los Angeles, play in the Rose Bowl. We got it going on here. And then you know what? By the way, I hate it so much. I'm going to take a step down in my career to go be an offensive coordinator somebody else.
Where do you put it next to Midnight Mel?
Way different. Midnight Mel took an upgrade of a job, and that is what it was. And as much as that sucks, he got a better job and more money. This is way worse. You took a step back.
Okay.
Now, I understand that Sean Lewis did the same thing from Kent State, but it's also different. He viewed stepping down from Kent State to become an offensive coordinator at CU. That's actually a step up in the big picture of where he wants to go.
Well, and I mean, because I only say good things, the plan of getting Sean here to do that to set him up to be replaced by Pat Shurmur like halfway through the season.
Well, that was the plan.
Chef's kiss.
The plans worked out the way they wanted.
Also, I do understand the plan at CU was to have Mike Zimmer be the defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys. Again. CU. You got it going
Go Buffs,
on.
baby. Let's go.
Go Buffs. Something happened to me earlier today. Of the dumb things that have happened to me, this is something that did happen that I never, ever imagined would happen. But if you're stupid enough, Tyler, sometimes
you hit puberty.
You can pull things off. That's next.
All right, guys, if your workouts are not taking you as far as they once did and you're just a little bit frustrated, why can't I get the gains in the weight room like I used to get? Maybe you're just feeling tired. You're feeling run down. Well, do what I did. Pick up the phone. Call Revitalize Health today. This is Tyler here, and I've been working with Revitalize for a very long time. Matter of fact, for 7 years, because they made a huge difference in my life. So they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Let's go. Happy President's Day weekend. Dan Tanner, when are you taking in that Bob Marley movie?
I'm going to go see it tonight.
Tonight?
I don't know about the Bob Marley movie.
Oh, man. Well, it's a
Life
movie.
story?
It's a movie about Bob Marley.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's more about it, but Dan is a big reggae fan.
Are there lots of colors and stuff?
Sure.
Yeah, lots of
I'm
stuff
assuming
to
the
look
film's
at.
in color. Yes.
It's not a French black and white. No, it's in color.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. What do you know about the Bob Marley story, if anything?
He's from Jamaica, and
Do you know what happened to him?
Boy,
if no, it's no. It's fine.
I guess no.
Well, then you didn't. Well,
what happened to Bob Marley?
I'm not going to spoil it for you. Go see the movie.
I'm probably not. Can you just cut to the chase, or
I'm
else
not.
I'll go to Wikipedia.
No.
If you're going to make me, I'll go to Wikipedia.
Go to Wikipedia. I'm not going to spoil it for people out there, Dan. I'm not going
Bob
to.
Marley get murdered or something?
Oh,
No,
my God.
I already know what happened.
All right.
Not ruin it.
Are you joking?
No.
Yeah, he got murdered.
By who?
Just see the movie.
Now
I
I feel like a jerk because I really did not know.
You got to be kidding me.
I'm not kidding.
You just said that and you didn't really know it?
No, I did not know that.
What is happening with the interviews here today? We got Bud Arkish with JJ McCarthy.
I'm not hanging out with the local bud
You're just
tenders.
taking wild swings at what happened to Bob Marley and you landed on murder?
Well, the way you set it up, it felt like a murder.
Well, it is. So there you go. I spoiled the movie for everybody. Thanks a lot.
I guess that dude wasn't smoking the same thing.
He didn't get murdered, by the way.
Oh, wow.
He did not.
Wow.
That's not how he
Wow. Unbelievable. Are you saying that on air?
Yeah, I'm saying it on there.
Wow.
Wait, what
This
happened
is
to-
embarrassing.
Hold on a
Now,
second.
you want to talk about embarrassing.
Wait a second. I thought
you want to talk about
hold on.
disrespecting a man's legacy.
Hold on. He didn't?
No.
How'd he die?
Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah.
He died of cancer.
Why am I laughing at that? I don't mean to be laughing at that.
Dude,
I don't mean to be laughing at that, but that is
Wait a
actually
second.
unbelievable.
I thought he got murdered.
No,
Holy
he died
cow.
of cancer. He had, I believe he
man.
had cancer like in his leg, and the Rastafarian religion says you must die with your whole body. So he could have gotten his leg amputated and lived longer.
I'm not joking. I thought he got murdered.
Wow, somebody
Holy cow.
turn off that microphone over there.
All right, never mind.
You want to talk about disrespecting, man? I wasn't disrespectful. You were.
I guess I was. I thought he was murdered.
Why am I laughing at this? Why am I laughing at
Terrible.
this? Somebody's going to cancel me because of you. They're going to cancel me
Wow,
because of you.
You shouldn't have told me the truth.
Yeah, he had cancer in his toe.
All right. What?
Yeah, in his toe. I've never heard of that
the
before.
cancer did murder him.
All right. Enough with the murder and the cancer. I mean, this is going into a downward spiral. This is
You brought it up.
It's supposed to be
Cow, you
light.
couldn't let me just admit that I didn't know.
No,
you had
apparently
to try to embarrass me.
You think you're being embarrassed right now or me? Hey, I got to tell you about something really stupid here. We'll get into to preview the
Typical
Avs.
D-Mac hot take.
I know. I fell off my stationary bike today.
Oh my gosh, you and your bike falls,
Dude,
I mean,
Tyler, I got it on a trainer. So I don't have a Peloton. I got my bike on a little trainer thing. It's just you hook it to the back wheel.
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah.
Okay. I'm pedaling away, trying my best. And I can't tell. I fall over when I'm on a stationary bike, Tyler, with my feet clipped in, like I couldn't clip out. I just toppled over on a bike that's inside.
I got about 4 or 5 years ago, I decided to start riding on a bike. And I started this Pedal Columbus deal to beat ovarian cancer. We've raised over $1 million for ovarian cancer.
back.
We are going to bring it back. And I started getting into this. And biking has always been like D-Mac's thing, that he makes him special, that he bikes, right? He always talks, and if he bikes, trust me, you're going to know because he's going to have a bike story about how he rode into work that day. Deep thoughts from D-Mac on the bike, right? Always
Okay.
going to know
All
thoughts
right,
from
all
D-Mac
right,
on the
all
bike.
right. All right.
As I'm getting into biking, I mean, these stories of all the times that you had fallen, the times that you scraped, come in bloodied. You know, you warned me over and over about the clips, about how when you pull up to the red light, you know, you're going to fall eventually. Because you can't get your foot out.
Right.
I've been biking on my road bike pretty religiously
Yeah.
for about 4 or 5 years now.
Nothing, huh?
Never once,
Not once.
have I fallen.
That's
Not
crazy.
not a single time. And I'm telling you, on a yearly basis, DMAC comes into work bloodied, full on bloodied from a bike accident.
Dude, I fell over inside when I wasn't even going anywhere. I just toppled over earlier today on a stationary bike.
How does that? I mean, isn't it like, I don't even understand how it happens. How do you fall off a state? Like, isn't it locked in?
Well, I thought it was, but I guess it got loose a little bit, and somehow I just fell over, and I was clipped in inside and just fell over. With the whole bike, the whole thing just toppled over.
Oh my gosh.
Of the clumsy, stupid things that have happened to me.
I'm going to tell you, I had one close call, one time. I'm riding on a sidewalk, and it's not ideal to be riding on the sidewalk on the road bikes, you know? And I had to veer off. I was dodging something, and my bike went off the sidewalk, and my tire popped, like exploded. Now, fortunately, there was grass to the right side of me. I was able to actually unclip myself and prevent myself from falling when my tire exploded on me.
Yeah, I just fell over in my basement today. I just fell over.
Now, tomorrow when I get on my bike, assuredly I'm going to fall and I'm going to come in with a bloodied face or something. So
You going to be on your bike tomorrow, huh?
No.
I was going to say it's going to be like 30 degrees and snow, but, you know.
But you got the point because I'm making fun of you. This is how karma works.
The Avs.
Are you okay,
Let me,
by the way?
Of course I'm okay.
Are you sure?
I was literally going 0 miles an hour.
I think you wanted me to ask if you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just literally, it's as if I'm sitting here, Tyler, and I just fall over in the chair. It's stupid. Dan, you're going to the movie tonight. That's awesome. I will be at the Avs game on Sunday. Weird start time, 4 o'clock, so 3:30 pregame here on 92.5.
How's Kreckman and Lindahl going to get a day off for that?
Dude, what are they going to do today?
I know.
Are they really on?
Surely they'll get an hour off today for the game on Sunday.
How
right?
did they do it today for 3 full hours?
Did Andy go solo yesterday, by the way?
I don't know what was going on there, but he was sitting over here, not over there.
Did Lindahl go solo?
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Spring was with him.
Is Nate okay?
He's sick.
Is Nate off today?
I don't know. Tune in and find out.
You got that big 3-hour show. I don't know how they're going to do it.
I don't know who gets sick more often. My 3 kids, who are like a walking, living, breathing petri dish, or Kreckman and Lindahl. Those 2 guys are always sick.
So what will we see from the Avalanche?
There was an assassination attempt, by the way.
That's what I was thinking. He died of cancer, huh? Toe cancer. Yeah. Gotta be honest, I've never even heard of toe cancer.
Do you know who Bob Marley is?
Maybe I don't. I don't know. He had like 100 children, though. I know that. He's had the song One Love. That was a lie.
Well, there was a lot of love.
Yeah. All right.
Be nice.
Bob, I should go see that Bob Marley movie tonight, too. I mean, I'm in for a
See?
walk.
Clearly
Yes,
need to.
Yes, clearly.
It's
Like every now and then you got like, I know you've been there on air where you're talking about somebody in the back of your mind. You're like, is he alive or not? Like, I actually can't remember. Did he die?
my
And then you don't want to be
God.
disrespectful. And then every now and then somebody might even say somebody died on accident.
Oh, my Lord. A mile long, 3 inches deep. I prove it every day.
This was on a whole new level.
All right. Oh,
As we go into the weekend.
Scotty's not here.
Yeah.
You got any advice for anybody out there, Tyler?
Well, we've all got responsibilities in life, and we've all got a platform that we've been given. The worst thing you could do is be unprepared with the platform that you've been handed.
Shut up.
So that you can make an impact
suck.
on other people's lives.
All right, Nate and Andy are coming up next. That was the worst advice ever. Let's get out of here.
I am so tired of doing podcasts. I'm literally done with them. I'm not doing any more podcasts.
And a little bit of chicken fried. Cold beer on a Friday night. A pair of jeans that fit just right. And the radio.
Yeah, we are here. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I am a fraction of Nate Kreckman. That is Andy Lindahl. We're with you until 6 p.m. today. We have much to do with you here.
I'm really psyched to share a room with you, I can't tell you.
On a ridiculous, stupid Ska Friday. I know. It's got to be
that way.
exciting to be here with me here today.
I swear to God.
You shouldn't.
If I have the bad mammoth voice again, you're going to go call the game for my money. I'm going to make the money. You're going to call the game.
You know, we've covered this in the past before, Andy. I'm not exactly familiar with how lacrosse works.
That might be fun. The ESPN folks won't be psyched, but I might enjoy it. Could you give me, if I turned it on there, could you give me a fake call or two?
Sure. I could. Yeah. Why not? I'll take a swing at it.
Who's our guy, Boban? Would it sound like that? He's dribbling again, he's dribbling again. He cradles down the floor, he cradles again.
Holds the ball in the basket.
Yeah. Do it as Buffalo Bill.
That's how I kind of sound like Buffalo Bill today. That's karma coming back to get me for making fun of Andrew Luck's voice.
What? Come on.
We're with you until 6 today. Nick Kosmider coming up 20 minutes after 3 o'clock. Oh, Andy, we got quarterback candidates for the Broncos next year.
Did we lose one today?
Oh, let's get excited about this. At least for 2 games. At least for 2 games.
Now, hold on.
Aren't you supposed to be good when you do PEDs?
For those that missed the story, Jimmy Garoppolo gets suspended for PEDs.
Yeah.
Jimmy. But nobody knows what P was ED'd. You know what I mean? Like, did you just get sold the worst batch of drugs ever?
It is said to be related to Garoppolo using a prescribed medication without having a valid therapeutic use exemption from the league, according to sources.
So what could that be?
You
know what?
Baldness?
No, you know what's interesting?
Because they've nailed guys on the baldness medications before.
Some guys have to take testosterone if they're really low.
Okay.
I've known of a couple athletes in the past.
What version of Hims was Jimmy taking?
Right.
Yeah, we don't know.
But you've got to, I don't know. Maybe that was just it. Who knows?
Yeah, you're supposed, whatever you're taking, you have to run it by the league. What this makes it sound like is that Garoppolo was using something that would have been fine had he simply run it by the league.
Yeah, I'm taking the Zen. Is that all right?
Maybe.
It's chilling me out.
We don't know. we don't know what it was.
I'm on the meth. Is that all right?
Yeah. Here's
Jimmy.
the question is, with Jimmy set to be released by the Raiders on the 5th year of the league year, will the fact that you can't play Jimmy for the first 2 weeks, will that make him more attractive to potential suitors? Like, ooh, we don't have to play Jimmy. That maybe we'll go get the guy.
All the more reason to sign him. Hey, we don't really want to play you, but you know what that'll be?
But we'll have you on our team.
He'll be the most attractive guy to the team that loses the quarterback early, right?
Yeah.
He'll be, who was that one year that, wasn't it Nick Foles that all of a sudden, No, it was the old St. Louis quarterback, the big bonus baby from Oklahoma.
Sam
went
Bradford.
To the Eagles. Didn't Bradford go to the Eagles, or was he hurt and they brought somebody else?
He was on numerous teams, but he got a good paycheck because of that.
Right.
That worked out for him really, really well, actually.
Was it Foles that got hurt, so they traded Bradford to the Eagles? Was that how that worked?
I'm going to take your
word
word
to find
for
out
it
he's still Sam Bradford
on this one.
My favorite is when you think somehow he's going to go back to what the old
Sam Bradford
draft profile was, and it turns out now he's still the dude he's been.
He made so much money.
That dude is stupid rich.
He made so much money.
He was the reason they were like, all right, rookie's got to quit making money.
Wasn't it?
This guy sucks.
Well, it was really Jamarcus Russell was the one who I think broke it. Bradford wasn't a good NFL quarterback, but he wasn't Jamarcus. That was when the league was like, we need help from ourselves now.
Yeah, but see, in a way, everybody in the league said don't take him first, and Al Davis is like, oh yeah, watch me.
Yeah.
We're gonna throw it deep.
He can go down on one knee and he can throw it through the uprights from the opposing 25-yard line. Therefore, I have to have this guy on my team.
Guess who else can do that?
Kyle
Bowler. Both had about the same career.
He was not a particularly good
Bowler
player.
doing that?
Andy, are you up and at 'em for NBA All-Star Weekend?
I'm up in Adams for Kay Adams. I watched that show, but
up and at them.
Yeah. No. What are we supposed to get psyched about?
Not exactly.
Hey, tell me
no.
all the Nuggets playing tonight, and I'll root for them.
I can't.
Yeah, then guess what? I'm out.
They
Do
don't
we have any Denver actors?
They don't
that are
have
making it?
any of those
Is
guys.
there a Denver famous celebrity chef, maybe?
Is Don
Jason
Cheadle
Ganal is
in
jumping
the game?
Is Cheadle playing?
I don't know.
Well, who else we got? Is 303 participating in something?
They could be. I couldn't tell
Well,
you.
if they're not, if all those people are out, then so am I.
Yeah, there's nobody from your town that is participating in any of this outside of Joker will, I don't know, plays 15 minutes and of not trying at all in the All-Star
Hold on,
game.
let's name some Denver bands. The Fray? Are the Fray getting in there?
As far
Is
as
our guy
I know,
Nathaniel Rateliff, does he get to play?
in the celebrity game,
Yeah, anything.
does Rateliff have game?
He's friends with Michael Malone. He could get coached up.
He appears to be a little undersized.
Okay, but he could hit a 3.
Isn't Kyle Speller going to be there this
Kyle
weekend?
will be there.
There you
Pause
go.
will be there. Pause the DJ will be there.
There you go. See, we got a little something going on for
Not
you.
enough.
Here's my
Kyle will be on Sunday during the All-Star game.
Here's my question on, and I don't even mean to just pick on the NBA All-Star game here.
It's all All-Star games.
Which I want to say like last year, wasn't the score like 190 something to 180 something?
Sure.
You know, there's
Sure.
I think they called 7 total fouls in the game. The players have made it clear like they want nothing to do with this. The league made its attempts to try and spice up the event. Okay, we'll have captains and we'll choose teams, or we'll have
That's done.
The Elam ending. We'll try
Is the
that.
Elam ending done?
It's done. They don't even do that
What?
anymore. Which that was good.
That was actually fun.
It was good for 1 year.
Okay,
And then after that, it was like, who cares? This is confusing.
Look, I don't care.
In all seriousness, though, and this is what I was thinking about here going into this weekend is, you know, we've moved past a lot of things in sports.
Please.
Okay?
Let's do it. Let's keep moving.
At this point in the year of our Lord 2024, and I'm serious when I ask this question, who are the All-Star games for?
Well, that is a great question, Nate. I don't even know anymore.
Because
TV. In the NFL's case, it's to fill an empty weekend before the Super Bowl.
Okay,
right?
so you say it's for television. Last year's NBA All-Star game was the lowest rated All-Star game ever. So it's not doing a particularly good viewership number. You're right, like it satisfies the product, but also like the NBA's media rights deals are coming up, and they're trying to put on this like crown jewel event of like NBA All-Star Weekend. And I think collectively, both the fans and the players themselves all shrug at it. The players don't want to be there. They've made that clearer and clearer. You know, remember when it was in Salt Lake and I think LeBron flew in the morning of the game?
Yeah.
And then like flew out right afterwards?
He didn't host a party.
Didn't care.
Remember when the All-Star game was here? For those that, so I laugh at that. Let's give a little quick little
05.
background because you made me laugh when you said LeBron flew in morning of and left.
Yeah.
When the All-Star game was here in Denver, there was, and this was back when both papers are actually thriving. They wrote all these articles about the parties that were going to happen, and like it was that Super Bowl VIP lifestyle all weekend. What party could you get into?
Yeah,
all that kind of stuff. So when you fly in day of the game, right? Like players, the All-Star players themselves would host parties. All that's like done now, right? They want to go to Mexico. They want to get out. They don't want to go to the cold cities that this keeps being in.
So I know there's still a party scene. Like that part of it still exists. The shoe companies show up, like they make their guys promote whatever it may be. Players will shoot a couple of commercials or whatever. They'll go to a few parties. And then usually, like by the time they get to Sunday, nobody cares about the game anymore. The question that I have, though, is so I can only speak for myself. Like when I was a little kid, Andy, the baseball All-Star game, that was like a night on the calendar, and the game was on NBC or ABC or whatever network that it was on, and it was like that was a freaking event. That was like a night of the summer where, you know, I was planted in front of that television and like all of the heroes from my baseball cards came to life. Like there's Wade Boggs and there's Don Mattingly and there's like all these guys from the American League that I never got to watch on television. Like we got a game of the local team, and that was what you got to get growing up. You know, like now, and I remember watching the NBA All-Star game and being like, oh, cool, like Jordan has Dominique Wilkins on the same team as him. Like, isn't that a cool thing? Now we live in a world where, number one, the best players will play together on Olympic teams. Number two, there's no inability to be able to watch anybody. You know, you want to see what any athlete does in the world right now. Just call up their highlights, and they're right there directly in front of you. So I don't even know for kids if there's a novelty to this thing anymore because of network television and highlights and everything else is so easily available now. So you don't have that whole part of it. Again, the players want no part of it, and that's across sports. They don't go out and try. Same thing happens in hockey. Same thing happens in football. I can't really find a reason for all-star games in 2024 to exist anymore. I don't know who gets excited about them. Somebody can tell me if I'm wrong or if they do, but I don't see it.
The only thing, look, from the era you brought up, though, for me growing up, it was the NBA All-Star Game.
Which was awesome.
Because I loved Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Michael Jordan. I really liked Isaiah Thomas. To your point, a lot of the guys that I liked were in the East. And then the Nuggets got fun with Dikembe Mutombo and, on and on and on. We all loved Alex English around here. But again, Alex's game is kind of like, it's funny because I think two top Nuggets of all time, and we could debate this, something we got into yesterday, but Jokic and English both didn't have the most all-star type of game. They weren't high-flying dunkers that is going to lead SportsCenter with the highlight reel and all that kind of stuff. But they cared, Nate. Everything else that you just talked about there, they cared about the game. They still gave a crap.
Right.
Now, I'm not trying to paint it like they cared from whistle one to the other, but the second half of most all-star games,
Fourth quarters got good.
Guys got into it and really wanted to beat each other. And frankly, go back to the baseball. The baseball's the only one that's closest to the actual game that they played. And the guys needed the money. That helped them care. They've got so much coming in now, they don't need the money anymore. They really don't.
No.
They'd rather take the vacation. You'd have to put $10 million in the pot for all these guys to show up and care. And maybe even that wouldn't be enough. And I know that kills people out there, but that's just the reality of what it is.
Yeah.
They've got the money. They'd rather have the time off. They don't want to deal with the media again. They don't want to deal with the TikTokers. They don't want to deal with all that stuff. They'd rather just get away and be left alone. And that's more valuable to them than the money. And so unless you find a way to make them care in every sport, good luck, man.
As recently as, when did the 2012 All-Star Game, when Dwayne Wade contested Kobe at the rim and he broke his nose. And Kobe, Kobe was a dude that really took the All-Star Game seriously. Now, he took it, even at that point, we were like, this is stupid. We don't need to play this game anymore. But Kobe came out and he played pretty hard. Today, the biggest stars in the league just flat out don't care. They flat out don't care, and they would rather not be there. If you were to go ask Nikola Jokic right now, who's the best basketball player on the planet, hey, man, you want to go to Indianapolis to play in an exhibition game on Sunday night? He'll go, God, no. I would rather be anywhere else on the planet than Indianapolis having to mess around with that crap right now. Now, he's got a new shoe deal. Maybe he's got to go and promote something there. Wouldn't surprise me if he had to go and do that this year. But, again, is that a reason to put all this together and televise it like, oh, well, it's a marketing opportunity for these players? I'm sure it is, but there seems to be a billion others that exist in professional sports. I don't think you need to send everybody into Indianapolis and put this thing on. The other thing on top of it too, Andy, is the Pro Bowl, the NBA All-Star Game. We have all NBA teams. We have all pro teams in those sports. Those are actually the bigger honors than even being named to the weird all-star game that nobody cares about. So again, what are we doing this for?
At the end of the day, I just think I'm with you. I don't know why we bother with it anymore. Here's my question to you. They need to give concurrent weeks of programming to television to up their deals.
Sure.
Could the real reason behind the in-season tournament maybe be a way out of the All-Star Game?
Mm-hmm.
Because if that thing draws numbers, and by the numbers from this year, that thing drew some numbers, right?
Yeah.
And again, it may take an adjustment, but it would make more sense to me if you did an in-season tournament and this weekend was the championship in Vegas than if you do it the way you just did it.
And the other thing about it, too, is you could still do sort of like the Super Bowl media blitz Radio Row thing and ship everybody in for a weekend and they can do their whole thing. And oh, by the way, here's some basketball games that actually do matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's worth showing up for. And like you said, it's in Vegas.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to get people to Vegas.
I know people want to call it the NBA Cup, by the way. I'm an IST purist, so we're going to stick with in-season tournament around these parts. Our buddy Nick Kosmider is going to join us to talk about Bronco quarterback candidates. That is next. Skregman and Lindahl, we are in the waiting room today on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's a Ska Friday. We hope you're all doing extremely well today. It's a little gray out there. Drive safely. Our buddy Nick Kosmider covers the Broncos and the NFL for TheAthletic.com. He joins us on a Friday afternoon on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? Well, you require Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Hello, Nick Kosmider.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
We're doing great, man, and we're excited to talk about quarterbacks, okay? So, Smider-Man, last week, Sean Payton is on Radio Row, and one of the reporters is doing a who's an overrated quarterback bit. And Sean Payton got that question, and in fact, we have the audio right now. This is what Sean Payton had to say about who are overrated quarterbacks in the NFL or guys not getting their due.
Unfairly hated?
Yeah, like somebody who just constantly gets criticism, and you're like, he's good, though.
Well, look, I would say all these young guys that we early evaluate, Zach Wilson in New York, we've got early evaluations on him. It happens all the time with let me go around this division here. I think Garoppolo gets a lot of criticism, and he's someone that was just in this game not too long ago. I would say, let me just spin around. Carr in New Orleans, obviously, there's either thumbs up or thumbs down, but he gets a lot of criticism.
I feel like there's so many, honestly, that get...
Well, it's fickle.
Like, oh.
Here's the deal. I'm sure that frickin' Baker was one of them, but then all of a sudden, you know what? The script flips, and then, like, all of us are like, well, we love Baker now.
We love Baker, right?
Aren't we? Like, I'm looking for Baker. Like, where's he at? He's a free agent,
He's looking for Baker, was what he had to say last week. Nick, can Sean Payton go and find a Baker or the Baker this offseason?
Yeah, that's the affordable question, or affordable dollar question, I guess, for the Broncos. In that, when you're going to be paying a quarterback who's not going to be there $35 million this year and upwards of $50 million next year, depending on how they do a release, you're going to have to find somebody that is affordable, and you're going to have to do it with the hopes that they can step in and elevate what your offense was a year ago. And to me, it's about finding kind of your own guy, right? Like the last 2 years, you can look at Geno Smith and Baker Mayfield are players who, for various reasons, were going into those seasons on kind of prove-it deals, one-year deals where these guys had winding paths to those opportunities, but that was all they were going to get was a chance to go into camp, win a job, and prove that they had another life in their career. And both of them did that, right? Geno Smith took the Seahawks to the playoffs in 2022, earned himself, a nice 3-year contract to become the starter of the Seahawks. Looks like he'll go, into his third season in 2024 with that job. And Baker Mayfield did the same thing, led the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to a NFC South title, won a playoff game, and is going to probably cash in as well. So to me, it's like if the Broncos are going to go down this road of free agency, if that's how they're going to add to their quarterback room, which I think is just one of the options that they can take, it's going to me to have to be affordable. I think you can chalk that up to maybe one of the many smoke screens that Sean Payton is already trying to throw up when it comes to his team and how they're going to approach the quarterback position.
Nick, do you have a gut feel for whether they're going to eat the whole matzo ball at once with Russ or divide it into 2 years? And if they eat it all at once, aren't you kind of stuck with the room that you have?
Yeah, obviously the Broncos have been really tight-lipped about how and when, or they continue to say if they go down that road, which I think we all assume that is what they're going to do, that they're going to release Russell Wilson. Maybe there's a trade if he comes to the table to agree to rework his deal only to facilitate a trade. But all that being said, people that I talk to about this just don't see a way that you can eat that entire thing. Again, the current largest dead money hit for one player in 1 year is $85 million. Or I'm sorry, it's $40 million. It was Matt Ryan in 2022. With the Falcons. And to me, that this would be double that. If you're trying to say you're taking the whole thing at once, it's $85 million. So more than double the previous record, and that wouldn't be your only dead money. We've heard a couple times now where you said, hey, the Buccaneers had a lot of dead money on their books last year. The Eagles had a lot of dead money on their books last year, but that was with many players factored into that. When you're talking about the $85 million, you're just talking about one player. The Broncos would have other dead money on their books as well, so they'd be getting into a number of over $100 million on your salary cap. I just don't think that is a tenable solution. Of course, these teams have people that are paid to get creative with these situations and to manipulate the salary cap in a way that allows them to to fill needs, to create some opportunities to go out and get players that they need. But again, it's just, to me, too massive of a hit. It would just hamstring you too deeply. And yeah, it would certainly make it so that you're not signing anybody of note at the quarterback position. You're certainly not probably giving up capital in order to go get one, because you have to fill the roster with guys that are on rookie deals at that point.
Yeah, I guess it's the difference between making life really hard to compete or making life impossible to compete is sort of what the Broncos are facing right now. Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com. You should subscribe and read him right there. Plus, check out his podcast. It is the Not Another Bucking podcast, and it is good. You mentioned in the piece, Nick, a number of names. Let's start talking about names. Gardner Minshew, Sam Darnold, Jameis Winston, Jake Browning, Mason Rudolph, Ryan Tannehill, to name a few, the kind of dudes that they could come in to round out that room, along with Jarrett Stidham and ostensibly compete for a starting role. Who makes sense?
Yeah, and that's I think you brought up an important point, Nate. I think when you talk about that group, there's nobody in that group that you say, hey, they're going to sign that guy in March and he's their starting quarterback this year. This is going to be a situation. Again, you got to remember, they signed Jarrett Stidham to a 2-year deal with a fair amount of guaranteed money. He's a $7 million cap hit for the team this season under contract. Like, I think if they're living in a world in which they are going to have, a free agent, be the starting quarterback, why not the guy that was a free agent last year who now has some experience in your system? So again, I think if they're gonna sign a guy, it's because they want a competition, and then that also gives them flexibility with how they then walk into the draft at the end of April. Because if you don't sign a quarterback at all, then you're just saying, hey, this we got Jarrett Stidham, and now teams are saying, okay, well, you have to draft a quarterback, and that could affect some of the way that you're able to do business around the draft. So who that guy is, Gardner Minshew obviously is a guy that's been in the league a little bit longer, has stepped into some of these situations and played well. Obviously, I think what he did with the Colts last year was impressive given the season that they had in 2022, leading them to within a few yards of a division title or a playoff berth. He's gonna give himself an opportunity to, at the very least, compete for a job. And Sam Darnold's the one that's intriguing to me. Again, you talk about the pedigree, was a top 3 pick. Has had some good moments in the league. Obviously, you look at quarterbacks who have played for the Jets, and it's really hard to kind of have that be a full evaluation. I thought played pretty well, especially toward the end of the 2022 season with the Panthers, and then got to spend a season learning under Kyle Shanahan. So he's an intriguing guy to me just because of the arm, because of, again, his age, the pedigree, as a guy that you could have in your building to have a chance. Once again, not somebody that you're just going to say, hey, Sam Darnold's our starter in 2024. But that's where they're at. If they're moving on from Russell Wilson, these are sort of the situations that you put yourself in.
Yeah, it's funny. I got a buddy that's talking me into Sam Darnold a little bit like you just did right there. But let me ask you, and probably not a guy you focused on, but what would it cost to get Jake Browning?
Real friends don't talk you into Sam Darnold.
We'll see. But this friend also loves Kyle Shanahan. But what about a Jake Browning? Because, again, part of me feels like Jake Browning has a little of the Brock Purdy thing going on. I think he played pretty well, but he also had a heck of a cast around him. And so buyer beware with that here, because that cast still needs to be formed here in Denver. But that's a young guy. Would you be intrigued at all by Browning? I'd be lying to say I'm not intrigued by what he did last year.
Yeah, I think he certainly impressed people around the league, raised some eyebrows with how well he was able to keep that thing afloat. When Joe Burrow went down, you certainly thought that was a team that was going to plummet out of the playoff race, that it wasn't was no longer going to be in it, and they were competitive, and he played well at times. Still turned the ball over in key spots a little bit too much for my liking. I think that's been a knock on him, even going back to college at times. So again, to be honest, Andy, he's just another guy to me that falls into that bucket of like, is he going to come in with another opportunity? We've talked about it with this offense that it's complicated. It takes time to learn, and that's why I really do think that there's a decent chance that Jarrett Stidham is the guy that starts this season in 2024, just because of the fact that, hey, he's probably in that bucket, or at least the Broncos think that he's sort of in that same range as those guys that we're sitting here talking about who are going to be free agents this spring. But he has that year of experience in the system. He's liked in the locker room. So all things equal, you say, hey, let's go with the guy that we know a little bit, that knows us a little bit. The rest of it is just, it's going to be a matter of flavors. It's going to be a matter of what the bidding is like. If some of these guys like Darnold are getting some other opportunities, because again, the Broncos are not going to have a lot of money to throw around at a quarterback who is at the very most, kind of competing for a starting job in camp.
Well, and the money's spent there, right? To your point, the money's at least already spent on Stidham, and you're not adding to it.
Right. No, exactly. And I just think that he's a guy because of, we talked about a lot. They're hoping, this team is, that the year two effect, the year two impact of having guys show up in the spring. We've mentioned it with you guys before. This is the first time in several years that they're walking into an offseason in which, that they haven't changed the front office, or they haven't changed the head coach. The coordinators are the same. Like, this is sort of a level of continuity that some teams take for granted, that the Broncos have not had in a while. And so if you're able to keep another thing the same, right, in that, hey, this guy that's going to lead us into offseason workouts knows this offense, that's, again, I think another feather in Stidham's cap that he's going to have in this whole picture.
We're yakking Broncos with our buddy Nick Kosmider of TheAthletic.com, which you should be subscribing and reading his stuff because he will inform you. Nick, let's make some way too early, wildly speculative predictions about the 2024 Denver Broncos. Okay. Let's accept this premise. There is a world where the Broncos draft a quarterback this year. Perhaps they do so even at number 12 overall. So your J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, Michael Penix sort of level of quarterback gets drafted by the Denver Broncos. They get to game number 1 of the year. Who would you expect would be the starting quarterback? Jarrett Stidham or a guy they just drafted?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think that'll be the fascinating subplot if they draft a quarterback of how quickly he can get up to speed in Sean Payton's offense. We've talked about it a lot with you guys as well, in that Sean Payton during his time as a head coach has not had a rookie quarterback who was in line to be a starter. Obviously, he had one game of Ian Book out of Notre Dame, who ended up starting I think it was a Monday night game against the Dolphins in 2020, where the poor guy looked like a deer in the headlights, and that's just been kind of the experience that he has had. So, I definitely think they are going to be players in this quarterback game in this draft. I think it's very possible, if not likely, that they end up drafting a guy that they view as a potential future starter. It would just be how quickly can that guy get up to speed. My guess, if they draft this guy at 12, if they go up and if they make some kind of crazy trade and they get up to number 2 or to number 3 and draft, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, then I think you've put that guy in a position to start week 1. But if it's a pick they make at 12, if they move back and make a pick, then I'd be hard pressed to think that they're going to have that guy be ready to go and start week 1. But again, you really just never know how quickly they're going to be able to grasp what Sean throws at them.
All right, Nick, which of the guys do you like? J.J. McCarthy was thrown out there this week. Just, I don't know. That just isn't the name for me, but whatever. We really don't know about any of them. Out of the 3 you mentioned that are likely going at the top, who's your favorite after those 3 that could be in Bronco play?
Yeah, and I honestly haven't dived in and watched a lot of these guys individually yet. Reading what I have about some of the scouting remarks about McCarthy, in that, hey, this guy played in a very run-heavy offense, but has the capability to do more. I think the thing that's intriguing about J.J. McCarthy is that he's he's a little bit younger. At 20 years old, a little bit younger than some of these other guys in the class when you're talking about a Michael Penix or a Bo Nix. And if he's a guy that, hey, they're just starting now to sort of open him up, you might look at that and say there's a little bit more of a ceiling there. But it'll be interesting to me how they evaluate this stuff. One of the things that Sean Payton said at Super Bowl on Radio Row that kind of caught my attention was when he was on with Jim Rome, and he's talking about the most important thing that he's looking for in a quarterback is that processing speed, but how that's also one of the hardest things that you can evaluate, that you can try to predict no matter what kind of tests they put these guys through. And of course, you see today Athletes First, one of the big agencies, has said they're not having their players take any of these cognitive tests. Now, they don't represent the top quarterbacks in this draft this year, but they of course drafted C.J. Stroud, whose test results got leaked and all that kind of stuff last year. So how do they go about, and I'm not saying the Broncos lean heavily on the S2 cognition type stuff, but how do they assess that? How do they really get in there and look for a rookie, and for Sean Payton saying, that's the thing I'm looking for, that quick processing speed, that the getting to the line of scrimmage to identify everything that I need within 9 seconds and then be able to go. He didn't see that in Russell Wilson. So who is going to be that guy who emerges in this process over the next couple weeks, next couple months, and kind of catches their eye in that way? That's what I'm kind of interested to get down to Indianapolis late next week and start to sort of, see what we hear about those guys in that regard.
Try and find out who's best at Tecmo Super Bowl, I guess. Nick Kosmider, everybody. TheAthletic.com. Subscribe, read him there. Not Another Bucking podcast. You should be listening to it, Nick. Well done as always, buddy. It's not the most thrilling spot in the world to be discussing who looks better between Mason Rudolph and Jake Browning, and yet I thought you did a good job.
We're used to it by now.
Exactly.
This is sort of how we dive in. But anyway, great to see you guys. If you get off and you want to come to my NBA All-Star Celebrity Game watch party, feel free to roll by.
Wait, who's in the game this year? We didn't look at the rosters because Andy and I don't know who celebrities are anymore.
Well, I know that I just saw that McCole Hardman, by virtue of his game-winning catch that he didn't know he had made, it gets in the game. I guess we have a hobbled Stephen A. Smith coaching. I don't know much more than that. It's sponsored by Ruffles. That's all I can tell.
All right, we're turning it on in the break. Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, Andy, I got some big time Denver real estate news.
Oh, really?
Do you want to hear it? You may have to come back here.
I might have heard this
on the other side.
Now I'm curious which athlete.
Yeah, we've
because I know one Bronco just unloaded a property officially. I think finally.
Do
we have something up for sale?
Could potentially be a new home on the market that you could go peruse.
Oh, really? Does it have a lot of bathrooms? Come back and find out
what that is next. Happy Ska Friday to all who celebrate. You should. It's Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Here we go, Andy. According to BusinessDen.com. BusinessDen.com. It's about business. But
Business Denver.
But in Denver.
Or Den, maybe like Sushi Den.
Like
Just hang out in the business den, talk business.
There you go. Down in the den where we keep the Pong
Yeah.
machine. Here we go. Headline, Russell Wilson accepting offers for Cherry Hills Mansion as Broncos mull his future. Thomas Goonley reporting, the most expensive home ever sold in the Denver area is quietly being shopped around. Ooh, they're doing quiet shopping right now. So it sounds like Russ is accepting calls, but he's not making calls on his home. Denver Broncos quarterback Russell Wilson and singer-songwriter wife Sierra are accepting offers and providing tours to prospective buyers for the mansion they own in Cherry Hills. The couple did not respond to requests for comment made through their foundation. The couple paid $25 million for the home at 10 Cherry Hills Park Drive in April 2022. Weeks after Wilson was traded to the Broncos. At the time, the previous record for a Denver area home sale was $16 million. The 20,000 square foot home on 5 acres has 4 bedrooms and, you guessed it, 12 bathrooms, plus his and hers, walk-in closets, offices, and bathroom suites. I like the sound of that. They put like a couch in there. That sounds nice. According to a previous listing of the property, there's also a 2,590 square foot indoor swimming pool, basketball court, and a guest apartment with its own kitchen. Can Spring move in? He'll hook him up in the guest apartment. He'd love it.
You'd be like, Stabone. Boner. What was his name? What was his first name? Stabone was the last name. That's the nickname.
I believe so. That's a good trivia question. What was Boner's first name? I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I can't remember now.
Mm-mm.
Anyway.
He's the Buddy Lembeck of Russ and Sierra's life.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spring just walking into the kitchen every morning and cracking wise.
Turns out Growing Pains wasn't nearly as creepy on set as Charles in Charge, right? Is that what we're finding out? Or are we just going to find out every sitcom in the 80s was creepy on set?
No, Growing Pains, remember they shamed Tracy Gold into an eating disorder. So that was no good either. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hollywood, huh?
Yeah, they weren't very kind. So yeah, 12 bathrooms and 4 bedrooms. It sounds as though it's quietly being shopped, Andy.
This is proof that Russ has all the power in this situation. This goes back to what I told you in December. Play poker with the guy. He doesn't have to do anything.
No, he doesn't.
You can come and say, hey, how about you redo your contract so we can trade you? Or he can just say, nah, you're going to pay me and I'll go take the vet minimum from the Steelers.
I mean,
that's what's going to happen.
For better or for worse, like Russell Wilson also is aware of what he is.
Yeah.
And the Broncos, they gave him $160 million guaranteed. He's just got to hang out and take his money now.
Yeah, man, cut me.
Yeah.
Just cut me.
Go
I don't
ahead.
like you. Cut me.
Right.
You don't like me. Cut me.
So,
do you think they'd probably they wouldn't have done this otherwise, right?
Yeah, he knows he's gone. There's no.
Well, I know because he has completely. He's got all the power now.
Yeah.
This is why I just said it.
When you give a guy a 5-year contract
Yeah.
extension and you've decided he stinks before the 5-year contract extension even kicks in, that guy wins. Like Russell Wilson won in this whole thing. The Broncos lose and will continue to lose.
That's why I'm saying
Russ
I
wins.
keep telling you, I would throw him on the bench and I'd just see how bad do you want to play. Can you handle watching the other guy play? Because again, you get your money and we play whoever we tell the public won the quarterback battle. And if you want to get out of here, we are going to keep you until you rework your contract.
So Andy, last night, the Avalanche lost.
Oh, I watched it, Nate.
Yeah, they lost. No! They lost the game. And the thing was that they had a lead.
Oh, I saw it.
They sure did. In fact, they had themselves a 3-2 third period lead thanks to a wonderful tip-in by
Wasn't
our
even a
friend
tip-in.
Arturi Lehkonen. Play it, Spring.
Arturi Lehkonen, heard of him? McKinnon. He'll look backhand in front for Drouin. Now off the boards, McKinnon. Tipped! Score! We're up all night to get lucky! Arturi Lehkonen. His third goal in 2 games. makes the power play count. And with 16:20 to go in the third period, Colorado has their second lead of the night. McKinnon is going to pick up his second assist.
So
great goal.
Real quick, because I know we're going to have our fun and I can't wait. Are you imagining? Are you imagining that Connor would have that reference in his bag? Daft Punk just coming out.
That was good.
I don't imagine Connor rolling around the suburbs of Denver with Daft Punk a-blaring.
Hey, he's a Renaissance man.
He
You
is.
never know what to expect out of him.
He gives me the concert vibe, not the concert, the orchestral vibe, some Bach,
classical music,
some Mozart.
So it's 3-2 now. 3-2.
We were briefly happy.
The Avalanche have a lead. Okay, they gave up one lead already, but they got themselves another one. And exactly how long did that lead last for? 20 frickin' seconds. Roll it, Spring.
The clock has been amended. They've added 2 seconds.
Amended.
And the Avalanche will win the faceoff at center ice for Lehkonen. That is his second power play goal of the season. Miles Wood brings it down the near side boards, cruising behind the Lightning net. Still with it around the world, Miles Wood underneath for Bo Byram. Holding, shooting in front of his skate. And wide, Tampa has a breakaway. Stamkos, he's onside. He scores.
He could have been left alone.
Yeah.
He was, hey, that looked like me looking for a dance partner at a dance.
Whew. Stamkos.
Nobody
was
around.
All alone. So let's see. Lehkonen, Andy, scored at 3:40 of the third period to give the Avalanche a 3-2 lead. Steven Stamkos of the Tampa Bay Lightning then scored at 4 minutes of the third to tie the game at 3-3. 20 seconds. For exactly 20 seconds of game time, the Avalanche had a third period lead last night. How long is that? You may be asking to yourself. Well,
in Kreckman-Lindahl time, though.
We are here to help you, okay? Via audio illustration, how long did the Avalanche lead in the third period last night against the Tampa Bay Lightning? Here to illustrate is our friend, the great aughts songstress herself, Michelle Branch, and her hit Everywhere. I believe the Avalanche led for 20 seconds of the third last night.
'Cause you're everywhere to me. And when I close my eyes, it's you I see. You're everything I know that makes me believe I'm not alone. I'm not
No, she's not. No.
She's not in the lead either, like the Avs. We're tied again.
Oh man, we got it right in the middle of the line. Dang. 20 seconds. That was a healthy one.
By the way, didn't everybody hit us up? Was it like the 20th anniversary of that damn song?
Was it?
Yeah, someone on Twitter got after us for
Good.
not recognizing that.
Good on somebody.
I thought you had a new song today, though.
We
Didn't you have a
do.
new- Okay, all
we
right.
do. Don't worry. Today.
You haven't discussed this with me.
Oh.
I'm just rolling with it.
Today we're illustrating for you, okay? So every now and then we like to throw a little extra flavor into the Michelle Branch audio illustrations. Today, Andy, we actually go to 2013, fine year 2013. Again, exactly how long did the Avalanche lead the Lightning in the third period last night? Here to illustrate singer-songwriter 2013. Andy, she was brave. She was Sarah Bareilles.
I wonder what would happen if you say what you want to say.
I do remember this song. I did remember you sent it.
Honestly, I want to say you'll be brave. What you want to say and let the words fall out.
Oh!
Wasn't that also like he was in
Whoa.
commercials?
Oh, sure. Sarah Bareilles got paid off of that jam.
Didn't that hit a One Tree Hill or something?
Gotta look out for that one tree on the hill.
Wasn't somebody running around Dawson's Creek with that playing on the old iPod? And yes, I do mean iPod.
It could have hit the hills even possibly.
Might have been the hills.
Did Sarah Bareilles?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Okay. Well, we got to make sure that we timed this correctly, everybody. So here we go. From puck drop to goal. Here we go. Connor McGahey mashed up with the great Sarah Bareilles.
The clock has been amended. They've added 2 seconds. And the Avalanche will win the faceoff at center ice for Lehkonen. That is his second power play goal of the season. Miles Wood brings it down the near side boards, cruising behind the Lightning net. Still with it around the world. Miles Wood underneath for Bo Byram. Holding, shooting in front of his skate. And wide. Tampa has a breakaway. Stamkos, he's onside. He scores.
See, I think Sarah Bareilles and Jack Antonoff, who produced that track, they should have considered the goal horn. Insert that in over the next line of the song, and it would have been perfect.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That was good.
Keep screwing up the word illustrate. Somebody just texted in and says, I don't normally drive home this time Friday. What the bleep is happening with playing this awful music for 20 seconds? It just shows you how long the lead lasted. That was the Avs' last lead of the game.
Also,
we enjoyed it for, what'd you say, 20 seconds, 21 seconds?
20 seconds.
Almost 21.
Also, that's just like your opinion, man. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Wait. Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. If you need any sort of truck or 4x4 accessory, do yourself a favor. Head on over, see my friend Jerry Jones at Colorado Off-Road. He'll chat some stuff out with you if you'd like. He gave me a lot of options when it came to bed covers. He was telling me the importance of having some step rails in the slick weather like we're about to get after 5 o'clock today, apparently. They've got everything you could need. They do custom work, anything that you want. But swing on by Colorado Off-Road. Have a conversation about whatever with them. If you need a plow put on because the snow never ends, he can do that. If you need some custom upfitting or an upfitting work for contractors, he can do that as well. Just swing by the shop, see all the things that they have to offer that's great for your truck or 4x4, including the old phone holder that goes right in the cup by WeatherTech. I was thinking about getting Nate one of those for his RAV4. Anyway, swing on by Colorado Off-Road, 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street, or find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Yes, it is Ska Friday. It's Crackman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're with you until 6 p.m. today. Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, plus 5 o'clock hour, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz, the Crackman and Lindahl show. We got some beef tweets today. We're getting beefy.
Oh, wait.
And tweety on a Friday afternoon.
I wish you would have been here yesterday. He's already shaking his head. Toots is the cat. For those that haven't seen the Toots is the Cat Saturday Night Live parody, it's a cat that drives a car.
It's a cat that drives.
And the car always goes off
He's
the
a
hill.
bad driver.
I did that to beef tweets yesterday. I got so excited for beef tweets.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to grab the beef tweet I swear I sent you guys by our buddy from the San Francisco 49ers.
Uh-huh.
He had to delete them all. He was basically taking on a fan for not our fault blocking and this, that, the other. And the guy he accidentally called out jumped on Twitter, was like, what the hell? And then I guess wanted to fight him. And so I already had Spring play the bit. We had the jazz flute going. And he deleted them all, and I couldn't find the tweets.
It
was great.
Would not be the first time that we had beef tweet us interrupt us.
Yeah, but see, this, if you would have been there, it wouldn't have happened.
That's Andy, will you come in and represent me on my next contract negotiation and just say what you just said right there?
Oh, I already told Kevin walked in, he goes, what was that train wreck? And I go, the guy deleted the tweets. What do you want me to do? They were in our chain, and then he got Feliciano. Do you remember him? He's also the guy that told everybody that Jalen Carter was threatening to murder him and his kids.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. He's had some. He may just want to shut the account off.
All right. Well, I'm confident we're going to pull off beef tweets today.
I know, because you're here.
Okay, good. See, I have a role here, all right? It's being able to find things on the internet. That's
Listen,
what I do.
Because I'm gonna find everybody and have a personal conversation with them. Play the damn Weeknd song. I'm sick of hearing about it.
What do you mean?
People don't like it when you don't. Your Weeknd song
Mm-hmm.
is
people
really it's
love
an
it.
all-time top 5 platinum hit.
It's unbelievable.
I'm not speaking of it again.
See, but
text Nate if it doesn't happen. Don't come to Andy.
First off, Andy,
I'm not back there not letting Mark hit the button.
there's two things that people need to know.
Please.
Number one is
You've got a green hat on today.
always leave them wanting more.
Okay.
And number two, I just forget a lot of the time. But they work together really well.
This show is well planned 30% of the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, we have plans.
I have notes on what we're supposed to be doing
Look,
today.
when we get in here, nobody knows. Yes, we got a rundown right here. Look at it. I'll show it to Twitch. It's right there.
Well, yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Here's what's funny is Andy. This is actually what it looks like. This is actually what we're doing today.
Oh, so you've already got your own copy?
Yeah, I
show that again. Show that again to Twitch. You've already made notes.
Yeah,
You've switched things around.
Guys, I don't tell Andy what's going to happen.
Nah, I told him I'm along for the ride.
Yes. Don't worry. There is somebody that actually has a plan here.
Yeah.
Now, my ability to stick to the plan, because we're already supposed to be 9 minutes into a conversation about a huge controversy in the world of darts, which we now plan
we
to
really
give to the
should
people.
put that off.
We should be doing this right now.
Because I got questions.
Andy, this is your Rockhead of the Day
Now,
brought
hold
to
on.
you.
Are we...
It's your Rockhead of the Day. It's presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialists. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Again, you and I and our excellent communication skills, we're getting together at 2:30 to discuss the name. I was not aware it was on the rundown for today. I'm dead serious. 2:30 Tuesday.
And yet here we are.
The sponsor will remain the same.
And yet here we are, okay?
It's Friday, baby.
I
Heat.
I hit the read.
You may need the heat because it's about to be real cold.
Okay. Headline from the Daily Mail.
That sounds made up.
No, this is a legendary British tabloid.
I know it is, but it still sounds made up.
Two-time world championship darts quarterfinalist Darren Webster accuses a Dutch rival of stinking the stage out, and it's not the sport's first fart gate.
Of course, it's Dutch. And the Dutch.
Dart star Darren Webster, I love that term, Dart star.
Dart star?
Mm-hmm. Accused his opponent of farting during their match at the Modus Super Series in an incredible rant on social media Thursday night. Webster, 55, a former two-time World Championship quarterfinalist, took on Dutchman Ron Meulenkamp in a best-of-7 legs match and moved into a 3-0 lead, but was pegged back by his rival and ended up losing 4-3. It's like the Yankees blowing it against the Red Sox in 2004. After Meulenkamp pinned down double 16 for victory, Webster was visibly furious and refused to shake hands as he exchanged words with his opponent. Meulenkamp appeared bemused by the situation and reacted by shrugging before Webster took to social media to explain exactly what he was so unhappy about. You want me to read the post? This is from Facebook.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Here we go. Of course.
Because this is already funny. We already have an angry refused handshake because of the odor on the stage.
So, of course, the 55-year-old takes to Facebook. Quote,
Are you ageism in there right there?
Very much so. Well, when you play a guy who farts and stinks the stage out and denies it, then kick you when you're playing the stall every throw because they are bleep good luck for the future, but I'm not interested, rant over. All right, I got to be honest. I didn't follow all of that, but I definitely followed the part where he is accusing his opponent of having tried to grab an advantage in this match by using flatulence.
What do you think he ate before the match? Do we have any pre-match? We all got the food that would cause, when this will kick in and give you said advantage, right?
Did he go little egg salad sandwich and some cabbage?
Oh. God. Heavy duty salad.
Get it going.
Tuna fish salad. Like tuna fish on the salad.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
That's terrible. This is a bad path to go down. Go ahead. Continue. Steer out of this.
When someone responded by hitting out at Meulenkamp's perceived slow retrieval of his darts from the board throughout the match, Webster added, quite, he was knob end of, close quote. Again, these are like British insults that I don't know what they mean. Webster's defeat ended a disappointing day for the Englishman as he lost 3 of his 4 matches on the opening night of the Super Series. He sits bottom of Group B, while Meulenkamp, a.k.a. the Farter, is second and in the 5-man table after winning 3 of his 4 games. So apparently, Andy, what I'm learning here, though, is this is not super uncommon in the game of darts. This is not the first time that a player has been accused of farting on stage, as 2-time world champion Gary Anderson defended himself against the same allegation after he faced Wesley Harms at the Grand Slam of Darts in November 2018. Harms claimed there was a fragrant smell during his match with the Scotsman as he suffered a 10-2 defeat after delivering a below-par performance. He then conducted a post-match interview, and yes, this was on YouTube. Here we go. This is the original gas controversy, scandal, so to speak, from the game of darts. This is from 2018. Gary Anderson, not the legendary Falcons kicker, defending himself against accusations of dropping fart bombs by his opponent, Wesley Harms. This is all, by the way, extremely real audio.
Just spoke to Wesley. Besides that, he said you were a class player and you let him alive in the first session. He said that it was smelly on the stage.
I thought he had
Sorry?
I thought Wesley had farted on stage. Yeah. Did he?
No. Well, I think he thinks you did it.
You can put your finger up that, there'll be no smell there. I thought he had I went, that's dirty. It was bad.
It was bad?
It was bad. There was a stink. I thought it was him. And he started playing better. I went, must have needed to get some wind out.
Yeah. And he thought it was you?
Oh no, hands up. Swear on my kid's life. So help me God. Nothing crossed.
But it was smelly anyway?
It was smelly. Usually if I fart on stage, I myself. And you know that because I've told you in a documentary. Ain't scared to... If I'd farted that smelled like that, I'd put my hands up and go, oh, sorry, I need to get up.
So who was it then?
Well, don't tell me. You've got our 3 boys up there. So... No, it definitely came... It was table side. And it was eggs. Rotten eggs.
Not from you?
Not for me. No. No.
Okay, thank you.
And every time we walked past, there was a waft of rotten eggs. So that's why I was thinking it was him.
Thank you.
So this is what darts post-game press conferences sound like.
Essentially,
You've been accused of an unfriendly playing environment.
Yeah. And really, what his argument there boiled down to was, and I quote, he who smelt it dealt it.
Yeah.
To which I believe then the response was, he who denied it then supplied it, was what was going on.
Whoever did the rhyme did the crime.
With that particular controversy from the world of darts.
I like how the accusations are flying and everyone's like, wasn't me. I couldn't even tell. Were there two guys talking there? I feel like everyone had the same voice and the same accent.
Did you catch the part where he said, and I believe, I'll paraphrase, stick a finger up there, you can tell it wasn't me?
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I did not, yeah.
Hey, that's a man that believes in his own innocence.
He also said that, he can't trust him.
Nope.
So it wouldn't have been him.
Nope.
So
there you go.
This
So
is darts controversy. Like, again, other sports, we got blood doping. We got all the other stuff going on. PEDs. Is this technically a PED? Do they test for egg salad then? Is that what it is, to make sure that's not in the system?
Yeah.
That's
It's a
not in the
number two.
gastrointestinal cycle?
Performance-enhancing odors, I would say.
Well, it made for an unfriendly environment. How many other
Performance-enhancing
sports- I asked
gas.
you, how many other sports do you think this goes on in? Like, I could see offensive, defensive linemen doing this to each other.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, you get into that situation.
I asked about a batter in the batter's box, but you'd have to worry about the ump taking offense.
Yeah,
wouldn't
you know as a batter, like, okay, you foul one off, you can crop dust a catcher real
Sure.
good.
But the
on
ump's
walk.
right there.
Yeah, you gotta hope that maybe things dissipate by the time the umpire gets back in his stance. Although, quite honestly, with the quality of calling balls and strikes, I don't think that would bother that hitter too much. No, I think he'd be more than happy to stink out the ump too. So there you go. Dart farts controversy today on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We talk to Jeff Legwald next. Scott Friday, let's chat with Jeff Legwold of ESPN. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You do need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Hello, Jeff Legwold.
Good afternoon.
It is good to have you
How are
back
you
as
guys?
always. So, Leggy, your colleague over there at the Four Letter Network, Field Yates. J.J. McCarthy at number 12 to Denver. Leggy, give us the pros and the cons. Why could it work? Why might it not work? J.J. McCarthy at number 12 to Denver.
Well, I mean, I think even Field would say that's overdrafting J.J. McCarthy.
I believe he
but,
wrote that in his
you know,
paragraph.
The upside is, I mean, he's the upside quarterback on the board. I mean, he's sort of the unfinished project. I mean, what do you have? 10 completions in the title game.
Mhm.
So, and I think he averaged 20 completions through the season. I mean, so he's the upside pick. His testing numbers, if he works out at the combine, and I think people expect him to, but his testing numbers will be great. And he's a little bigger than a lot of the guys on the class, and his arm is NFL worthy. So that package is going to get you noticed. And I try to tell people all the time that the draft is, in the eyes of NFL talent evaluators, the draft isn't what you are now; it's what you might be. And I think he's the biggest risk too among the quarterbacks in that first round grouping that people are talking about. I doubt very much I'll have a first round grade on him, but he will have a first round grade by some, and it's a risk because you're gambling that he will come to fruition, as it were.
Mhm.
I don't think a team looking to throw a rookie in as in 2024, I'm not sure a lot of people I know in the league see him as ready for that. But the other side of it is people think, okay, you played for Jim Harbaugh, so you have a thick skin and you'd be ready for something like that.
Plus,
too.
Jim already said he'll be the best quarterback in the draft, Leggy.
I would think Jim would say that. I think Jim would be very. I don't think Jim would say he'd be the best quarterback in the division now, though.
Yeah, might stop short on that one.
Yeah, Leggy, you have to pick a free agent. Who's coming here? Quarterback wise.
Yeah. The question is, who can you afford after if and when the Wilson move comes, that's going to impact what you can do as an organization. I know people who believe Minshew is the guy the Broncos believe would be a free agent fit, if that came to fruition.
Would he be in their price range? I'm assuming
I don't think
Denver's.
he is, Nate.
Yeah,
I think that's a great point.
I'm assuming their price range is going to be legitimately in the $3 to $5 million range.
What's Stidham making? Maybe that's
What Baker
I know
got
we've
last
talked
year in
about it.
Tampa, what Jameis got last year in New Orleans, that's the aisle they're shopping in.
I think so. We did an exercise at ESPN where we had to sort of play GM and offer contracts, and I concocted a 2-year, $14 million deal that's fully guaranteed that we sort of accepted as we get done. But I'm not sure that number is even high enough, given the need and desire all over the place for quarterbacks. But at the time we did the exercise, I had talked to GMs and I said, is this a fair market value for him right now? And they said yes. So that was my parameter. But I honestly don't think that number will turn out to be high enough when it actually gets negotiated somewhere.
All right. I'm asking everybody. I haven't even brought this up to you at our little lunch getaways. Jake Browning, would you be intrigued by him at all? Would he be affordable? If we're having to add a quarterback, part of me says you've spent the money on Stidham, you're eating too much money on Russ, just live with your room and draft a kid. But if they're going to add an outside presence, would Browning at least intrigue you?
Well, at least you're going to know. It's intriguing to me if they dive into free agency that may be an indicator of what they think the first round is going to look like quarterback-wise. Because, I mean, I think the first 3 are coming off the board before 4 picks are made. I mean, I honestly believe that right now. So that puts, McCarthy and those other guys in the wheel of teams trying to move up into the middle and all of those things. So if you sign a quarterback in free agency, does your pick suddenly become more valuable if you don't think any of those quarterbacks are worthy of that pick? And you just, you sort of play it that way too, because, if the quarterbacks go early, my theory, the blue chip guys come down and you end up with a top 7 player at your pick who ends up playing for you for a decade, like that scenario. But you obviously need a quarterback. I'm not sure any rookies playing next year, like a rookie thrown in the pool. You're not getting a Stroud down there. You're not getting that kind of season, I don't think. And they're frankly not built, I don't think, offensively to support a rookie after their salary cap machining, as it were. And, I don't know that a rookie playing next year would be better than Stidham or a free agent. So those are the kinds of decisions they're staring at right now.
Jeff Legwold on 92.5, brought to you by BetSafe Colorado, the exclusive club for passionate gamers and bettors across the state. Jeff, one of the things that Andy and I talked about, and I don't know if an NFL team or the Broncos in this situation would look at it like this, but this Chiefs dynasty that we're living through right now almost gives you cover, like in a sense of like, well, you're not winning your division or winning a Super Bowl anytime soon.
Yeah.
Exactly. So take the time to build this up correctly. Let's talk about the Super Bowl champs here for just a moment, and I'm sure you're reading your buddy Adam Teicher's coverage. What is the next step for the Chiefs now as they enter this offseason, and what moves will they make? Do you anticipate will happen with this team in order to obviously probably make them honestly even better?
Well, Nate, I've said they've done what you should always do in my mind. They had the alpha at quarterback. Okay, to me that's a separate thing. And I've said this, the starting lineup in the Super Bowl for the Chiefs, the starting 22, 16 draft picks in there, 16 Chiefs draft picks in the starting 22.
Yep.
And you have Mahomes, not even to his prime. You are built the way you should be built in the salary cap era. And if you count the punter, who was an undrafted rookie they signed and kept.
Good punter, too.
17 of the top 24 are their own homegrown players, and Mahomes is 28. To me, if you're the Broncos or the Raiders or the Chargers, that's what should concern you. This is not some throw-it-together team that went for it one time. They are built to replace the players they lose. They lost Tyreek Hill. They won a Super Bowl.
Two Super Bowls.
I don't know how you can phrase it any better. I mean, Tyreek Hill was in the MVP conversation, and they still won, because they're built. This is how you build. This is why 6 draft picks for the Broncos are so concerning. It's why no 3 number ones of their own on their entire roster is so concerning, because your chief competition is doing it that way. And that's really hard to unseat, because they have the ultimate eraser who's 28 at quarterback. They can build a homegrown team over and over and over again. And guess what? Homegrown teams are cheaper, so you can pay your stars to stay. You can pay Mahomes over and over and over again. You can pay Kelsey late in his career if you feel like it.
Can they pay Chris Jones?
You can pay Chris Jones, because when you move on from one of your own draft picks to the next one, that's how you do it. And that's the tough position the Broncos are in now in their division, because it's not a thrown together, go for it, win it one time team. They are built for the haul. And as long as he stays healthy at quarterback, you have the ultimate flexibility.
You know, you're really just a ray of sunshine, Jeff. Love hearing all this about how the next 10 years is going to go. Kind of in that vein, so a lot of people have been putting out there, let's just eat the whole $85 million at once when it seems like you're going to get rid of Russ. Everyone's making the rounds with his house on the market and all this kind of stuff. It's what happens when you don't get along at the end of the year. Is eating the $85 million even realistic for them in one fell swoop? They have to break it up into two, don't they?
I mean, you could, but you'd have probably 20 undrafted rookies on your roster, and the distance between starter and backup would be really large. I mean, so a couple of injuries, maybe you go from the quirky 7-10, 8-9, 9-8 team. A couple of injuries, you go immediately to the top of the board.
Ooh,
you have no depth. So, to me, the lure of it, doing it, it would be enormously painful. We've never seen it. You know, I think $68 million is the biggest figure we've ever seen a team wrestle with. And, you know, that team had double-digit draft picks to do it. And the quarterback was already on the roster. The issue with the Broncos is you're doing all this and you don't have your long-term solution at quarterback on the roster. So, really the pain sort of goes until you figure that out. That's the big issue. But eating it, the one big attraction is you are picking at the top of the board next year. But I will tell you, and these projections, you know, never take them to Vegas, but I will tell you, scouts and GMs really don't like next year's quarterback class, which is why this year the run may be really big in the first round. You may see people jockeying to get what they can, which is why the Broncos pick may end up being valuable if they really don't like those quarterbacks, because next year's class is not highly thought of right now. That could change if guys blow up and play like crazy, but I'll just say people are not thrilled. That was the vibe I got at the Senior Bowl, that if you want one, you know, next year's rookie class may not give you much of an immediate solution unless you're all the way at the top of the board.
Well, and look, they'll still need something big next year anyway. All right. Nate and I asked this question earlier. Our longtime sage of sports. Who are the All-Star games for? It's All-Star weekend this weekend. NHL just had theirs. Pro Bowl was, you know, we got the whole lineup of the 3 games where it seems like nobody really wants to be doing this. Baseball at least still gives half an effort, and it's the closest thing to the actual way the game is played in the regular season as any of the rest of them. But Nate asked a great question. As a kid growing up, he didn't get to see the American League. I didn't get to see Jordan as much as I like to because the basketball one was my favorite. Who are the games for now that we've changed the sporting rules so much?
Well, and we are, I mean, unfortunately, I am old enough to have covered the NFL when guys had summer jobs because they had to. And I think way back, those games meant something because it was your only leverage before free agency. It was the only one of the few ways you could show your team that your status was at a certain point in the league. And it even put minimal pressure on them to give you a raise. So they were important. There was a time when those were all very important to players. You know, now that time has passed. So now I think it's ultimately the leagues trying to just say, this is our brand and this is the best we have. Enjoy it in sort of an informal, fun setting type of thing. And, you know, the NFL has proven, and at least in their, you know, in their world, people watch no matter what they do. So the NFL is right now is where the other people are not. But I think right now it's more of a corporate branding. You know, these are our stars.
Right.
Here, take a look at them at all in one place. And it's more that now these days.
Yeah, it's almost a trade show anymore, and it leads to a very bad televised product. Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN.com, that's where you read his stuff. He's combine bound very, very soon here. Jeff, we'll talk to you next week. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, we're grinding on the corners today. So
corner grinding. Oh, okay, real quick. Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, am I getting his name correct?
Quinion is.
That's the dude?
He's the man.
Out of Toledo.
That dude. He's the best player on the field in Mobile. So there's no question in my mind. That kid he is ready-made. Walk in, starter, Mr. Quinion.
All right, Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo. That's the guy Leggy's talking up today. Does he have top 5 in the top 100 kind of juice?
Who I want to badly, but I would be pumping it up a little too much.
Okay.
But he's top 10 in my mind.
All right.
I think he's just spectacular.
All right,
But
good
anyway,
stuff.
fellas,
Thanks, Leggy.
see ya.
All right, Jeff Legwold with us right there. Yeah, he's grinding that corner tape, getting his Kool-Aid McKinstry on today, Andy.
Seriously, does D-Mac's head just explode? Does his whole body, does all 5 feet of him blow up if they draft another corner at 12?
I would have no problem with them doing that.
Your guy would.
I'm telling you, man.
Your guy's still hacked off the Broncos, drafted an All-Pro.
I take the best freaking player you can find.
Yeah,
you need
know
good
what?
players.
You suck. The whole roster sucks.
You need
all
good
right?
players.
It all sucks.
You require
So just
good
pick someone
players.
who's going to let you not stink anymore. How about that?
Yeah.
And build it for a bit.
Good players
Do you
are
think when he
good
was
to have.
talking about the quarterback class next year that even though I love watching the kid, maybe you should have mentioned the option routes in an interview? Certain guy from around here.
You know what? I want to bring him up. I want to bring Shedeur Sanders up tangentially here in the next segment here because Andy, I think we should be talking about the fact that the most famous college athlete in the country is a women's basketball player. Let's do that next.
this crowd get to you? So far, done anything but that. Recovered by Gabby Marshall. Here comes Clark. How will she go for history? There it is! The all-time leading scorer in women's college basketball.
Yeah, Scott Friday. Caitlin Clark last night, Andy, she needed 8 points to break Kelsey Plum's record, become the all-time leading scorer in women's college basketball, and she got it done, I think, less than 2 minutes into the game.
Well, you knew she would.
And just...
That was the best bet going. What? Were there odds on that?
Pulled up from the logo, man, it was unbelievable. It's so great, too. Like, any other player taking a shot, 25 seconds left on the shot clock from the logo, and your coach would kill you. Not Caitlin Clark. It's actually a good look. She goes for 49 last night. Iowa beats Michigan. Caitlin Clark is now the all-time leading scorer in the history of women's college basketball. It is unbelievable, Andy. Like, what she's been able to do and the way that she's been able to bring attention to the Iowa women's basketball program. I said it before the break. The most famous college athlete, not just college basketball player, most famous college athlete in the country right now is a women's basketball player. It's Caitlin Clark. I think she is a name that gets more recognition. I think she gets more people to flip on the television than any other individual in college sports today.
I will agree from on-field performance, yes.
Yeah.
I think people are always telling me the ridiculous amount of money Livy Dunn makes, gymnast.
Yeah, Viore. She's she jumps on your YouTube
Is it
ads.
LSU? What is it?
Oh, she's doing great for herself.
Is that LSU?
Yeah, she's a gymnast.
I don't know. Guys have told me if you really want to go to where the money is, but for actual performance, right, I think you're probably right.
She's incredible. And
Caitlin Clark is, but is she getting big NIL dollars?
Yes.
Okay.
She's cleaning up.
Do you think she could? I don't know the math.
She's doing very well for
You think
herself.
she's top?
There was a great story in The Athletic last week, actually, and it was about the men's practice squad team at Iowa that goes up against her in practice every single day. And one thing that was cool in that story was the kids that go and play with her every day, like apparently like all the Nike shoes and Gatorades and all this stuff that she just gets sent, she just hooks her dudes up. So And apparently she's a huge pain in the ass to go up against in practice every single day.
Oh, come on. None of that looks fun. So
just chucking elbows all over the place.
Ask your question, because I've been debating this since you dropped this on me here.
Okay, so...
What's the question? I didn't mean it like that. I'm not Sean Payton.
Okay, Andy, like right now, who is the most famous men's college basketball player in the country?
You tell me.
I guess Zach Edey?
Okay.
I guess. The big man from Purdue? I guess.
You're looking at the wrong guy there, Kreckman. Who was the most popular guy last year?
Probably Drew Timme.
Okay.
At Gonzaga.
Well, yes, but who was the most
fun
popular
mustache? I mean, Zach Edey was the player of the year last year, and then his team loses to Fairleigh
I'm trying to
Dickinson.
get to Victor Wembanyama,
but
he was not he was not a...
No, he came from France.
He's an international player.
Exactly.
So,
like Chet was at Gonzaga 2 years ago, but he was on a team with Drew Timme. Like, right
and
now...
none of those guys had the highlights. I mean, we saw every single highlight of Caitlin Clark last year during the run in the tournament, right?
There is no Anthony Davis. There is no Zion Williamson. There's no J.J. Redick, Carmelo Anthony, Kenyon Martin, Trae Young, Adam Morrison, Jimmer Fredette, Buddy Hield. Like, the men's game doesn't have that dude right now. You know who's probably going to go number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft next year, according to many of the mock drafts? Cody Williams of the Buffs. Freshman wing from CU. Like, could be the number 1 overall pick. He had a great game last night, bad loss against UCLA, but he was outstanding. Like,
and they may not make the tournament.
Yeah, right now they're very much a bubble team. Like, Armando Bacot is still at North Carolina. Doesn't move the needle. Our buddy Dalton Connect from UNC, who's now at Tennessee, Thornton's own. Again, like, nowhere near that kind of attention. And again, I will even say that Caitlin Clark right now moves the needle more than anybody in college football last year. I think for a minute there, like Shedeur and Travis Hunter had an opportunity, but unfortunately it went off the rails because their team stunk. And that ultimately limited some of their fame. Jaden Daniels wins the Heisman Trophy, like Bo Nix, Marvin Harrison Jr. Like there was not like a Tim Tebow this season in college football. And this to me is incredible that we're living in this day and age. And I firmly believe, like, when Caitlin Clark is on television, she moves the needle more than any other college athlete.
How much of this also, though, is attributed to the fact that she stayed at Iowa? You know who she plays for. She's built up a fan base. She hasn't, you know what I mean? She didn't switch schools and jump from one fan base to the next. Is there something to be said in this NIL? Let me just go for the dollar's age. We were talking in the break. You said a lot of the folks, a lot of the guys that you would maybe even guess are the most popular college basketball players. It's same in football. Everyone's leaving. This wasn't what I thought. I didn't make the money that I thought. I'm transferring out of here.
I guarantee you her value was at its highest by staying at Iowa.
Right. That's what I mean.
Like they, and actually a number of texters are sending this in, 800 G's.
Okay.
Is what she's pulling down in NIL dollars this year. Pretty good. That's not bad. Like you don't need to go anywhere else. Plus, she was already on a team that was, you know, they're a top 5 team, so she's going to get an opportunity to compete for a national title. You know, we saw the Buffs play against her last year in the NCAA tournament. You know, CU, if they're going to win a national title this year, once again, it's going to have to go through Iowa and go through Caitlin Clark. Like, I think very much so. Like, being in the Big Ten Conference, being at a school that is heavily invested in her success has been really, really good for her. Like, I mean, I guess she could have transferred to UConn if she wanted to, or she could have gone to Stanford and played for Tara Vanderveer or something like that, but she didn't need to. She got it made in the shade there at Iowa. She's cleaning up.
Well, and I think I do think it speaks to some athletes where if you know, everyone has their own reasons for leaving. But if you stay somewhere and you build something up, this is what it can turn into. Where was Shedeur on that schedule, or on that scale, I should say? Because we said we were going to talk about him. Shedeur's the one.
I think Shedeur, and both Shedeur and Travis, like that 3-0 start last year, you know, that
with the watch thing, because I'm still seeing the watch thing
was
from some
huge.
people. It helped that you had Rick Ross and other cultural influencers doing it as well.
You go down to TCU and you get that game, plus the CSU game was incredible, and everybody in the country was watching that damn game.
It was one of the best college games of the year,
and it had
so much fun.
Jay Norvell taking shots at Dion thing, and like
went way past midnight. Everybody stayed up.
Exactly, like it had all of that, like game day, and everybody was in Boulder that day. I would say last September, Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter were the 2 most famous college athletes in the country. The problem was, number one, Hunter got hurt in the CSU game, and number 2 was that they didn't keep winning.
Right, the winning fell off.
Yeah, you have to keep winning. Unfortunately, by the end of the year, it was like, okay, CU is relegated to blowing a game against Stanford, you know, kicking off at 8:30 at night on ESPN. Like, again, it went down. So that's But maybe this year, you know, perhaps this year, you know, I think Shedeur, and especially if Travis can stay fully healthy for the entire season, they've got an opportunity to reclaim that kind of crown.
I love this from Cordell real quick. Caitlin Clark or Arch Manning? Because we all know Arch Manning, yet you and I have been kind of chuckling in our conversations. It doesn't feel like Arch Manning's on the cusp of winning that job. It looks like Ewers is going to stay.
Texas backup quarterback Arch Manning.
Right, which is a little kind of crazy. But everybody knows Arch Manning. We still get the text, hey, it's all right if they stink. We'll get Arch Manning in a couple years. Go ahead. Which is fine. I mean, we'd all love another Manning. I'm just a little surprised that he's not projected to be the starter, right?
Let me give you one more college athletic note from the day. Got this report from Heather Dinich of ESPN. The Pac-12 Board of Directors announced today the conference and George Kliavkoff have mutually agreed to part ways effective February 29th, 2024. More details about new leadership at the Pac-12 will be announced next week.
I love it. What was your line? Tell everybody.
Don't you, if you're going to be a commissioner, don't you have to have a conference?
It's the best conference to commission. There's 2 teams. There's 2 state schools. That's it.
I got to go
Washington
out on
State
the road.
or Oregon State.
I got to go to Pullman and Corvallis,
Yeah.
and then I'm
Let's
done.
all get together in Cabo. Talk this out.
Yes. So I thought once the conference disappeared, the commissioner would disappear. But hey, he's getting himself a
Technically,
severance
they have
package.
a conference. They're taking all the money that's left.
That's true.
What's their little thing with the Mountain West and a scheduling agreement?
Scheduling agreement. Yes. The Pac-2.
Words of, we're not paying you any of our TV money
Mm-hmm.
because we're going to be two rich schools when this is done. How long is that deal for? Just is this last year? Is that it?
Yeah, I believe so. They're going to clean up for another year.
How's that media day going to go? Where are you holding that media day? They should, you know what?
Over at somebody's
Honestly, they
house?
ought to just be on the Mountain West media day. And by the way, here's our scheduling partners.
I do believe they'll be there, of what
Well-
I understand. So I'll get to the
Can
bottom
you
of
go
this
to
for
Vegas for just two schools?
you. Watch me. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, hop on Zillow, folks. There's a new house available in the Denver area. We'll tell you about that next. Oh, we love to be with you here on a Ska Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl, hope you are driving safely out there. The road conditions are tenuous at best. Right now we got football news. We've got major football news. And today we have the best kind of football news. This is when football intersects with real estate. Let's go, Mark Springer.
Yes, it is time for the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Little lifestyles of the rich and famous here as Russell Wilson and Sierra are accepting offers and providing tours for prospective buyers for the mansion they own in Cherry Hills Village, sources tell Business Den.
Okay, can we come up with like a fraudulent portfolio and we can go and get ourselves a tour of the place?
I'm
sure
sure they're going to clean up well enough to get the tour. Spring, maybe?
Spring looks great these
Yeah, I
days,
know.
by the way. Look at him. The man is sharp right there. Spring looks like he could be a tech billionaire.
You know what we ought to do? Send him to Scissors and Scotch. Get the beard really fancied up.
Uh-huh.
Right?
I can
Slick
hang
the
out with
hair back
Zuckerberg.
like a
I
tech.
can do it.
He's in the tech sector. And just let him go. We'll be his handlers or something.
Yes.
We'll dress in suits like he's got fake CIA or something protecting him.
Let's talk to Ed Prather. Let's get some advice
Yes.
on whatever we have to do to get in there. And Spring, here's the other thing is if you get in there, you have to insist on using all 12 bathrooms. Not just seeing them, using them.
Yeah, I'll just claim that I have some
Who's listing it? Sotheby's? Sotheby's?
It doesn't say on businessden.com. But yes, the 20,000 square foot home on 5 acres, 4 bedrooms, 12 bathrooms. That's right, 12 bathrooms. By the way, shout out to Russ when he finally did pass the 12 touchdown pass threshold. That was very good for him. Plus his and hers walk-in closets.
I just want to see those.
Offices and bathroom suites, according to a previous listing of the property. Indoor swimming pool, basketball court, and a guest apartment with its own kitchen.
Now, hold on. Between the office suites and the bathrooms, can't we rent out most of the mortgage payment?
Just Airbnb
Huh?
the thing.
Yeah. Need an
Run our
office?
own compound down there at Russ's place. Got to pay a bonus if you want one of those bathrooms, though.
Can I? What's the stupid sites? What site will have it that I could take a virtual tour?
Zillow.
Zillow.
You want to
Can
get
I
on Zillow?
that? I was thinking Zulu. I'm like, what? Zillow it.
That would
Is there
be
like
good
a
too.
rich guy, rich home virtual tour site where they got to clear your income?
I don't know,
before
man.
You're
Like,
allowed in.
You can find some crazy places on Zillow, man. Like you can. In fact, there's like entire Twitter accounts that are dedicated to finding like the weirdest homes and properties that are available on there. You can. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if we got to look inside. I remember when Tulo sold his place; it was on Zillow. I remember checking that out.
Didn't we get a look at? Didn't we get a look at the Shanahan Castle because of Manning or
oh,
something?
hell yeah. Mm-hmm.
Seriously, let's just go ahead and call Ed Prather.
Yeah.
He can immediately go, nah, you can't afford it. Walk out. We'll stay there.
You guys are.
I'm
radio, right?
undeterred.
We're going to get in there somehow. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're going to see those 12
Do
bathrooms.
we have a suit nice enough to get the tour? That's the question.
You don't think our Men's Warehouse specials are going to get us
You can't roll
through?
in with the jacket you bought at Kohl's and some comfortably appointed khakis and get the tour,
Well,
right?
you definitely got to do the sport coat and jeans with a turtleneck look with a scarf over it. Classic rich guy look right there.
Seriously,
You need
who
a
in
monocle.
Denver is buying this house? Jake Jabs?
I don't know.
Why would Jake Jabs want it?
Could Zappolo afford it?
Does it have a zoo? Why Jake Jabs is already... Jake Jabs is free and clear on his property. He doesn't need this.
You know Jake Jabs could furnish it, though. He would have no
He could.
problem.
A couple stuffed tigers left around. Huh?
Yeah, we don't know, but we're gonna try and get in the place. We'll do a remote from inside Russ's house. We'll find one of the bathrooms they never go to and
What-
host a show from there.
What's his fake tech firm he works for? That's what we need.
Spring Tech?
Wait, your last name is Springer? Oh, I own it.
Spring Tech launching you into the 21st century. Go for it, Spring.
High five.
Speaking of Russell Wilson, how about some updated odds? These are not via my friends at Bet365. These are via DraftKings. For which team will Russell Wilson take his first snap in the 2024-25 NFL regular season? The favorite, relatively overwhelming favorite today, is the Pittsburgh Steelers at -110. Broncos at +320, both the Falcons and Patriots at +450, the Raiders at +600, Vikings +1,000, Commanders +2,000.
Yeah, Steelers are really the heavy favorite in this. Like, Russ is going to go be hanging with Matt Canada, and that's what's going to revive his career, Andy.
Arthur Smith.
Listen.
Yes, thank you.
They'll knuckle their way into the playoffs.
The Steelers?
Yeah.
They kind of always do. As
Right.
long as
That's a
Tomlin is
Tomlin
there,
deal.
they'll finish over 500.
Everybody better be ready that
They were pretty close this year. I mean, they were at 7-7 before.
they'll figure something out. They don't care how it looks.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're not worried about the crossers that your guy Peyton once hit in the first 2 seconds of the play.
Yeah, he wants chunks of yardage. He's weird like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Russell Wilson going to play for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All those chunks of yardage led to 16 beautiful points both times.
That's right. All right.
Chunk that.
Arthur Smith. Good call. Thank
Don't
you,
you like
Spring.
him? Doesn't he own something famous?
His dad owns FedEx.
His dad is the CEO of FedEx. He was one of the owners of the Manders, who was suing Dan Snyder. He was one of the 3 other minority owners that were suing Dan Snyder for, being a creep.
Mm-hmm. What a bummer. No, wasn't that because they kept money from him? They lied about Dan Snyder's like, no, we only made $1 million.
Yeah, he didn't share. Well, it was
anything.
Road ticket revenue, I believe, is what he was not sharing.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Hell of a guy.
Yeah.
He's out on his boat somewhere.
He did share photos of cheerleaders, but that's as far as we know.
High five. George Pickens is about to get so frustrated with Russell Wilson if that happens. Jimmy Garoppolo is being suspended 2 games for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing substances policy. The policy violation is said to be related to Garoppolo using a prescribed medication without having a valid therapeutic use exemption from the league. He will not appeal the suspension. He will miss the first 2 games of the upcoming season. And this screw-up from Jimmy is going to allow the Raiders to void the last year of his deal. He's likely to become a free agent.
He's just a backup quarterback from here on out, right?
I don't know.
I can't imagine a world where Jimmy's starting somewhere. Jimmy. And yet, you know what? And I say that, and generally, like, the impression that the guy has is both that he's likable and that he is easily programmable and he will step in and do whatever you want him to do.
What if he comes here and takes the job from Stiddy? Then what are you going to do?
That'd be fascinating right there. Hell yeah. Mm-hmm.
Listen, we live in a world where Gardner Minshew was a starter for a great part of the year. I discount nothing.
I mean, Gardner Minshew had his team right there competing for a playoff spot at the very end of the season.
Jimmy had those guys in the playoffs last year.
I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo was quarterbacked in a Super Bowl before.
The Niners is what I'm saying.
The policy violation related to a prescribed medication that Jimmy used without having a valid therapeutic use exemption.
Jimmy.
Do we believe this, that he doesn't want to admit that he was taking baldness pills? You think Jimmy's getting a little thin up there and he doesn't want to admit it?
He got sick of looking. Who's the other backup that shows up everywhere? Who was the backup to the Raiders? The old guy from the Patriots?
Brian Hoyer?
Hoyer. There you go. Hoyer.
Looking at his own future right there.
Yeah. Jimmy was like, I cannot look like that.
Can't end up like this guy.
Come on. Give me some. Like, that wouldn't be off the list, though, would it? I don't know what goes. Hey,
wasn't that what Jose
Hey, Nate.
Theodore tested positive for?
I don't know what goes into those baldness pills. So you're gonna have to fill me in.
I believe.
Is it testosterone?
Good for you,
Hair isn't the best time to do that, but yeah. Is there testosterone in the pills?
I'm not a chemist or a pharmacist. I don't know these.
You're a liar.
I don't know what they put in the pills.
You don't have a scale.
haven't read the label on there yet. I'll let you know
All
when I
I'm
do.
saying is, if someone's taking the pills, is there like low dose testosterone or something in there? Should I text Tyler? He did one of those hair
There's
things.
any variety of chemicals.
We're guessing though
and
it probably was
medications.
testosterone,
Yes.
right? By the way it's being described, he probably didn't have the clearance for low dose testosterone.
I mean, he could have been on Barry Bonds' horse tranquilizer for all we know. Who knows what
Dude.
Jimmy's up to?
You really think it's bald? He's Italian hairy, man. How the heck? I don't know if he's going, well, I do know some bald Italian
I was going to say it.
Vic's family does all right, though. They all have lovely heads of hair.
I don't think baldness has anything to do with your nation of origin.
Really?
I'm pretty sure. Yes.
You haven't seen a bunch of hairless Irishmen like I come from? Can't grow a damn beard?
Just because you're
I'm
a
literally
hairless
half
Irishman.
Irish, so...
Yes. By the way, a bald guy texts in, people with high testosterone go bald, Andy. There you go.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Someone has to help me. I'm lucky enough not. Of all the crap I got to deal with, baldness is not one of them.
Andy is dunking on the bald guys
Darn
today.
right. I still get my hair cut on the regular. I'm not dunking on any bald guys.
High five. So it looks like Jimmy Garoppolo is on his way out of Las Vegas. He'll be done with the Raiders. The Raiders' new offensive coordinator is Luke Getsy, the former offensive coordinator with the Chicago Bears. Luke Getsy talking to Patrick Finley of the Chicago Sun-Times about the quarterback he coached with the Bears, Justin Fields. Getsy said, quote, "Like I said when I was there, he's one of the best human beings I've ever got to work with."
Is he as good as Cale McCarr? That's what I need to know.
Well, I mean, hey.
The best person in the world, Cale McCarr.
That's all you really need to know from that quote. One of the best human beings Getsy's ever worked with.
The mentality that he brought every day, the consistent approach, the kind of man that he is, it was a blessing to work with him. He was someone that just came to work every day to get better and better, and I think he'll continue to do so, close quote. He's, in all seriousness, Andy, I think his NFL future is very intriguing. He is as physically gifted a player as there is, and this was a guy that put together some games that were really impressive. The problem was that he also put together strings of games that were extremely unimpressive. But if you consider Justin Fields not to be a finished product quite yet, and we're ready to hand it over to him, I mean, Chicago could easily get a second-round pick for him.
I think they could get a first. I won't be surprised if they will. Here's the Justin Fields conundrum.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to hand him a new contract, and likely that's going to have a 4 in front of the annual number.
Right.
Because that's what QBs get paid.
Yeah.
Period. And he's near the main reason why I believe the Bears will move on from Fields is because they don't want to have to re-up his contract. In a normal NFL world, back call it a decade ago when times weren't so zany or however long ago that was, you would absolutely give him a second contract and keep working on this thing. The problem is the price for a quarterback is so nutty, and somebody will pay him. Somebody will have a good draft report on him that will be willing to pay him that number, and I think that's where it gets tricky for him.
Real quick, help me out on this. So he's going into the 4th year of his rookie deal this year. If a guy gets traded during the duration of the rookie deal,
You can 5th year him.
You can still 5th year him.
Or I would be surprised. Didn't the Bears already 5th year him? Or did they not?
They have not.
Is that decision pending? Is that one they need to make here?
I would imagine so. So you really...
If you don't 5th year him, you could franchise him, but then that's going to be a big number too.
Yeah, you have at least a year to make a decision on Justin Fields.
But is a year long enough? See, again, he'll fall into the, okay, you were great here. Is this for real? I got to see it again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you right now, some team in the 20s, because of what Jeff told us about the feelings on the class next year, I won't be shocked if the Bears get a first-round pick for him. It won't be as high as what they drafted him at, but I bet you they get a first-round pick.
I want to hit this last spot. Here we go, Spring.
High five. The Kansas City Chiefs have picked up the option on defensive tackle Chris Jones's contract. He is a free agent, and the team did pay him $4.25 million. He earned in incentives, something they had to do anyways, but this procedural move allows them to retain the right to franchise tag him. If the Chiefs don't reach a long-term agreement with Jones or don't use the tag on him, the All-Pro defensive tackle will become a free agent in March. The tag would cost the Chiefs $32.16 million for a one-year deal. Pro Football Talk reported that a Chiefs agreement with Chris Jones is not expected anytime soon.
This, to me, is the most intriguing part of the offseason for Kansas City is if they can finagle a way to be able to keep Jones in their building. And if they, because look, a one-year franchise alone isn't going to do it. He's going to want, I'm going to say like a minimum 3-year contract extension and probably something in the, I don't know, would you say in the neighborhood of $60 million guaranteed?
Yeah, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Not full value.
Yeah. I mean, full value is getting even more of that.
It'll
But
be $100 million, 60 guaranteed,
Yeah,
something like that.
Guarantee at least 2 years of it. But like Walt talked about before, 16 out of 22 starters in the Super Bowl were your draft picks. They just kind of keep loading it up.
Look, here's the thing. Let's say the Chiefs are, because the Chiefs are going all in for this, let's go for the three-peat and be
Yeah.
the first to do anything, and we get it. They allegedly, I want to say I read they had $40 million in cap space with the moves they made. They could keep him under the franchise tag if they had to.
Yep. Interesting situation, man. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're rolling with you here on a Friday afternoon. In fact, we're rolling directly into the beef when we come back. Yes, Denver's favorite Twitter guy is back at it again. We've got beef tweets next on Altitude Sports Radio. Yeah, it's Beef Tweets time here on a Friday afternoon. It's brought to you by our friends at GQ Barbecue. You can get yourself a free pulled pork sandwich, as Andy Lindahl did today, from GQ Barbecue at gqbbq.com. It is Colorado's only championship barbecue.
Download the app. It's so easy.
App it.
Oh, it was so tasty. They got turkey back, too.
Ooh.
They made good turkey.
Yeah.
I know you're not a fan of the turkey. My son loves the turkey. Hey, Shannon Sharp's coaching the All-Star game. He's not beefing with anybody.
The celebrity game.
Speaking of coaching, though, Nate.
I believe he's got 50 Cent on his staff. That's a good staff that he's assembled right there. They have couches. The Ruffles All-Star Celebrity Game is taking place right now. All right, Andy. Let's get beefy here on a Beef Tweets on a Friday afternoon. So, Carmelo Anthony, there's been a lot of chatter recently. Melo earlier in the week telling Dwayne Wade specifically, he never asked to be traded. Well, today we got more Melo. This is from the Melo and Miro podcast show, whatever you want to call it.
So this is his own podcast.
This is his show.
Decided to drop some stuff on his own.
The kid Miro is chatting with Carmelo, and Carmelo Anthony says that as soon as George Karl was hired, remember they got rid of Jeff Bzdelik, went through a brief interim period, and then George Karl walked through the door. That George Karl had some harsh words for Carmelo Anthony immediately upon taking over. This is Carmelo Anthony from the Melo and Miro show.
Oh, we was going to have issues. The first day he got the job. He got the job a couple days before we played Milwaukee Bucks. So the whole thing was, I'm not coaching no game. My first game, I wanted to be against Milwaukee Bucks. Cool. Go back home. They you over there. I know the business. I know the game at the, and I really don't know the game when he came to the team. I'm 21 now. All I know, I got a big name coach coming. George Karl, Coach Milwaukee, Coach Seattle, Gary Payton. You know what I mean? All of that. We get to Milwaukee after shoot around, call me to his room and tell me, hey man, I think you overrated. You have a lot of work.
Yo, that's crazy. First sentence?
Listen.
Nah.
That nigga's embarrassed to be next to me.
Look at this. Nigga don't even want to look at you, B.
No.
Yo.
Nah, yo.
Hey, George Karl, watch your out, man.
Hey,
bro.
He started that narrative though, like the defensive narrative. But I'm gonna get to that point. The first shoot around, he come to me and say, look, man, I think you overrated. We have a lot of work to do. I know I ain't, you know what I mean? I know I got a lot of work. I got a long way to go in this league. But
you just got here.
You just got here. You ain't asking no questions of who's who, what's going on, what's the vibe. Individual meetings with every player to introduce yourself. You ain't do none of that yet. You called me. Told me I was overrated. Looked at him. All right. So yeah, you remind me of, I see your role on this team. You're more like Detlef Schrempf.
Bro, nah, get the
oh, this is word is born. This is a fact.
No, bro. No.
Detlef Schrempf. George wanted Carmelo Anthony to be his Detlef Schrempf. And apparently also told him, according to Carmelo, that in one of his first conversations with George informed him that he was overrated. I got to tell you, Andy, this all tracks. It does. Again, if you recall, George Karl writing about Carmelo Anthony in his book, he called him the best offensive player I ever coached. He added he was also a user of people, addicted to the spotlight, and very unhappy when he had to share it. Wait, there's more. He really lit my fuse with his low demand of himself on defense. He had no commitment to the hard, dirty work of stopping the other guy. My ideal, probably every coach's ideal, is when your best player is also your leader. But since Carmelo only played hard on one side of the ball, he made it plain he couldn't lead the Nuggets even though he said he wanted to. Coaching him meant working around his defense and compensating for his attitude. I'd have to try and figure him out too. How could I get more from him? That's George writing about Carmelo in his book. So, yeah, this all tracks.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me in the least if this
listen.
is how the conversation started.
Carl and Sean Payton come from the same era. And I think George Karl showed up here and trying to let everybody know, including starting with Carmelo, there's a new sheriff in town.
Yep.
So forget about the way it's been and get used to what it's about to be.
Now, George Karl, this is where we get to the beef tweet section of it all. George Karl took to Twitter.
Yes.
And he posted this very clip of Melo.
He quote tweeted it, right?
And said, "Hey, add Carmelo Anthony. Let's not do this. You're telling stories that are 20 years old. Let's move forward."
He's not denying it.
No.
It's not a denial.
He's not denying it. I will also say, George, also, you told your entire side of the story in your book. Melo's just doing it on a podcast. So you're both doing the same thing. And George Karl does add, and you were overrated, and you wish your game was as efficient as Detlef's. Wow.
He didn't back down.
No, he really didn't.
Not only did he not deny it, he went ahead and steered to the skid.
Now, I will say, Andy, I just looked up the all-time player efficiency rating, the John Hollinger stat, all-time PER. On that list, Detlef Schrempf comes in at number 229. 229th best career player efficiency rating, one spot below noted efficiency maven Ty Lawson.
Where's Carmelo?
Carmelo comes in at number 104 on that list.
Okay.
Yes. By the way, number one all-time in PER is Nikola Jokic. Career PER, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Shaquille O'Neal, rounding out the top five. David Robinson, Will Chamberlain, Bob Pettit, Giannis, and Kevin Durant. That's your entire top 10 player efficiency rating. So I would quibble with George's statement that Melo was not as efficient as the great Detlef Schrempf.
You know what? Text in right now, 303-504-0925. Because I don't like Melo, you and I already covered in beef tweets earlier, the whole how it went down and going out of Denver and did I ask for a trade and da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
George Karl keeps jumping in on Twitter and adding to this side too. If you're a Denver fan, who do you like more? Who do you remember more fondly? George Karl or Carmelo Anthony? I'm genuinely curious.
So George adds on Twitter, "I'm flattered by all the love here today. To clarify, Melo was an inexperienced and overrated player when I first coached him. Detlef is one of the best international and most efficient players ever, and I'm the last one in Denver who still feels the Nuggets should honor Melo."
So he must have got a ton of responses. I don't think the "I'm flattered by all the love" was serious. Right?
I don't think
Twitter
so.
did its thing.
No,
right?
and I also am here in Denver, and I also believe Carmelo Anthony should be honored by the Denver Nuggets. But yes, what's so dumb about this, Andy, is like all of this went down 2 decades ago. And because of, quite frankly, because of Twitter and because of beef tweets, we are able to just like relitigate this entire thing that went down between George Karl and Carmelo Anthony. The thing is, though, look, I said this after George's book came out, and I'll still say it today. That's the gig, man. That's the gig, George. You got to coach guys that are difficult. You got to coach guys that are going to resist what may be best for their career, and you have to be able to convince them as to why to play that way. And, if he wants the hatchet buried, the problem is the words of his book and what he said about Kenyon Martin and Carmelo Anthony, it's never going to go away. Talking about both of those guys as AAU babies that were raised without fathers to be able to show them the right way to be. Like, when you say that about these two dudes, it's going to make it really, really difficult. When you get that personal, it's going to make it really difficult to ever get that hatchet buried. And that was George's choice.
Yeah. Look.
Come on, man.
Give me, well, give me a reason why both these guys. Why is this coming up again? Why is this coming up again? Because frankly, you're both wearing me out right now. You really are both wearing me out right now. And it's funny that a lot of people coming in on Georgia's side. You know why? And it's very simple. What Carmelo is going to have to come to grips with is Denver still remembers it, whether you like it or not. Is you wanted out of here. You wanted out of here.
Right.
George didn't ask out of here.
George
now, I
wanted
remind
to
the
be
fan base. I heard from plenty of you, and I shared your frustration that first round exits suck, and we're really tired of this. And so to me,
that's why the team didn't renew his contract.
Nate, it's funny because I think both should probably be heroes in the story of the Denver Nuggets, and yet it feels like both of them are working their way to anti-hero at this point. Between the constant tweeting and going back, like, why don't you know what? Let's do this. How about a George Karl, Carmelo Anthony sit down, sponsored by Altitude's own Beef Tweets. And why don't you guys sit together in a room? Let's hash it out and let's see if we can't get to the truth. Talk this out. What I think is funny is one's on Twitter, one's on every podcast. You guys clearly know how to find each other. Why don't you talk this out?
The thing
talk it out.
So dumb about it too is like, especially now that the team has gotten over the hump, that the Nuggets have won a championship. Like, it in many ways reframes the way you look back on certain eras of the team. And the truth is that Carmelo Anthony and that era of Nuggets basketball was fantastic.
It made them relevant for the first time in over a decade.
They won a ton of games.
Yeah.
There was all-star appearances. There was a legit spotlight on basketball in the city of Denver. Quite frankly, I mean, Nikola Jokic has had to build it up. Carmelo, from the moment that he showed up here, fresh off a national championship, playing for Boeheim, winning National Player of the Year, everything that Carmelo Anthony was able to do as a player, he immediately made Denver basketball bigger. And he flipped that thing in 1 year. And this is just what I said the other day. The problem is that I think right now Carmelo Anthony is working in a way that is ultimately undermining his own legacy here in Denver.
And don't you feel like, I said this to Spring yesterday, I really wish you could have been around for yesterday's show, but I feel like one of the reasons why Carmelo is pushing this is this really is the only organization that will probably honor him. The rest of the stops are just, like what? Nothing special happened in his time with the Knicks that they'll ever look fondly back at the Melo era.
No.
To your point, the minute Carmelo showed up, NBA, whether it was TNT, it wasn't TNT at the time, but I don't think, but like the national networks actually wanted to put a Denver game on here.
Yep.
He's actually in the All-Star game again. We're actually in the news. Highlights are being shown on SportsCenter. Everybody that ignored Denver, and it was everybody because there was nothing going on here but bad basketball, finally came around and you got to get some of that shine that you enjoyed, to your point. So it's why he should be beloved, he being Melo. And then George took him to new heights.
Right.
And Denver was a cool basketball city again. So that's why if they just both be quiet,
The thing
they'd
that's-
be celebrated. But
I tell
they
you
can't
what,
be
too.
quiet.
And Andy, you cover those teams just like I did. The thing about those teams was they were loaded with dysfunction.
Oh, yeah. We felt it all the time.
I mean, the series against the Clippers where Kenyon goes after George and ends up getting benched in that series. I mean, the locker room spats that happened with this team, like that, they were marred by dysfunction, which I think was a part of the issue of why they ultimately didn't win more. And what's so dumb is, again, 20 years on, that's essentially what we're talking about here. 2004, when George showed up in Denver, and these guys are still going at each other. And it's like, hey, if you guys would have, I don't know, solved any of this crap 20 years ago, maybe you would have won more basketball games.
See, isn't it funny, though, Nate? They did win a lot, but you tell me, you and I were both around as just the reporter guys at the time. I don't think I've never felt less chemistry and less kumbaya on a winning team as I did those teams.
Yeah.
It was an example of why sometimes I think we overrate chemistry. But again, Chauncey showed up, things felt different, and their team that had the best chemistry ended up going to the Western Conference Finals.
Yep.
To your point, if you'd have just found a way to be adults and come to a working agreement, there could have been a lot more seasons like 09.
Mm-hmm.
But all this crap that we're seeing now tells us all exactly why there wasn't enough winning in the playoffs with this team.
Yeah. It's funny, Andy, you asked that question. I can't pick a side in this whole thing.
Oh, no, I'm with you. I'm really just kind of tired of both popping off, frankly.
Exactly. Yeah, they're both just making my
Because you
head
know what?
hurt.
Who cares? We're in our golden age now. I don't care.
Right. to me, the frustration comes from what I believe to be a good era of Denver basketball that should be remembered fondly, and instead, these guys are lighting their own legacies on fire in this town.
Yeah, because you know what? When I think of things that I love in Nuggets history, I'm starting to bypass that, as you said, and go back to the mid-'90s teams with Dikembe and LaFonso and Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf and that group, because that group was fun.
That's a beef tweet segment right there. That was
Now
a
they got us beefy.
Beef tweet. It's brought to you by our friends at GQ Barbecue. Get a free pulled pork sandwich from GQ Barbecue at gqbbq.com. It is Colorado's only championship barbecue. All right, Beef Tweets got beefy today. That was fun. Thanks again to our friends at GQ Barbecue, and thanks again to George Carl and Carmelo Anthony for being the content machines that just won't turn off. Real quick, Andy, before we get to the weekend preview, there's a great piece today in the Denver Post that our buddy Bennett Durando has put together. And the headline here, Andy, how did Nikola Jokic get all those scratches on his arms?
Yes, get into this.
There's a great story that is written here, and it examines. I gotta give Bennett credit on this one, man. He covered all his bases. He talked to Jokic's teammates. He talked to other NBA big men. He talked to guys that go up against Nikola Jokic regularly, and a lot of them pointed this out. Jokic isn't the only one that deals with this. In fact, why are these scratches on Nikola Jokic's arms so pronounced? Here's a quote from his own teammate, his own backup, DeAndre Jordan. Quote, because he's white. He's a very pale white guy, and he gets fouled a bleeping ton. Close quote.
That's fair.
So, yes, both DeAndre Jordan and some other bigs that are in this story, including Giannis and Brook Lopez and some other dudes that have darker skin on their arms, both pointed out that with Nikola, it's extra pronounced because of his pale whiteness.
But he's also got scars.
Well, here's, and actually, there was a very interesting theory that was sort of pushed on this, and it's that because of the slow pace at which he plays, that somebody theorizing in this piece that the scratches go on longer because Nikola moves slower than other dudes. Which I think is interesting. Like, if someone is moving in slow motion, and this was actually Reggie Jackson saying this, a swipe across their arm will naturally not be as swift. So there is there's more depth to
There's
the
a
scratches.
dragging of the scratch, if you
Exactly. On the clawing that goes on. And the other thing, and like they talked to like Alperen Şengün in this story, again, a number of NBA big guys, and they were just kind of like, well, he's really hard to guard. So you got to do something. You just end up clawing at him as a result.
You think he ever just gets sick of it and is going to throw a bow at somebody?
He doesn't like it. He does confirm in this story he does not care for it. When he was asked by the Denver Post if he has ever scratched an opponent, Jokic said, quote, "No, I take care of my nails. I bite them." Close quote. So Jokic, not a scratcher. But it's something he's had to deal with. It's a great story, denverpost.com. Check it out and read an examination into why Jokic's scratched up arms look so disgusting. Again, many theories, one of which, according to DeAndre Jordan, is because he's just a pale white guy. Which is
there is something to that.
That probably
the
is.
scratch is more pronounced.
As a fellow pale white guy,
you notice the red mark much more.
You really do.
Than you do on some of his brethren.
And with that, because I'm remembering this week, it's time for the weekend preview. Spring!
Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game?
Oh, you better believe you want to go watch the game. It is NBA All-Star Weekend. We get your Rising Stars game tonight. All-Star Saturday night, dunk contest, three-point shootout, etc. tomorrow, and then your All-Star game Sunday at 6 o'clock on TNT. Andy, will you give the NBA All-Star game any of your lifetime?
Yeah, I got to watch what Jokic does early.
Good on you.
You know, right? Aren't you?
I can't
You give it a quarter, don't you?
I can't imagine I'm going to watch any of it, but I could, I suppose.
See, if you're not going to watch it, then I'm not. I feel like that's when you made me watch the Joey Chestnut documentary, and then you just bypassed it, and I got 2 hours of my life back, pal.
College buckets tomorrow. DU's got North Dakota State at 2 o'clock. Rammies take on Utah State at 3:30. CSU needs a bounce back after a rough loss against San Diego State. Buffs are at USC Saturday night at 8 p.m. Buffs losing last night to UCLA despite a great Cody Williams game. And Wyoming is on the road at San Jose State. We'll have that game for you on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950.
Mammoth, tomorrow night, Yahtzee.
J.R. Payne and the Buffs tonight on the road at Utah at 6 p.m. College hockey. DU has got Minnesota Duluth, the Bulldogs, tonight and tomorrow night on the road in Duluth. Who the Mammoth got, Andy? The Albany Wolves.
The Albany Wolves. They're very good. The Mammoth are they're in a struggle bus mode, so they need to get out of it. They got a home game coming up Friday.
Need this one
week
badly?
from tonight.
Okay.
So we need that. Then they got Superhero Night March 2nd, which we may try to get Nate to go to. Because you like superheroes.
I do. The Avalanche, you'll hear them on 92.5 Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock against the Yotes. Andy, after a 1-4-1 road trip back home to take on Arizona before Vancouver on Tuesday night. Do the Avs get back on track now playing on
I
home
hope
ice?
so. We'll have to talk about this more and more. I don't, yeah, probably. I don't know, but that was not a fun road trip, man.
By the way, did Nikita Kucherov, did he move ahead of McKinnon in the Hart Trophy conversation
I've never
last
seen
night?
a guy try to put an empty netter in so hard in my life. Have you? He took 2-3 cracks at that thing.
There was that dude from Ottawa, and he got smashed in the head.
Yeah, but I mean, Kucherov felt like he wanted to get as many on Nate as he could.
2 goals and an assist last night for Kucher. McKinnon did have 2 points, 2 assists in that game.
And a puck to the face.
The betting odds, by the way, McKinnon plus 110, Kucherov plus 190 today at BetMGM. So as of right now, McKinnon still has the lead, but it kind of felt like a little bit of a Embiid on Jokic situation that sort of went down there last night in Tampa Bay. Again, the Avs will be back in action on Sunday afternoon, 4 o'clock against the Arizona Coyotes. No blitz tonight. Your life is going to be a hollow shell of an existence on a Friday night without Birdo and Spring in the blitz. You'll have to find joy in your loved ones, I suppose. For Andy Lindahl and Mark Springer.
What else you got?
I am Nate Kreckman. We're back on Monday at 3 o'clock. We look forward to talking to you then. Bye-bye.